In the Nine Heavens province, far above the heavens, there are 9 astral river galaxies. Each of these astral rivers consists of countless constellations intertwined with each other. These 9 galaxies are also collectively known as the 9 levels of heaven. The people of this cultivation-oriented world promote the importance of meditation as a way to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth. From an early age, they practice breathing techniques to train the spiritual qi in their bodies, as well as increase their vital energy. They refine their fighting techniques to eventually become a martial cultivator. Those with keen senses can sense the existence of 9 astral rivers through meditation. By absorbing the energy emitted by the vast array of stars and forming a natural connection with any of the constellations, an astral soul is created, and such people are called star martial cultivators. But there were even stronger people who, after becoming a star martial cultivator, continued to train and condense the astral qi, drawing it out from the constellations and continuously strengthening their bodies. And they broke through from the star martial cultivator's domain. They forcibly opened astral gates inside their bodies, which allowed them to be able to create a connection with even more constellations, and made it possible to condense more types of different astral souls. Legend has it that the strongest cultivators in Nine Heavens province were people who could open astral gates every time they advanced into a new realm. Their talent in cultivation was such that they could even establish a natural connection with constellations that were at a higher level than the 9 levels of heaven, eventually evolving into forces capable of challenging the heavens and destroying the earth, known as the war gods of the 9 levels of heaven. Chu Country, City of Heavenly Harmony, Bai Clan. The girl named Bai Chushui's entire forehead was covered with sweat, as if she was going through great torment, but she gritted her teeth and continued to endure. Under the veil of darkness, the radiance of the endless stars located beyond the sky seemed to never cease to gather and glow on Chiu Shui's body. The alluring shine contrasted with her delicate and beautiful body, and under her translucent robe, wet with sweat, one could see her stomach, white as jade. However, at this moment, Qin Wentian had absolutely no desire or motivation to admire such a beautiful sight. Toughen your heart, pain is just a fleeting thought. Relax, imagine yourself filled with beauty and vitality, floating among the 9 galaxies from the astral rivers. Admire the beauty of countless stars, get lost in a delightful sleep, and the pain will gradually ease as you wake up. His voice was soft and gentle and drifted lonely with the wind, reaching Chiu Shui's ears, causing her body to spasm to relieve the tension. When the cramps completely stopped, Qin Wentian took out 9 silver needles and pierced the acupuncture points in the area of Chiu Shui's head. Oh! Bai Qing, who was standing nearby as a spectator, involuntarily let out a small sigh, and her hand reached out to cover her mouth after seeing Qin Wentian's seemingly insane actions towards her sister Chiu Shui. Collect the energy of the constellations in your body. Make it circulate through your meridians and energy channels, and seal it inside the astral gate. Qin Wentian's mysterious voice reached Chiu Shui's ears, methodically guiding her on what was needed to absorb the stellar energy and circulate it throughout her body. Go back to the 9 levels of heaven. You are just an astral projection. Now find a constellation that resonates with you and try to form a natural connection with it. Qin Wentian's voice seemed to have a hypnotic power. After a couple of minutes, a faint shadow could be seen slowly and gradually condensing on Bai Chiu Shui's forehead. This process was akin to when the golden peng spread its wings, emitting a sensation filled with a sense of beauty and splendor. P.R. Peng, a giant bird from Chinese mythology. Bai Qing's eyes were wide open. This was the condensation of the astral soul. Her elder sister condensed the astral soul. I did everything I could. The rest now depends only on you. Qin Wentian said quietly to himself as his slightly immature face filled with heaviness and took on an extremely serious expression. Chiu Shui's body seemed to shine with splendor. Finally, the bird's battle cry rang out, and the faint shadow began to spin faster and faster, condensing into the golden peng. A wave of terrifying astral energy rushed forward as Bai Chiu Shui opened her charming eyes, which seemed to glow with the brilliance of the stars in the sky. Happened! Bai Qing jumped for joy and rushed forward to hug Qin Wentian, muttering indistinctly, "Brother Wentian, it really worked out." After finishing speaking on impulse, Bai Qing approached Qin Wentian and unexpectedly kissed him on the cheek. The kiss was chaste, full of childish innocence. A sparkle of amusement appeared in Qin Wentian's eyes, and he burst into loud laughter as his previously serious face finally relaxed. "What heaven level?" Qin Wentian asked as he looked at his bride with a smile. "Third heavenly level." Bai Qiushui also smiled. She had a gorgeous smile that completely showed off her beauty. She was turning 16 this year, and she was one of the 4 beauties in the city of heavenly harmony and the eldest daughter of the Bai clan. Third heavenly level, sister was able to form a natural connection with one of the third-level constellations on the first try. Does this mean that in the future she will be able to condense the second and even third astral souls? Great! Let me tell my father this news. It seemed that Bai Qing was even more excited than her elder sister. It is not necessary. A middle-aged man was heading towards them. This was the father of Bai Qiushui and Bai Qing, and his name was Bai Qing Song. As he looked at Bai Qiushui, his hands trembled slightly with excitement as he said, "Qiushui, you have suffered. Dad, if it weren't for Brother Wentian, senior sister probably wouldn't have had a chance to successfully condense her astral soul." Bai Qing squeaked, after which Bai Qing Song turned his attention to Wentian and said with a smile, "Wentian, thank you for today. You should rest, and Bai Qiushui and I will go so as not to interfere." "Okay, Uncle Bai," Qin Wentian replied with a smile. Ever since their clans decided to marry 3 years ago, Bai Qing Song had often invited him to stay at the Bai clan's estate and treated him very well. "Bai Qing, you come with us. Let's not bother Brother Wentian," Bai Qing Song said sternly. However, Bai Qing stuck out her tongue and said, "I want to talk to Brother Wentian some more." Shaking his head, Bai Qing Song grumbled, but agreed and left with Bai Qiushui. "My sister was able to form a natural connection with one of the heavenly Tier 3 constellations. Knowing father, he most likely went to inform all the elders of our clan about this. I certainly don't want to go to such a boring place." Laughing, Bai Qing whispered softly, "Brother Wentian, I didn't believe in your methods before, but to think you really succeeded. In the past, you forbade my sister from absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, and also told her not to try to condense the astral soul. Could it be that you were planning to wait until today? When absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, the energy channels and meridians in the body will be filled with the absorbed yuan qi, which in turn will reduce the sensitivity, which will ultimately destroy the chance of condensing the astral soul." Qin Wentian answered, lying on the ground and contemplating the endless starry sky. Most people absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth in an attempt to sense the astral rivers. In that case, even if they failed to become a star martial cultivator, it would not cause any harm to their martial cultivator cultivation path. However, Brother Wentian's method completely ignores the absorption of heaven and earth yuan qi and increases the chances of sensing and condensing the astral soul. Isn't this too risky? If one fails to sense the astral rivers of the 9 levels of heaven, then the path to becoming a martial cultivator will be difficult due to the lack of yuan qi in the meridians. Bai Qing was curious. "Qin, how many types of astral souls do you know?" Qin Wentian asked a counter-question. Very few in the city of heavenly harmony. Only a few people have successfully condensed their astral souls, so I don't know much about it. But what about Brother Wentian? In the 9 astral rivers, there are an infinite number of constellations that can form natural connections with star martial cultivators. Among the vast number of star constellations, there are also an infinite number of types of astral souls. Those who condense the astral soul based on the Leo constellation would find themselves possessing the tyrannical power of a ferocious beast, with which they could easily tear apart a tiger or a leopard. Those who condense the astral soul based on the heavenly divination constellation would find their vision and sensitivity greatly enhanced, allowing them to see further, as well as increasing their ability to predict an opponent's movements in battle. Those who condense their astral soul based on the blacksmith constellation can become great blacksmiths. If based on the Great Dream constellation, then they can cultivate in their dreams and can even gain the ability to send illusions and cause hallucinations to the enemy. Wow, cultivating in your sleep and creating illusions is too magical, Bai Qing muttered in a low voice. This area is so huge that I heard that many cultivators from the outside world have managed to condense many unique, strange, and fascinating types of astral souls. They can even soar in the sky and dig tunnels in the ground with ease. In this world, star martial cultivators are true rulers and dictators, and martial cultivators can be regarded as ants. If you cannot become one of the rulers, then you may as well give up cultivation. Qin Wentian's eyes glowed. He was determined to become an outstanding star martial cultivator, condense many different types of astral souls, become increasingly stronger, and fly across the sky and travel across the vast world. Uncle Black once said that Heavenly Harmony City was too small. Compared to the world, it was like a small insect. But I heard that, Bai Qing muttered hesitantly. Did you hear that I was born with crippled meridians and was never destined to enter the cultivation path? Qin Wentian smiled. He stood up and said, Who said that those born with crippled meridians are not capable of cultivating? I will be the only one who defies logic and becomes an extremely outstanding star martial cultivator. Looking at Qin Wentian's confident face, Bai Qing snorted with laughter and sincerely added, I also believe in Brother Wentian. I will go so as not to interfere with your cultivation on the way to star martial cultivator. Okay, remember to rest often and don't absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, Qin Wentian reminded her again. Understood. Bai Qing stuck her tongue out at Qin Wentian and then ran away laughing. Looking at her flexible and graceful appearance from behind, Qin Wentian froze as he was suddenly struck with understanding. Unnoticed, this girl has already grown up. At 15 years old, she is no longer the little 12-year-old girl he met 3 years ago. Qin Wentian smiled and lost himself in memories. After Bai Qing left, Qin Wentian began cultivating, and despite his crippled meridians, he still walked forward and closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. He began to collect the energy of the constellations circulating around him through the damaged paths of his meridians. The explosive force of the constellation's energy constantly jostled and crashed into the broken paths, as if threatening to grind his meridians into powder. At this moment, Qin Wentian's face was distorted by a grimace of pain and suffering. This pain, compared to Bai Qiujui's pain, it was like autumn rain in the face of a thunderstorm. The tension he felt was at least 10 times greater. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. Energy channels and meridians were pathways connecting the flow of energy in the human body, but if the meridians were damaged, then the person could be considered disabled with an inferior body. Cultivators, in addition to expanding and strengthening the meridians after the body purification area, had to restore their energy channels, remake them into 9 large meridians, connecting with all 7 main holes, and also improve their internal organs, 4 limbs, and even bone structure. Only then will they be able to fully realize their true potential. When Qin Wentian deliberately crippled his energy channels and meridians, if it were not for Uncle Black immersing him in various herbal medicines, he would have long ago become disabled. The herbal solution was so effective that Qin Wentian not only did not become disabled, but in addition to his intense daily training, he soon began to recover to the physique of a normal person. However, Qin Wentian was not an idiot. Crippling the meridians was clearly not his goal. In the stellar meridian transformation, there was an entry that only with the destroyed meridians could it be possible to reconstruct them and turn them into a set of ideal stellar meridians. The concept was to destroy the first imperfect ones and then install the second perfect ones. The morning air was refreshingly clean. After a night of meditation, Qin Wentian felt that his head was surprisingly clear and alert. As a result, without absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, his body was relatively weak. Therefore, Qin Wentian preferred to go for a run every morning, using the oldest and most reliable method for training the body. Everyone in the Bai clan could see what he did every day, and although they thought this training method was strange, they gradually got used to it. With the meridians destroyed, it was impossible for the young master to cultivate even the most basic forms of martial arts, so it seemed that he was hoping to harden his body by using running as a way to reach the first level of the body refinement realm. This was just a fool's dream, and as a result, everyone in the Bai clan despised Qin Wentian. If it weren't for the lucky coincidence that Qin Wentian was the young master of the Qin clan, the leader of the Bai clan would never have chosen such trash as Qin Wentian to be the groom of his daughter Bai Qiushui. I heard that Senior Miss broke through into the Star Martial Cultivator realm last night, so I wonder if the engagement will still stand. Several voices belonging to the Bai clan servants were discreetly discussing as they looked at Qin Wentian running around. Yes, I heard that last night the clan master called all the elders for an urgent meeting to spread the news throughout the city. It is rumored that Senior Miss Chu Shui has managed to form a natural connection with the third heavenly level constellation. Even among Star Martial cultivators, they are the genius of geniuses. Yes, I agree. People initially have astral gates, which can be used to store astral souls. But if a person does not have talent, then it is impossible to condense the astral soul, and yet Senior Miss was able to sense the constellation of the third heavenly level. In the future, when she breaks through from the 9th level of the body purification area into the arterial circulation area asterisk, she will be able to once again open the astral gate, with the help of which she can condense the second astral soul. At the very least, she should also be a third heavenly level. It's too scary. I can't imagine what level of strength she would have if she opened the astral gate again. In addition, a third heavenly level astral soul contains a huge amount of energy compared to a first heavenly level astral soul. It looks very much like this trash's situation will soon disappear. Only these servants did not know that their quiet voices were heard by Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian had been meditating for many years. Thus, his sensitivity was extremely highly developed and far beyond ordinary people. He could even hear and distinguish the smallest changes in the tones of the voice. However, Qin Wentian did not take the gossip that the servants were whispering to heart. He had known Bai Qiushui for 3 years and interacted closely with her every day. The two of them had already reached a stage similar to a sibling relationship. Even if Bai Qiushui didn't like him, it didn't matter since the two clans they belonged to could easily resolve the matter with a little discussion. In fact, he doesn't care even if the marriage doesn't happen because Bai Qiushui was like a sister to him. 7 days are left until Uncle Bai turns 50 years old, and exactly on this day I will begin to condense my astral soul. This could also be considered gifts to Uncle Bai. Qin Wentian smiled as he imagined the picture. Everyone believed that he could not cultivate due to the destroyed meridians, but they would never know that it was actually Uncle Black who told him to destroy his own meridians. Qin Wentian never questioned Uncle Black's words, and with the methods he taught him, he greatly helped Bai Qiushui condense her astral soul. However, Uncle Black was an eccentric person and strictly forbade Qin Wentian from mentioning his existence in front of others. Qin Wentian slowed down his steps as he unknowingly found himself in the courtyard of Bai Ching Song's mansion. "Wentian!" The voice of Bai Ching Song, who had just appeared, sounded nearby. He looked at him before asking, "Running again?" "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded his head. "Like Bai Ching Shui, I would like to visit her." "Wentian, even if you are unable to cultivate, it doesn't matter. Don't be too hard on yourself." Bai Ching Song did not answer Qin Wentian's question, surprising him for a moment, and then Qin Wentian calmed down and replied, "I will try even harder. You don't have to force yourself. In fact, as an ordinary person, starting a family and living a peaceful life is a pretty good choice." Bai Ching Song continued to speak, causing Qin Wentian to freeze in place, and then looked at Bai Ching Song and couldn't help but feel as if he was talking to a stranger. "Fine." Qin Wentian smiled tightly and said, "Uncle Bai, I'll go." "Okay. And take note, don't run around here for a few days," Bai Ching Song stated, and after Qin Wentian left, he did not allow either Bai Ching or Bai Qiushui to meet him, and at this time, the news of Bai Qiushui condensing the astral soul spread throughout the city of heavenly harmony. When the 3rd day arrived, Qin Wentian finished meditating in the morning. As he walked outside, he realized that 2 guards were blocking his path. Then his heart sank and his gaze became cold, after which he asked, "What does all this mean?" "There is a lot of unrest outside. Young Master Qin, it would be better for you to stay here for the next few days." One of the guards responded coldly as Qin Wentian's heart continued to clench. Previously, everyone in the Bai clan had greeted him, the young master groom, with respect. But now this guard dared to use such a cold tone while talking to him. Qin Wentian was not concerned about his status, but about his attitude. What's happened? Qin Wentian suddenly felt a chill inside. Ever since he helped Qiu Shui condense her astral soul, it seemed to him that everything had been turned upside down. Young Master Qin had better mind his own business and obediently stay inside the house. "How dare you!" Qin Wentian couldn't stand it. "I want to see Uncle Bai." Hearing this, one of the guards chuckled coldly as he looked at Qin Wentian before saying, "Trash, I repeat, you better stay at home obediently. Did you really think that you were our young master groom?" Qin Wentian's heart sank deeply. He wasn't a stupid person. How could he not have guessed what was going on? He was now detained, and when he remembered the words that Uncle Bai told him a few days ago, he realized that the Bai clan wanted to break the engagement. "Uncle Bai, if you wanted to break the engagement, you could talk to me about it directly," Qin Wentian thought, feeling as if he was being torn apart from the inside. Could it be that the entire relationship with the Bai clan in the past 3 years was just a game? Qin Wentian knew the reason why the Bai clan proposed the engagement. They wanted to borrow the strength of the Qin clan. But to think that the Bai clan would dare to do such a thing today— "Shut up!" A reproachful voice rang out, and Qin Wentian turned his head to see Bai Qing running towards him, dragging him into her house. "Brother Wentian!" Bai Qing's eyes were red from crying as she looked at Qin Wentian. "Brother Wentian, my Bai clan has insulted you. I don't understand." Qin Wentian asked, "Qing heir, I want to meet your father. If he wants to cancel the engagement, then I could negotiate with my adoptive father about the cancellation. I, Qin Wentian, will never force anyone to do anything they don't want." "Brother Wentian, my dad, Bai clan, they want to kill you!" Tears flowed down Bai Qing's cheeks and her voice trembled. Her words were like thunder striking Qin Wentian directly in the heart. "Kill me? Why?" Qin Wentian was at a loss as he could not understand. "Brother Wentian, don't ask why. You better leave quickly," Bai Qing begged tearfully. Qin Wentian thought for a moment before saying, "How can I leave if I'm already trapped? I have long ago prepared a fast steed for you at the back door. You just need to take me hostage and leave." Bai Qing took out a dagger and handed it to Qin Wentian, forcing him to approach. "Clanmaster!" Outside the house where Qin Wentian was, a voice came out, coupled with many footsteps, causing Bai Qing's face to turn pale with fear. "Brother Wentian, hurry up!" "Qin heir, tell me why." Qin Wentian spoke each word slowly while keeping his eyes on Bai Qing. "After elder sister became a genius, that same night the news spread throughout Chu country, and eventually the Ye clan from the royal city expressed interest in marriage." Ye clan from the royal city! The air around Qin Wentian became several degrees colder. "They are the sworn enemies of my Qin clan, so the Bai clan wants to use my life to announce that they have indeed cut off all ties with the Qin clan and use my death as an engagement gift to the Ye clan of the royal city." "Brother Wentian, please stop talking." Bai Qing thrust the dagger into his hands only to see him shake his head and stroke her cheek, his cold expression replaced by a gentle smile. "No matter how powerless I, Qin Wentian, am, I still can't fall like this. Lo, to point a dagger at you." The door swung open and Bai Qing's face immediately turned pale. "Bai Qing, come," Bai Qing Song stated coldly. "No, Dad. Elder sister managed to condense the 3rd heavenly level astral soul only thanks to the help of Brother Wentian. Why do we pay evil for good?" Bai Qing yelled at her father. "What do you know? Your sister's talent is far beyond our imagination. She condensed the heavenly level 3 astral soul based solely on her abilities with her own powers. When has she ever needed anyone's help?" Bai Qing Song stated calmly as he looked at Bai Qing. He softened his tone slightly. "Bai Qing, you are still young. Listen to Dad and come here." "Qing heir, go to him." Qin Wentian said softly, causing her to tense up and silently say, "Brother Wentian, remember what I taught you." Qin Wentian gently ruffled Bai Qing's hair and gently pushed Bai Qing Song towards him, after which he glanced at Bai Qing Song and then calmly asked, "Uncle Bai, what are you going to do with me?" "Qing Wentian, not only are you a heaven-born trash, but your behavior is too suspicious to think that you have a chance with my youngest daughter. Tell me, what should I do with you?" At the moment, Bai Qing Song seemed like a complete stranger to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian could only laugh in response, as his last hope had completely faded away. Looking at Bai Qing Song, he asked, "I just want to know what Bai Qushui's reaction was." "You don't need to know that," Bai Qing Song responded coldly, emitting killing intent. "Today, if I die in the Bai clan, no matter the reason, I can guarantee the following. My adoptive father will undoubtedly bring his army and raze the Bai clan to the ground." Suddenly, Qin Wentian said without fear in his eyes. At that moment, his soft face changed to a steely expression. "Uncle Bai, the Bai clan still doesn't have enough strength to fight against my clan, so I strongly recommend that you don't go against me." Shocked to the core, Bai Qing Song stared at Qin Wentian. To think that this gentle young man was so fierce towards him. After thinking for a while, Bai Qing Song turned his back to him and left. "Escort second miss back to her room and don't let her take a single step from there. As for Qin Wentian, make sure he doesn't leave this courtyard." When he saw Bai Qing Song and his men leaving, Qin Wentian couldn't help but feel a chill gnawing at his soul. In just one night, all the built relationships with the Bai clan were destroyed. The once friendly Uncle Bai wanted to truly kill him. Despite Qin Wentian's exceptional temperament and character, he still felt an emptiness in his heart that prevented him from calming down for a long time. Finally, after taking a deep breath, a smile gradually began to appear on Qin Wentian's slightly youthful face. So what if human relationships change over time? He just needs to be himself. He knew that the kindness shown by his adoptive father was very valuable, and there was also Qing Er, who acted behind her father's back and warned Qin Wentian of the danger. However, Qin Wentian did not have much time to sort out his own thoughts. He needed to somehow get out of this situation, and cultivation was the only way to do this. Qin Wentian sat cross-legged, looking at the piece of stone that always hung around his neck, and said, "This damn old man. Uncle Black said this broken piece of stone is all you left me. Don't drag me into hell so you can meet me there as soon as possible." After that, Qin Wentian pulled out 9 silver needles from his bosom and stuck them into the acupuncture points of his head. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his heart, as if he had forgotten everything, and entering a state of deep meditation, imagined himself as a vessel. Very quickly, Qin Wentian was able to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth, as well as the flow of astral energy. It was the effect of meditation. Whether the sensations were weak or strong, it all depended on sensitivity. Qin Wentian's perception was extremely strong. This level of strength, apart from his own talent, was the result of daily meditation. Despite the fact that it was daytime, he quickly entered the desired state, quickly gathered astral energy around his body, and directed it into the body through the meridians for circulation throughout the body. At the moment, despite the fact that all the meridians and energy channels in Qin Wentian's body were completely destroyed, he did not attach any importance to it and continued to drive astral energy throughout his body. He remained in this state until the moon rose, and then the light from the constellations began to gather on Qin Wentian's body, enveloping him in a layer of starlight. Qin Wentian used his imagination to imagine the path to the 9 heavenly levels. His perception abilities continued to intensify, reaching ever greater heights in an attempt to sense the astral rivers of the 9 heavenly levels. This method of self-hypnosis was taught to him by none other than Uncle Black. Sometimes this was necessary to gain stronger willpower through self-hypnosis. Along with the increase in the range of his sensitivity, Qin Wentian began to feel a slight pressure as his perception reached ever greater heights. However, nothing could stop him. Suddenly, Qin Wentian felt himself standing in the middle of endless starry space. He had arrived at the first astral river, With every second of his stay here, Qin Wentian felt his soul more and more amazed by the grandeur of the endless expanses. Standing next to the countless constellations within the 9 heavenly astral rivers, he felt like an ant in a wasteland, a grain of sand on a beach, a drop of water in a vast ocean. The Broom Constellation. Qin Wentian was able to sense the first constellation in his surroundings, and this constellation took the shape of a broom, meaning it was the Broom Constellation. PP constellation broom or star broom, a pun in Chinese that means bad luck. The Willow Constellation. If I condense my astral soul by forming a natural connection with this constellation, then my body will become light and flexible, just like a willow tree. Water Snake Constellation. Celestial Zither Constellation. Qin Wentian froze in a deep breath. It turned out that if he wanted, he could form a natural connection with any of the constellations surrounding him, even those constellations that were recognized as supreme even by Star Marshal cultivators. However, he didn't want to give up so early. After calming himself down, Qin Wentian allowed his feelings to spread even further, passing through the first heavenly layer and moving upward before reaching the 3rd heavenly layer. He felt the pressure getting stronger and stronger, causing Qin Wentian to feel sad as he lost the opportunity to be so carefree and relaxed. And at that time, he slowly thought about which constellation he would choose if he was at the 1st heavenly level. If the other star cultivators knew what he was thinking, they would start spitting blood. Qin Wentian didn't know how strong his sensitivity was, but if we take Bai Chu Shui as an example, who has condensed the astral soul by forming a natural connection with the 3rd heavenly level constellation, then she is already known throughout the entire country of Chu. Indeed, the power of the astral soul after forming a natural connection with the constellation of the 3rd heavenly level is incomparably greater than that of the 1st and 2nd. However, the 3rd heavenly level is not the limit for me. I can go further. Qin Wentian's perception ability increased dramatically, and the pressure he felt also increased in strength. As if the pressure wanted to stop him from continuing on his way, Qin Wentian began to feel waves of pain attacking his head. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and stubbornly continued to climb further. The pain is just a fleeting thought. I need to relax, and the pain will go away when I come out of this state. Qin Wentian arrived at the 4th heavenly level, where colossal energy emanated from the constellations, only strengthening his impulse to rush out and form a natural connection with them. Qin Wentian knew that as long as he wanted, he could become an unprecedented genius of Chu country in an instant. Uncle Black has prepared information about the 5th heavenly level constellations for me. Obviously, I can't help but live up to his expectations. Qin Wentian silently concentrated and sharpened his senses to the limit, trying to continue his journey upward. It is very difficult to form a natural connection and condense the astral soul. In addition to talent, you need to have strong determination. Qin Wentian encouraged himself to endure the red-hot waves of pain tormenting his head and continue his journey upward. And finally, he passed by the 4th and arrived at the 5th heavenly level. In front of him was a skull-shaped constellation emitting a terrifying aura filled with evil and malice. Skull Constellation. Qin Wentian withdrew his astral body and threw away his feelings. Currently, unlike the experience at the 1st heavenly level, he no longer had the opportunity to sense all the constellations in one breath. He could only sense one constellation at a time. A moment later, he came across a constellation that seemed to be filled with a volcanic aura. This is the constellation of the Smoldering Lion. If I form a natural bond with him, I will be able to control the flames of terrifying power, and the power I will wield will be simply tyrannical, Qin Wentian suggested. But in the end, he decided not to make hasty decisions, but to explore the stellar horizons in search of other constellations. After which he felt another constellation nearby, which had the shape of a huge hammer. It was the Heavenly Hammer constellation. Sky Hammer Constellation. Qin Wentian tried to remember the information that Uncle Black had given him regarding this constellation. Suddenly, he calmed his heart and decided to take a risk. His extraordinary sensitivity began to increase in an attempt to connect and form a natural connection with the Skyhammer constellation. He imagined himself as a ready vessel, slowly merging with the astral energy from the heavenly hammer constellation, while the stabbing pain in his head intensified. Columns of starlight began to cascade down from the heavens, shooting out from various astral rivers before falling onto cultivator Qin Wentian's body, enveloping his body in a starry glow. The astral energy began to merge with Qin Wentian's body, while some streams of light concentrated on the stone hanging on his neck. Here, after the terrifying astral energy concentrated on the ordinary stone hanging on Qin Wentian's neck, the stone began to glow dazzlingly brightly and collapse. The remainder of the stone began to merge with Qin Wentian's body until the stone completely disappeared. Only now the pillars of starlight were completely concentrated on Qin Wentian's body. Focused on many points, the huge amount of astral energy was simply tyrannical. A faint shadow with a heavenly hammer form began to merge with Qin Wentian's body until the pain in his head became so intense that it felt like his head was about to explode. However, how could Qin Wentian retreat at such a moment? He gritted his teeth, stubbornly intending to continue without a hint of giving up, and allowed the astral qi to circulate through his destroyed meridians, gradually forming a qi spiral shape. And at the same time, he risked his life to complete the condensation of the astral soul. For only after this could he consider that he had truly joined the ranks of the Star Martial cultivators. Bam, 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 rumbling sounds rang out from within Qin Wentian's body as the tyrannical astral qi rushed chaotically through the destroyed energy channels and meridians, following the direction set by the spiral qi that was frantically spinning around and circulating throughout his entire body. Qin Wentian knew that this was the most important moment and that only after he managed to recreate the meridians could he be considered to have completed his transformation. The extraordinary pain was very difficult to bear, but what was most difficult was that Qin Wentian focused on performing two tasks in parallel, both condensing the astral soul and restoring the destroyed meridians and energy channels throughout the body. Pain is just a fleeting thought. Qin Wentian's heart was full of determination, and the tyrannical qi energy flowing into his body opened the way for the astral energy connecting his entire body, and successfully formed a legendary set of meridians. At the same time, the outline of the heavenly hammer gradually formed, and blood appeared at the corner of Qin Wentian's mouth. Finally, he spat out a clot of fresh blood before finally losing consciousness. While Qin Wentian was unconscious, Mo Shang was standing outside the Bai clan's mansion near the window at the Pure Wind Inn. There was a faint shadow of an astral soul on his forehead. This astral soul is condensed by forming a natural connection with the Heavenly Vision constellation, and it was one of the three astral souls condensed by Mo Shang, the Heavenly Vision astral soul. What a strong astral light! Bai Qiu Shui's talent is truly extraordinary. It looks like she will have no problems passing the first stage of verification. Mo Shang glanced at the horizon, focusing on the cascade of starlight flowing into the Bai clan. Only after the astral pressure disappeared did he exhale without even realizing what it was. The pressure emitted by this source of astral energy was at least that of the third heavenly level constellation, and in the Bai clan, other than Bai Qiu Shui, there was no one who could form a natural connection with the third heavenly level constellation. Stretching, Mo Shang decided to sleep that night. Hearing that Qiu Shui from the City of Heavenly Harmony had succeeded in condensing the third heavenly level astral soul, the Emperor of Chu country immediately sent people to confirm it, and Mo Shang was in the scouting group. Despite the intense competition between the scouts, Mo Shang was not concerned that anyone would be able to snatch Qiu Shui from his hand. After all, he was a representative from the prestigious Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian woke up in the middle of the night and shook his head as his heart beat erratically. My astral soul. Qin Wentian muttered as if trying to remember something. He closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. The next moment, a beam of dazzling light illuminated the entire room, and a faint shadow in the form of a huge hammer appeared on Qin Wentian's forehead. He was incredibly magnificent, as if he was shrouded in starlight. Happened! To think that I had successfully condensed the astral soul, forming a natural connection and merging with the heavenly hammer constellation. Now I just need a cultivation method that will completely match and complement my heavenly hammer astral soul. Only then can I unleash my full power." Qin Wentian muttered under his breath. He then furrowed his brows slightly, as he discovered what looked like remnants of starlight, hidden in his mind. What is this? Qin Wentian dived deeper into his mind to study. In his mind, he discovered a faint shadow in the shape of the heavenly hammer constellation, which occupied all the space in the astral gate. As he dived even deeper, he sensed a tiny piece of astral energy located in the shadow of the heavenly hammer, which continuously emitted an incomprehensible astral energy which seemed to limit the astral soul of the heavenly hammer. Qin Wentian scratched the back of his head, wondering why such a thing appeared in his mind. Could it be that... Qin Wentian vaguely remembered what happened to him before he lost consciousness, and in order to confirm his guess, he looked at the stone hanging around his neck. There was only a rope. The stone was gone. "Ah, this stone was left to me by the damn old man!" Qin Wentian's face tensed. Pup, the stone was left by his biological father. At this moment, the light emitted by the astral being was released from the top of the faint shadow of the heavenly hammer. The released points of starlight were so oversaturated that they exploded, and then the sound of the explosion itself was heard. And Qin Wentian felt his head split in pain as fragments of memory began to flow directly into his mind. After that, the light became so weak that it seemed to disappear completely, and even Qin Wentian could not sense it. Thousandfold tempering purification technique. This was a memory storage technique. This astral being actually contained a memory within itself, and after it sensed the astral soul, it merged with it. Qin Wentian's heart was pounding wildly with excitement as he realized what had happened. Suddenly, various memories began to appear in his mind. A set of cultivation techniques that could use both the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the astral qi to temper the body, strengthen the bones, clear the meridians, and strengthen the organs. This was the martial cultivator's first realm, the body refinement realm, for the cultivator to obtain a perfect body. There were a total of 9 levels of the body purification area. After cleansing the body, impurities are purified, and one could use the internal yuan to stimulate acupuncture points, thereby ensuring high strength of these same points. After which all energy channels and meridians are connected to each other, forming a circle of blood circulation in which all blood vessels will expand. Thus, inexhaustible energy will rotate through the newly formed path and generate limitless power with the help of special combat techniques. This area was called the area of arterial circulation. The body purification area produces a flawless human body that can harness the full potential of a person. At this level, a person receives heroic strength, which would allow him to tear apart leopards and tigers, as well as cut huge rocks in two. The area of arterial circulation gives boundless power and terrible strength. There was nothing that was impossible to achieve with this power. After that, there was a legendary area that possessed incomparable power, the yuan concentration area. At this stage, all the yuan energy will condense into liquid form and form the foundation of the yuan focus in the body. Cultivators located in this area have tremendous strength and can fly through the sky with ease. Star cultivators who have condensed their astral soul can freely absorb the yuan qi of the constellations. The yuan qi of the constellations was known as the astral yuan qi or astral qi. The astral qi absorbed by a star martial cultivator complements the constellation with which he has formed a natural connection. For example, for those who condense the astral soul in the constellation Leo, the astral qi in their bodies has properties similar to those of their constellations. This means that they will have the power of a ferocious lion, and when they attack, their strength increases. And if you use astral qi in combination with astral soul, the power would become even greater. This was why star martial cultivators dominated everyone in this world. Ordinary cultivation techniques are about cultivating and tempering the body through suffering and pain. But this 1,000-time tempering refining technique is akin to self-torture. Repeatedly endure the blows of a blacksmith's hammer 100 times and then 1,000 times. The steel must be forged many times before a good sword can be made. Only through constant improvement can one break through limits and overcome oneself. Qin Wentian's heart trembled, and he suddenly made up his mind. Then he stood up and headed towards the training area in the backyard. Qin Wentian took a deep breath before raising his head and looking at the stars and the endless sky. A slight smile appeared on his face. Now that he had condensed the astral soul, he could absorb the astral qi and enter the path of cultivation. Closing his eyes, Qin Wentian released his astral soul, and through his sensitivity, he felt a natural connection with the heavenly hammer constellation located at the 5th heavenly level. At this moment, a domineering, aggressive astral qi cascaded down onto Qin Wentian's body, enveloping him in a layer of starlight. Qin Wentian could clearly sense every vibration of that domineering, aggressive astral qi that emanated from the 5th heavenly level. The gap in the astral qi power of the star martial cultivators who condense the astral soul at the 5th heavenly level is incomparably huge compared to those who condensed at the 1st or 2nd heavenly level. They couldn't even be compared. It took a long time before Qin Wentian's vessel was filled to the brim, and he began to perform the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique. Immediately, many hammers began to unite with his body and began to forge furiously. Only by absorbing the astral qi would he not be able to reach the body refinement realm. The only way was to use the technique he had obtained and absorb the astral qi at the same time. Only then would his body become stronger and reach the body refinement realm. It hurts so much. Streams of sweat began to appear on Qin Wentian's forehead as a grinding sound was heard from his body as he endured constant attacks from the astral hammers. Only by enduring this excruciating pain generated by the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique will he be able to achieve an ideal body. The larger the source of aggressive astral qi was, the more intense the pain would be. Ah! Qin Wentian let out a low roar, but was still determined to endure the pain caused by the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique. The volume of the roar, which became more and more terrifying, increased until the astral qi in his body was completely exhausted. However, this was not the end. Refusing to give up, Qin Wentian rose to his feet and the heavenly hammer materialized in his hands. He began to gracefully wield the hammer, continuing to endure the pain. This was what the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique was. Only after going through tens of thousands of blows will he be able to step over his limits and get the desired result. The starlight emanating from the 5th heavenly level constellation fell onto the heavenly hammer that Qin Wentian wielded gracefully, as if dancing. Crackling noises began to be heard from the hammer as it went through constant transformations. After 100 repetitions, the unique set of star meridians in Qin Wentian's body also gradually took the form of a heavenly hammer, and the astral qi circulated through the star meridians of the entire body smoothly, without a hitch. Exuding a feeling of extreme comfort, Qin Wentian even forgot about all the pain and fatigue from before. Kacha! Came from Qin Wentian's body. All his tendons, meridians, bones, and muscles were shaking at the same time. And finally, after several cycles of pushing past his limits, the ordeal was finally over. Placing both palms on the ground, Qin Wentian quickly exhaled. This 1,000-time tempering refining technique truly made him put his life on the line. The pain in Qin Wentian's body was far beyond normal, and he felt that he was completely exhausted, as if he could crumble at any moment. Could it be because I have never cultivated before and my body is weak, as is the foundation I have laid? Maybe that's why I'm suffering so much now. Qin Wentian muttered as he sat cross-legged on the ground and no longer held the huge hammer. The amount of astral qi seemed to be inexhaustible as starlight cascaded down on him in a continuous cascade. Qin Wentian absorbed the astral qi in an attempt to recover quickly. The night passed quickly and dawn came. The air was humid, but Qin Wentian, who cultivated on the ground, did not feel any hint of cold. He opened his eyes and moved his body, feeling that the movements were smooth and not constraining. Moreover, there was no trace of yesterday's pain and suffering. Now Qin Wentian felt more vigorous than ever. His body was full of strength and energy. Such a strong regeneration ability is truly worthy of the Heavenly Hammer constellation. Based on the research done by Uncle Black, the reason why he chose the Skyhammer constellation to form a natural bond was because of several special abilities that only the Skyhammer constellation had. 1. Explosive Strength 2. Invulnerable Defense 3. High-Speed Regeneration. Additionally, the Heavenly Hammer can also be used to forge weapons, granting the wielder a more advanced understanding of blacksmithing and increasing their level of talent in blacksmithing. Using the 1,000-time tempering purification technique and breaking through my own limits, I reached the 3rd level of the body purification realm in just one night. All this is thanks to my astral soul and the 1,000-fold tempering purification technique. Now it's time to test my physical strength. Qin Wentian walked to a stone bench nearby, then gathered his strength and hit the bench with all his might. There was a crash, and the bench turned into a pile of dust. So this is my strength. A simple blow exceeds the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers combined. Qin Wentian muttered to himself. The strength level of 9 bulls and 2 tigers meant titanic strength, and the martial cultivators who had also stepped into the 3rd level of the refined body realm also possessed similar monstrous strength. At the 1st level of the body purification realm, one could possess the strength of 1 bull. On the 2nd level, the strength of 4 bulls. At the 3rd level, the strength of 9 bulls. And if one could break through to the 9th level of the refined body realm, one could obtain the strength equivalent to 81 bulls. A perfect body and an unimaginably terrifying amount of strength was the reason why many people wanted to become martial cultivators. Force! After a person became a martial cultivator, over time he could gain heroic strength and great power. However, this only applies to the division of power between martial cultivators. As for star martial cultivators who use astral energy, the power they would possess would undoubtedly be much greater than that of strong martial cultivators of the same level. In just one night, the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique allowed him to reach a strength level exceeding 9 oxen. How could he not be happy? Heading to the center of the training ground, he was ready to continue executing the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique, continuing to endure the excruciating pain to strengthen his body. In fact, Qin Wentian considered this to be the norm. Star martial cultivators who had condensed the 5th heavenly level astral soul were capable of absorbing astral chi that was extremely aggressive in nature. With such a domineering 5th heavenly level, astral chi coupled with the 1,000-fold tempering refinement technique, at least in the initial stage of cultivation, one could easily refine one's body and gain a great boost in strength. Right now, Qin Wentian didn't want to waste any more time. He was afraid that his adoptive father still didn't know the truth about what happened. Staying with the Bai clan was not a good decision, as danger lurked everywhere. He wanted to rely on his own strength and get out of here as soon as possible. Inside the Pure Wind Inn, Mo Shang sat by the window and enjoyed some liquor. Bai Ching Song's 50th birthday was in 3 days. It was said that this time the Bai clan had sent out invitations throughout the country, and there would be many big shots from the royal capital of Chu country. Patrons at other tables were discussing this. Most were there only because of the commotion and interest. Great. That's what I heard too. It seems that this Bai Ching Song is using his daughter's breakthrough to raise his own position. But his daughter's talent is really too scary to think that she was able to condense the 3rd heavenly level astral soul. Its future potential cannot be underestimated. When she opened the astral gate for the 2nd and 3rd time, she would be able to condense at least 2 additional astral souls, which could be at least heavenly level 3 or even higher. Such talent, even in the country of Chu, is considered extremely great, akin to a gift from the gods. You are damn right. I heard that the Bai clan also wants to cancel their previous marriage commitment, but this is to be expected. This Qin Wentian from the Qin clan is just a piece of trash. What status does he have to be a match for Bai Chiu Shui? Any person with even a drop of brains would have driven him away. I also heard that the young trash master was wasting the Qin clan's Yuan meteor stones. I really don't know why Qin Chuan still loves him and spends so many treasures on this adopted child. Many people silently shook their heads, wondering the same question. Here all conversations instantly stopped when a silhouette in a long robe began to climb up the hotel stairs. When this person came into view, everyone was in awe of her beauty. Without a doubt, she was a lady from a distinguished clan. Bai Qiu Shui, the genius of the Bai clan, someone said in a quiet voice. Mo Shang, who was nearby, glanced sideways at Bai Qiu Shui and, silently appraising her, approved of her. This little girl was indeed very pretty, with a high level of talent in addition to her beautiful appearance. No wonder the Yi clan was interested in marriage. After that, Mo Shang continued to enjoy the liquor and turned his attention to the other side. His gaze was directed towards the Bai clan, and he thought to himself, the Bai clan was previously rejected by the royal capital, but nevertheless, now, it seems that their status will rise quite significantly. Celebrating a birthday in a few days will definitely make the atmosphere very lively. Here Mo Shang froze. Due to the peculiarity of the compaction of his astral soul, he himself became more sensitive to astral energy. In this case, he could sense that a huge amount of extremely aggressive astral energy was being released somewhere, and felt that it was coming from the Bai clan. He became very interested, and Mo Shang's eyes changed. Pale shadows of the constellations orbiting around appeared in his pupils, giving the impression that he was able to see anything and everything. Ha! Mo Shang's heart skipped a beat. Based on the fluctuation of this astral energy that he perceived, it was quite possible to assume that it belonged to a level that was above the third heavenly level. Was there another hidden talent in the Bai clan? But why are they only spreading news about Bai Qiu Shui? Mo Shang was puzzled by the Bai clan's actions. It looks like I will have to visit the Bai clan in person tonight. Qin Wentian was unaware of Mo Shang's existence. He was only concerned with increasing his strength level through cultivation. Using the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique, he endured the pain to reforge his body, and finally, after suffering excruciating agony, the sound of ka-cha came from Qin Wentian's body. Then his body underwent another change. A warm smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. He knew that he had just successfully broken through to the 4th level of the body refinement realm. The first 3 levels of the body purification area strengthened the flesh and muscles, and the middle 3 levels strengthened the energy channels and bones, and finally the last 3 levels strengthened the internal organs. Night had already fallen, and by this time Qin Wentian had finished practicing. Many thoughts were going through his mind as Qin Wentian left the training ground and walked towards the courtyard. Qin Wentian believed that if he told the truth to Bai Qing Song, based on his current achievements, Bai Qing Song would immediately change his mind about calling off the engagement. However, he didn't want to appear cheap and humiliate himself. A small question will be enough for Qin Wentian to know the true face of a person. The only thing he would like to find out now is how Bai Qiu Shui treated him. Considering what they had been through in these 3 years and the time they had known each other, he had come to the conclusion that she would worry about him too. In 3 days, at Bai Qing Song's birthday celebration, I have to ask her in person. Qin Wentian firmly decided to himself. He then headed towards the exit, only to see 2 guards still standing there blocking his way. It was no secret that Qin Wentian was born with destroyed meridians, and Bai Qing Song no longer had any desire to waste his resources on him. The guards here thought the same about Qin Wentian. After the guards saw Qin Wentian approaching, one of them blocked his way and angrily said, "Get out!" "Oh, looks like the puppy has learned to bite." Qin Wentian's face immediately turned cold. The words Qin Wentian said caused the guard to freeze for a moment and his face to turn gray. Immediately after this, the guard looked threateningly and said with a cruel smile on his face, "It seems that our young master Qin is too used to living carefree and has forgotten what situation he is in. Since this is the case, let me remind you." Screaming in anger, the guard raised his fist and rushed forward, aiming for Qin Wentian's head. The movement of the air current caused by the blow of the guardian's fist was extremely powerful. Qin Wentian's reaction speed and senses were extremely acute. For Qin Wentian, who had already entered the ranks of the Star Martial cultivators, the guard's strikes were exceptionally slow. Qin Wentian easily tilted his body to the side and dodged the punch as he moved towards him, then jumped up and used his knee to punch his opponent's chest. At that moment, boom! The guard's internal organs were torn apart and he was sent flying. And when the guard landed back on the ground, he was already dead. What? At this time, the second guard was shocked, but quickly came to his senses. Shrugging his shoulders dismissively, he thought to himself, how weak was he, since I was so easily caught off guard by this scum. With a cold glint in his eyes, the remaining guard gathered all his strength and struck. His blow pierced the air with an angry roar akin to the roar of a tiger. It was the basic fist technique, ferocious tiger fist. This time, Qin Wentian did not shy away. His fist was like a steel hammer when colliding directly with the guard's fist. Kacha! There was the sound of breaking bones. However, the broken fist belonged to the guard, breaking before the guard could even scream. Without giving him a chance to react, Qin Wentian's fist instantly landed on the guard's head. However, now Qin Wentian struck without energy to knock out, not kill, the guard. After Qin Wentian did what had to be done, he threw both bodies inside the small house that was used to imprison him, after which he changed into a guard's clothes and disappeared into the darkness. Having lived here for 3 years, Qin Wentian knew the nightly patrols of the Bai clan all too well. He deliberately took long paths, avoiding night patrols, and after an hour, he finally arrived at the main gate of Bai Manor. Qin Wentian's footsteps echoed loudly as he approached the doors, but he couldn't completely shake off the strange sensations and was a little nervous. If he was caught by the Bai clan's people now, he knew that Bai Qingsong would not let him get away so easily. As luck would have it, someone just like Qin Wentian came out of the main gate. He heard footsteps approaching him. Having no other choice, he lowered his head, making himself as inconspicuous as possible. "Who are you? Why are you sneaking around with your head down?" The cold voice that came to him was his, causing his heart to tremble slightly. Traces of a small smile appeared on his face. Are the gods playing a trick on me? Who would have thought that they would meet each other here? Bai Qiushui could not help herself, but she took a few steps back, fearing him. Time stood still for a moment as the two looked at each other in silence. Qin Wentian had been observing Bai Qiushui's expression from the very beginning, from a state of panic to a state of calm. He smiled slightly, but inside he felt disappointed. It was as if he knew what Bai Qiushui was thinking. "I had no other choice," Bai Qiushui explained. Without saying anything, Qin Wentian looked at her silently. Never in his fantasies would he have thought that such a scenario would happen between them. How many years have you wasted researching astral soul condensation, and yet this is your limit? And what is the benefit of this? You could only be a minor character, helping others to condense their astral souls. From the very beginning, you were doomed to be deceived by me. Bai Qiushui's hair fluttered beautifully in the wind, highlighting her beauty. However, Qin Wentian was not in the mood to admire her beauty right now, because his heart turned cold when he heard what Bai Qiushui said. "So this is the reason why the Bai clan repaid my help with evil?" Bai Qiushui ignored his question and said, Ye Wuke, at the age of 13, had already formed a natural connection with the second heavenly level constellation and condensed his first astral soul. At the age of 15, he entered the arterial circulation region and opened the second astral gate, forming a natural connection with the constellation of the third heavenly level, condensing the second astral soul. And now, at the age of under 18, his cultivation is already at the 8th level of the arterial circulation domain, and now he has hopes of entering the Yuan Fu domain before the age of 20. The distance between him and you is like the distance between heaven and earth. How could you even begin to compare? Qin Wentian understood the meaning of Qiushui's words. This time, the groom candidate was most likely Ye Wuke. "You can leave. In the end, you didn't do anything bad to me, quite the opposite. I am not the one who will make your situation difficult so coldly and insensitively. Even if you don't die, there is no way you can interfere with the marriage of the Bai clan and the Ye clan. And in the future, we are both destined to be people belonging to different worlds." After speaking, Bai Qiushui walked past Qin Wentian. At this moment, he couldn't help it, but he felt that Bai Qiushui had become a stranger to him. Or maybe that was who she really was. He could only blame himself for being so blind and not seeing what was hidden behind the beautiful facade. "Bai Qiushui, Qin Wentian suddenly said, causing Bai Qiushui to stop. 3 years ago, your father Bai Qing Song was the one who initiated the marriage with my Qin clan. My adoptive father did not want to influence your future with his consent, but nevertheless, under the pressure of Bai Qing Song, he still gave in. During these 3 years, my adoptive father has done his best for the Bai clan, providing your clan with resources, assisting the Bai clan in trying to rebuild itself, and was never arrogant or overbearing while leading the Bai clan. In turn, I considered the Bai clan to be my relatives. 5 days ago, I helped you condense the astral soul, and yet, your Bai clan actually wanted to kill me. Now, when you say you'll let me go and don't want to make my life difficult, it's nothing more than a joke. This cannot be called payment for good. This is pure sarcasm. Every word Qin Wentian said was filled with indifference and bone-chilling coldness. He slowly walked away and, without turning around, said, "But you are right. From the very beginning, you and I were destined to become people belonging to different worlds." The Qin estate was located north of Heavenly Harmony City. The distance between the Qin and Bai estates is about 100 li. After Qin Wentian left the Bai clan, he moved quickly throughout the night. It was already day when he returned to the Qin estate. pp. 1 li, approximately 571.5 m, and 100 li, approximately 57 kilometers. After he entered the cultivation path, Qin Wentian's physique was extremely strong. This is evidenced by the fact that he did not experience any fatigue, despite running all night. At the entrance to the Qin estate, there was a sculpture of the ancestor of the Qin clan, Qin Wu, holding a battle spear and riding a powerful warhorse. Qin Wu was the supreme commander in charge of the powerful army of the Chu country. His famous name preceded him, and his brilliant achievements in the war led to fame and honor. For his country, Qin Wu did not hesitate to rush onto the battlefield, using his body as a shield, cutting off the enemy's arms, reaching towards the emperor. But after the emperor consolidated his power and eventually died, his subsequent generations, out of fear of Qin Wu's power, exiled the Qin clan to the north of the empire, where they settled near the city of Heavenly Harmony, but far from the central government. And after some time, the power that the Qin clan had became less and less. Looking at Qin Wu's sculpture, Qin Wentian couldn't do anything but smile bitterly. There were indeed some similarities between both of them and their stories. As Qin Wentian took a step forward and entered the Qin manor, he noticed a crowd of people rushing to a certain place. Curiosity took hold of his heart. He stopped the first maid he came across and asked, "What happened?" "Ah, young Master Qin Wentian, the young lady from our clan, and the young master who went to the Royal Capital Academy returned home yesterday. The clan master wants to see their progress at the training ground today. They finally returned after a whole year." The country of Chu had a 3000-year history, as well as vast lands and more than 100 cities with a population of 1 trillion people. Among all the cities in Chu country, the royal capital was the most prosperous. Not only was it the center of power, but it was also a holy land for cultivation. Almost all of Chu country's powerful clans send their young talents to the royal capital in hopes of enrolling in one of the many prestigious military academies and colleges. The Qin clan was clearly no exception. In the same generation as Qin Wentian, there were 3 others who were the future of the Qin clan. In order to maximize their potential and enhance their cultivation levels, the 3 of them entered various prestigious military academies in the royal capital. I wonder what their cultivation level is since they recently returned from the Chu country capital, Qin Wentian muttered as he walked toward the training ground. When Qin Wentian arrived at the site, he saw that the elders were already there, and at the top of the arena there were crackling sounds akin to wind and thunder. There were 2 young people, and the fight between them was in full swing. Qin Wentian looked at one of the 2 young men who was wearing yellow robes. Qin was the same age as Qin Wentian, and when the latter watched the fight, he was able to notice that Qin had won without any problems. The fist, accompanied by the roar of a raging tiger, rushed towards the enemy. The power of the fist was like when a ferocious tiger was hunting. The boundless power shown made the mountains shake. The young man who was fighting Qin Ji flew out of the arena and punched the ground with his body upon landing. The name of this fist technique is Fierce Tiger Descends from the Mountain, although it is even scarier than a real tiger descending. In my estimation, Qin Ji has already reached the 7th level of body refinement realm. Qin Wentian wondered when he saw the power demonstrated. A martial cultivator at the 7th level of the body refinement realm has strength comparable to that of 49 bulls, and his fists will be even harder than steel. Qin Ji was a star martial cultivator. The astral soul he condensed was located in the Valiant Tiger constellation with strength-enhancing characteristics, and when it was complemented with the Tiger Roar fist technique, its colossal power was simply terrifying. Not too bad. Just think, Qin Ji already possesses this level of strength. However, compared to brother Qin Shan and sister Qin Yao, his talent is still somewhat weak. A year ago, Qin Yao had already reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. Her power level must be amazing right now. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he quietly added, "Moreover, this kind of power is exactly what the body refinement realm should have. If one ever breaks into the arterial circulation region, the full potential of the human body will be unleashed, and the boundless energy circulating in the circle will result in enhancing the fighting techniques performed to demonstrate divine might and amazing strength." "Wentian!" A loud voice sounded, after which the gazes of the people who were watching the battle turned and glared at Qin Wentian. The one who shouted this was none other than his adoptive father, Qin Chuan. "Wentian, why did you come back?" Qin Chuan's noble and stern expression changed to a gentle smile. Adoptive father Qin Wentian had so many things he wanted to say, but at that moment, he was somewhat shocked by the memories from the past. When he was a child, Uncle Black accompanied him all the way to the Qin clan, and the Qin clan master Chuan accepted him. Throughout all these years, he showed love and care, without depriving Qin Wentian of anything, and cherished him like his own child. As I expected, after Bai Qiu Shui created a natural connection with the 3rd heavenly level constellation and condensed the astral soul, the fame of her shocking talent spread throughout Chu country. "You must have been kicked out of the Bai clan, am I right?" The voice next to Qin Chuan sneered. This man was Qin Chuan's father's younger cousin, the second person with the highest authority in the Qin clan, Qin He. "Be silent," Qin Chuan said coldly. "Big brother, don't you believe me? Now that the Bai clan and the Yi clan of the royal capital had such a close relationship, there were even rumors that said that the young genius Ye Wu-Kei of the Ye clan had already proposed a marriage contract, seeking to marry Bai Qiu Shui. Do you think the Bai clan will still honor the marriage agreement between them and us?" Qin He laughed coldly, causing the nearby spectators to look at him with different expressions of interest in the conflict that had arisen. Then the sound of a flute came from the sky. The expressions of the surrounding people froze for a moment, and they raised their heads in search of the source of the sound. But they only saw a man in a yellow robe soaring on a huge eagle. Qin Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. How dare this person be so rude as to ride an eagle and cross the airspace above my Qin manor? "Teacher!" At that moment, a voice belonging to a young girl was heard. Qin Chuan looked at the girl who was standing next to him and asked, "Yao Er, is he your teacher?" "Yes." Qin Yao nodded her head before saying, "Master, why did someone as respected as you decide to visit Qin Manor today? Please sit next to me in the place of honor." "Yao Er, I heard that there is a marriage arrangement between the Qin clan and the Bai clan. Is this true?" asked a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Qin Yao hesitated for a moment, but finally replied, "Yes, it's true." As she finished speaking, a huge eagle swooped down from the sky and landed in the arena. The man wearing a yellow robe smiled coldly and said, "The reason for my visit lies precisely in this matter. I have heard about Bai Qiu Shui's amazing talent, and I'm here to give an invitation to her so that she can join the Royal Academy of Chu country." This simple sentence shocked all the spectators gathered at the training ground. Now Bai Qiu Shui has turned into a phoenix among people in one fell swoop. Even the prestigious Royal Academy of Chu country personally sent her an invitation. Whereas despite the enormous size of the Qin clan, only Qin Yao had a talent high enough to qualify for admission to the Royal Academy. Even if the academy wants to enroll Bai Chu Shui, there is no need for the respected teacher to personally deliver the letter. Can't the academy send a letter via courier? Qin Yao asked curiously. Qin Yao, the situation this time is very different. Just imagine, the first astral soul that Bai Chu Shui condensed was a third heavenly level. Not only that, the Royal Academy and other prestigious academies in the royal capital were also notified of this. They also sent their staff to personally deliver the invitation to her. Thus, all the academies came to the conclusion that we might as well organize recruitment in the city of Heavenly Harmony. The location will be Bai Clan in 2 days. For Bai Qingsong's birthday, at the Bai Clan. Qin Yao furrowed her brow. Obviously, the birthday celebration was just for show. Right. Celebrating the birthday is not the main goal. The key point is to enroll Bai Chu Shui. I also learned that even the Imperial Star Academy was interested and sent someone to Heavenly Harmony City. Thus, I do not dare to be careless. Ha ha, Tang Ling, since you already know that my Imperial Star Academy sent an invitation, why are you wasting your time here? At that moment, a voice filled with carefree laughter sounded in the sky. Tang Ling's expression immediately turned cold, and he turned his head towards the voice. Mo Shang! Tang Ling bared his teeth in a cold smile. Just think, Mo Shang has the same idea as him, to use the relationship between the Qin clan and the Bai clan to recruit Bai Chu Shui. Despite this, Tang Ling was not worried. After all, Qin Yao was his personal disciple. In terms of relationships, she was one level above Mo Shang. Brother Qin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. How is Uncle Qin's health? Stepping forward, Mo Shang asked Qin Chuan. The Uncle Qin that Mo Shang was talking about was the son of the commander-in-chief Qin Wu. Qin Wu was also the father of the current clan head Qin Chuan. When ancestor Qin was still alive, father and son raged on the battlefields. But after the death of the previous emperor, the Qin clan lost most of its power and was expelled from the city of Heavenly Harmony. P. Both ancestor Qin and his son were called Qin Wu. Same pronunciation, but different meaning. Thank you for your concern, Brother Mo Shang. My father is doing well, but he has difficulty walking. Otherwise, he would have come out to greet you. Although Qin Chuan was smiling on the surface, he internally felt danger in his heart. Mo Shang was a representative of the Imperial Star Academy. Just imagine that he would personally come to invite Bai Chu Shui. It seemed that a marriage between Bai Chu Shui and Qin Wentian would not save anything. Mo Shang, Bai Chu Shui will only join my Royal Academy. Tang Ling stared at the representative of the Imperial Star Academy. Hints of challenge could be heard in his voice. Yeah? Mo Shang laughed before sitting down. His gaze swept over all the spectators gathered at the training ground before landing near Qin Wentian. When he snuck into the Bai clan's estate last night in hopes of finding out the genius they were hiding, he was surprised to accidentally discover something more interesting. There was a man running away from the Bai clan. Out of curiosity, he followed the young man all the way to the Qin clan. And that's when I thought that the Bai clan was hiding an expert of Yuan Fu's level. I never would have thought that this expert was in fact this tomboy in front of me. Based on the pressure and fluctuations of the astral energy that I sensed, his talent is no lower than Bai Chu Shui. Mo Shang sang softly. It turned out that this time the trip was not in vain. At this moment, the audience's hearts skipped a beat. The Royal Academy will only accept members of the royal clan or people with amazing talents. Among all academies, the Royal Academy is one of the top 3. As for the Imperial Star Academy, their recruitment criteria were even stricter. They only accepted Star Marshal cultivators, and every student who entered the Imperial Star Academy would graduate without any problems with at least the cultivation level of the Yuan Fu domain. The level of the Yuan Fu domain was an order of magnitude higher than the arterial circulation domain. The cultivators of the Yuan Fu domain created a Yuan palace in their bodies that had unimaginable power that was far beyond the arterial circulation domain, and could rely on the essence of heaven and earth, even soar in the air and fly across the sky. All of the Yuan Fu domain's cultivators were terrifying beings that could destroy Heavenly Harmony City with a snap of their fingers. To think that now representatives from both the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy had come to the Qin Manor because of Bai Chu Shui. Tang Ling believed that the reason for Mo Shang's appearance in the Qin clan was the same as his, and so he couldn't help but feel a slight pressure. Turning to Qin Yao, he asked, "Yao who is the lucky one who was engaged to Bai Qiushui?" "This." Qin Yao's face took on a tortured expression as her beautiful eyes darted towards Qin Wentian before she replied, "Master, this is the case. I'm afraid something unexpected has happened." "Oh, anything unexpected?" Tang Ling was numb. Qin Wentian glanced at Qin Chuan as if seeking help while she was feeling awkward. She had only heard vague rumors, but they were not confirmed. And thus, she did not dare to inform Tang Ling as she was afraid of misleading the teacher. "Wentian, come!" Qin Chuan beckoned to Qin Wentian. After Qin Wentian approached him, Qin Chuan addressed two representatives from prestigious academies. "Brother Mo Shang, Brother Tang Ling, this is Qin Wentian, my son, the one who was engaged to Bai Qiushui. The circumstances my son finds himself in are very delicate. Despite his God-given talent, he cannot cultivate. Dear brothers, based on your rich experience, can you help him?" "Elder brother, he was born with destroyed meridians. What the F***CK is a God-given talent," Qin He intervened. "Quiet. Wentian was not born with destroyed meridians, it was due to an accident. His talent and sensitivity are beyond our comprehension." Qin Chuan scolded, and anger distorted his face. At this moment, Tang Ling and Mo Shang narrowed their eyes as if they had seen something. Although they acted in the same way, the thoughts that pushed them to do so were completely different. "Let me see," Mo Shang and Tang Ling said at the same time. They extended their hands and placed them on Qin Wentian's wrists. "His meridians really are destroyed." Tang Ling's heart sank slightly in disappointment, and an unpleasant look appeared on his face. Removing his hands, he laughed lightly and stated, "What a waste of time. I was expecting a dragon like a phoenix, but to think that instead I would find a dragon like a snake." Qin Chuan's pupils shrank, and his face became cold. "You don't find your words slightly inappropriate. You better think what you're saying." After Tang Ling heard Qin Chuan cut him off, a murderous lust appeared in his eyes. How brazen! The authority of the Qin clan decreases with each new generation. If it were not for the talent of Bai Qiushui and Qin Yao, he would not have set foot in the Qin estate. To think that he dared to use such a tone when addressing him. Holding back his anger, Tang Ling sneered sarcastically, "Qin Chuan, look at how pitiful the Qin clan is now. Stop dreaming and face reality." "If you have nothing more to say, get out of here," Qin Chuan said coldly. Qin Yao felt as if she was caught between a rock and a hard place. "Master, my dad has always been impulsive. Please don't take his words to heart." "Qin Yao, your father doesn't know how to properly assess the situation," Tang Ling stated coldly. "Yao, from now on you no longer have the right to call this person your teacher." Qin Chuan intervened, and Qin Yao turned pale with fear. With anger contorting Tang Ling's face, he muttered, "Okay, very good." Looking at what was happening before his eyes, Qin Wentian could not help but feel guilty inside. After all, for his sake, Qin Chuan deliberately offended many people, and now he had even gone so far as to quarrel with the respected teacher Qin Yao. However, Mo Shang thought completely differently from Tang Ling. Looking at Qin Wentian, Mo Shang smiled slightly before asking, "Brother Qin, when were his meridians crippled?" "When he was 6. Qin Chuan replied, "Initially, we thought that this was a temporary phenomenon. Who would have thought that temporary effects due to increased intensity of stress would ultimately lead to the destruction of all meridians? 6 years. Mo Shang sighed. Staring at Qin Wentian, he removed his hand. If what he guessed was true, what frightening tenacity, what frightening willpower. Remembering what happened, Mo Shang could not help himself but sneer at Tang Ling with contempt. What an idiot he is. Boom, boom, boom. Then all the spectators felt that the ground was shaking under their feet and heard the clopping of horses. The Qin clan members had various expressions on their faces: anger, shock, and surprise. Who would dare to invade the Qin clan on horseback? Very quickly they were able to see a warrior armed with a long spear in his hand, mounted on a war horse, and galloping in their direction, followed by many other horsemen. In addition to the armor, this warrior wore a long black cloak, which seemed to shine with dim light and flutter with the movements of the wind. His gaze was as sharp as a sword and gave off a savage coldness. Leng Ying. Hatred flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes. To think that his Qin estate would be such a popular place today. Leng Ying was a deputy general under his father. His personality was sinister and ruthless, and he was constantly at odds with Qin Wu. After he defected to the Ye clan, he used the knowledge he gained from working together and ruthlessly suppressed the Qin clan. "Young master, long time no see," Leng Ying said while looking directly at Qin Chuan. Leng Ying's gaze was similar to that of a predator looking at its prey. "Leng Ying, you really decided to storm the Qin estate with so many people. It seems like you are indeed becoming more and more uncontrollable." Qin Chuan exclaimed coldly, and a murderous lust appeared in his eyes. Leng Ying didn't even pay attention to Qin Chuan's words. The Qin clan was no longer the same as before. How could Leng Ying be afraid of the lame tiger? He was the one who pulled the strings in the shadows and played a major role in weakening the Qin clan. But as long as Qin Wu was still alive, he felt some fear when facing the Qin clan. Well, it didn't matter to him who weakened the Qin clan, as long as that clan remained weakened. There are two reasons why I am here today. The first is to inquire about the health of my previous respected commander. Second, I am here to tell the Qin clan that in 2 days, all representatives of the Chu country will be invited to the Bai clan, where Bai Chu Shui will join one of the prestigious academies of the royal capital. In addition, the issue of the engagement between the Bai clan and the Qin clan can be resolved there. I sincerely hope that the Qin clan will be there and not hide in the Qin manor like cowards, rats. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless." Leng Ying looked threateningly. Having said what he wanted, Leng Ying turned his warhorse and galloped towards the exit. As he galloped away, loud, cold laughter could be heard from a great distance as Qin Chuan glared at him. All members of the Qin clan looked at the silhouette disappearing over the horizon and felt with every cell of their body how Qin Chuan was shaking with anger. If Bai Chu Shui enters the Imperial Star Academy, the Bai clan will happily use this excuse to cancel the engagement. Because if it actually happens, everyone will think it was to be expected. After all, a trash like Qin Wentian who couldn't cultivate would never be worthy of marrying Bai Chu Shui. If the Qin clan does not agree to the termination, they will be greatly humiliated. The Bai clan is very domineering. Qin Chuan did not at all expect that the Bai clan would repay good with evil. He really wanted to see what the Bai clan would say to them in 2 days. "So that's the reason." Tang Ling smiled coldly. "Qin Chuan, I'll just wait for your Qin clan to disgrace itself. Farewell." After he finished speaking, Tang Ling jumped on a huge eagle and deliberately flew over the Qin estate as if teasing them before flying away. Silence fell over the place as all the Qin clan members stood with faces filled with anger. They had never faced such humiliation before. "Elder brother, the situation is clearly not in our favor. As you can see, the Bai clan and Ye clan are uniting to finish off our clan. We shouldn't come back in 2 days. If we do this, our face and prestige will be lost." "You mean I should stay in the Qin manor like a cowardly rat?" Qin Chuan asked coldly. "All these years, Qin Wentian has been wasting our clan's resources, including the valuable Yuan meteor stones on cultivation, and I have never said a word in protest. But nevertheless, now this concerns the future of our clan. I suggest that Qin Wentian be kicked out. After all, we have taken care of him all these years and have done more than enough for him," Qin He said humbly. It seemed that there were many Qin clan members who were opposed to Qin Wentian. Considering that his meridians were destroyed and he could not cultivate, they felt that Qin Chuan was wasting his efforts on a mere adopted son and spoiling him excessively. "Third brother, what do you think?" Qin Chuan turned to another elder who was standing next to Qin He. This man was Qin Wu's third son, Qin Ye. Qin Wentian just has to live like an ordinary person. He agreed with Qin He. Qin Chuan silently pondered for a while, then looked around at all the members of the Qin clan before saying, "In those days, our ancestor enjoyed the favor and kindness of the former emperor. If we remember, our ancestor participated in more than 80 major battles and was on the verge of death 18 times. When the 10-country alliance captured the emperor, he used his body as a shield without sparing his own life. Ancestor Qin walked 1,000 miles in one day, frantically cutting a passage out of the encirclement to rescue the former emperor. When they returned intact to the country of Chu, our ancestor did not even ask for a reward. That's what a hero he was. To think that now my Qin clan has truly degraded. Just because of a little pressure, most of you want to abandon the descendant of our Qin clan's benefactor, cutting off all ties and expelling him from the clan. Just the thought of it makes me feel endless disgust. If our ancestor knew about this, he would definitely turn over in his grave. I believe that the Qin clan must live or die with Qin Wentian. In 2 days, gather all available troops to accompany us to the Bai clan. If I hear one more word about abandoning Qin Wentian, no matter who that person is, I will kill him personally. Qin Chuan then struck the stone chair with his palm, causing it to crumble into dust. Right now, the Qin clan members were looking at their feet, not daring to look him in the eyes or make any sound in protest. Qin Chuan's voice resounded throughout the training ground as he stood. Looking at him, one felt as if they were looking at the brave and heroic ancestor of the Qin clan. What did Qin Wentian's ancestors do for the Qin clan? To imagine that the leader of the clan would actually behave like this. The other Qin clan members didn't know the exact reason. They only knew that Qin Chuan was repaying his debt of gratitude. And for the sake of this duty, Qin Chuan will not hesitate to sacrifice himself if necessary. This kind of unyielding affection and courage of spirit caused a growth of respect in their hearts that they too seemed to unconsciously straighten up as a sign of respect. Wentian, you don't need to worry about this. The adoptive father will get justice for you, Qin Chuan replied softly. Qin Wentian sighed to himself. Originally, he wanted to tell Qin Chuan that he had already become a star martial cultivator, but to think that now, before he had a chance to talk about it, it would affect the entire Qin clan. Qin Wentian did not know the story of his birth, and did not understand the debt of gratitude that the Qin clan owed to his parents. But one thing he knew for sure was that he would repay the kindness Qin Chuan showed him, no matter how difficult it was. "Father!" Qin Wentian shouted and knelt on the ground in a low bow. Only on his knees could Qin Wentian fully express the gratitude he felt in his heart to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan was stunned into silence. At the training ground, Qin Wentian could be seen kneeling on the ground, looking at Qin Chuan and said, "Adoptive father, this matter arose because of me. I will solve it myself, so there is no need for the Qin clan to participate in this. Bai clan, even if they humiliated me 1,000 times, I wouldn't care, but as long as this matter concerns the authority of the Qin clan, I will never agree with it. Regarding this matter, I take full responsibility." Qin Chuan slowly walked towards Qin Wentian and helped him to his feet. When their eyes met, they both smiled at each other. This time, Qin Wentian no longer called Qin Chuan his adoptive father. Instead, he simply called him father. "I always believed in you, son. One day, you will definitely be able to do what others could never do." Qin Chuan looked at Qin Wentian with determination in his eyes. Standing nearby and laughing joyfully, Mo Shang beamed. He liked Qin Wentian 10 times more than Bai Qiushui. Divine talent, incredible perseverance, combined with an iron will. There was no doubt that Qin Wentian would definitely do many great things in the future. It looks like there will be a wonderful show in 2 days during the gathering of everyone in the Bai clan. Qin Wentian has yet to reveal to Qin Chuan that he has already condensed the astral soul. He believed that the right time to show it would be in 2 days, to compensate for all the humiliation he had suffered before. This would make Qin Chuan much happier. "Brother Qin, I want you to keep a close eye on your unique son. I hope Brother Qin will try?" At this moment, Mo Shang stepped forward, and a strange light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Wentian. "If this is what Brother Mo Shang wants, there is nothing that can stop me." Qin Chuan quickly agreed. One must understand that the level of power that the Imperial Star Academy possessed was so high that they could ignore the power of the Imperial Royal Clan. Many years ago, the ruling forces in the country of Chu were jealous and worried about the enormous power that the Imperial Star Academy possessed, and the Royal Academy was formed with the goal of suppressing it. "Qin Wentian, please follow me," Mo Shang beckoned Qin Wentian over. Qin Chuan also called Qin Yao, who was standing next to him. Yao you too go with them. Qin Yao silently agreed and turned to follow them. Qin Wentian, noticing Mo Shang staring at him, could barely suppress his shock. This person! Could it be that he condensed a soul from the heavenly vision constellation? Mo Shang's pupils could be seen glowing with astral light, and then his pupils took the shape of a constellation. Someone with broken meridians, but able to cultivate. Mo Shang said quietly, which greatly stunned Qin Wentian. As he expected, the heavenly vision astral soul could see right through the pressure and fluctuation of the astral energy in his body. I would never have thought that I would ever meet a person capable of condensing an astral soul with destroyed meridians. Mo Shang felt unexpected joy within himself. After he examined Qin Wentian earlier, he was able to confirm that Qin Wentian's meridians were indeed destroyed, but at the same time, with the help of the heavenly vision constellation, he was able to find out that without a doubt, Qin Wentian had successfully become a Star Marshal A cultivator. This meant only one thing: to break the old in order to create a new one. To create the perfect set of energy channels and meridians, there was no other choice but to first destroy the initial meridians, and only then remake them into a unique set of meridians from legends, the stellar meridians. Even though it was only the beginning form of the legendary star meridians, its ability to contain and control astral energy in its body was already far beyond what cultivators with ordinary meridians could handle. He must recruit this person into the Imperial Star Academy no matter what. "Senior, do you have any instructions for me?" Qin Wentian asked as he looked at Mo Shang. "Based on the vibrational strength of the astral energy emanating from your body, your cultivation level should be at least the 5th body refinement domain?" What a frightening vision! Although my actual cultivation level is only the 4th body refinement realm, due to the astral soul that I condensed at the 5th heavenly level, the astral energy inside my body is undoubtedly very aggressive. Most likely this is what misled you. Qin Wentian did not agree but did not refute it either. In 2 days, when the representatives of all powers gather at the Bai Manor, there will definitely be many academies looking for students to recruit them, and there will undoubtedly be many tests and examinations. Although your talent is not surpassed by the highest level, your strength is not yet enough. Here I have something for you. In 2 days I hope to see you at the Bai Manor. After finishing the conversation, Mo Shang took out the manual and the Yuan meteor stone and handed them to Qin Wentian. After that, he soared into the air and, saying goodbye, flew away. Qin Wentian's gaze, completely focused on Mo Shang, showed fear. His body movement technique had almost reached the flesh and blood realm asterisk, and he flew as easily as a swallow soaring in the skies. This clearly showed that Mo Shang was a cultivator in the Yuan Fu domain. I swear one day I will fly in the skies too. Looking at the objects that were given to him, his pupils dilated and his heart beat like crazy with excitement. The stone in his hands possessed a huge amount of astral energy. This Yuan meteor stone was an extremely valuable cultivation resource. As for the manual, only 3 big words were written there: Descending Fist of the Dragon. Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian muttered. Then footsteps were heard, and the shadow of a body appeared next to him, along with a scent that drifted in the wind. I told you a long time ago, Bai Qing is a sly old fox. That's why I was against getting engaged to Bai Qiushui. But you still stood your ground, lusting after beautiful women, being captivated by the beautiful view and losing your head over Bai Qiushui's beauty. A gentle teasing voice rang out. A smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. His gaze slid to the side, and an incomparably beautiful face appeared in front of him. Her noble eyebrows were comparable to a crescent moon. Her facial features were as beautiful as jade, and her skin was so smooth, silky, and delicate that it seemed as if it could be damaged by the slightest touch, causing men to have an irresistible desire to kiss her. Qin Yao had the same status, the same as Bai Qiushui. She was one of the 4 great beauties in the city of heavenly harmony and was the very epitome of beauty. If I were what you said, lusting after beautiful women, then I would pester little sister Yao every day. Qin Wentian laughed in response. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Yao scolded him lightly and continued to speak. You have driven a wedge between father and my respected teacher. How should I live when I return back to the Royal Academy? How are you going to compensate me for this? Qin Wentian took the Yuan meteor stone that was in the pocket of his robe and handed it to Qin Yao, and then chuckled as he stated, The astral energy contained in this Yuan meteor stone is very strong. The energy fluctuations indicate that it is heavenly tier 2 stone. You can take it. Qin Yao looked at Qin Wentian and sighed. Every time father gave you the Yuan meteor stone, you always secretly gave it to me. Now that I have already broken through to the arterial circulation realm, how can I still receive stones from you? As she remembered the past, Qin Yao's gaze visibly softened. Although Qin Wentian had indeed caused a quarrel between Qin Chuan and the respected teacher, she still did not blame him. Little brother always helped her with cultivation. Whenever their father gave him Yuan meteor stones, Qin Wentian would always give them to her unconditionally, forbidding her to divulge it. If it weren't for her younger brother, how would she have reached the level she was at now? Area of arterial circulation, Qin Wentian exclaimed joyfully. Okay, then this time I will keep this Yuan meteor stone. After all, there were only 2 days left before the meeting at the Bai Manor. It was extremely important to raise his power level very quickly, and the Yuan meteor stone would help him achieve this. Wentian, don't worry so much about people like the Bai clan. I am very familiar with a lot of beautiful girls in the royal capital. In the future, when the opportunity arises, let me introduce them to you. Qin Yao consoled him. Only now did Qin Wentian understand the reason why Qin Yao followed him and Mo Shang. She must have wanted to console, since she was very worried that this matter of engagement might affect him greatly. Qin Wentian stopped and squatted down, confusing Qin Yao. Looking at Qin Wentian, she couldn't help but ask, What are you doing? Get in, Qin Wentian laughed, pointing to his back. Stop it, Qin Yao hurriedly replied, and a slight blush could be seen on her pretty cheeks. Rolling her eyes, she ignored him. What's the matter, pretty girl? Every day when we were young, you climbed onto my back, ordering me to ride you. Now that we are both adults, it seems you no longer consider me your brother. Qin Wentian continued to tease her while chuckling, causing Qin Yao to stomp her foot on the ground. This person is now pulling out all the embarrassing memories of the past. Qin Yao was a little older than Qin Wentian. She was almost 17. Now that she had grown up to be slender and elegant, as well as pure like jade, how could she not be embarrassed when Qin Wentian wanted to give her a piggyback ride just like that? Like when they were both children. But despite this, she still jumped on her back, wrapping her arms tightly around Qin Wentian's shoulders. Shyness appeared in her eyes as she looked around. Okay, let's go. Wentian's hands supported Qin Yao's hips. He felt the soft mounds pressing against his back, arousing him and making him laugh, and declared, Little sister Yao has really grown up. Rolling her eyes, she bit her lip and said into Qin Wentian's ear, How dare you continue to tease me? Even though they were not blood brother and sister, the relationship between both of them was extremely close. It looks like I worried for nothing, Qin Yao said, realizing that this little brat was not even the slightest bit touched by the annulment of the engagement between him and Bai Qiushui. While they were making fun of each other, they soon found themselves in one of the courtyards of Qin Chuan's estate. Qin Chuan's residence can be divided into 2 courtyards, the eastern courtyard and the western courtyard. Qin Chuan, his wife, and Qin Yao lived in the eastern court, while Qin Wentian and Uncle Black lived in the western court. Right now, there was a woman in the courtyard whose features greatly resembled Qin Yao. She was well-toned, making it seem like she was only 25 years old. Seeing Qin Wentian giving Qin Yao a piggyback ride, a gentle smile bloomed on her face. Yao you are already an adult, but you still like to cling to Wentian. Her mother knew that Qin Yao was older than Qin Wentian, but the scene where Qin Wentian was riding Qin Yao on his back showed on the contrary that she was younger than him. Mom, no, this person is taking advantage of me. Qin Yao pouted and got off Qin Wentian's back. Using it? What advantages do you have left that have not yet been taken by him? Her mother smiled softly, causing Qin Wentian to shyly turn his head and stand up from his squat. "Mother!" Qin Yao stamped her foot on the ground. "I'll go see Uncle Black," Qin Wentian said. Because of the way Qin Yao was looking at him, he could tell that she was embarrassed, and was therefore hinting that he needed to leave. When he arrived at the western court, he saw a weak and decrepit figure sweeping the courtyard. This decrepit figure was missing an arm and a leg, and due to the hunched position of the body, the man seemed to be very old. "Uncle Black, let me help." Qin Wentian stepped forward, and as the old man turned his head, he looked at Qin Wentian before asking, "Have you condensed the astral soul?" Qin Wentian calmly nodded his head and was not surprised that Uncle Black asked him right away. "What heaven level? What type of constellation?" Uncle Black continued to ask. "Fifth heavenly level, Heavenly Hammer constellation." Uncle Black's decrepit body trembled slightly, and he quickly straightened up, after which he walked into the backyard without saying a word. Qin Wentian silently followed Uncle Black to the training ground located in the courtyard, only to see Uncle Black sit down on the stone bench and look at him. "Throughout all these years, I was the one who caused you to destroy the meridians, causing you to endure unimaginable pain. And I even forbade you to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth and condense the astral soul. You hate me. Uncle Black, from my youth I already understood that you advised me with good intentions. If I were to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, it would cause a decrease in perception. And if I formed a natural connection with the constellation early, when my perception had not yet been strengthened through meditation, then how would I be able to condense the fifth heavenly level astral soul?" Qin Wentian replied, smiling, and then continued, "Only by accumulating enough strength from meditation was I able to properly raise my sensitivity. The self-destruction of the meridians was not a disaster, on the contrary, it was a blessing. All people are greedy by nature, and nowadays they are looking for ways to cultivate faster by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, while cultivating and trying to sense the astral energy from the astral rivers in the 9 heavenly levels in order to condense the astral souls. They do not understand that absorbing heaven and earth yuan qi will bury their talents in trying to sense astral energy. After many years of meditation, the results are already showing, since you have already condensed the astral soul. From now on, I won't worry about your cultivation methods, but there are a few things you need to remember. Never, do you hear me? Never absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only if you don't absorb it will the astral qi in your body be pure enough for you to open the astral gate and condense many astral souls in the future." Qin Wentian silently nodded in agreement and said, "I will remember." After all, this was advice given by the most powerful star martial cultivator. Uncle Black looked at Qin Wentian and then stated, "You have condensed the astral soul, let me take a look." Qin Wentian opened the astral gate with a slight wish, and at the same moment, the faint shadow of the Hammer Heavenly constellation materialized on his forehead. In addition, a radiant crown of pure golden light could be seen on the outline of the astral soul, as if emphasizing the high quality of that astral soul. Astral rivers exist in the 9 celestial levels of heaven. As long as an astral soul belonging to the 3rd heavenly level or above can be condensed, there will be a crown of golden light around the astral soul. The higher the quality of one constellation, and the more terrifying astral energy it can contain, the more dazzling the light of the crown will be. All astral souls from the 1st to the 9th heavenly level will shine with their own light. For an astral soul condensed from the 3rd celestial level and above, the crown of light will change into a pure golden color. And generally, as long as someone emits an astral soul, people will be able to tell at what celestial level the astral soul was condensed. And normally, only the legendary beings of the heavenly bucket realm would be able to open up to 4 astral gates and condense astral souls with 4 heavenly levels. But as a teenager, you already directly condensed the astral soul, forming an innate connection with the constellation of the 5th celestial level. Such a shocking talent can bring you a lot of benefits, but at the same time it can also be a tragedy. You understand? Uncle Black looked at Qin Wentian as he gradually explained everything. Qin Wentian bowed his head in agreement. Naturally, he understood the meaning. When Bai Qiu Shui's astral soul had only reached the third heavenly level, her name had already thundered throughout the entire country of Chu. If news of his condensation of the first level 5 heaven astral soul leaked out, there would be many people willing to harm him or even kill him. Cultivation areas can be as follows: body purification, arterial circulation, Wen Fu, and then heavenly bucket. Cultivators of the heavenly bucket realm are also known as the rulers of the heavenly bucket. The cultivators of the heavenly dipper realm possess strength far beyond the Yuan Fu realm. Even in the country of Chu, with a population of 1 trillion people, the number of such cultivators can be counted on one hand. If one of them appeared, the power and authority at his disposal would be comparable to that of an entire country. Do you still remember the set of acupuncture techniques that I taught you earlier? This should allow you to hide the shining golden crown of your astral soul. Uncle Black continued to ask. I remember. Qin Wentian nodded his head. Okay. Your first astral soul is condensed from the heavenly hammer constellation, which will give you extremely tyrannical attack power and impenetrable defense. Although I said that I will no longer worry about your self-improvement, I still want to remind you to be very careful in choosing the constellation for condensing the second astral soul. The best constellations would be those that could limit the movements of opponents, given your insanely strong attack. I understand, Qin Wentian responded respectfully. You can go. Uncle Black closed his eyes, and Qin Wentian stopped when he reached the border of the training grounds. There was a bookshelf with many books and textbooks. The content in them was Uncle Black's life effort and experience. From his youth, Qin Wentian grew up reading all the books that were kept here. Most of the books contained acupuncture methods, which made Qin Wentian guess that Uncle Black must have done something to the astral soul with acupuncture. The variety of acupuncture techniques recorded here was simply enormous. There were methods used for healing, to smooth out the meridians, to ignite latent potential, etc. Now that Qin Wentian was able to become a star martial cultivator, he would be able to use acupuncture techniques on the astral soul to greater effect. Qin Wentian took one of the books from the shelf and sat cross-legged as he began to review its contents again. After this, he took out silver needles and began to insert them into various acupuncture points located in the head area. After a few moments, Qin Wentian felt the effect. The brightness of the radiant crown of golden light began to decrease. This method can only affect the intensity of the astral light. Despite the dimmed light, the power contained within the astral soul was still unchanged. Qin Wentian did not know that this particular set of acupuncture techniques that he used was very rare and valuable. There is no one in the entire country of Chu who could do what he did. After a long period of time, Qin Wentian pulled out the silver needles and opened his eyes and spoke in a lowered voice. Success. Now, unless I specifically use astral energy to forcefully break the seal, then the color of my astral soul will remain unchanged. When Qin Wentian took out the Yuan meteor stone, he felt the resonance of the enormous astral energy contained within. All Yuan meteor stones originated from celestial levels and were extremely precious. The amount of astral energy contained within the constellations was incomparably enormous. Although star martial cultivators sensed and absorbed astral qi, the amount they could absorb could be counted as a drop of water in the ocean. Thus, even if the Yuan meteor stone was small in size, the astral energy contained within it was very terrifying. Additionally, Yuan meteor stones can be used to greatly increase the likelihood of communicating with the constellations. For example, if Qin Wentian were to use the Yuan meteor stone in his hand through meditation, then in addition to his sensitivity, he would be able to sense the connection between the astral constellations from where the stone itself descended. Additionally, the benefits of the Yuan meteor stone include forming innate connections with constellations, assisting cultivators in absorbing astral energy, or even condensing an astral soul. As such, many cultivators use meteor Yuan stones as a means to become a star martial cultivator. Therefore, one can understand how valuable the Yuan meteor stones were. It was almost impossible for ordinary cultivators who were not from powerful families to use them. The enormous amount of astral energy contained in this stone, in addition to the overbearing energy from the heavenly hammer constellation, should help me break through quickly, Qin Wentian said to himself. When he took out the descending dragon fist manual that Mo Shang had given him, his heart trembled slightly in amazement. Descending fist dragons is an innate technique. The realm of body purification formed the basis of the martial art path, giving the chance to obtain a perfect human body. In this area, it was impossible for a cultivator to develop innate techniques. Cultivators who were in the first realm of cultivation, the body refinement realm, could, at best, only cultivate the basics of innate methods. Only when cultivators broke into the arterial circulation area could they develop innate techniques that had tyrannical power. The essence of the descending fist dragon had a domineering and unyielding character, akin to a real dragon. The manual is divided into two parts. The first is a section with conventional attacks, and the second is with innate methods. There were only 3 positions in the first section, namely the raging dragon leaving the oceans, the wild dragon clash, and the roar of the 9 heavens dragon. I will train the descending dragon fist technique during the day and absorb astral chi from the celestial constellations at night with the Yuan meteor stone in hopes of breaking through. I hope my strength will skyrocket in 2 days, allowing me to regain the authority of the Bai clan. Qin Wentian thought. After all, it was better to wait until nightfall before attempting to absorb astral chi from the celestial constellations. The first step of the descending fist of the dragon, raging dragon leaving the oceans. This step seems deceptively simple, but to master it, you need to achieve pressure with an unbending will. Like a raging dragon emerging from the oceans, then perhaps he could become incomparably powerful. Qin Wentian analyzed the critical points of this position in detail as he simultaneously trained the first positions inside the training ground. As he waved his fists, he imagined the astral energy within himself and depicted a raging dragon, tyrannical and imperious, frantically emerging from the oceans. Wrong. My movements were too slow. They are completely different from the body movements shown in the picture. During training, Qin Wentian repeatedly analyzed, constantly striving to match the images in the drawing, and pondered the critical points, highlighting the essence of the movements. After a long time, Qin Wentian froze. Closing his eyes, he deepened in contemplation in his mind's eye. It seemed that he could see a gigantic dragon with a tyrannical appearance and an extremely fierce and powerful appearance. Suddenly, Qin Wentian opened his eyes and enlightenment blossomed on his face. Qin Wentian bent down and stepped forward into a dragon pose, and a furious roar like a raging dragon rang out. A deafening sound reverberated as the fist rushed forward towards the huge stone block. The rock immediately exploded, sending rock fragments flying in 4 directions. Ugh! Qin Wentian's long hair fluttered in the wind as he was filled with boundless enthusiasm. Looking at the fist, his charming eyes were as bright as stars. The power of this move was even greater than he expected. If he entered the arterial circulation realm in the future, he would be able to fully utilize the true divine power of this ability. How scary will it be? The power is so powerful that he can even subdue a dragon and tame a tiger. Even if he had already grasped the essence of this position, Qin Wentian did not stop, but continued to train diligently. This feeling caused by the chance to gain a huge level of power made him extremely excited, and it made his blood boil and kindled a fire in his heart. Time passed quickly and night had already fallen. Qin Yao's servant, who came to remind him to eat, was rejected by Qin Wentian, so he sealed the training ground and continued training. Overnight, with the help of the Yuan meteor stone, as well as the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique, he had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the body refinement realm, and there was very little left before he broke through to the 5th level. In one night, the huge amount of astral energy contained in the Yuan meteor stone was completely absorbed by Qin Wentian. One could see how frightening his sensitivity to the astral constellations was. Dawn came, but Qin Wentian stubbornly continued to use the 1,000-time tempering refinement technique until he finally broke through the barrier and entered the 5th level of the body refinement realm. 7 days, he only spent 7 days to break through 5 levels. If this were to become known, it would no doubt cause a huge shock. After he broke through, Qin Wentian had no intention of resting. he immediately continued training the second position of the descending dragon fist, Dragon Clash in the Wilds. For 2 days, Qin Wentian cultivated, forgetting about food and water, completely immersed in training. Another day passed, the stars in the sky gradually disappeared, and the sun rose far on the eastern horizon, casting white reflections on the ground. Qin Wentian opened his eyes. Even though he did not sleep, he was full of vitality. Qin Wentian silently looked at the passing clouds in the sky, as if he had some problems hidden in his heart. Today was Bai Qing-song's birthday celebration, where many representatives from various powers from the royal capital would gather at the Bai clan. Thinking about everything that had happened in the past few days, Qin Wentian felt like he was sleeping. The Bai clan repaid good with evil. The emotionless Bai Qiushui, the innocent Bai Qing, his steel connection with Qin Chuan, and now in the blink of an eye he had already become a star martial cultivator with a formed astral soul. He decided that all issues, whether good or bad, should be resolved today. The Inferno fireball hung in the sky as flames of multicolored rays illuminated the ground and enveloped the entire city of heavenly harmony. The city had a large number of exquisite buildings and houses. The majestic buildings under the sunlight seemed to give off a majestic presence. Even the ancient streets of the city were built of luxurious sandstone, all leading to giant areas created for martial arts practitioners. Behind the training grounds were impressive stands, and behind this stand was a large residence. It was the Bai clan of Heavenly Harmony City. The current clan leader, Bai Qing-song, was sitting on the podium. Next to him was a girl about 16 years old with soft white skin, shoulder-length hair, and a curvaceous figure. Real beauty. Happy birthday to the leader of the Bai clan! Under the podium on the red carpet that was laid on the stairs, many people respectfully addressed themselves and offered their congratulations. Bai Qing-song folded his hands in response and showed a huge smile on his face. Bai clan leader, your daughter is only 16 this year. Her future is limitless, the guest said laughingly, glancing at Qiu Shui. You are too polite. Bai Qing-song brushed off the compliment. As the number of invited guests increased, the atmosphere became more lively, and there were many invited guests who brought with them representatives of the younger generation. It was obvious that they were here to compete with representatives of various powers in the royal capital. Specifically, far out on the horizon on the sandy streets, a thunderous sound sounded as if there were 10,000 steel-clad hooves rushing through the streets. Although there was still a long distance between them, all the guests at the training grounds felt strong vibrations of the earth, and their gazes involuntarily turned towards the sound, and their eyes evenly focused on the distant horizon. Silver Feather Legion! Someone shouted, and the crowd turned. Dressed in silver helmets, silver armor, and even silver saddles on snow-white horses, the knights were all stunningly impressive and rode quickly towards the podium, making the hearts of the spectators involuntarily shudder. Heavenly Harmony City does not have such powerful troops. Obviously, this legion comes from the royal capital, the crowd thought to themselves. Here the entire legion unit entered the square in front of the stands. They lined up evenly, with only the slits of their eyes visible from their fully armored people. Sharp and frightening eyes, just one glance was enough to strike fear into the hearts of the audience. Shwa! The voices of the unit rang out in unison, and at the same moment they dismounted from their war horses. Their leader slowly took off his helmet, revealing an incomparably sharp gaze like an eagle's. This person was none other than Leng Ying. Saluting towards Bai Qing-song, he stated, From the capital of Chu, the Silver Feather Legion shows respect and congratulates the leader of the Bai clan. As his voice faded, a huge number of people came forward, bearing gifts from the Silver Feather Legion. Even the Silver Feather Legion has come. Rumors abounded and conversation broke out among the invited guests. Bai Qing-song smiled slightly and looked at the Legion leader before saying, Thank you very much, please sit down. Leng Ying bowed his head slightly and walked up the red-carpeted stairs before sitting down at the far corner of the podium. At this moment, the thunderous sounds of galloping horses thundered again, causing the hearts of the spectators to tremble. However, the sounds were much louder, and clouds of dust could be seen rising on the horizon, all over the streets of the city of heavenly harmony. The Mo clan from the royal capital pays their respects and congratulates the leader of the Bai clan. The Violet Palace clan from the royal capital pays their respects and congratulates the leader of the Bai clan. The thunderous sounds and shocking vibrations kept getting closer to the stand before stopping, and legions of soldiers, like golden lions, one after another appeared in the field of view of the crowd. However, what attracted the most attention was that in the center of the sandy street, there was a row of slowly approaching carriages. Although they were few in number and their pace was slow, the image imprinted on the carriage was actually a golden tulip, and the beast pulling the carriage was actually a dragon horse with what looked like an antenna growing on its head. Golden tulip mark. They are from the Yi clan. People from large clans said, and their faces turned pale. The Yi clan was like the sun shining in the sky, producing countless geniuses who ranked in the top academies in the royal capital, while others chose to serve in the military by joining their ranks. Many female descendants of the Ye clan were favored, and some were even married into the royal clan, further strengthening the power of the Ye clan. The Ye clan was truly in its prime, even far superior to the Qin clan from the past when their ancestor Qin Wu was still alive. It seems that the rumors about the Yi clan wanting an engagement with the Bai clan were true. Many people thought that all of these invited guests from the royal capital must have outstanding relationships and close ties with the Ye clan. When the carriages stopped, an elderly man came out with eyes that flashed with brilliance and were filled with a feeling of vigor akin to tigers and dragons. Bai Ching Song quickly stood up and folded his hands towards the old man before politely declaring, "I thank the old master that you were able to take the time to visit my humble abode with your presence. Please have a seat." "Right." The old man from the Ye clan bowed his head slightly and moved forward with his men. Although the number of bodyguards he had was not that large, he should not be underestimated. After all, the old man was an extremely terrifying creature of the Yuan Fu domain. "Qiu Shui, this was what you brought to me." Bai Ching Song emotionally clasped his daughter's hands, suppressing the surging emotions within himself. He knew that everything that was happening today only happened because of one person, and that person was none other than his daughter Qiu Shui. There, in the distance, there was a row of human shadows approaching the podium, causing the crowd's pupils to shrink. The invited guests brought their younger generations with them because they were interested in the student recruitment conducted by representatives of various prestigious academies in the royal capital. Are these representatives of various academies? Imperial Star Academy. This is truly Imperial Star Academy. There is a saying, enroll in the Imperial Star Academy, you become a Yuan Fu cultivator. In general, in the country of Chu, all the people of the Yuan Fu region were legendary individuals with great authority. Many in the crowd revealed desire and longing on their faces. Even members belonging to powerful clans were no exception. They were the ones who cherished the hopes and future of their loved ones. There is also the Royal Academy, which was created by the royal clan and is under the protection and blessing of the Emperor. Divine Wind Academy and Seven Star Academy, all the prestigious academies of the royal capital have arrived. Excitement was visible on the faces of all the guests. Although there are a large number of academies in the royal capital that came to Harmony Heavenly City today, there were 4 academies with the greatest strength. Their intentions were obvious. They are all here because of Qiu Shui. It became quiet as representatives from the 4 great academies arrived at the training ground in front of the stands. The representatives stood up and calmly said, "Today, those under the age of 16, with a strength level of 36 bulls and above, are eligible to participate in the registration exam and have a chance to enter one of our 4 great academies. So let those who meet the requirements take the stage." As his voice faded, it caused a commotion among the crowd of guests, and those who met the requirements struggled to make their way through the crowd. There were also many who were disappointed. This requirement was too harsh among martial cultivators to reach the 6th level of the body refinement domain before the age of 16. Only geniuses would reach that level. There is one more exception to the previously stated requirements. If you are a star martial cultivator who has condensed an astral soul from a constellation from the second heavenly level or above, you are also qualified to join in this disciple exercise, another representative stated dispassionately. And then, dong dong! Suddenly tremors shook the earth again, and the sound of horses grew closer and closer. The eyes of the crowd turned back to the horizon, only to see the cavalry galloping furiously at a speed similar to a ferocious tornado, and the cavalry quickly arrived at the front of the training ground, and the people who were crowding around were forced to move aside, opening the way for them. Their leader's gaze was fixed on Bai Ching Song, and his expression was as sharp as swords. "Oh, so Brother Chin Chuan has arrived. Please have a seat." Bai Ching Song sat without making an attempt to stand up to greet him, but smiled coldly. Chin Chuan and his men dismounted, and then walked to the training ground and walked forward to the corner of the stand before sitting down. The eyes of the crowd followed them to where the Chin clan sat down. The region was occupied by all the powerful clans of the City of Heavenly Harmony. They, as expected, brought along various geniuses from their clan to try out to train students at the 4 prestigious academies. Even Qin Yao is here. She has an extraordinary talent. A year ago, she already entered the Royal Academy. Now, out of the 4 great beauties of the City of Heavenly Harmony, 3 are already here. Wu Bai Chin Song clearly desired an engagement with the Ye clan. It was rumored that 2 days ago there was someone who came to the Qin clan, threatening them to be here today. I'm afraid that today, if Cho Shui enters the Imperial Star Academy, the Bai clan will use this excuse to break off their engagement. If this is the case, then the Qin clan will lose face today. The crowd whispered under their breath, wondering what would happen next. Chin Chuan did not change from muttering, but glanced into the crowd as if looking for someone. After a moment, his eyes settled on a figure in the crowd. Wen Tian. Chin Chuan's pupils shrank. Qin Wentian actually came today. Qin Wentian arrived a long time ago, mingling with the crowd. There was calmness in his eyes with a hint of unshakable determination. "Okay, those who wish to participate in the entrance exam, please come up to the stage," the man exclaimed coldly. He was one of the representatives of the 4 prestigious academies in the royal capital. To emphasize his sincerity in expressing interest in Cho Shui joining them, among the representatives of the Royal Academy was not only him, but even his senior personally. The main stage of preparation was many young people who made their way onto the stage. All these people displayed an extraordinary aura. Obviously, they were all young geniuses of the City of Heavenly Harmony. Ning Feng Ning, only 15 years old, and already at the 7th level of the body purification realm. It is said that he had already condensed the astral soul last year, definitely a shocking talent. Chen Yu, approaching 16 years old, although he has not condensed the astral soul, still with his cultivation level at the 8th level of body refinement domain, he has hope of entering one of the 4 great academies. Lin Yue, age 15, currently cultivated at the 7th level of body refinement realm. She condensed the first astral soul at the age of 13 and is one of the 4 great beauties of the City of Heavenly Harmony. Most of the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Yue. Cho Shui and Lin Yue were part of the 4 great beauties of the City of Heavenly Harmony, and they were the same age, so they were constantly compared to each other. However, now Cho Shui seems to be so radiant that Lin Yue will not be able to compare. Their cultivation method is naturally different from Qin Wentian. Even before they began to condense their astral souls, they had already absorbed the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and began to advance as martial cultivators. The same thing happened with Cho Shui. But it was only thanks to Qin Wentian that Cho Shui stopped cultivating the battle cultivator. Despite this, Qin Wentian knew that Cho Shui still continued to absorb the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. If not, then with her talent and with his help, she would certainly have formed a heavenly level 3 astral soul much earlier. At this moment, Cho Shui's figure could be seen on the stage, scanning the crowd like a moth flying towards a flame, which attracted and riveted attention to her. A talent from the Bai clan, one of the 4 great beauties, as well as the top genius of Heavenly Harmony City, someone with such a shocking talent that forced the 4 great academies to fight. Looking at this beautiful lady's figure, many people in the crowd had already unconsciously begun to idolize her, setting her as a goal for motivation. Qiu Shui walked down the podium slowly, step by step, with her shock of black hair fluttering in the wind. A beautiful face that exuded an aura of irresistible charm that was able to evoke deep feelings in the crowd. Such a delightful face, coupled with a talent that shocked the whole world. A truly incomparable beauty. Many in the crowd thought so. It is said that when Qiu Shui condensed the astral soul, she was already a genius who broke through to the 7th level of the body refinement realm. And now, she was able to condense the astral soul of the constellation from the 3rd heavenly level on her first attempt. Such a genius would glorify the city of heavenly harmony. If I could marry her, I could die without regrets. They could only sigh with regret, involuntarily comparing themselves with Ye Wuke, who wanted an engagement with Qiu Shui. Maybe only with the status and talent of people like Ye Wuke they could be compared to Qiu Shui. That non-entity from the Qin clan, Qin Wentian, was with her, obviously didn't know how high the heavens were, or how low the dirt was. Such unscrupulous people must surely be humiliated. However, the Qin clan actually brought its troops this time. Who knew what they were planning? After some time, Qiu Shui arrived at the center of the training grounds and purposefully stood there at will. It was as if all the brilliance of the day was focused on her alone. Now there were already more than 30 people at the training site. The eyes of the various representatives, blazing like burning torches, were focused only on Qiu Shui. As for the other subjects, the representatives did not seem particularly interested in them. After all, Qiu Shui was the main reason for their presence. The only exception was Mo Shang. His eyes flickered constantly as if to say, "Is there anyone else willing to take part?" "That should be it." The representative answered quietly. He had to ensure that Qiu Shui entered the Royal Academy at any cost. However, it was at that moment that someone emerged from the crowd and headed towards the training grounds. Looking at the man's features, the crowd was stunned and fell silent. "What? Qin Wentian!" Many people in the crowd began to mutter under their breath. To think that Qin Wentian actually came. Could it be that he doesn't know the requirements to take the exam? Bai Qingsong clearly did not expect Qin Wentian to appear. He coldly glanced at Qin Wentian and turned his gaze to Qin Chuan before thinking to himself, "The Qin clan sent their men to rescue Qin Wentian in the middle of the night, but why does Qin Chuan allow Qin Wentian to pretend today? Well, it doesn't matter. Since he is here, it should be even more beneficial for the Bai clan today." It seemed that Qiu Shui had not spoken to Bai Qingsong about the events of that night. After Qin Wentian came out, Mo Shang's eyes sparkled and narrowed, filled with laughter. At a critical moment, he may refuse to enroll Qiu Shui, but no matter the price, he had to get Qin Wentian to join the Imperial Star Academy. Mo Shang couldn't help but glance at Tang Ling, only to see that his face was filled with contempt. After which, Mo Shang almost immediately felt as if flowers had bloomed inside him. He imagined a scenario where Qin Wentian would finally reveal his astral soul, and what an amazing expression Tang Ling would have. At the training grounds, Qiu Shui was right in front of Qin Wentian, and they looked into each other's eyes when Qiu Shui coldly stated, "Qin Wentian, you can't stand on this stage. Get out of here." Qin Wentian looked at Qiu Shui as his lips curled into a slight smile before turning away from her, not intending to respond. Looking at Qin Wentian's reaction, Qiu Shui couldn't help but frown as if she was dissatisfied with something before she stated again, "Qin Wentian, I know you feel injustice within yourself, but there is a big gap between us that you will never be able to cross. It's impossible for us to be together. Even if there is still reluctance in your heart, you should stop this nonsense. This training ground is not the place for you. You better leave." "You really overestimate yourself," Qin Wentian replied calmly, standing aside, not intending to continue communicating with Qiu Shui. This woman, she was only 16 years old, and her ability to intrigue was already at such a high level. Qin Wentian regretted spending all his time and effort sincerely treating her like a sister. Everything was just an illusion, he played to her tune, just to become a stepping stone for her. "My good nephew Wen Tian." Bai Qingsong's voice rang out from above the podium. Qin Wentian turned his gaze towards the voice, only to see Bai Qingsong and the smile on his face as he said, "My good nephew Wen Tian, My daughter Qiu Shui has a heart of gold. She regretted that you couldn't cultivate, and over the past few years she had been making every effort to train and guide you, hoping that you could finally cultivate again. Although her efforts were in vain, they cannot be neglected, and yet you turned out to be such a beast in human skin. Did Qiu Shui mentor me? A beast in human skin? Qin Wentian's face turned cold when he saw Bai Qing Song's false actions. He couldn't help but feel an evil cold penetrate his heart. To think that the person he once respected very much turned out to be, in fact, such a disgusting hypocrite. Even though you were engaged to Qiu Shui, you were still just engaged and not yet married. To think that you wanted to spoil my precious daughter Qiu Shui, and you even had plans for my youngest daughter Bai Qing, I feel very bitter and hurt. But considering our past relationship, I don't blame you. I just hope that after today you won't appear in front of me again. Bai Qing Song's voice was calm, but Qin Wentian had already seen his true face. If Bai Qing Song wanted to break off the engagement, he could do so at any time, but he turned out to be so sneaky that he uses such underhanded games. It was similar to the past when he needed help. He had no choice then but to fawn over the Qin clan. This person, when he has achieved his goal, wants to ruthlessly bury all past relationships, changing his mask in an instant. After listening to Bai Qing Song, many people in the crowd began to look at Qin Wentian with disdain. Most of the voices in the crowd began to rise angrily and constantly curse at Qin Wentian angrily. "Be silent," Tang Ling shouted indifferently, causing the crowd to fall silent. Looking at Qin Wentian, Tang Ling is still cold. "It's okay if you can't cultivate. To think that you are a person with such a vile character. Even though the Bai clan master is kind, this is not the place where you can be so arrogant. Get out of here." Younger brother. A middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor glanced at Tang Ling. However, Tang Ling quickly intervened. "Senior, this person was born with crippled meridians. There was no way he could cultivate. He was engaged to Qiu Shui, so it must have been difficult to tolerate him for 3 years." Hearing Tang Ling's words, the elegant man instantly understood. Tang Ling tried to gain Qiu Shui's favor, hoping to get a chance to impress her in order to help his Royal Academy get Qiu Shui. Qin Wentian's face became even colder. The Royal Academy was one of the most prestigious academies in the royal capital, but they really only acted like this out of the shadow of hope that Qiu Shui would join them. What a shame. I came on stage because the 4 great academies were conducting an examination of students. Did I do something wrong? Elder, you are from an older generation who also hails from the prestigious Royal Academy. Even if you prefer Qiu Shui, you shouldn't be so blind and stupid to humiliate and belittle me without even testing me. It is truly unfortunate that the esteemed Royal Academy should act this way. "Insolent!" Tang Ling screamed in rage. "I personally examined your meridians earlier, and you're telling me that I was wrong? If the elder insists on this, Wentian has nothing to say." Qin Wentian straightened his back, standing tall and imposing. Little brother's words make some sense. Tang Ling, don't you think your behavior is too shameful? Mo Shang couldn't help but feel joy in his heart when he saw the conflict that had arisen between Qin Wentian and Tang Ling. Tang Ling looked at Mo Shang coldly and replied, "To think that brother Mo Shang would actually have the intention of protecting this person. If this is the case, I will certainly listen to brother Mo Shang. However, don't blame me for not restraining myself when his lack of qualifications is revealed later in the exam." Let the exam begin. When the representatives of the 4 great academies agreed, 2 stone mirrors were installed very quickly. These mirrors looked very mysterious. Each of the mirrors had 9 luminous balls located on them from top to bottom. Despite their similar appearance, the effect of each of these 2 mirrors was significantly different. The one on the left seemed to be emitting a faint trace of heaven and earth yuan energy, and the mirror on the right was emitting a faint trace of astral qi fluctuations. The first stage of the exam is to determine the level of talent for perceiving the yuan qi of heaven and earth, as well as the astral qi from the constellations. We will begin by studying each of you individually, after which someone muttered, "This stone mirror is called the yuan observation mirror and the astral observation mirror. One of the advantages they have is that they test the level of talent. It was enough for everyone from the Nine Heavens province to at least have a rank of 1 star regarding the talent of perceiving the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the astral qi from the constellations. And thus, they would definitely be able to light a low ball of light on the stone mirror. And as long as a person had a talent with a 1-star rating, it was enough to cultivate as a martial cultivator by absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, if one wanted to become a star martial cultivator, the talents would need to be at the level of 3 stars and ignite at least 3 astral observation mirror light balls before they could do so. Therefore, for people from Nine Heavens province, becoming a martial cultivator is simple, but becoming a star martial cultivator, it was extremely difficult. Many believe that since the birth of the human race, the world had already been saturated with the yuan qi of heaven and earth, so it was natural that it would be much easier for cultivation to assimilate yuan qi. In comparison, the astral qi from the constellations existed far beyond the sky. In the astral river galaxies, in the 9 levels of the sky, it would be comparatively more difficult for cultivators to get a chance to sense the astral qi for cultivation. Naturally, regardless of the proximity of the yuan qi of heaven and earth and the astral qi of the constellations, one could increase one's perception and proximity to them through breathing training and meditation. The more intimacy increased, the higher the level of your talent. In the Nine Heavens province, most with a strong affinity to the astral constellations delayed the condensation of the astral soul as they hoped to increase their perception to the maximum through meditation before attempting to form an innate connection with an even higher celestial level astral constellation. Now someone was already walking towards the stone mirror on the left and put his palm into a specially created recess in the shape of Aeo. After some time, the balls glowed from the bottom up, instantly illuminating the 3 glowing balls. Yuan Qi Heaven and Earth talent rating 3 stars. After which the same man approached the stone mirror on the right, the mirror for observing the astral, and again put his palm in the groove. However, this time only 2 balls lit up, causing the representatives of the 4 great academies to shake their heads. Failure. You can come back. This young man standing on stage was rejected by the representatives. He couldn't get rid of the reluctance in his heart, and sadness appeared on his face. The first round of the exam was the end for him. The second person had 4 stars in the yuan qi ranking of heaven and earth, and 2 stars in the astral qi of the constellations. Although this meant that he would easily be able to cultivate as a martial cultivator, which was probably his limit. It was unlikely for him to join the ranks of the star martial cultivators, and so he too was rejected by the representatives. 4 more people were quickly eliminated from the exam, creating a feeling of nervousness in the atmosphere. The chance of passing the first round of the exam was so low. The 4 great academies were truly worthy of their name and prestige. "Let me try." Here the shadow of a young man stepped forward. It was none other than Ning Feng from the Ning clan. Ning Feng, he should be able to pass. Excitement appeared in the audience's eyes as they watched. Ning Feng walked towards the stone mirror on the left, placing his palm in the Ao-shaped groove. Instantly, 2 dark balls at the bottom of the mirror lit up. And immediately after that, the 3rd, 4th, up to the 6th ball lit up. His affinity with the yuan qi of heaven and earth was at the level of 6 stars. He immediately proceeded to the stone mirror on the right, going through the verification procedure again. His affinity with astral qi was at the level of 4 stars. This assessment brought sighs of admiration from many viewers. Today, Ning Feng of the Ning clan clearly had a chance to enter one of the 4 great and prestigious academies. On the stage, all the representatives bowed their heads in agreement, indicating that Ning Feng had been admitted to the 2nd round of the exam. Ning Feng smiled, pleased with himself, with a hint of hot, youthful arrogance, and stood on the opposite side of the crowd. 6 more passed the exam very quickly. Most of them managed to impress several representatives, but without success. The criterion for passing the first exam was the agreement of all representatives. To think that Chun Yu's affinity with the yuan qi of heaven and earth is at the level of 7 stars, even higher than Ning Feng's. Although he only has 3 astral qi affinity stars because of his talent, all 3 other representatives gave their consent except for the Imperial Star Academy. Indeed, it is not that easy to get into the Imperial Star Academy. The crowd was quietly discussing that it was too difficult to get into the Imperial Star Academy. This place was a cradle for true geniuses, geniuses of the highest level. Ling Yue is amazing. Not only is she one of the four great beauties, but she also has amazingly high talent. I didn't think that her affinity with astral chi had reached a talent of 6 stars, which was to be expected from someone who condensed her first astral soul at the age of 13. So what? Now it's Qiu Shui's turn. The spectators' gazes were drawn to the silhouette of 2 figures who had not yet passed the exam, Qiu Shui and Qin Wentian. Clearly, Qin Wentian had been neglected. The spectators only looked at Qiu Shui. Qin Wentian, you better watch carefully. Qiu Shui glanced at Qin Wentian as she stood up and walked towards the surveillance mirror on the left. Placing his exquisite jade hands into the AO-shaped groove, the 3 dark balls instantly glowed, and a moment later, a total of 7 balls shone with a dazzling light. She was a 7-star talent. If I hadn't spent a lot of time meditating to strengthen my perception to the astral constellations, I would have surpassed the 7-star talent long ago, Qiu Shui said. She didn't even glance at Qin Wentian as she quickly walked towards the astral observation mirror on the right. She repeated her actions, placing her jade hand into the groove, and at that same moment, the balls glowed with a dazzling radiance, similar to the stellar radiance of the endless stars in the sky. How bright! The spectators could feel a piercing pain in their eyes, and the 8 balls, dazzlingly shining, also quickly emitted an astral light, causing excitement and shock among countless spectators in the stands, causing them to involuntarily stand up to take a better look. The talent is 7 stars Yuan Qi of heaven and earth and 8 stars of astral Qi of constellations. What a monster! There was an abrupt silence, and many people gasped, drawing in cold air. Qiu Shui, the Royal Academy will be glad to see you enroll. Tang Ling smiled softly. It was only the first exam, but a representative from the Royal Academy was already ready to accept her based on the talent she showed. 7 Stars Academy would welcome your enrollment. Divine Wind Academy sincerely invites you to become one of our members. The representative from the Imperial Star Academy, standing next to Mo Shang, also opened his mouth, preparing to greet Qiu Shui. However, here Mo Shang said, "Wait a little." The representative's face froze, and he asked Mo Shang with his eyes, "What do you mean? Why are you bothering me?" "No need to hurry." Mo Shang chuckled and stopped answering. Qiu Shui moved to the opposite side of the crowd. There was arrogance and contempt in her gaze as she turned her head back to look at Qin Wentian. Akin to a princess looking at a groom who had no concept of the vastness of heaven and earth. Qin Wentian calmly walked to the stone mirror on the left, placing his palm in the recess, and 5 luminous balls instantly lit up, causing the spectators to freeze in shock. Qin Fu's affinity with the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth is actually at the 5-star level. Immediately after this, Qin Wentian walked towards the stone mirror on the right, lightly placing his palm into the recess, and the balls immediately began to glow brightly. The 7 balls were constantly burning, making the spectators speechless, as if an arrow was stuck in their hearts. And 7-star talent! The pupils of the crowd. But who would have predicted that the 8th ball almost immediately began to glow too? A brilliance of astral radiance permeated all the training grounds, and countless spectators shook their heads. How is this possible? Qin Wentian turned his gaze to Qiu Shui and calmly stated, 8-star talent, is it really that good? As his voice faded, the 9th and final ball of the astral observation mirror began to glow. Wang! There was a buzzing sound. The radiance emitted by the dazzling rays of the astral light was so dazzling, as if it were about to fight the sun. Then the entire set of balls on the astral mirror lit up. Suddenly, Kacha! There was a crunch. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the astral observation mirror, and the astral light began to converge in one place before soaring into the heavens. The astral observation mirror shattered into pieces. Qin Wentian remained standing motionless in the same place with his palms still extended towards the destroyed groove. Fixing his gaze on Qiu Shui, he asked again, 8-star talent? Is it really that cool? Mo Shang exhaled as he didn't know what was in his hands. The astral observation mirror shattered as if it could not bear the pressure caused by the 9-star talent. His eyes lit up, becoming as bright as the constellations in the sky. "What's happened?" Tang Ling's eldest, Cypher's face darkened. 9-star talent under 16. This person, if he steps onto the path of Star Martial cultivators, his future will be limitless. Under the pressure from the elder, Tang Ling visibly tensed, lowering his voice as he began to make excuses. "Senior, this person was born with destroyed meridians, and he was unable to cultivate. He was expelled from the Bai clan and offered to annul the engagement. This kind of person, even if he has a 9-star talent, it is still useless." Safer nodded silently. He believed that Heavenly Harmony City and the Bai clan would not make such a mistake, although he complained that this 9-star talent was buried for them. Chu Shui glanced at Qin Wentian, her beautiful eyes blinking continuously. It was no wonder that he could guide her. His talent was truly monstrous. However, what is the use of it? Ye Wuke was a true genius, one of the 10 prodigies of the royal capital. Qin Wentian, you were unable to cultivate and therefore could only focus on meditating. To think that with all your efforts you actually managed to improve your abilities to such an extent. A real tragedy, Qiu Shui stated calmly, and her face became normal. "Next, in the second round of the exam, I will show you how great the gap is between you and me." "Keiki." Tang Ling smiled coldly. "The first round of the exam, we will assume that you have passed. However, the talent is useless for the second round. What we want to measure is force. If you do not meet the requirements, it means that you have deliberately lied to the 4 great academies. When the time comes, I will let you know the consequences of lying. Set up the drum of war." After his proposal, a giant drum was brought onto the stage. The drum was made from the skin of demonic bulls and could determine a person's strength level. Qin Wentian glanced at Tang Ling. His talent was 9 stars, but they thought he just passed. How funny. After the first round of the exam, only 9 candidates remained. It was not known how many would remain after the second round. The minimum requirement for the second round was that you need to have a strength level of at least 36 bulls. However, this is only a minimum requirement. There was no guarantee that this was enough to get into one of the 4 great academies. Each roll of the drum corresponds to the power level of 10 bulls. Try to put more force into the drums to make the sound stronger. Everyone will have 3 attempts, the voice explained. Almost immediately after this, the first figure approached the drum. He arched his body like the bend of a bow, and his strike was like a jagged arrow gaining momentum. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The figure's body jumped up as if his blow carried the force of a rocket, and he swung his fist violently towards the drum. Boom! The sound of the drum vibrated in the air, thundering throughout the entire training ground. 1 peal power level 10 bulls. Boom, boom! The second and third peals were heard, but only the sound gradually diminished, as if the force had previously failed to reach the 4th peal. The representatives of the 4 great academies shook their heads. This person's strength was not enough to make the drum respond 4 times, and he lacked the talent to become a Star Martial cultivator. Therefore, he was excluded. "Let me try." Ling Yue stepped forward. Now she was depressed by Qiu Shui and felt a little upset. With a little will, the shape of a rabbit condensed from the astral light, materializing on her forehead. Obviously, it was her astral soul. If the astral soul is condensed from the Hare constellation, then the cultivator will have an energetic body, keen hearing, agility, reaction, and movement speed. Ling Yue leapt forward with a force comparable to a tornado. "Hooray!" The fist immediately struck the drum. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the drum sounded continuously 6 times, echoing into the air. Ling Yue had a strength level comparable to 66 oxen. Looking at her small body, it was unthinkable to imagine that she would actually be strong enough to kill wild beasts. Ling Yue had already used everything in the first attempt. "You are eligible to join 7 Stars Academy." One of the representatives invited her. Ling Yue's talent is not bad, and she is definitely worthy of being nurtured. Divine Wind Academy also welcomes you. Hearing that 2 of the academies had offered a position brought a smile to her face. However, She couldn't help but feel disappointed inside as she turned around to look at the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy. Apparently, she couldn't join them. Although she was disappointed, Lin Yue still replied, "I have decided to join the Wind Divine Academy." Furthermore, only Chun Yu and Ning Feng managed to perform well enough in the tests to secure an invitation to join the Seven Stars Academy and the Divine Wind Academy respectively. However, both the Royal Academy and the Imperial Star Academy have yet to invite any of the candidates. After all, they are here precisely because of Qiu Shui. Previously, presented candidates will not be able to capture their hearts. After that, only Qiu Shui and two others remained. "Qin Wentian, open your eyes and look carefully," Qiu Shui said as she walked towards the drum and casually performed a normal stroke. The drum sounded 5 times. The 7th level of body refinement realm, Qiu Shui, her simple strike contains a power level of 50 oxen. How scary. She said that she delayed the compaction in order to increase her perception. If not, her cultivation level would undoubtedly be significantly higher. For those who absorb and cultivate with the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, the strength levels for martial cultivators can be classified as strength level 1 oxen, 4 oxen, 9 oxen, 16 oxen, 25 oxen, and at the 7th stage, 49 oxen. As for the star martial cultivators, they were much more powerful. The astral soul can increase strength to a certain extent. Depending on the different types of astral souls, the degree of growth was different for each, and therefore there was no specific scale to determine how their power level would increase. Qiu Shui calmly looked at Qin Wentian before she took a few steps back and released her astral soul. Golden astral soul. The outline of her astral soul glowed with a faint golden light, showing that her astral soul was formed by an innate connection with the 3rd heavenly layer constellation. "Crane cries into songs," Qiu Shui said coldly, and in a sing-song voice as her posture became like that of a demonic beast before instantly lunging with her claws with the strength and speed akin to lightning as thunder rumbled outside. It was as if thunder had actually appeared, causing a high-pitched buzzing sound in the ears of the spectators, threatening to deafen them. Boom, boom, boom. 5 drum sounds were heard instantly. However, he has not calmed down yet. Boom! A sound rang through the air. This was the 6th roll. The entire crowd stood in the stands with a solemn expression on their faces. Genius. She's definitely a genius. Accompanied by another boom, the sound lingered in the air. When the 7th sound sounded, it was as if a tornado had devastated the entire space, engulfing heaven and earth. 7 echoes are equal to the power level of 70 bulls. This was an enhanced result caused by the condensation of the astral soul. Everyone felt that the drum, which was made using the skin of the demonic bulls, was vibrating so strongly as if it was on the verge of destruction. Not only that, Qiu Shui had reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm, absorbing and cultivating with the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. If she reached this level after condensing the astral soul through pure absorption of astral qi, then her power level would undoubtedly become much more tyrannical. Qin Wentian seemed so weak and small compared to Qiu Shui. As she had said earlier in the 2nd round of the exam, she allowed Qin Wentian to clearly see how wide the gap was between the two of them. At the top of the stage, the audience tilted their heads to look at the empty air as the residual sound of drumming echoed, and a terrifying wave of energy emerged, so powerful that it could shock people. Devil. It was no wonder that Ye Wu Kei of the Yi clan was willing to give up marriage to the royal clan because of her. Like the phoenix among women, her achievements in the future will definitely not be any less compared to Ye Wu Kei himself. Seifer from the Royal Academy quietly stated to himself, "This girl, no matter the price, should definitely join the Royal Academy." Qiu Shui, you should join the Royal Academy. I can immediately give you the Yuan Fu stage cultivation technique, as well as the 3 peerless innate techniques. How about this? Seifer suggested, inviting Qiu Shui to join the Royal Academy. The same goes for my Wind Divine Academy. We are ready to give you Yuan Fu stage cultivation techniques, including 3 innate techniques. In addition, we want Domain Elder Yuan Fu to personally train you. The Wind Divine Academy immediately raised the bar, offering even more favorable conditions. Seven Stars Academy offers you to choose between three cultivation techniques of the Yuan Fu stage, and will also give you three innate techniques. In addition, we will give you the special right to bring 5 family members with you for enrollment. Seven Stars Academy was not only willing to cherish Qiu Shui, they even gave her the chance to invite her family members. Imperial Star Academy welcomes student. The representative standing next to Mo Shang, having heard the invitations made by the other representatives, could not bear it anymore and also extended an invitation, causing Qiu Shui's serene face to finally light up with a smile. All 4 great academies invited her. Qiu Shui did not immediately answer. She turned around and said calmly while looking at Qin Wentian, "Do you understand now?" "Understand what?" Qin Wentian asked. "Our so-called engagement in the face of absolute inequality between us is just a joke. In the future, just live your life peacefully and be an ordinary person." Qiu Shui continued calmly. "Our lives were doomed from the very beginning to be parallel lines that never intersect." Having said this, Qiu Shui turned around and walked forward. The eyes of all the spectators were fixed on her, as they were curious about what choice she would make. "Wait!" Then a voice sounded, causing Qiu Shui to glance at Qin Wentian once again. A hint of a smile could be seen in his eyes, which made Qiu Shui involuntarily freeze. "Your exam is over, but what about me? I haven't even started yet." Qin Wentian calmly stated, causing Qiu Shui to raise an eyebrow. "Qin Wentian also wants to take the exam?" Qin Wentian walked forward, approaching the huge drum. Currently, his cultivation level was at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Even with the enormous enhancement effect of the heavenly hammer astral soul, his strength would still not be equal to Qiu Shui. But now he had no choice but to go all in, putting his life on the line. The difference between the 5th and 7th level of the body refinement realm was extremely huge. An ordinary cultivator at level 5 only had the strength of 25 oxen. As for Qin Wentian, he was a special case. He broke through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm simply by absorbing the astral qi. And as a star martial cultivator, with the help of the tyrannical effects of the heavenly hammer astral soul, he managed to double the strength level of a normal level 5, reaching a strength level of 50 bulls. Moreover, with the descending dragon fist he trained, Qin Wentian managed to increase his strength to another level, further closing the distance between him and Qiu Shui. So this time he was ready to push himself to the limit. Tang Ling snorted coldly. If Qin Wentian failed to call out the drumbeat at least 3 times, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Mo Shang narrowed his eyes with laughter as if he knew that the lion, the king of beasts, was here. And Qin Chuan, sitting on the podium, changed his expression many times. Did Wen Tian really manage to solve the problem of the destroyed meridians and finally enter the path of cultivation? Qin Wentian looked at the huge drum in front of him, and forgetting everything, entered an altered state of consciousness, a realm without thoughts. It was as if he had transferred all the negative emotions within himself to the huge drum in front of him. Qin Wentian lunged forward, and his fist was like a raging wind as it struck the drum. Boom, boom, boom! The drumbeat sounded 3 times. Although there was nothing surprising about this, it stunned the entire audience. Aren't Qin Wentian's meridians destroyed? He actually managed to achieve 3 peels. This means that he has the strength of 30 bulls. Wentian! Qin Chuan trembled as the sound of these 3 drum beats was akin to heavenly music, making his soul tremble with delight. In addition to Qin Chuan, Qin Yao also clenched her hands into fists. Her brother actually managed to cause 3 peels. Tang Ling, Bai Qing Song, Qiu Shui, and the others' jaws dropped as shock filled them. However, they soon came to their senses. Just not 3 echoes? This means that his strength level is only 30 oxen. Maybe he had absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth and cultivated it as a martial cultivator. A cracking sound was heard in Qin Fu's body. His body was filled with boundless power as his stellar meridians turned into spiral tunnels, madly gathering astral energy, causing it to flow through all of his energy channels right down to his hands, pouring enormous power into his fist. "The raging dragon leaves the oceans!" Qin Wentian roared. Now he looked like a ferocious dragon that had abruptly burst out of the oceans. Gathering boundless power in his fist, he mercilessly struck the drum again. Boom! The powerful sound of the drum beat was like thunder shaking the skies, causing pain to the audience's eardrums. Boom, boom, boom! The drum resonated continuously. The sound was heard in 4 directions, and all the force of the beat had not yet been completely used up. Qin Wentian was completely immersed in this state, as if he was one with the drum. That terrible surge of energy bounced back into his body, causing his soul to vibrate along with it. There was a continuous cracking sound as his bone structure underwent a baptism under pressure. It was as if he was going through a cleansing of impurities, leaving him with a feeling of rebirth. He was in the midst of a breakthrough. Despite this, the sounds in his body were disguised as the sound of drumming, and when the 5th sound sounded, all the spectators were thunderstruck. Qin Wentian had indeed caused 5 echoes. In addition, there were some more hints about the possibility of a 6th peal. A hint of excitement appeared in Qin Wentian's eyes. He had not at all expected to break through to the 6th level of the body refinement realm in this exam. It seemed like the astral energy from the Yuan meteor stone was not wasted. Great! Qin Chuan shouted joyfully. 5 echoes meant that Wentian had a strength level of 50 oxen. The sleeping genius has finally awakened. He actually managed to reach 5 peals. Bai Qing and the others were still in shock. They didn't expect this at all. Was Qin Wentian actually talented? Not only did you forbid me to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, but you also hid from me that you had secretly cultivated yuan qi of heaven and earth after reaching the current level of cultivation. How funny. Qiu Shui looked at Qin Wentian. With his strength level of 50 bulls, Qin Wentian's cultivation should be at the 7th level of body refinement domain, or even higher. However, she was confident that Qin Wentian had not yet succeeded in condensing the astral soul. Qiu Shui could not imagine that Qin Wentian had only trained for 7 days to reach his current cultivation level. Moreover, she also couldn't imagine that, in fact, he was a pure star martial cultivator without a speck of heaven and earth yuan qi in his body, and had condensed a 5th heavenly level astral soul as well as his body, compared to others at the same level, was even more perfect due to self-torture with the 1,000-time tempering purification technique. She had no idea how much the effect would be amplified. Pitiful. Qin Wentian threw out as he glanced at Qiu Shui, and then the astral light blossomed in radiant splendor. On Qin Wentian's forehead, an astral soul could be seen materializing with a small golden halo in the shape of a giant hammer. It produced an even brighter and more brilliant light than Qiu Shui's astral soul. The energy that came from him was also countless times more frightening. Boom! Suddenly there was thunder. God, this was Qin Wentian's astral soul. Not only did he have the strength of 50 oxen, but he was also a star martial cultivator. We must not forget that before, when Qin Wentian passed the astral chi test, he had achieved a 9-star talent. This astral soul is even brighter than Qiu Shui's halo. Of course, she must come from the 3rd heavenly level or above. The hearts of the spectators trembled with fear. With a 9-star astral chi affinity rating, he condensed a heavenly level 3 astral soul. Qin Wentian then forced the entire crowd to focus their gaze on him, and Qiu Shui seemed to be pushed aside, becoming something insignificant. Excellent! Excellent! Qin Chuan could no longer contain his joy, so he shouted loudly. It was as if all the sorrows and frustrations inside him had been erased. He was too happy. A 9-star talent, as well as an astral soul condensed from the 3rd heavenly level. Who said that my son Wen Tian is not worthy of Qiu Shui? Is Qiu Shui worthy enough for him? Qin Chuan stated coldly as he looked at Bai Qing. Right now, Bai Qing's face was extremely ugly, as if he couldn't believe what was happening right before his eyes. How is this possible? The representatives of the 4 great academies sat down after Qiu Shui finished displaying her power. However, at this moment, they all stood up again, looking at the dazzling astral soul on Qin Wentian's forehead. How bright, how sparkling. The birth of a monster. Mo Shang took a deep breath and his gaze focused. He was the first to discover Qin Wentian's talent. And now the sleeping dragon has finally awakened. Imperial Star Academy would be happy for you to join. Mo Shang smiled warmly and invited Qin Wentian. However, Qin Wentian did not seem to hear the invitation. His gaze was fixed on Qiu Shui, and he had a cold smile on his lips. "I would like to talk to the Bai clan. Have I ever treated Qiu Shui badly? What about you, Qiu Shui? Do you have the skills needed to guide me?" As his voice faded, Qin Wentian sucked in a breath. The astral energy inside him formed a terrifying spiral, convulsively rising and enveloping his entire hand. The astral energy contained in his hand was so intense that it almost exploded. Qin Wentian's fist shifted between the forms of the heavenly hammer and the soaring dragon. Exuding a domineering, extremely despotic aura containing titanic power, he swung his fist at the giant drum. This was his final blow, containing all the strength he had. Boom, 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 boom! Just as the sky and earth shook, so the thunder from the drumming shocked the heavens. The echoes rang out continuously, with no intention of stopping. Boom! Sixth echo, as if 10,000 horses galloping at great speed make the hearts of the spectators tremble. Boom! When the seventh peal sounded, all the spectators were amazed. With this strike, Qin Wentian reached Qiu Shui's record. What was even more frightening was that the sound had not yet died down, as if the drumming was not going to stop. Boom! When the eighth echo sounded, thunder seemed to steal the crowd's ears. The spectators only felt a strong gust of wind, the aftermath of the roar, blowing in their faces, and they were speechless, even within themselves. The wind also blew into Qiu Shui's face. Eighth echo. Qin Wentian broke her record. She seemed to be greatly depressed by this gust of wind. How shocking. Next, in the second round of the exam, I will show you how great the gap is between you and me. Our lives were doomed from the very beginning to be parallel lines that never intersect. Those proud words of Qiu Shui hung in the air. However, how weak those proud words sounded now. The previously brilliant Qiu Shui almost turned into nothing when the eighth peal sounded. Whether it's talent or strength, she can't compete with Qin Wentian. Mo Shang's gaze lit up and he took a deep breath. Determination flashed in his eyes and he stated, "Imperial Star Academy is withdrawing its past invitation to Qiu Shui. Qin Wentian, I represent the Imperial Star Academy and sincerely invite you to join us." The rest of the representatives near Mo Shang glanced at him, and their faces fell. However, internally, they agreed with his decision. Two geniuses, but obviously Qin Wentian was more brilliant. Leaving Qiu Shui for Qin Wentian was the right choice. Imperial Star Academy, because of Qin Wentian, actually rejected Qiu Shui. This decision caused many in the crowd to begin to gasp and their hearts to flutter. Immediately, conversations broke out among the crowd. Today's show was truly entertaining. Qin Wentian stood with his gaze fixed on Qiu Shui. There were traces of youthful pride in his gaze. If he had not broken through to the sixth level of the body refinement realm, then it would have been almost impossible for him to create the sound of the eighth peal. Ordinary level 6 cultivators only had the strength of 36 oxen, but Qin Wentian, who possessed the incomparably tyrannical heavenly hammer astral soul as well as the power of the star meridians within, using the combination of these two factors allowed his strength to double compared to ordinary cultivators. Considering the enhancement effect that emerged from the descending dragon fist, he managed to reach a power level of 80 oxen. And this explosive power was concentrated in one fist like a raging wind. It was one blow with the force of 80 bulls. How scary. Qin Wentian stared at Qiu Shui motionlessly, without saying a word. The dazzling halo of the heavenly hammer astral soul released created a very convincing effect. He, Qin Wentian, used his powers to prove Qiu Shui. Who was not worthy of whom? Qiu Shui couldn't even think about anything right now. Even now, when the echo of the eighth peal echoed, when the heavenly hammer astral soul materialized, she still couldn't believe her eyes. Qin Wentian's talent was definitely many times more monstrous than hers. Today, all the powerful academies in the royal capital have gathered in the Bai clan. The Bai clan originally wanted to use this opportunity to announce to the City of Heavenly Harmony what an amazing talent Qiu Shui had. They wanted to use the amazing effect of Qiu Shui entering the Imperial Star Academy to tell everyone that Qin Wentian was never worthy of Qiu Shui. How could Qin Wentian earn the favor of someone like Qiu Shui? If Qin Wentian today was the same as in the past, then the Bai clan's plans would undoubtedly be successful. They wanted to tell everyone that Qin Wentian was not even worthy of wearing Qiu Shui's shoes, much less being a husband. This was a terrible humiliation for Qiu Shui. If back then, Qin Wentian of the Qin clan still wanted to marry Qiu Shui, then it could be called a fool's dream. Unfortunately, the truth of the unfolding events was much more exciting than originally planned. After everything that happened today, who would say that Qin Wentian is not worthy of Qiu Shui? Astral Talent 9 stars, 3rd Celestial Level Astral Soul Condensation, resulting in 8 peels. Who else would dare to look down on him? Qin Wentian. To think that you actually hid your cultivation level, how intriguing. Bai Ching Song looked at Qin Wentian coldly. The matter had already heated up to such an extent that there was no point in regret. In any case, his arms wrapped around the huge tree that was the Ye clan. Bai Ching Song believed that Qiu Shui would not lose much when compared to Qin Wentian. After all, the Ye clan had the strength and power of the royal clan. Qin Wentian tilted his head, silently looking at Bai Ching Song. He really was that cunning. How funny. 7 days ago, I assisted Qiu Shui in condensing the 3rd heavenly level astral soul. This allowed Qiu Shui to make her name known overnight, and it spread throughout the country of Chu. I was happy because I helped her, which in turn made her happy. However, I could not even imagine that almost immediately after this, your attitude towards me would change so quickly. Order the guards to lock me up. However, until now I naively believed that there had been a mistake, and he intended to condense the astral soul on your birthday, wanting to surprise you and bring you joy. But to think that the loving and caring Uncle Bai actually brought his men to kill me, and your motives for killing me are even more ridiculous. Due to the hostile relationship between the Qin clan and the Ye clan, you plan to use my death to curry favor with the Ye clan by declaring your allegiance, apparently to pave the way for the marriage contract between Qiu Shui and Ye Wuke. I couldn't believe that the kind and loving Uncle Bai, with whom I had been in close contact for 3 years, would actually turn out to be such a vile person. Therefore, I cultivated non-stop that I even forgot about food and water. All for the sake of condensing the astral soul in order to secretly escape from the Bai clan, fearing for my life. And today here Qiu Shui and you said that I am treacherous, and that I hid my cultivation level. How funny. Qin Wentian explained with a righteous aura emanating from him, revealing the truth to all the spectators. They were looking at Qin Wentian, only now it became clear that their point of view was distorted. Qin Wentian, in their opinion, seemed to stand taller, since the astral soul surrounding him glowed brighter than light, and Qiu Shui's halo seemed dim, as if it had lost its shine. The Bai clan was too vile. Wen Tian, in these 3 years, our Qin clan's attitude towards the Bai clan can be clearly witnessed by everyone in the city of Heavenly Harmony. However, they ignored our kindness, and actually acted like this. There is no need to be generous towards them. The more we endure, the more they will walk over our heads. At the top of the podium, Qin Chuan spoke coldly with a hint of regret after hearing what Qin Wentian said. He slowly left the podium, and heading towards the training ground, continued, "This is a vile clan. How funny it must be that I, Qin Chuan, am blind. To think that I agreed to an engagement between my son and their daughter. It's all my fault. As for Qiu Shui, what qualities does she have to be worthy of my son, Qin Wentian?" As his voice faded, a frightening surge of energy began to emerge from his body. The pressure caused by this tidal energy instantly began to warp the space surrounding Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan extended his palms as this terrible surge of energy suddenly began to gather and condense into the shape of a large sword. Cutting through the space towards the training ground, a huge sword flew through the air. The force of this blow made many feel cold inside. 3 years ago, I agreed to an engagement between the Qin and Bai clans. It was a big mistake. Today, my Qin clan wants to take this opportunity to announce this to the entire city of Heavenly Harmony. We hereby terminate this engagement. Qiu Shui will never be able to take half a step towards my Qin clan in this life. Silence hung in the air. Who wanted to break off their engagement today? The winner was a king, the loser was a bandit. Talent can determine everything. Today, Qin Wentian was clearly the winner. The Qin clan openly wanted to break the engagement, so who would dare to challenge their actions? If the exact opposite happened today instead, Qin Wentian still couldn't cultivate, and the Bai clan wanted to call off the engagement. Who would dare to question their actions? The anger that could be seen on Qiu Shui's face slowly turned into something unsightly. Today was supposed to be the day she showed off her talent, shocking the entire world, letting others know that Qin Wentian was not worthy of her. However, due to Qin Wentian's monstrous talent, which she did not expect, everything went awry, and Qin Chuan's words about Qiu Shui were a spit in her face, such a terrible humiliation. And besides, Mo Shang rejected Qiu Shui because of Qin Wentian. Today was a day when she should have basked in the glory, but instead it turned out to be a day filled with shame and humiliation. And it all happened because of one person. The man she wanted to humiliate surpassed her. "Qin Wentian!" Qiu Shui screamed shrilly, and her icy gaze focused on Qin Wentian. "For today's humiliation, I will repay you in the future." The power of the cold in her voice seeped deep into her bones, and her eyes shone with determination. She did not at all expect that the most wonderful day would turn out to be the day of her great humiliation. "Did I humiliate you?" Qin Wentian laughed. "Considering what your Bai clan did to me, you still dare to say such words. It wasn't humiliation that brought you down today. Didn't you do everything with your own hands? If your Bai clan had not acted so despicably and stooped to such a level, would this have happened today?" The crowd silently agreed. What Qin Wentian said was not a mistake. Qiu Shui's humiliation today was because of what the Bai clan wanted to do to Qin Wentian. It was only after Qin Wentian showed his shocking talent that the Bai clan suffered the consequences of their own actions. Qin Wentian calmly looked at Qiu Shui before he closed his eyes and stated, "From now on, you and I, including the Bai clan, all our past relationships are severed. If in the future you still want to play your little tricks, humiliate and anger me, then I will be happy to help. But don't blame me if I'll be merciless later." "Get out!" Qin Wentian roared furiously, and his voice became like waves in the ocean crashing into Qiu Shui's face. One word, "Get out!" It was like spitting in the face. Looking at Qin Wentian, Qiu Shui fell silent for a moment before she stated, "I, Qiu Shui, accept the invitation of the Royal Academy and am ready to join the Royal Academy." When Seifer heard Qiu Shui's words, he did not feel as excited as he had imagined. He glanced coldly at Tang Ling, who was standing nearby, and Tang Ling's face became unsightly. Just as they wanted, they managed to gain Qiu Shui's recognition, and they should rightfully be very excited. After all, they were here because of Qiu Shui. However, since they had discovered an even more monstrous talent, and not to mention the fact that this talent was hostile to Qiu Shui, all the excitement had sunk to the floor. "Oh, Tang Ling, look what you've done," Seifer said coldly, causing Tang Ling's heart to shudder. Seifer knew that Tang Ling must have done something to offend Qin Wentian. Even if he now wanted to snatch Qin Wentian from the clutches of the Imperial Star Academy, there was no hope for that. Therefore, they can only accept Qiu Shui, trying to get at least some benefit. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get one genius. Qiu Shui saw that Seifer and Tang Ling were muttering something in low voices instead of greeting, making her feel ashamed and offended. "Qiu Shui, we are glad to see you enroll. Next spring, show this and you will be registered." Seifer waved his hands and a golden medallion flew towards Qiu Shui. Qiu Shui caught it, and there were only 2 words on it: Royal Clan. The soaring dragon and dancing phoenix are so impressive. "Qin Wentian, the road to the future is long." Qiu Shui tightly clung to the medallion from the Royal Academy and silently vowed that in the future she should wash away the shame and humiliation that happened today. "Qin Wentian, my Divine Wind Academy is ready to offer you double the benefits that we offered to Qiu Shui. The same goes for my 7 Stars Academy." Here, representatives from both the Wind Divine Academy and the 7 Stars Academy spoke out. They gave twice as much importance to Qin Wentian than to Qiu Shui. After today, Qin Wentian's name will definitely become known throughout the city of Heavenly Harmony. "Qin Wentian, my Imperial Star Academy never made any promises to you. Only the name of our academy, Imperial Star Academy, will be better than the promises," Mo Shang stated calmly. He was confident that the name and reputation of the Imperial Star Academy could do anything. When the crowd heard Mo Shang's solemn words, they could only shake their heads. The Imperial Star Academy was truly extraordinary. However, Qin Wentian's gaze was directed towards the Wind Divine Academy and the Seven Stars Academy, which made Mo Shang internally feel slightly upset. Although his words were wonderful, Qin Wentian was young and most likely tempted by the benefits presented to him. He should have been more accommodating and offered generous terms. Hell no! There is no way we can lose such a genius when we are so close to getting it, Mo Shang muttered to himself. Once again putting on a solemn expression, Mo Shang stated, "Of course, if you have any requests, then I will do my best to fulfill them. Our conditions are definitely no worse than those offered at other academies." When these words were spoken, all the spectators were amazed, even Qin Wentian. However, he quickly came to his senses. This Mo Shang was indeed interesting. Despite this, Qin Wentian bowed slightly while still standing next to the representatives of the Divine Wind and Seven Stars Academies. "Qin Wentian, no matter what conditions you want, just tell me. I agree to everything," Mo Shang said convulsively, and his fake face seemed to crumble and looked pitifully at Qin Wentian. Even if he lost face here, he still didn't want to lose a genius like Qin Wentian. Oh! All those who saw Mo Shang's face had streams of sweat running down his face. Is this the same person who solemnly declared that 3 words, Imperial Star Academy, would already be the best promise? Damn it! Qin Wentian greatly thanks both the Divine Wind Academy and the Seven Stars Academy for the offer. Qin Wentian's words almost made Mo Shang's heart burst out of his throat. It's just that this junior has already promised to join the Imperial Star Academy. Therefore, my choice is the Imperial Star Academy. After saying this, Qin Wentian bowed his head with a smile on his face. The Divine Wind and Seven Stars Academy were greatly disappointed, but they also understood the reason for the choice. This person, in addition to possessing heavenly talent, is also very humble and righteous. He, with whom Qiu Shui could not compete, will definitely achieve great achievements in the future. We hope you become the best of your generation, both sides wished Qin Wentian. Thank you very much. Qin Wentian gratefully accepted their blessing and stole a glance at Mo Shang. Mo Shang rolled his eyes at Qin Wentian before saying humiliatingly, "You stinking little brat, when we arrive at the academy, you will see me correct you." "Ha ha! Brother Mo Shang, I will leave this child in your hands." Qin Chuan knew that Mo Shang had no malicious intent despite his words, so he laughed. His laughter eventually infected Mo Shang. Today, such a beautiful day, it seemed like the future would be interesting. People came from the royal capital to celebrate Bai Qingsong's birthday. The Bai clan mansion was also the meeting place for representatives of the 4 great academies. And yet in the end, what shone the most was not the Bai clan, not Qiu Shui, but Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian received an invitation to enter the prestigious Imperial Star Academy, but Qiu Shui could only enter the Royal Academy. This ending was not a happy one for many. Because of this ending, only Mo Shang and the Qin clan could feel happy. However, the rest of the spectators in the stands, the Ye clan, the Silver Feather Legion, as well as the clans of the royal capital, did not have their hopes and desires fulfilled. Old Master Ye, as well as those hailing from the royal capital, felt very upset and dissatisfied with this end. After all, they came with the intention of congratulating the Bai clan so that they could show themselves to the Yi clan. After all, today was supposed to be the day when Qiu Shui would show his talent, as well as break off his engagement with the Qin clan and publicly insult them during the breakup. But more importantly, today was supposed to be the day when the Bai clan and Ye clan were supposed to discuss the engagement. But what happened today went against their plans. The old master of the Ye clan looked at the excited people of the Qin clan before indifferently glancing at Bai Qingsong and asking, "What? Are you going to give up so easily?" Bai Qingsong's face twitched as he looked at old Master Ye. After witnessing the might of Qin Wentian displayed today, although Bai Qingsong hated him, he couldn't deny that he was a little shocked. If the events of the past few days had not happened, perhaps everything would have been as Qin Wentian said. Today, when Qin Wentian revealed his astral soul, the brilliance of the Bai clan would be even more dazzling, and the marriage between Qin Wentian and Qiu Shui would become a story that would blow the minds and spread far and wide. Father! Then Qiu Shui walked up to Bai Qingsong and looked at her father. Emptiness was visible in her eyes. The Ye clan is temporarily postponing the marriage engagement announcement, Old Master Ye said humbly as he looked at both of them, causing Bai Qingsong and Qiu Shui to tense up. Today, the words Qin Chuan said brought Qiu Shui down into the mud. If the Ye clan still insisted on the engagement, wouldn't it turn out that the Ye clan would take the goods that others refused? But Bai Qingsong's face became disgusting. Today, the enmity between the Bai clan and the Qin clan has worsened to the point of no return. If they lose the protection of this big tree, the Yi clan, then in the future it will be very difficult for the Bai clan to survive in the Heavenly Harmony City. Moreover, Qin Wentian's humiliation of Qiu Shui earlier, coupled with the actions of the Ye clan and the 4 great academies, and finally the psychological impact on Qiu Shui. It was akin to adding fuel to the fire. No need for but. I'll arrange everything. I will make the Qin clan history, Old Master Ye said softly, and frost flashed across his eyes, causing Bai Qingsong and Qiu Shui to shudder internally. The Ye clan was truly difficult to deal with. They were very different from the Qin clan. Qiu Shui, you must work hard at cultivation. Bai Qingsong quietly gasped to himself. Qiu Shui could understand everything from Bai Qingsong's eyes, and her hands clenched tightly into fists. Today, the Ye clan postponed the engagement announcement. In the future, she will be in the Ye clan and will make the Qin clan regret their actions, including Qin Wentian. As their gaze swept past the Qin clan, Old Master Ye and the others once again fixed their eyes on the excited people of the Qin clan, before Old Master Ye coldly stated, "Just the appearance of some talent can excite them so much. It is no wonder that after their ancestor Qin Wu disappeared, the Qin clan began its downfall. Each generation gradually becomes worse than the others, and yet they show no signs of regret. What a pity." Qin Chuan's face suddenly became unsightly, and he turned his gaze to the stands. The decline of the Qin clan was known to everyone. If the emperor wanted the Qin clan to fall, how could they not fall? The Ye clan's status and power also grew during this time. The emperor wanted to take advantage of the Ye clan to suppress the Qin clan, using the Qin clan as a stepping stone for them. Therefore, the emperor does not need to act personally. A 9-level affinity for astral qi, and the first astral soul he condensed was 3rd heavenly level. Ye Wuke from the Ye clan, isn't he mediocre? Think before you say something like that at a time like this. Funny. Qin Chuan looked at the old man on the stand, replying coldly. Funny. Old Master Ye calmly responded, stating, Ye Wuke opened the 2nd astral gate and condensed the 2nd astral soul, which was the 3rd heavenly level at 15 years old. I'm afraid that Qin Wentian at the age of 15 was still bitterly training his mediation technique to enhance his perception. How can it even be compared to Wuke? There was a hint of unwavering faith in Old Master Ye's calm voice, causing the crowd of spectators to frown slightly. Meditation can actually increase your affinity with the astral constellations, and indeed there were many people who, for this reason, delayed the densification of the astral soul. It seemed that Qiu Shui and Qin Wentian belonged to this group, and therefore they were truly weak compared to Ye Wuke. Ye Wuke of the Yi clan is too dazzling and far out of range. That's what the audience thought to themselves. Ye Wuke was a monster with a high chance of reaching Yuan Fu domain before the age of 20. Qin Chuan could not refute the words of his colleague he heard. After all, Qin Wentian had just embarked on the path of cultivation. No one knew that the first astral soul that Qin Wentian condensed was from the 5th heavenly level constellation. But here, Old Master Ye continued to speak, looking at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian truly has extraordinary talent, and having condensed the astral soul, is worthy of education. However, the best place for his upbringing is not the Imperial Star Academy, but the pious main martial palace of Chu country. Impossible. Qin Chuan immediately rejected. Qin Wentian's choice belongs only to him, and the Ye clan has no right to interfere. Those in the crowd who had more experience had their pupils constricted. The pious main martial palace was a place where elites were specially cultivated for the army of the Chu country. This place was only open to people with the highest level of talent, and outsiders were never accepted there. In the past, when Qin undeniably swept through the Chu country, in addition to the presence of heavenly power, there was another important reason for this. Qin controlled the pious main martial palace. However, when the emperor brought the Qin clan into decline, the first thing he did was gain control of the military palace. Now the emperor's power was already firmly entrenched within the pious main martial palace. How could Qin Wentian enter there? Qin Wu was a man loyal to his country that created the pious main martial palace. To think that his descendants have already forgotten about him, that they are unwilling to enter the pious main martial palace. Isn't this the same as humiliating your own ancestor? Old Master Ye snorted coldly. Now even Mo Shang was furious. To think that the Ye clan would make such a sinister move. Qin Wentian has already agreed to join my Imperial Star Academy. But now you, Ye Mo, are trying to force him to join the pious main martial palace. What is the point of this? Mo Shang asked as his voice became increasingly cold. Qin Wentian has not officially joined the Imperial Star Academy, which means that he is still free and therefore cannot be considered a disciple of the Imperial Star Academy. Ye Mo looked straight at Mo Shang and calmly stated, "Therefore, where he joins has not yet been determined. Moreover, the request for Qin Wentian to join the pious main martial palace was not my decision." As he explained this, Ye Mo's lips curled into a cold smile and he looked at Leng Ying, who was standing next to him. Leng Ying intuitively understood his words, so he stood up and walked forward, taking out the decree before saying to Qin Chuan, smiling coldly, "This is His Majesty's Imperial Decree. Do you want me to read it or do you want to see it in person?" Qin Chuan froze. The emperor finally made his move, dealing a critical blow to the Qin clan. This means that the real reason Ye Mo and Leng Ying came to the City of Heavenly Harmony was not for Qiu Shui. This was because of the Qin clan. "Read aloud!" Qin Chuan's heart grew cold. Leng Ying chuckled and spoke coldly. In the past, the fame of Qin Wu's illustrious military exploits resounded throughout the country. Although the previous sovereign granted Qin Wu the title of a king, this was still not enough, and now the Qin clan is gradually sinking, disgracing its ancestor. His Majesty decided that if there were any outstanding talents in the Qin clan, Leng Ying should send them to the pious main martial palace for cultivation. And as for the Qin clan elite private army, Leng Ying is hereby granted the right to lead them, allowing them to join the Silver Feather Legion. Those who resist, Leng Ying and Ye Mo will be executed. The crowd of spectators, hearing the royal decree, involuntarily shuddered. What a cunning plan! To praise the past merits of the Qin clan's ancestor, and at the same time pull out any roots of the Qin clan's future hope, taking away all the talented youth. Just think, they even wanted to destroy the Qin clan's private army. Thus, there was no longer any hope left for the Qin clan. If my ancestor knew about this, he would certainly thank His Majesty for his love. Qin Chuan gave in when he calmed down, making a sarcastic remark. Billions of people in Chu country belong to clans with varying levels of power and strength. The royal clan was naturally the strongest in Chu country, but they usually did not interfere with the affairs of other clans in the country. However, with the Qin clan it was different. The Qin clan was a military clan that belonged to the country of Chu. Therefore, the royal clan could issue commands and imperial orders to the Qin clan, which they were obliged to obey. Next to Qin Chuan, Qin Wentian felt a surge of despair. This time, the Ye clan and Leng Ying intervened. And as luck would have it, they witnessed the talent shown to them on the training ground. How could the Ye clan refuse such a chance? In the past, the emperor, using the title of king, banished the Qin clan to the heavenly city of harmony. And now they are also willing to steal the hope of the Qin clan under the pretext of an imperial decree. Qin Wentian thought to himself, if the Qin clan did not comply, it would mean that they wanted to challenge the imperial family, and if this is the case, then the troops that Leng Ying brought will certainly take action. The Qin clan members watched Ye Mo and Leng Ying's reactions. However, Ye Mo's face was incomparably indifferent before he stated again, His Majesty bestowed kindness and grace on Qin Yao, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji. These three will be granted permission to leave your academies, as well as join the pious main martial palace. What? Qin Shang's face turned pale, and Qin Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled mysteriously. Did they plan to catch everyone with one net? Now in the Qin clan, only Qin Yao, Qin Shang, and Qin Zhi were cultivated in the capital of Chu. Safer can prove my words, Ye Mo noted indifferently, and the eyes of the crowd, including Tang Ling, rushed to cipher from the Royal Academy. Apparently Tang Ling did not foresee this news. His Majesty has already sent a person to notify all academies about the recall of the scions of the Qin clan, Cipher stated, after which all the members of the Qin clan became gloomy. What a ruthless emperor! He really intends to destroy all the future hope of the Qin clan in one fell swoop. Coincidentally, everyone from the Qin clan is present here today, including Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, and the rest. They will all come with me to the pious main martial palace. Since this is His Majesty's order, the pious main martial palace will definitely cultivate his talents. Leng Ying's gaze was still as sharp as a sword. The purpose of his coming to the city of heavenly harmony today truly had nothing to do with Qiu Shui. His true purpose was the Qin clan. His Majesty's grace, we deeply appreciate it. However, the Qin clan has not dealt with the country's affairs for many years, and has no desire to do so now or in the future. We can only thank His Majesty for his kindness. Qin Chuan replied gloomily as he looked at Ye Mo. Are you ignoring the imperial decree? Leng Ying swung his spear, emitting a death wish aimed straight at Qin Chuan. Leng Ying! Ye Mo shouted, and Leng Ying lowered his spear. Ye Mo, with his hands behind his back, stated, Qin Chuan, since His Majesty entrusted this mission to me and Leng Ying, I must make sure that he succeeds. If you really defy the imperial decree, with His Majesty's good character, he will not be able to do anything to you. But I will find myself in a difficult position, and so I urge you to pass the decree. What if I say no? Qin Chuan countered with another question. Despite the stupid proposal made by Qin Chuan, Ye Mo still looked at him indifferently. After a brief hesitation, hints of cold laughter appeared in his eyes as he said, You can try and see what happens. People of the Qin clan! Qin Chuan shouted, and bursts of killing intent instantly pierced the air. The Qin clan's troops were all ready to act at any moment, and their gazes, which were as sharp as swords, were directed at Ye Mo, who was standing on the podium. The cold atmosphere seemed to affect the air temperature. Many in the crowd were unable to bear it. There was only one thought in their minds. If it weren't for the Ye clan operating from the shadows, even if Qin Wentian hadn't shown his talents today, if the Bai clan dared to humiliate the Qin clan, they would surely have met with disaster. Let's go back, Qin Chuan ordered coldly, saying only one sentence. Then he lifted Qin Wentian onto his horse before leaving the training ground. The Qin clan has endured humiliation for too long. Today their enemies had gone too far. They actually wanted to send the youth of the Qin clan to their deaths. Even if the Qin clan were considered traitors, they would never be able to carry out the imperial decree. Ye Mo watched the Qin clan members leave and smiled coldly. Leng Ying, the Qin clan has violated the imperial decree. It is your responsibility to bring the Silver Feather Legion and encircle the Qin clan. Right, Leng Ying nodded. And with the imperial decree in hand, notify the military command center of the City of Heavenly Harmony to have the Chu Dragon Guard blockade the City of Heavenly Harmony. Use them to monitor the Qin clan's movements. Under no circumstances allow any member of the Qin clan to take a single step outside the City of Heavenly Harmony. Ye Mo continued, making the audience's hearts tremble. The Chu Dragon Guard was under the direct leadership of the Chu Emperor. As a rule, they will not interfere in any matters, and only an imperial decree could mobilize them. It was very clear why the Emperor sent Ye Mo to the City of Heavenly Harmony. To make sure that the Qin clan would be finished off forever. Bai Ching Song, standing nearby, couldn't help but tremble when he witnessed Ye Mo's ruthlessness. The Ye clan was undoubtedly the clan with the most fearsome strength among those living in the royal capital. Their methods were many times more ruthless than those of the Qin clan. However, Bai Ching Song couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, At least the Bai clan no longer has to worry about the Qin clan's revenge. As for the marriage between Wu Kei and Qiu Shui, although he was worried about it, it wasn't too much. If the Qin clan was destroyed, even if there was no Ye Wu Kei, just because of Qiu Shui's talent alone, she would not need to depend on others to transform into a phoenix among humans. The representatives of the 4 great academies had not yet left. They were all lost in their own thoughts. Although there was a faint hint of determination in the faces of Seifer and Tang Ling. Previously, when the emperor was training soldiers, he discovered that there was no unity in the army, and upon further analysis, he realized that despite Qin Wu's absence, he still had a lot of influence. This issue was the last straw for the emperor, so he decided to act against the Qin clan. Qin Wentian was from the Qin clan, so there was no way for the Ye clan to let him go so easily. However, the Royal Academy obtained Qiu Shui. This was already enough. They seemed to be the only ones who could come out with a good harvest. Mo Shang had an incomprehensible expression on his face. The relationship between the Imperial Star Academy and the Chu country was very complicated, and today, taking advantage of the fact that Qin Wentian was not officially affiliated with the Imperial Star Academy, Ye Mo went against the Qin clan, severely restricting Mo Shang's actions. But what was even more important was that this was the heavenly city of harmony, where he had no influence. There was no way he could act directly against the Ye clan and the others. If he returned to the Imperial Star Academy to request reinforcements, it would be too late. Today was a shocking day for many in the city of heavenly harmony. Qiu Shui, as the #1 genius in the city, was the one who brought the representatives of the 4 prestigious academies here. And at the same time, she was willing to use her enormous talent to humiliate the Qin clan, as well as break off the engagement. But who would have thought that Qin Wentian possessed an even more monstrous talent, forcing the representatives of the 4 great academies to fight for him and ultimately causing the Imperial Star Academy to reject Qiu Shui for his sake. After that, the name of the #1 genius in the city of heavenly harmony belonged to Qin Wentian. But now, Ye Mo wanted to take action against the Qin clan. Thus, the fate of this #1 genius was unknown. Of course, this part of this shocking news only spread to the city of heavenly harmony. Due to the intervention of the Chu Dragon Guard, the city was locked down, preventing news from spreading, except for the clans with serious power that came from the royal city. They were ready to return with this news back to the royal capital. And the Qin clan members returned safely to the Qin mansion, but there was still a heavy feeling of pressure hanging in the air. The important members of the Qin clan gathered together. The entire Qin clan was already surrounded by the Silver Feather Legion. Now the Qin clan army was confronting him. How can the emperor be so ruthless? Qin Wu sacrificed himself for the sake of the Chu country, and in the end, such an ending. As long as the Qin clan is alive, I'm afraid His Majesty will never be at peace. It's a pity that our ancestor actually sold his life for such an emperor. In the Qin mansion, an aura of anger permeated the air, but Qin Chuan still remained calm. He knew more than others. The current emperor was in fragile health, and in order to ensure that there would be no unforeseen circumstances when it came to abdicating the throne and choosing a new successor, there was no way such a dangerous element as the Qin clan could be allowed to survive. Qin Wu's terrifying influence was considered a living time bomb. Now that everything is at an impasse, there will be no benefit from anger and disappointment. The only good thing now is that our Qin clan has actually produced such a genius. Qin Chuan glanced at Qin Wentian, who was standing aside, and patted him on the shoulder. Wentian, today you must express all the negative emotions that were imprisoned before. Brat, no wonder you were so confident that day. You probably forgot the important fact that you condense the astral soul? Not only did you hide it from me, but you also secretly trained for 2 days, cultivating, forgetting about food and drink. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian, but her eyes sparkled mischievously. A trace of a smile flashed across Qin Wentian's eyes, but his heart was still heavy. All these years he considered himself part of the Qin clan. The Qin clan members all looked at Qin Wentian's body. Today Qin Wentian showed his talent, which no doubt brought them great joy and surprise. However, among them there were many who felt slightly awkward. Qin. He opened his mouth and apologized. Wen Tian, I once wanted to kick you out of the Qin clan. Luckily for us, I didn't succeed. Otherwise, I would definitely be labeled as a criminal of our Qin clan. Will you forgive me? When he said this, he bowed slightly to Qin Wentian. And I, Qin Ye Wentian, if you are dissatisfied with me, then you can punish me as you see fit. If even one cry of protest escapes my lips, then I will not be worthy of being part of the Qin clan. Qin Ye's brazen voice rang out, exuding the bravery of a real man. Oh, second uncle, third uncle. You only acted like this because you took the Qin clan into account. How could I blame you? After all, it is true that I have wasted a lot of Qin clan's cultivation resources. Qin Wentian smiled, shaking his head as if he didn't mind their outrage before. Do you still dare to say that? All the Yuan meteor stones that your father gave you, weren't you the ones who secretly gave them to me? Qin Yao said, as she couldn't stand it any longer, causing surprise and shocked gasps among the Qin clan members. Does this mean Qin Wentian has reached his current level without the help of the provided Yuan meteor stones? Father, uncle second, third uncle, you don't know, but Wentian has a very deep and unique understanding of astral constellations. He was the one who helped me condense the astral soul, and was also the one who gave me all the Yuan meteor stones that his father gave him. Qin Yao told the truth, once again turning the Qin clan members' gazes to Qin Wentian, who smiled awkwardly. I couldn't use them, so I gave them to my older sister, Qin Wentian replied while scratching the back of his head. Qin He and Qin Ye stared at Qin Wentian as they sighed to themselves. What an unusual character. Their actions were simply ridiculous. They acted like children wanting to drive him away, which made them extremely embarrassed. Both silently swore to themselves that from now on they would do everything possible to protect this young man standing in front of them. When Qin Chuan saw the unity of the Qin clan members even in times of danger, he was filled with joy. The people of the Qin clan were strong and determined, unyielding even in the face of death. Second brother, third brother, come with me to your father. Wen Tian, Yao you can come back. After which Qin Chuan took Qin He and the others away. The former emperor treated our ancestor with kindness. Our ancestor and our grandfather, Qin Wu, always showed kindness and did not hesitate to give his life for the country. But now, the royal clan really wants our Qin clan to disappear. I'm afraid my grandfather won't tolerate this anymore. Qin Yao muttered in a low voice as Qin Wentian tried to calm her down. Don't worry, I'm sure Grandpa has a plan. And you, in fact, hid from me the fact that you condensed the astral soul. During the exam, you called 8 echoes from the drum, which means that you have the strength of 80 bulls. What is your current cultivation level? As they walked, Qin Yao asked curiously and blinked her beautiful eyes. Excluding the effect of enhancing combat techniques and astral soul, he should be at least at the 9th level of the body refinement domain, possessing the strength of 81 ox. Do you think so? Qin Wentian shrugged. After all, to possess such power only at the 6th level of the body refinement realm seemed somewhat implausible. What I think? Qin Yao's lips trembled slightly as she looked at Qin Wentian's smile. Cancelled engagement with the main beauty of our city of heavenly harmony. How are you feeling? Disappointed. Why be upset? Isn't there a beauty on my side? Qin Wentian deliberately allowed his gaze to roam over the slender figure of the 1.7-meter Qin Yao. Even compared to Qiu Shui, Qin Yao clearly had top-class beauty, especially now that she let out several mature sighs since she returned home after studying at the Royal Academy. You even dare to be familiar with me. Qin Yao's face turned red when she noticed that Qin Wentian was looking at her. Then she reached out her hands to his waist and pinched him mercilessly, causing Qin Wentian to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Sister, I was wrong. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and apologized to Qin Yao before she let him go. Following this, Qin Yao caused Qin Wentian's face to freeze as she took out 2 Yuan meteor stones. These are the first 2 meteor stones you gave me. I always kept them close to me, just in case you needed them in the future. Qin Yao grabbed Qin Wentian's hand and placed the stones in it. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, Qin Wentian's heart warmed a little. Meteor Yuan stones are of utmost importance to star marshal cultivators, allowing them to increase their cultivation at an incredibly fast speed. Qin Yao had actually been carrying 2 stones all these years, just to give them to him when he needed them. "Sister?" Qin Wentian looked at Qin Yao and she smiled. "What? Do you want to propose marriage?" Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he stared unwaveringly into Qin Yao's eyes, causing her face to turn red again as she hurriedly turned around and replied, "You must work hard to grow up and show yourself to everyone." After that, Qin Yao half walked out and half ran out of the courtyard where they were. "Ye clan, by clan, royal clan," Qin Wentian muttered in a low voice and sat down cross-legged. The events of the past few days had moved too quickly. He didn't even have time to properly check his cultivation. Having calmed down, Qin Wentian completely sank into himself. He sensed the existence of his astral gate and within it, the heavenly hammer astral soul, emanating tyrannical power. The heavenly astral soul hammer was condensed through the formation of an innate connection with the 5th heavenly level constellation. But now I still can't fully use the energy contained in it. Only after I reach the heavenly dipper realm will I be able to manifest the true power contained within the astral soul. Qin Wentian speculated to himself that the higher the quality of the astral soul, the more frightening the power it contained. That was why, despite Qin Wentian's current cultivation level, body refinement realm level 6, he was able to possess such terrifying power. It was all due to the effect caused by his astral soul. The heavenly hammer astral soul should also help me increase my talent in forging and blacksmithing abilities, but I haven't discovered it yet. As he thought about this, internally, he couldn't help but feel a slight trace of awe as his thoughts returned to that tiny astral entity earlier. The mysterious and effective 1,000-time tempering technique was transmitted to him through the memories that were in the astral plane. Moreover, this tiny astral entity materialized from the stone left behind by his dead father. This could be the Yuan meteor stone, which was originally from one of the highest heavenly levels. This stone had probably undergone transformation after absorbing the astral light that Qin Wentian emitted when he condensed the astral soul. When he thought about this, Qin Wentian's consciousness slid towards the astral essence. However, now it did not emit any light, but looked as dull as a very dim crown of light, as if it had been sealed somehow. His consciousness could not establish a connection with her. With a slight desire, the astral energy in the star meridians turned into a whirlpool, and the tyrannical energy contained in his body increased crazily and flowed towards the tiny astral essence. It was akin to a stream flowing into the ocean. Once the flow was started, it was almost impossible to stop. Suddenly, the pillars of astral light were absorbed into the body of the tiny astral entity, disappearing without a trace, as if the pillars of astral light had never existed. As expected, Qin Wentian trembled slightly and continuously controlled the astral energy flowing towards the astral entity. However, it was like a bottomless pit, mercilessly devouring astral energy, but without a hint of any other reaction. Finally, Qin Wentian stopped the flow of energy. When he opened his eyes, there were notes of surprise in them. It seemed that if he wanted to summon a tiny astral entity, then he needed a huge source of astral energy. Apparently, the energy stored in his body was not enough. His eyes became thoughtful. This tiny astral essence granted him the 1,000-time tempering technique, not to mention that it was an inheritance from an old fool. He had a very strong intuition, and there may be a big secret hidden in it. Qin Wentian pulled out the Yuan meteor stone and placed it in his palms, closing his eyes. When the astral energy in his body began to flow frantically into the astral essence, relying on the energy contained in the Yuan meteor stone, absorbing it into the body. This time, the process took longer. The astral entity was like a bottomless pit, madly devouring astral energy, and it was impossible to satisfy it. Qin Wentian was internally upset. If he used the energy absorbed by practicing the 1,000-time tempering technique, he would be much closer to breaking through to the next level. But now the astral energy contained within had been absorbed by his body and could not be used to assist him in cultivation. She was greedily consumed by the astral entity. However, now it was as if Qin Wentian was riding on the back of a tiger with no way to get off halfway. He had to achieve a result. Time passed, and the astral energy in his body was exhausted, which in turn caused him to draw energy from the Yuan meteor stone more and more until the astral energy was completely exhausted, and then the tiny astral essence finally glowed slightly. There is a reaction. Qin Wentian shuddered, but exerted his will, causing his intention to drift to explore the astral essence. He had the feeling that the astral entity had nothing but a body from a huge consciousness. When his own consciousness came into contact with him, he seemed to fall into boundless consciousness and thoughts of the astral entity. Qin Wentian felt that he himself was just an insignificant being, and was very small and tiny, as if he was standing in front of one of the astral rivers. Qin Wentian's consciousness had some kind of innate connection with the astral entity. The overwhelming consciousness of the astral entity seemed to be somehow sealed away until now. I need even more astral energy. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth as he continued to pour energy into the tiny astral being. Everything down to the astral energy contained in the first Wen meteor stone was completely used up, so he took the second stone and continued. Now he didn't want to give it up at all. He had to get to the bottom of the matter. Finally, Qin Wentian was able to sense the condensation in the astral essence, and after a while, a dense beam of dazzling astral light suddenly flashed out, and Qin Wentian felt that his own consciousness was shrouded in the dust of the suppressive consciousness of the astral essence. Suddenly, he felt a beam of light penetrate his consciousness, causing his consciousness to vibrate violently, as if it was trying its best not to collapse. His heart trembled violently as a sharp burst of pain hit his head and his body collapsed to the ground. Qin Wentian took a deep breath. During this process, he felt that the circumstances were similar to the effects of the 1,000-time tempering technique. Then he felt rivulets of sweat flowing all over his body. Memory is just another piece of memory. Qin Wentian's heart trembled with excitement, and the tiny astral being began to dim and return to its previous state. But now there was a new memory in his head. The astral entity is like an endless box for storing precious memory. Each time it was activated, it would provide him with another piece of memory that he needed. Previously, it was the 1,000-time tempering technique, but this time it was exactly what he needed. This was a certain memory fragment of weapon forging. Damn weirdo, you left me! Qin Wentian stared blankly into space, as if he suddenly saw the silhouette of a very gentle face, the face of his late father, who looked down on him from heaven. After thinking for a moment, Qin Wentian raised his palms while looking at the second Yuan meteor stone and muttered in a low voice, "Activating an astral essence requires a colossal amount of astral energy, and in addition, this amount of energy is enough to activate several memory fragments. If I want to activate it again, I will have to rely on the Yuan meteor stones." After muttering this, Qin Wentian continued to absorb the astral energy from the Yuan meteor stone. However, the energy absorbed this time was not used to activate the astral entity, but to replenish the astral energy in his body that had been depleted previously. At the same time, Qin Wentian also began to process the acquired memory fragments. Weapons can be divided into two types: ordinary weapons and divine weapons. Ordinary weapons have no additional effects, but divine weapons can increase the user's strength to enormous levels. Thus, when cultivators mentioned weapons, they usually meant God-level weapons. There are 10 levels of divine weapons, and each level is divided into 3 tiers. All cultivators who knew how to forge weapons were highly revered and were known as weaponsmiths or master forgers. It was easier for those who had forging related to the astral soul to become a blacksmith, and Qin Wentian's heavenly hammer was an astral soul specifically of the blacksmith class. Uncle Black had once listed various heavenly level 5 constellations to him, so he could be considered knowledgeable. According to this fragment of memory, in order for a blacksmith to forge weapons, in addition to mastering the appropriate forging techniques, knowledge of divine runes and imprints is required. Those who possess a blacksmith-type astral soul, from the point of view of forging weapons, have an absolute advantage because they can create divine imprints in their bodies and directly inscribe divine imprints into the created weapons through astral souls. Qin Wentian slowly digested the contents of the memory fragment, which also contained information about formations. Divine imprints were a special type of formation, and they were specifically used in the weapon forging process. They were very complex. There were many basic and even combined imprints in his memory, but it will take a long time to fully understand them. All weaponsmiths and master forgers are highly respected. I have a blacksmith-type astral soul, and this can already be considered the basic level of a weapon blacksmith. That is, you can create weapons in exchange for meteor stones. And if I could become a level 1 weaponsmith, I would be eligible to join the Star River Association and improve my status. Then even in the capital, the royal clan and Yi clan will no longer be able to be so arrogant. Qin Wentian thought to himself, he had a blacksmith-type astral soul that was condensed into the 5th heaven level. How could he not use it? Since he was already caught up in the current situation, he had to do something for himself in the future of the Qin clan. Increase your strength through cultivation and also become a forging master. 5 days later, since he did not have the strength to change anything now, Qin Wentian tried to achieve an understanding of divine imprints during the day, while continuing to increase his cultivation level with the 1,000-time tempering technique at night, without worrying at all about external circumstances. Since Qin Wu had strictly forbidden him to do so, he decided to focus all his attention on increasing his strength. At the moment, there were several metal objects scattered around Qin Wentian's training yard, and their surfaces bore traces of carved, complex imprints. The almost completed prints emitted a strong, vital aura as they oscillated over the surface of the metal objects, intertwining with each other. My accuracy is much better now. Qin Wentian stood as tiny divine imprint symbols glittered in the star meridians inside his body. These mysterious divine imprints were grouped together and condensed into the form of an incomparably sharp sword that had enormous penetrating power, and a giant hammer in the shape of the heavenly constellation hammer materialized in Qin Wentian's hands. Qin Wentian's legs trembled slightly as the power of the incomparably sharp sword created from the divine imprint symbols inside his body instantly flowed along with the activation of the star meridians towards his hand and penetrated into the heavenly hammer. At the same time, Qin Wentian raised his hand and violently struck the metal plate with his hammer. Clack! There was a ringing sound as the heavenly hammer landed on the metal plate, and a sword-shaped divine imprint symbol immediately appeared on its surface, which shone with astral light, emitting an extremely sharp and piercing aura. After that, the traces of the past divine imprints disappeared, and a joyful smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. The most important thing in forging weapons is the divine imprint, and that is not a problem for me. It seems that I really am a born blacksmith. Forging a weapon will be as easy as rotating your palm. Qin Wentian chuckled in a low voice. Although he was very pleased with his divine imprint, Qin Wentian still didn't know what a frightening advantage he had in his hands compared to other weaponsmiths. In the discussion room of the Qin mansion, the Qin clan members gathered with unsightly expressions. What is the situation now? Qin Chuan asked as he looked around the space. Clan leader, the end of the year is approaching. Many of those who left the city for cultivation have returned. But the situation is still the same. They were only allowed to enter, but not to leave. Although our Qin clan's troops have somewhat neutralized the threat of the Silver Feather Legion and the Chu Dragon Guard, the people of our clan are still often victims of bullying and humiliation, and rumors are spreading. It is said that our Qin clan will not be able to overcome this danger this time. What about the news from the royal capital? And is there any news about the Imperial Star Academy? Qin Chuan asked another question. The Qin clan naturally had its own network of spies in the royal capital. As for the news from the royal capital, the speaker's face sank. The royal capital seems to be unaware of what is happening in the city of heavenly harmony. This news was hidden, and Ye Wu Kei reached the 9th level of the arterial circulation region a few days ago. There are hints that he will break through to the Yuan Fu region in the near future. Because of this, people with high status and authority value it. Imperial Star Academy has been heavily restricted by the royal clan, and it seems they have no good news regarding the young master's matter. Gotcha! There was a crunch as Qin Chuan clenched his fist and his gaze became sharp. Yi Wukei's talent, coupled with the strong pressure from the royal clan, the light of Qin Wentian's talent will be strangled. Qin Chuan muttered in a low voice, "Wentian, please grow up quickly and show them your talent. Relay the news to the Qin clan members to reduce the number leaving the city, and in addition, collect all the Yuan meteor stones and send them to Wentian." Qin Chuan's face turned cold, causing others' hearts to tremble. No matter what, it seemed that Qin Chuan wanted to cultivate Qin Wentian. Soon, Qin Wentian received the Yuan meteor stones that Qin Chuan sent. This time there were only 3 pieces, which caused a slight worry within him. He knew that the Qin clan had been in decline in recent years. Their income could no longer cover their expenses. Their resources were constantly being consumed, and their finances could be said to be in distress. However, this served as motivation to further strengthen Qin Wentian's aspirations. Today, Qin Wentian left the Qin mansion through the back gate. The Silver Feather Legion has stationed its troops outside the main entrance of the Qin mansion, in front of the Qin clan troops, but the Silver Feather Legion may go for the kill. Outwardly, they looked calm and peaceful, but Qin Wentian knew that there must be hidden pitfalls in this dangerous game. However, he ignored all of this and arrived at the central district of Heavenly Harmony City, where the Star River Association was located. There were countless branches of the Star River Association throughout the Chu country, with the main headquarters in the Chu capital. The association that was located in Heavenly Harmony City was just a branch. The Star River Associations had never interfered in the affairs of the outside world, but this was because they had unquestionable authority, and their true power was immeasurable. Qin Wentian believed that the branch located in the royal capital might not even be the true headquarters of the mysterious Star River Association, and it was precisely because of the unique position of the Qin Star River Association that Wentian came here today. Firstly, he wanted to learn more about the art of weapon forging, and secondly, in order to protect himself and his clan, he wanted to join the Star River Association to gain a certain status. If he was a member of the Star River Association, when he arrived in the royal capital in the future, even a group of assassins would have to fear him. The Star River Association is divided into 4 departments: the Weapon Forging Department, the Pill Cooking Department, the Martial Fate Department, and the Heavenly River Department. Adoptive Father said that the status and power of the River Star Association might even be greater than that of the royal clan, Qin Wentian said quietly to himself as he looked at the majestic building in front of him. "Qin Wentian." A voice suddenly rang out. Qin Wentian turned around and saw a graceful silhouette in front of him. It was none other than one of the 4 beauties of Harmony Heavenly City, Lin Yue. A few days ago, she was invited to join the Divine Wind Academy. Ling Yue wanted to go to the royal capital after the year ended, and thus wanted to prepare in advance at the nearest association department with a request to Grandmaster Francis to create a divine weapon for her. Grandmaster Francis was the one who could create a Tier 1 divine weapon of the highest tier. "The Qin clan is already being eradicated. I didn't think you still had time to look for a master to create divine weapons to prepare to enter the royal capital." Ling Yue chuckled lightly as she looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian frowned slightly before coldly stating, "Even if your entire Lin clan is destroyed, my Qin clan will still survive." The first words Ling Yue said condemned the Qin clan, which angered Qin Wentian. Insolent. Ling Yue's face changed slightly. She was always surrounded by the love and respect of young men and had never met anyone who would dare to contradict her. However, Ling Yue's mouth slightly curved into a grin as she added, "Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Qin Wentian is now a genius, unlike the previous Qin Wentian. No wonder your mouth is so dirty." Dirty mouth? Qin Wentian was speechless. The woman in front of him seemed to be suffering from princess syndrome. Qin Wentian looked at Ling Yue with disgust and turned away from her. "You—" Ling Yue felt disgust and contempt in his eyes, which in turn caused her face to darken. Ling Yue was not only one of the 4 great beauties, she could also be considered a genius, and she was quite dazzling in the city of Heavenly Harmony. Every time she appeared, many people admired her. But ever since Qiu condensed the third celestial-level astral soul, many believed that she was inferior to Qiu, and when representatives from the royal capital arrived to recruit Qiu, Lin Yue felt a bad taste. On the day of the exam, she hoped that with her talent she would be invited to the Royal Academy, or the Imperial Star Academy, but this was not destined to happen. However, Qiu and Qin Wentian easily managed to get an invitation. And then all the attention of the crowd was focused only on these two, ignoring her. She extremely hated these feelings, Qin Wentian's expression of contempt. It could be said that she was jealous of Qin Wentian internally. Qin Wentian, along with many other people, entered the Great Hall of the Star River Association. The design was such that you could see the reception desk when you walked inside. Qin Wentian walked forward, only to be confronted by a beautiful secretary who wore a Star River Association uniform that showed off her curves and bowed to greet him. "Sir, do you need to forge a weapon, or do you need help making pills?" The woman smiled and looked at Qin Wentian. "Most come to the association department to forge weapons or make pills. I would like to become an apprentice to the weaponsmith," Qin Wentian answered. "Well, in that case, you are lucky today. Grandmaster Francis is here today, and I can recommend you, but there is no guarantee that he will accept an apprentice. Please wait here." The female administrator did not consider this strange because there were always many people who wanted to master the craft of forging weapons or making pills. Become a student? Empty dreams. Lin Yue, who entered the building with Qin Wentian, chuckled sarcastically. How difficult was it to become a blacksmith? Not to mention, most weaponsmiths tend not to pass on the divine imprints they have mastered to their students. "Miss Lin Yue, you are here. Grandmaster Francis is already aware of your visit and will come to you personally in a while." A smile graced the beautiful secretary's face when she saw Ling Yue, drawing many eyes towards Ling Yue. This young genius who was about to enter the Divine Wind Academy was truly a stunning beauty. "Please convey my gratitude to Grandmaster Francis." After that, many turned in her direction. Lin Yue glowed with pride, and a smile flashed on her face. "Master Francis and old Master Lin are bosom friends. Naturally, he will treat you special." "That's right, Lin Yue. Your dad and I are old acquaintances. Don't call me Grandmaster Francis, just call me Uncle." A bright and clear voice rang out, and Francis was also wearing the robe of the Star River Association, and there was a bright smile on his face as he walked over. "Uncle Francis, this time I would like to disturb you." The corners of Ling Yue's mouth were in the form of a smug smile as she deliberately turned her gaze towards Qin Wentian. "No problem, since Lin Yue managed to become a member of the Divine Wind Academy. No matter what kind of weapon you need, including any special requests, just let me know and I will forge a divine weapon that suits you." "Uncle Francis, I have a hair astral soul, agile and dexterous, so I want a sword that is 3 feet long, and it should be most suitable for fast fencing techniques." "Okay, I will apply the divine imprint of feathered wings, which will lighten the weight of the sword while giving the effect of increasing speed and agility." Master Francis laughed. Ling Yue smiled, and her face became pleased when she heard this, after which the pretty girl from the reception desk walked towards them once again, looking at Grandmaster Francis and stated, "Grandmaster Francis, those people would like to make a request for you to make they have divine weapons, and among them there is one who wishes to become a disciple. For those who have made a request, be specific about what they want and the compensation they are offering. After that, bring me the list and I will select a few of them to return here in 3 days. And who wants to become a student? Who is he?" Francis answered with his mouth open, causing the crowd to silently sigh. This was indeed the right of a blacksmith, being able to choose which divine weapon they will make and who will be first. In the country of Chu, the position of weaponsmiths was extremely honorable. "It is he," Ling Yue pointed at Qin Wentian. "That person has a dirty mouth." Qin Wentian frowned slightly. "Is it his mouth that is dirty? Isn't it obvious that Ling Yue has a dirty mouth? Everyone knows that this woman suffers from princess syndrome. Did he somehow offend you?" "Yes." Ling Yue bowed her head. "Leave him to me. I'll sort it out." Francis laughed. "Lin Yue, come back in 3 days to pick up your divine weapon. As for whoever wants to become a disciple, follow me." Qin Wentian hesitated for a moment before he stood up and followed Francis. Francis waved goodbye to Ling Yue and took the papers with the list from the secretary and then led Qin Wentian to the huge door located on the left side of the large hall. Behind that door was a completely different world. This was the weaponsmith's branch of the Star River Association. As a first-level weaponsmith of the Star River Association, Francis had his own forging hall, and Qin Wentian followed him to the entrance of the hall from where waves of fiery heat poured out, causing rivulets of sweat to instantly appear on Qin Wentian's forehead. "Come after me," Francis said to Qin Wentian and walked out into the corridor. Qin Wentian saw that there were several rooms in the hall. Francis headed into a room with a huge smelting furnace that went into the ground. Below the smelting furnace, there were many terrible burning coals that constantly heated it. "You can look around here," Francis said indifferently, and Qin Wentian nodded slightly. He felt a sense of pride emanating from Grandmaster Francis. Only first-level weaponsmiths could be given the title of Master Forger. Thus, this led to an arrogant attitude towards others. "These are materials for forging weapons." Qin Wentian walked to the side room, after which Qin Wentian moved to another side room, and in it there were many weapons: sabers, spears, swords, halberds, shields, gloves, etc. "What? It's all empty!" Qin Wentian's face froze a little. He realized that there was nothing inside the weapon. "These are special weapon molds that have been formed into divine weapons. The materials for a divine weapon are melted into liquid form in a smelting furnace, and then they are poured into a special mold and allowed to solidify, thus creating a divine weapon. Now take all these special molds to the smelting furnace. I want to start working on creating divine weapons." Francis's voice was sedate, so Qin Wentian nodded silently and collected all the special molds from the smelting furnace, while Francis was busy making lists, seemingly deciding which divine weapon to forge. "Sword, shield, long spear, and 2 sabers, pour the metallic liquid into the weapon forms I just talked about." "And will all the liquid completely fill the mold?" Qin Wentian frowned in confusion. Although he had never forged a weapon before, he understood the logic behind forging a weapon. Different types of weapons require different ratios of materials. For example, the sword should be sharp, and the shield should be strong and heavy. How can it be as simple as Grandmaster Francis said? "Do not you know? The metallic liquid in the smelting furnace is mixed according to the golden ratio, and this is enough to forge any form of divine weapon. Once the divine weapon form materializes, you only need to inscribe different divine imprints to achieve different effects. The most important thing when forging a divine weapon is the inscription of the divine imprint. Do you get it now?" Master Francis couldn't help but explain coldly, as if he was angry at the question in Qin Wentian's eyes. "Understood," Qin Wentian replied calmly, smiling coldly inwardly. This Francis was simply too lazy to put in the effort to actually forge a weapon. All divine weapons were forged with the same ratio of materials before inscribing divine imprints on them, and recreating them into divine weapons that could be exchanged for rewards. No wonder all the weaponsmiths were very rich. Weaponsmiths did not need to cultivate, but they still had to spend time to gain an understanding of the divine imprints needed to create divine weapons. Most weaponsmiths were like Francis and accepted orders in exchange for wealth. Naturally, they wouldn't go out of their way to create every single divine weapon. Qin Wentian, at Francis's request, poured the metallic liquid into the mold and set it aside, allowing the liquid to cool and solidify into a weapon. Then Francis walked to the small furnace next to Qin Wentian and instructed, "Go to the material hall and take 0.5 kilograms of bronze, 0.25 kilograms of silver sand, 0.5 kilograms of bloodstones, and several kilograms of star steel and aluminum. These are materials for creating a sword, but not a simple sword, but a very light and agile one." After Qin Wentian obtained the forging memory fragment, he naturally had information about various kinds of materials. Therefore, he understood a little about the purpose of each material. Bronze is the main material, silver sand is used to add shine to the weapon, and other materials will be used to enhance the sharpness, as well as lighten the weight of the sword, strengthening its base, especially bloodstones and star steel, all of which are considered expensive and valuable metals. "Grandmaster Francis, is this sword you're going to create for Ling Yue?" Qin Wentian clarified. Francis glanced sideways at Qin Wentian before coldly stating, "Not bad. You have a little knowledge to know that these materials are for forging a dexterous sword. I have a strong friendship with her father, and she herself is a cultivation genius, so I will put more effort into the weapons that I will forge for her. You must have offended her on purpose to get her attention, right? But let me say, throw away your stupid dreams and give up this idea. If you are willing to become my disciple for 3 years, I'm willing to give you a few simple base-level divine imprints so that you can gain an understanding of them. 3 years of apprenticeship and only knowledge of basic-level divine imprints? Qin Wentian muttered. He knew that weaponsmiths spent a huge amount of time on divine imprints. What? Do you think 3 years is too long? Do you know how high a price I paid to obtain these divine imprints from the Star River Association? Francis snorted coldly. Go and collect the materials I named. Qin Wentian nodded slightly in agreement and went to the materials hall to gather the necessary materials, then returned to the furnace with Francis. Francis then placed the materials in a huge smelting furnace, melting them into a metallic liquid. For the processing and creation of weapons, the Star River Association naturally uses earth fire. If not for this, many weaponsmiths would not be able to melt materials for forging. It was really difficult to become a smith. Qin Wentian sighed to himself. The difficulty of forging materials such as star steel was so high that ordinary fire would not be able to melt them. Especially if they want to make a higher-ranked divine weapon. The higher the rank of the divine weapon, the more durable the materials will be used. The most difficult thing for a weaponsmith, as well as the most important step towards creating divine weapons, was the knowledge and ability to inscribe the necessary divine imprints. Once the metal liquid was poured into a separate mold, Francis waited until there were cracks on the surface of the mold before he instructed Qin Wentian to pull out the sword mold. Raising his finger, Francis lightly tapped the form, and when it fell apart, a red sword appeared, which glowed from the heat of the earth's flame. Now, before the sword cools completely, is the best time to inscribe the divine imprint on it. Francis explained indifferently and concentrated. Suddenly, there was a small surge of astral pressure, and he raised his index finger. His index finger began to glow brighter, emitting astral chi, and then transformed into an astral chopping knife. This astral soul, Francis's astral soul, was actually a knife, and it cannot be considered a blacksmith-type astral soul. However, when he engraves the divine imprint, he does a fairly good job, Qin Wentian declared to himself. Francis then began to inscribe divine imprints on the surface of the sword with the astral knife, without making any movements to hide his actions from Qin Wentian. After all, even the simplest divine imprints were complex. The drawings of each runic line, especially when they intersect, were as complex as the mystical energy channels in the human body. It was difficult to notice everything with the naked eye. However, what Francis did not expect was that his every move was completely visible, and the purpose of his actions was clear to Qin Wentian, who was standing on the edge. This is the base level of sword form divine imprint. It can increase the sharpness of the sword and also increase the user's attack power. However, the divine imprint carved by Francis looks very raw, almost a child's drawing. Qin Wentian's heart was as pure as a mirror, devoid of distractions, and naturally he found nothing. Francis did not have a blacksmith-type astral soul and had to carve the divine imprint by hand. His talent was also common for a weaponsmith, as he carved a divine imprint but could not fully describe it. Actually, Francis himself knew that his astral knife soul did not have any advantage on the path of self-improvement. Therefore, he decided to fully devote his efforts to the path of a jeweler. On the path of weaponsmith, he still has some achievements, but he would never have thought that he would only be a despicable chick for Qin Wentian. If you manage to master these divine imprints from me, then I can guarantee that you will not have any worries in this life. Francis had no idea what Qin Wentian was thinking, so he spoke with pride, and his voice was filled with a hint of light disdainful laughter. He glanced at Qin Wentian while simultaneously inscribing the divine imprint on all the forms of the divine weapons and waiting for them to cool down before continuing to forge the weapons, sharpening the edges, matching them with the necessary components such as scabbards, etc. And as for the divine imprints that were made during the post-form stage, there were no signs from the outside. It was as if all the divine imprints had disappeared, as if they had completely merged with the weapon, becoming the energy channel of the divine weapon. "Try it yourself." Francis gave the newly created divine weapon to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian took the sword, and his astral energy increased. Likewise, Qin Wentian felt a kind of innate connection, akin to the one shared by flesh and blood, linking him to the weapon. This feeling was incredibly difficult to describe. He felt as if his own blood vessels, meridians, and energy channels had connected with the sword, and his astral energy began to flow into the divine weapon. How mysterious! Qin Wentian had only entered the cultivation path a few days ago, so he had never come into contact with divine weapons before. He didn't expect that divine imprints actually had such a miraculous effect. Today you have already seen the forging process. If you still want to become a long-term disciple, then in the future I will dedicate my attention to carving divine imprints, while the rest of the forging processes are carried out by you. How about this? Francis asked, and looked at Qin Wentian. Grandmaster Francis, I will not come here often, but if I have time, I would like to help you with what you mentioned earlier. I don't need any compensation. Qin Wentian answered. In fact, there were already divine weapon forging methods inside the memory fragment. It was just that he had to try it personally, so that he could understand better. When it came to creating divine weapons, divine imprint was still the most important step, and in other stages of forging, he only needs to understand what combination of materials is needed to create different types of weapons, including grasping techniques for sharpening the blade, etc., and he didn't have to worry about fire as long as he was in the Star River Association. And since the materials in the Star River Association were ready, Francis could easily produce a series of low-grade Tier 1 divine weapons. But even if they were low-grade Tier 1 divine weapons, to most people in the body refinement realm, they were still considered priceless treasures. You don't know what's best for you. Francis snorted coldly. I'll go and rest. Help me get rid of the leftovers. Looking at Francis leaving, Qin Wentian knew that this man was indeed quite cunning. Apparently, he only needed a day to create a bunch of low-level divine weapons, but he told his clients to come back in 3 days. This meant that it would take him a long time to create divine weapons. But naturally, if Francis had really devoted all his time and energy to creating a divine weapon, he would have really spent 3 days. After all, inscribing divine fingerprints was truly difficult. When carving runic lines, no mistakes could be made. One mistake could lead to failure of the entire process. After Francis left, Qin Wentian took out another sword form to experiment on and poured the metal liquid mixed earlier into it to try it himself. According to the obtained memory fragment, the divine imprints of a divine weapon can be divided into 10 levels. A first-level divine weapon must be supplemented with a first-level divine imprint, and a second-level divine weapon will need at least a second-level divine imprint. As for the divine imprints of the second level and above, they all appeared as a result of evolution from the combination of base-level divine imprints. The higher the level of a divine imprint, the more difficult it is to gain insight into it. As for the level 3 divine imprints stored in my memory, I can't even see their basic outlines yet, Qin Wentian said to himself. When cracks appeared on the surface of the mold, he took it out, and when he pressed it with his palm, the cracks widened and the plaster fell apart, revealing a fiery red sword. The astral energy in Qin Wentian's body began to transform into the form of a divine imprint pattern. The name of this Tier 1 divine imprint was known as Flying Sword. The heavenly hammer materialized in his palm, and the divine imprint made from the astral energy in his body began to transfer into the heavenly hammer. Qin Wentian raised his hand and fiercely struck directly at the sword, and the perfect divine imprint began to merge with the sword, becoming the energy channel of the divine weapon. Qin Wentian took a deep breath as he thought about the result of his experiment. Putting away the heavenly hammer, Qin Wentian began to use various tools, finishing and polishing the weapon, all down to the last step. As before he sharpened the edge of the sword, Francis returned. His face seemed sluggish as he looked at Qin Wentian's actions, and with a frown he asked, "What are you doing?" "Grandmaster Francis, I tried polishing and grinding," Qin Wentian answered honestly. "How do you feel about this place? Do you know that the form and the metallic liquid were enough for me to create a divine weapon? Can you afford to compensate for this? Francis thundered, and rage clouded his face. Slowly approaching Qin Wentian, he slammed his hands towards him hard, and the unsharpened blade in Qin Wentian's hands fell to the ground. Grandmaster Murin will be here today for inspection. Consider yourself lucky I won't deal with you anymore. Leave immediately. Qin Wentian's face tensed. This Francis, being only a blacksmith of average talent, was too arrogant. Qin Wentian snorted coldly and left indifferently. This useless man thought that I really took pity on him and wanted to accept him as my disciple, Francis exclaimed angrily. Qin Wentian had already left and saw several figures wearing Star River Association robes walking past him. The man in the center had an unusual disposition and was accompanied by a girl and an elderly man. Murin was the leader of the weaponsmith division of the Star River Association branch in the city of Heavenly Harmony, and had recently been transferred to the royal capital. The reason for his return today was to check if the level of weapons smiths here had increased. Qin Wentian and this man walked past each other. The girl glanced at Qin Wentian and simply looked away. Qin Wentian sensed the arrogance in the weaponsmiths. Francis, why are you so angry? Then Murin and his company entered the blacksmith's hall. Grandmaster Murin, division leader. Francis bowed, and his rage melted and was replaced by a warm smile. Right. Murin bowed his head and entered the forge hall, declaring, "Let me check your level of progress." Having said this, he accidentally saw a sword that had fallen next to the stove and picked it up. By looking at someone else's failed creation, one could more accurately determine someone else's true abilities. When Francis wanted to intervene, Murin's face suddenly lit up with joy, and he turned to Francis, exclaiming in surprise, "Francis, when did your forging standards take such a huge step forward?" Francis froze when Murin handed him the sword. With Astral's slight desire, energy as well as UN energy flowed into the sword, and his expression changed greatly. How is this possible? Francis found this incredible. To forge this sword, the materials you used must have been pre-mixed from metallic liquid, but the inscription of the divine imprint is so terrifyingly accurate that it is almost perfect. Although it is only a level 1 divine imprint, but to reach such a pinnacle, I'm afraid even a level 2 armorer is not capable of it. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes as Murin told Francis, "At the end of this year, I intend to take an assistant with me to the royal capital. I think I already know who to choose. Francis, is this sword definitely forged by you?" Francis hesitated slightly and ground his teeth. There was no way he could afford to miss this chance. Certainly. Okay, I'll give you 3 more days. I want you to use all your efforts to create divine weapons which will allow me to see the peak of your skill. Murin laughed and left the hall. Francis's heart began to beat wildly and his face turned pale. He claimed to have made the sword himself, but how could he create the perfect form of the divine imprint now? Truly, greed destroys people. This is a brat! I have to find him! Francis's heart began to beat faster. Qin Wentian was upset when he left the Star River Association. Originally, he wanted to know if he was capable of putting a divine imprint on a divine weapon. But who would have thought that before he could do so, he would be unceremoniously thrown out? But at least he was able to understand the process of creating weapons, which helped him in his quest and gain conclusions about the path of a weapon blacksmith. If in the future he has the necessary materials, then under favorable conditions he should be able to forge weapons himself. When he finally returned to the Qin clan, it was already evening. Qin Wentian decided to go through the main entrance as he wanted to see what was happening outside the Qin mansion now. Qin Wentian stopped far in front of the entrance of the Qin mansion, only to see a group of armored soldiers surrounding the Qin clan. Will they dare to take action against our Qin clan? Qin Wentian's face became quite unsightly. Holding the reins, he poked his horse and galloped towards the side that was guarded by the Qin mansion troops. The Qin clan troops, seeing that it was Qin Wentian, did nothing to stop him, allowing him to reunite with Qin Chuan and the others. "Wentian, come in first." Qin Chuan, seeing that it was Qin Wentian, approached and called out to him. "Do they really think they can hide here forever?" The descendants of the Qin clan, including Qin Wentian, had already been selected as the first group. Besides, Marshal Wu will arrive soon. The head of the Silver Feather Legion, Leng Ying, laughed coldly. Qin Wentian walked in front of Qin Yao, who had a questioning look on her face. "Do you still remember the words of the old master of the Yi clan after the academy exam ended? You, me, Qin Shang, Qin Zhi, they want to force us out of here." Qin Yao's face became very unsightly. Qin Wentian immediately remembered the words of the old master of the Ye clan. Allegedly, the current emperor had bestowed his kindness on them, and the youths of the Qin clan with enough talent could go to the pious general palace. But in reality, they would be forcibly taken to the military palace where they would be under strict control. It seemed that now they were going to use force to achieve their goals. Martial Wu is also known as Asura Wu. His methods are ruthless, and he has truly tyrannical power, Qin Yao added. Asura Wu from the pious main martial palace was especially famous in the royal capital. "The Yi clan clearly understands our Qin clan's intentions and knows that we will never comply with the imperial decree. Now that Asura Wu is coming, I'm afraid this matter will not be as simple as if the four of us were simply taken away." Qin Wentian muttered dejectedly, causing sighs from the others. The Ye clan and the Silver Feather Legion had not taken any action yet, simply because they feared the consequences and were somewhat frightened by the secret forces of the Qin clan, King Wu combat power. Far on the horizon, in the rays of the setting sun, several dark silhouettes appeared, which slowly became visible to the crowd. There were two men in the front rows. One was middle-aged, very tanned, and his gaze exuded an ominous and ruthless aura. And next to him was a youth of about 17 years old. The young man's eyes were sharp and beast-like, and radiated an aura of danger. Asura Wu and his disciple Ye Lan from the Ye clan. Qin Yao looked at them from a distance and stated, "Ye Lang changed his name after condensing the demonic wolf constellation Astral Soul, and he is Ye Wukei's younger cousin. He cultivates in the pious main martial palace. Although he is young, his methods are ruthless, and his cultivation level is at the peak of the body refinement realm, but he should not be underestimated. I heard that, because of his enormous explosive power, he once killed a cultivator who had just entered the arterial circulation realm." "Qin Chuan," Asura Wu said in an icy voice, after which his gaze was fixed on the members of the Qin clan. "His Majesty has shown great courtesy to the Qin clan, Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, Qin Shang, and Qin Ji. They will be allowed to return with me to the pious main martial palace and cultivate there." 8. Qin Chuan thanks His Majesty for his kindness, but the Qin clan has already made arrangements to educate their younger generation. There is no need for Martial Wu to worry about this, Qin Chuan replied calmly. Asura Wu's lips lifted slightly in an unpleasant smile, and the young guy sitting next to him on the horse pointed his finger at Qin Chuan. "Old man, we let you save face, but you didn't agree. My respected teacher has been polite to you, but do not let this affect your vision. Your Qin clan and the bunch of trash of the younger generation should be thanking us on their knees that you have the chance to enter the pious main martial palace." "Daredevil!" Anger appeared on the faces of the Qin clan members. This youth from the younger generation pointed his finger at Qin Chuan and even dared to say such words. Weren't the younger generations of the Ye clan taught good manners? Qin Chuan glanced at Ye Lang. "Manners?" Ye Lan looked at the Qin clan members, and his gaze was full of contempt and bloodlust, like a wild beast. Then he pointed at the Qin clan members and shouted, "This pile of garbage that the Qin clan has raised, you think that I cannot crush with one hand? What a narcissistic guy. I really want to watch you crush me." The Qin clansmen from the younger generation could no longer endure Ye Lan's humiliation and rushed at him, roaring in rage. "Qin Mu, come back!" Qin Chuan shouted, but only saw a cruel smile on Ye Lang's face. He twisted and began to take the form of a beast, which pounced on its prey until the cold halo emitted by its body began to wander along its absolute border until the moment its warhorse, which constantly trembled, fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. "Bliss!" Ye Lan's body turned into a blur and disappeared from view. "What speed?" "Ah!" There was a sound of suffering and injury, accompanied by the sound of breaking bones as Qin Mu's body flew over and fell heavily to the ground. It seemed like every bone in his body was broken by an overwhelming force. "Kacha!" Yalan walked heavily on the ground, causing huge cracks to appear. Therefore, it was clear that he truly had amazing strength. As his beast-like eyes coldly glanced at Chinmu's body, Yelang rushed forward again, and sharp claws formed on his hands, aimed directly at Chinmu's head as he lay on the ground. If this strong blow hits, Chinmu's head will definitely explode. The Chin clansmen's faces changed radically, and many closed their eyes. Chinmu was one of the young talents in the Chin clan whose might could be considered extremely strong, with the cultivation of the 9th-level body refinement domain. Yet he couldn't even withstand one blow from Yelan. What's even more frightening is that Yelan actually intended to kill him. Insolent! Qin Chuan's palm abruptly grabbed Yelang's clawed hand before he destroyed Chinmu's head. Steady as a mountain, Yelan couldn't move from his spot, and Chinmu, who was lying on the ground, formed a cold sweat on his forehead from looking straight into Yelan's eyes. Yelan bowed his head and looked at Qin Chuan in front of him. His beast-like eyes were full of contempt, and he sneered, "The young man can't handle it, so the old man will replace him." After saying this, Yelan extended his hand and took a few steps towards the young members of the Qin clan. "Do you want me to teach these rednecks how to fight? If one is not enough, you can attack me all at once." Although Qin Chuan was furious, he couldn't help it and sighed silently. Not to mention Ye Wuke, he knew that even the Yi clan's youth were stronger than the Qin clan's youth. This is not a matter of talent, but due to differences in wealth and therefore resources for cultivation. Self-confident, too arrogant. The faces of the Qin clansmen turned gray, and Qin Yao, unable to restrain herself, exclaimed, "Ye Lan, you are too impudent." Ye Lang's gaze fell on Qin Yao and began to roam over her body, lingering on the contours of Qin Yao's chest, and a lustful smile appeared on his face, causing Qin Yao's face to become unsightly. "Qin Yao, despite your ordinary talent, your beauty is still bearable and can awaken my heart. How about becoming my concubine?" Ye Lan looked at Qin Yao while licking his lips, making the Qin clan's youths angry. Qin Yao was the precious pearl of the Qin clan, one of the 4 great beauties of the city of heavenly harmony. She had outstanding looks and an outstanding personality plus talent. To think that this Ye Lan would actually behave so vulgarly towards her, and even want to make her his concubine. Qin Yao stepped forward only to be held back by Qin Wentian. She turned her head but saw Qin Wentian looking at Ye Lang coldly. When he entered the cultivation path, he did not have the chance to fully unleash his powers. Qin Wentian wanted to use Ye Lang as the first test. "Big sister, let me." Qin Wentian smiled tenderly as he looked at Qin Yao. "Wentian, Ye Lang's strength is scary, very scary." Qin Yao shook her head. Although Qin Wentian's talent was famous, he had only just entered the path of cultivation. He clearly couldn't handle the ruthless Ye Lan. "To deal with such a scumbag, I'm afraid Sister Qin Yao's hands will be dirty." Qin Wentian continued to smile as he lightly pinched Qin Yao's cheek, which made Qin Yao dumbfounded. This comrade at such a critical moment was still able to joke. However, she understood that Qin Wentian, no matter the urgency, always handled the situation calmly, like a carefree boy. Although he was a fool, he was also very touching. "Be careful," Qin Yao whispered softly. "Leave it to me." Qin Wentian stepped forward with a smile, looking at the pair of cruel, beast-like eyes that belonged to Ye Lang. Ye Lang was the same age, but had a truly evil character. He was extremely arrogant and looked at everyone with contempt. "Qin Wentian!" Ye Lang gave off an extremely oppressive aura as he looked at Qin Wentian coldly. "I will destroy the hands you touch Qin Yao with. I heard that you are at the peak of the body refinement realm level. Although I'm only at level 6, I really want to watch you fall by my hand," Qin Wentian said loudly. "I will suppress my strength to level 6. I want you to understand how weak the Qin clan's worms, considered geniuses, actually are." Ye Lang's eyes flashed, and his body flashed forward, like a wolf running in the wilderness, causing wind and howl. Ye Lang's sharp claws immediately rushed towards Qin Wentian's head, and a crashing sound was heard. The heavenly wolf claw seemed to glow with a dim light, so Ye Lang actually suppressed his power level. Otherwise, he would be more terrifying. Traces of cold laughter appeared in Qin Wentian's eyes as he saw Ye Lang suppress his power. This was completely different from his previous behavior. Under the enormous pressure of killing intent, as well as the aura of extreme danger, the astral energy in Qin Wentian's body began to spiral and flowed into his hand. Dong! Qin Wentian stepped forward, and a thunderous roar came from his palm. It was like watching a dragon fly across the sky, completely oblivious to the sight. The cold claw of the heavenly wolf entered the battle against the descending fist of the dragon, causing an extremely terrifying noise. Ye Lang couldn't help but let out a low roar as he felt his sharp claws cracking and chipping, and he had an extreme sense of danger. "Do you dare lie to me?" Ye Lan's body shook from the effects of the blow, and blood gushed out of his body as he roared. At the 6th level of the body refinement realm, there was no way that such power could exist. Ye Lang visibly trembled, and all his energy rushed out, his body filled with a crashing sound, and he took several steps back from directly colliding with Qin Wentian. Now he was even more dangerous by conserving energy. Like a raging squall, sweeping away everything in its path, Ye Lang rushed forward again. The terribly cold aura seemed to make the air solidify, and Qin Wentian felt that there was this cold aura around him, as if there were not many demonic wolves wanting to devour him. What a strong aura, Qin Wentian declared to himself. This surge of energy was enough to overwhelm him, however. Now the astral energy in his body seemed even more terrifying. Like a hurricane, the astral energy quickly moved along the stellar meridians before bursting out of him. She walked along the star meridians and flowed into his hands. Qin Wentian now did not feel any sense of fear. He only felt that he was filled with limitless power. The Qin clan members became nervous when they witnessed Ye Lang's attack on Qin Wentian. A faint shadow of the demonic wolf materialized, and after a moment of hesitation, it let out a cry of rage before charging towards Qin Wentian in an attempt to tear him apart. Astral soul of the demonic wolf, it's not for nothing that he gives off such a strong feeling of bloodthirstiness and bestial aura. The crowd's faces froze slightly. But Qin Yao stood in front of Qin Wentian and released her astral soul in the form of an ancient tree. "Ye Lan, roll!" Qin Yao shouted in a gentle voice as incredibly sharp wooden swords appeared in the air around her one after another and flew towards Ye Lan. The tyrannical Yuan energy transformed into divine power, which it circulated through the energy channels and meridians and emitted a terrifying aura of unrivaled power. This was a sign of an arterial circulation area. "Stop it!" Ye Lang at that moment looked like a madman, and like a rampant wild beast with a terrifying aura. He leaned forward, smashing the ancient swords with great force, continuing to move towards Qin Wentian. Just then, a huge hammer appeared in Qin Wentian's hand, which seemed capable of overthrowing the heavens and emitted a dazzling light, and then suddenly transformed into an azure dragon. Roar! Roar of the 9 heavens dragon. It was like a huge dragon emitting an oppressive aura as it rushed out madly towards Ye Lan. The icy aura of the demonic wolf clashed with the raging azure dragon with a force like a destructive hurricane, and the bodies of Qin Wentian and Ye Lan exploded in different directions, and their feet slid along the ground, leaving deep marks. "Wentian!" Qin Yao's face changed dramatically, and the ancient swords of the tree enveloped his body. Qin Wentian flew back, stopping only after colliding with Qin Yao's body. His entire body was deprived of strength, and there were lacerations on his fists, and fresh blood continuously flowed from the wound. "Wow, what power! The difference between different cultivation levels is too vast," Qin Wentian declared to himself. All the astral energy that was stored in his body seemed to be completely depleted by his last attack, causing his body to tremble slightly with weakness. As expected from an astral soul condensed at the 5th heavenly level, with the help of the star meridians, I was able to temporarily harness and condense the astral energy in the body for one hit, which allowed me to defend against Ye Lan attacking with full force, but it completely exhausted the astral energy in my body. Now Ye Lan was in great shock. He was thrown back, and in addition to this, the sharp claws of his astral soul, which was now stopped in the air, actually showed signs of wounds. Qin Wentian actually managed to wound him. "I want you to die." Ye Lang roared like a wild beast as he looked at Qin Wentian. When his voice faded, he moved forward. and a beast-like aura erupted from his body, becoming stronger with every step, and emitted strong pressure, forcing him to sag to the ground. "If you continue to be so impudent, I will no longer be polite," Qin Chuan stated coldly. Fury immediately flared up in Asura Wu's eyes with a merciless glow. This Qin Wentian had to be eliminated. "Go and bring Qin Wentian, Qin Yao, and the others," Asura Wu said in an icy tone. "Take them," Ye Mo and Leng Ying gave at the same time. An oppressive wave of pressure immediately permeated the air as soldiers with long spears in their hands began to move towards the Qin clan, creating a suffocating atmosphere. When Ye Mo and Leng Ying's command sounded, the Qin clan's archers quickly mobilized. The oxhorn bows they were equipped with were drawn to such an extent that the shape of their bows resembled the full moon, creating a sense of beauty that came with great power. "It looks like the Qin clan is really ready to rebel." Ye Mo chuckled coldly as he flew into the sky, heading towards the archers. Arrows filled the entire sky. They flew towards the Silver Feather Legion, turning the sky into a rain of arrows and making a sharp whistling sound. Likewise, there were many arrows aimed at Ye Mo, who was floating in the air. Two dark astral projections appeared on Ye Mo's forehead, releasing both of their astral souls. The first was Goshawk's astral soul, increasing his speed and agility as well as beastly strength. The second astral soul was as high as a huge mountain. He condensed a mountain-type astral soul, which resulted in enormous size when he condensed it. This was the Mountain Stone astral soul, allowing his skin to be covered with a layer of rock, which increased his defense immensely. Ye Mo's gaze became as sharp as that of a hunting goshawk, and his rock-covered arms carried explosive power that could topple mountains and capsize seas, and they shattered the arrows around him. Ye Mo was a cultivator of the Wen Fu domain, condensed two types of astral soul, and even opened the third astral gate. It was good that he failed to condense the third astral soul. Otherwise, his strength would be even more terrifying. Then two elders appeared behind the archers. One of them looked at Ye Mo and also flew into the sky. "Combat defenders?" Asura Wu was still on his warhorse, and the look in his eyes became frosty. These two figures who had just appeared were the protectors of the last century who stood with Qin Wu when his fame shook the world. However, these defenders no longer evoked the same thrill of glory compared to the past. "Retreat back to the Qin residence!" Qin Chuan coldly shouted as he watched the opposition forces advance. Then the troops and Qin clansmen retreated back. Yelan rushed towards Qin Wentian like a wild beast. Under the protection of strong guards, he was able to spend his time wisely and unleash his full power. Without exception, all the members of the Qin clan who blocked his path were seriously injured. Qin Yao and Qin Wentian constantly retreated. Her expression changed when she saw Yelan. This beast really wanted to kill Qin Wentian. "Let me block him." A figure appeared in front of Qin Yao and Qin Wentian and kicked forward. "Boo!" Yelang's hands easily blocked the leg with the strength of 10,000 jin and caught the leg with only one hand, and a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. PP, 10,000 jin is approximately 5,000 kilograms. "Qin Zhao, retreat!" Qin Yao's face was frozen in horror, but it was too late. Yelang's knife-shaped right hand fell fiercely onto Qin Zhao's thigh. Yi Qin Zhao suddenly let out a deafening howl of pain, losing consciousness as blood dripped from his face. The bones of his leg were broken and fresh blood spilled onto the ground. By then, Qin Yao and the others had already calmly retreated to the entrance of the Qin mansion, and more troops rushed out, forming a fortified protective screen. Yelan tilted his head and glanced at Qin Wentian. He smiled disgustingly and turned his gaze back to Qin Zhao, who was lying on the floor. His fist came down, landing on Qin Zhao's head. The bloody remains of Qin Zhao's head immediately painted the glittering sky red, splattering Yelan's clothes as an evil light sparkled in his eyes. "Qin Yao, I will make you become my toy. My slave, my sex toy." Yelang's cold voice came as he licked his lips, which were splattered with Qin Zhao's blood. Qin Yao's body trembled uncontrollably and she became immensely angry. "Everyone retreat!" Qin Chuan shouted, and Asura Wu sent even more troops forward. Now, even though the Qin clan had summoned martial protectors, their strength was still no match for their opponent. so the younger generation must be protected. Victims cannot be allowed, because they were the hope of the clan. Qin Yao's eyes were filled with an unquenchable flame of anger, as if she had not heard Qin Chuan's command. But then Qin Wentian grabbed Qin Yao's hands and repeated, "Sister, let's go home. Wentian, Qin Zhao?" Qin Yao's eyes were red. Although Qin Zhao was not her blood brother, he was from the Qin clan. His ancestor followed Qin Wu through countless battles and even adopted the Qin clan's surname. The Qin clan never treated them as strangers, so they were close, like family, brothers and sisters. "I will definitely avenge him. Necessarily." Qin Wentian spoke calmly, and his voice was filled with cold rage. At this moment, his usually calm eyes were filled with the light of madness like a wild tiger, and he looked at Ye Lan with hatred and declared, "Remember me. The one who kills you will be me." Qin Wentian vowed that he would definitely kill Ye Lang. "He certainly won't be the last to fall." Ye Lan placed his foot on Qin Zhao's body, and his eyes dimmed as he watched like a demon as Qin Wentian pulled Qin Yao and retreated back to the Qin clan. At the same time, the might of the defenders slowly forced the Silver Feather Legion to retreat. With defenders, the Qin clan was not so easy to attack. After Qin Wentian and the others entered the Qin residence, the entire Qin clan was rushing around in chaos. They didn't think that the Ye clan and the Silver Feather Legion would surround them and want to destroy them. "Yao, take Wentian and everyone else to rest. All you need to do is just focus on improving yourself. Leave your things here." Qin Chuan's gaze swept over the younger generation and his face darkened. "Father, we want to stay and help," Qin Yao interjected, not wanting to hide in safety. "I told you to come back!" Qin Chuan shouted angrily. "You all must remember that you are all the future hope of our Qin clan, and now that our Qin clan is facing an unprecedented threat, if the Qin clan is defeated, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we will also ensure your safety." "The Qin clan will never be defeated." Tears flowed from Qin Yao's eyes. "I'm just saying if. Anyway, first of all, they started it. Your grandfather should know what choice to make. As long as we can hold out for a few days, the Qin clan will have hope of surviving," Qin Chuan explained, causing Qin Yao and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed that the old patriarch of the Qin clan still had a couple of trump cards up his sleeves. "Father, I'll go cultivate," Qin Wentian said to Qin Chuan before turning around and leaving, causing Qin Yao and the others to freeze. No one noticed that Qin Wentian's hands were clenched into fists with traces of blood, and her nails pierced the palms of his hands. Qin Chuan looked at Qin Wentian's back as his eyes sparkled before he said, "Yao, you must protect Wentian at all costs, understand?" Qin Yao's body trembled violently as she looked straight at her father. "Father, if Wentian survives, then so will I." "Child." Qin Chuan looked at Qin Yao with concern in his eyes and stated, "This child Wentian has wisdom above his peers, and he has enormous talent. I hope that in the future there will be someone strong enough in the Qin clan to destroy the current emperor." The pain that Qin Wentian felt was unbearable. He personally witnessed how Qin Zhao's head was smashed, how brutally he was killed, and the disgusting smile on Ye Lang's face. Something he could never forget. "Ye Lan!" Hands clenched into fists, Qin Wentian sat down on the training ground, took a deep breath, and calmed down. The blood debt should definitely be repaid with blood. The sky had already darkened, and Qin Wentian at that moment seemed to have entered his own world, as the noise and bustle of the outside world could no longer affect him. He raised his head to the sky, a brilliant astral light shone, and a faint shadow of the heavenly hammer appeared. At this moment, at the fifth heavenly level, the heavenly hammer constellation began to cascade down brilliant rays of astral light, merging with the brilliance of his astral soul, looking at the magnificent lines of light in the night sky. The 2 UN meteor stones that were placed by Qin Wentian on top of the astral soul were actually attracted to the shining rays of the astral light, running down and floated in the air. The energy released when the UN meteor stones fused with the magnificent rays of light was absorbed by the Heavenly Hammer astral soul, turning into the Heavenly Hammer astral energy, and entered into Qin Wentian. His 4 limbs, bones, internal organs, energy channels, and meridians. Star martial cultivators who have condensed an astral soul can only absorb astral chi from the constellation they have formed an innate connection with. Ye Lang's astral soul is a demonic wolf constellation, so the astral chi he absorbed was imbued with the characteristics of an unbridled wild beast aura. As for Qin Wentian, his astral soul was condensed from the heavenly hammer constellation, so he was endowed with tyrannical attacks as well as forging talent. Previously, when Qin Wentian directly absorbed the astral energy contained in the Yuan meteor stones, it did not connect at all with the astral energy he absorbed from the hammer heavenly constellation. Therefore, to be more efficient in processing the absorbed energy, Qin Wentian first used the astral soul to absorb the astral energy contained in the Yuan meteor stone, before absorbing the astral energy of the hammer heavenly constellation at the 5th heavenly level to purify the astral energy before being absorbed by the body. Despite the fact that he knew that this could cause the astral energy to become imbalanced. After a brief moment when Qin Wentian felt that his entire body was filled with astral energy, he began to circulate astral energy around his body and activated the 1,000-time tempering technique. Immediately there was a crackling and rumble, and harsh vibrations shook his body. His chi and blood surged like wild waves in the ocean, until all of his muscles began to convulse as tyrannical energy hardened his body, forcing him to break the limits again and again until his body became even stronger and more perfect. On the second day, news about the Qin clan was made public, spreading throughout the city of heavenly harmony. There were many who went out onto the street of the Qin mansion, sighing with sadness. The once majestic Qin clan would soon fade into history. Outside the Qin clan, there were the Chu Dragon Guard in the city of heavenly harmony, as well as the Silver Feather Legion under Leng Ying and the Asura Wu troops. These three powerful forces were around the Qin clan, trapped in such a dense web that not even a drop of water could leak out. Periodically, they sent troops to test the Qin clan's defenses, and the Qin clan members stubbornly resisted, sending their strongest martial cultivators as well as defenders to guard the main entrance. Outsiders watching this sighed to themselves, as they believed that the Qin clan would apparently not be able to hold out for long and would be destroyed. There are only 2 days left until the annual offering day. I wonder if the Qin clan will still be able to survive until next year. This thought echoed in the hearts of many people. The annual offering day was the day before the end of the year, and it was also the day when people made sacrifices to their ancestors. A suffocating feeling of pressure permeated the entire atmosphere in the Qin clan, and Qin Chuan and the important members of the clan gathered inside the war hall to discuss tactics and strategy. 3 great legions, as long as they are our opponents, there is no way we can go into direct conflict, and relying on the strength of the Qin clan, we don't even have hope of victory, Qin Chuan stated, looking around at everyone. How strong are our defenders? Someone asked, and that person looked at Qin Chuan. Not to mention outsiders, even the people of the Qin clan themselves were not sure of the real strength of their defenders. The defenders are the elite of our Qin clan and can be considered stronger than the vast majority of our troops. However, taking all points of view into account, the difference between the strength of our forces is still too great. What about those who were loyal to the king in the past? Are they leading their troops to our aid? The old patriarch must have his own plan, but water from afar cannot extinguish the fire. Moreover, the troops that belong to the 3 powers seem to be in no hurry to launch an attack, but they still seem extremely confident. That's what worries me. Qin Chuan sighed. The war hall was filled with his voice. No one suggested any other strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan said, "As soon as the fighting begins, I will mobilize a division of troops and place them under the command of Qin He and Qin Ye. Both of you are responsible for ensuring the safety of Wen Tian, Qin Yao, and the rest of the younger generation. Remember this well, you cannot collide with enemies, and if anything happens, run away." "Big brother, I'm not a coward," Qin Ye roared in rage. "We have already reached the limit of cultivation level. The younger generation is the hope of the Qin clan. I'm putting them under your care, but that doesn't mean I'm allowing you to become cowards, now understand?" Qin Chuan slammed his palm on the table, roaring in anger, causing Qin Ye to freeze. "This issue is not discussed. Those who ignore my orders are not worthy of being members of the Qin clan." Qin Chuan's words made everyone speechless. Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, and the rest of the younger generation were unhappy with the decision as their anger grew within them, and they wanted to go against their enemies. Clan leader. Then someone entered the hall and said, "Clan leader Grandmaster Francis of the Star River Association requests an audience with you." Star River Association. A trace of surprise flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes, and he replied, "Invite him." Soon after, Francis entered the great hall, and upon his arrival, Qin Wentian couldn't help but have a strange expression on his face. Francis greets Master Qin Chuan. "Grandmaster Francis, please do not stand on ceremony with me. May I know the reason for your visit?" Qin Chuan was quite polite. The status of weaponsmiths was truly unusual. "I'm here looking for young Master Wen Tian." Francis smiled bitterly as he glanced sideways at Qin Wentian. That day, Murin announced that he would choose Francis to accompany him to the royal city, and Francis, in a fit of greed, lied about creating a divine weapon which Murin tested. Never before had he believed that Murin would want him to repeat the creation process again, causing him to become depressed, and therefore he had no choice but to ask Ling Yue and finally find out what was under this young man's identity. The person who wanted to become a disciple was, in fact, Qin Wentian. Although the Qin clan was surrounded by enemies, Francis still had to visit them. Luckily, he was from the Star River Association, and the people on the street let him pass when he accidentally came up with a reason for his visit. A strange expression appeared on the faces of the Qin clan members. Why was the Grandmaster looking for Qin Wentian? "Something happened?" Qin Wentian asked indifferently. "I would like to cooperate with Junior Wen Tian to create divine weapons together, of course, if Junior Brother is willing to give me a chance." Francis felt that Qin Wentian's attitude towards him was very cold, so he had no choice but to smile and asked for help with a pleading tone in his voice. Qin Wentian's heart trembled slightly. Francis really wanted to create divine weapons with me? Could it be that the past divine weapon I created accidentally exceeded the standards? If not, then there should be no reason why he would look for me. It seems that the insight I gained about divine imprints from the memory fragment was unusual. Qin Wentian silently thought that there was such a possibility. He couldn't help but chuckled coldly and replied, "Right now, my Qin clan is on the verge of a crisis. I don't have time to help Grandmaster Francis forge the divine weapon. I can't afford to pay for the poured mold and metal liquid I used before, so I'm sorry." Francis smiled bitterly and looked at Qin Wentian, lowering his voice as if begging, "Young Master Wentian, please let me know if you have any conditions. First, tell me why you want to create divine weapons with me." Qin Wentian stared at Francis. The weapon previously created was only a first-level divine weapon that Francis should be able to make. Although the divine imprint carving could not be compared to Qin Wentian's single inscription, there was no need for Francis to humiliate himself so much by asking for Qin Wentian's help. An awkward look appeared on Francis's face. If the Grandmaster is unwilling to reveal the reason, then there is nothing to discuss. Francis glanced at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan understood his meaning and waved his hands, signaling most of the Qin clan members to leave the hall. "Grandmaster, you can speak now," Qin Wentian stated, causing Francis's expression to freeze as he sighed to himself. He had no choice left, so he uncovered the facts of what happened after Qin Wentian left that day. When Qin Chuan and the others heard the reason, everyone's faces showed astonishment and fear. Qin Wentian could actually write divine imprints. "Wen Tian, I could send you to the Star River Association, and Murin will definitely ensure your safety." Qin Chuan's eyes brightened sharply. This Murin was the leader of the Star River Association's weaponsmithing division, and he had extremely strong forging abilities which elevated his status and position. If he is willing to help, the Qin clan will definitely survive. Grandmaster Francis, who was standing on the side, had a worried face. He felt like he was caught between a rock and a hard place. "Grandmaster Francis." Qin Wentian looked at Francis and said, "There is no way I can make divine weapons. However, the reason why you want me to accompany Maureen is only to enhance your weapon forging ability. I know many divine imprints and can share them with you so that you too can explain them to Grandmaster Murin." Francis's face froze. It seemed to him that it was impossible for Qin Wentian to agree to forge a divine weapon together. However, if Qin Wentian really wanted to give the divine imprints to him, it wouldn't be that bad. At best, he would simply apologize and give the divine imprints to Murin. "If that's the case, then I have to thank young Master Wen Tian," Francis answered politely. "Wait." Qin Wentian walked out of the main hall, causing Qin Chuan and the others to have funny expressions on their faces. "Elder brother, were you the one who taught Wen Tian divine imprints?" Qin He was curious. "Divine imprints are extremely mysterious and complex. I myself don't have a complete understanding of them. How could I teach this to Wen Tian?" Qin Chuan shook his head, saying in a low voice, "Strange, Qin Yao. Wen Tian has always been by your side. Do you know anything?" "This little brat is still hiding a lot of secrets from me." Qin Yao pouted, however. She still hoped that Qin Wentian could accept the lifeline offered by the Star River Association. In this way, the Star River Association would ensure his safety and increase the protection of the Qin clan, resolving the crisis. After a while, Qin Wentian came with more iron sheets, causing even more strange looks on the faces of Francis and the Qin clan members. But as soon as Francis received the iron sheet that Wen Tian gave him, and after a thorough inspection, his heart trembled with excitement. These were divine imprints, and not only that, they were all intricate, elegantly inscribed. How did Qin Wentian manage to create such a perfect image? "Blacksmith type of astral soul." Francis's heart trembled as he looked at Qin Wentian. "That's right, my forge-type astral soul, condensed from the third heavenly level constellation. I will give you these iron sheets with me, and moreover, if Grandmaster Francis is willing to provide us with divine weapons, I am willing to use divine imprints in exchange for them." Qin Wentian's words almost made Francis fall over in excitement. Qin Wentian's divine imprints were incomparably accurate. As long as he could get the deduction from one of them in the future, creating a top-tier first-level divine weapon would be very easy for him. "Okay, for now, I say goodbye to you." Francis nodded his head heavily and decided to confess after he returned. He believed that with this imprint, Grandmaster Murin would not blame him too much. Qin Wentian's face trembled as he looked at Francis leaving. He deliberately showed off his forging talent so that this news would reach Grandmaster Murin. With Murin's strength and status, there might be a chance that he could resolve this crisis for the Qin clan. "Father, I must go." Qin Wentian flew out of the Great Hall and began to prepare to gain insight into the incomprehensible and mysterious Level 2 divine imprint. Back. Table of contents. Forward. 1. Complaint about the head. 1 rules. Ladki _Saxar _2 _V _Rod Ebal Systemi Itogo Mira. July 1st, 20212. Plus people and protection. MB more resources for cultivation. Qin Wentian felt that time had quickly passed in the past 2 days as he gave up the thought of anything other than continuous cultivation, while also pondering the mystery of the Level 2 divine imprint. After he exhausted the energy of the 2 Yuan meteor stones, he finally reached the 7th level of the body refinement realm. As the astral energy in his body seeped into his internal organs, his breathing strengthened, and every breath he took seemed to contain a surging level of energy, spirit, and qi. Any accidental blow from his fist had a gigantic force of about 50 bulls. Qin Wentian felt that this was not enough yet, and he hated the fact that he did not have enough time to increase his cultivation level to further enhance his strength. As for the rest of the Qin clan, every day seemed to pass like a year. The combined attacks of the 3 forces on the street are becoming more and more ferocious, and there have been casualties and deaths. The tension in the air, as well as the flames of hatred, has already risen to its highest point. There were those in the Qin clan who suggested that they should go to any lengths to directly conflict with their enemies. Even if they died, they had to kill the enemies there. Qin Wu did not agree to this. Instead, he gathered the Qin clan members together in the memorial hall and made offerings in honor of their ancestor Qin Wu, since it was the annual proposal day. Note, like the old patriarch of Qin Wu and the ancestor of the clan named Qin Wu, same pronunciation but different meaning. After they offered their honors, the Qin clan members left the funeral hall. While they were walking to the Qin clan, the clansmen brought a body, causing many clansmen to shout, Patriarch, let's go out! If this continues, we will all die. Don't worry, they need me. I have already contacted our old friends and supporters of our Qin clan. After I am imprisoned in the royal capital, they will immediately mobilize their troops to rescue me. Qin Wu continued, as long as I am in the hands of our enemies, they will be confident. Father, no! We can't let you take such risks! Qin Chuan shook his head as the meaning of Qin Wu's words was clear. He wanted to sacrifice himself by jumping into the trap voluntarily. The prosperity of the Qin clan, which your grandfather fought for, was born in my generation, but there is no way to protect it. Qin Wu smiled bitterly as he walked back to where Qin Wentian stood, and the others stood as he softly said to Qin Chuan, "Protect Wentian and the rest is good. You must make sure no harm happens to him." Qin Chuan, with red eyes, lowered his head heavily. "Grandpa Qin!" Raging waves of depression appeared in Qin Wentian's heart. There really is no way to resolve this crisis? Patriarch, clan leader, the Star River Association has arrived! At this moment, one of the clan representatives reported this, causing a flash of surprise in Qin Wentian's eyes. Very quickly, surprise turned into hope. Perhaps this was the chance they had been waiting for. Quickly, invite them, Qin Chuan stated, and soon the silhouettes of several figures appeared, and several others behind him, carrying heavy luggage in their hands. Patriarch Qin, my name is Murin, and I am here to find young Master Wentian. This person was the one Qin Wentian accidentally met that day at the Star Rivers Association, Murin. Murin also brought with him several companions, namely the impudent girl who was there before and, of course, Francis. Qin Wu nodded his head slightly as Qin Wentian stepped forward and he replied, "Greetings to Grandmaster Murin." Qin Wentian, I examined the divine imprints you wrote. Not only were they extremely complex, the aura they exuded was too extraordinary. You are qualified to join my Star River Association and become my disciple, Murin stated as he looked at Qin Wentian. Grandmaster, please look! Qin Wentian did not respond immediately as he handed over the divine imprint he had inscribed on the iron sheet to Murin. Murin's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. This young man in front of him could truly inscribe level 2 divine imprints. Not only that, the design of the imprint as well as the runic lines were extremely precise, not to mention the types of divine imprint inscriptions that even Murin had not seen before. If I agree to Grandmaster Murin's request and join the Star River Association, will Grandmaster Murin be willing to protect my Qin clan? Qin Wentian looked at Murin pleadingly. Murin froze before shaking his head slightly. The Qin clan's trouble is too complex, and there are too many unknown variables. Although I am from the Star River Association, I cannot interfere with this too much. However, I can guarantee that as long as you agree to my request, I will immediately take you to safety. Wentian, agree to his request. Qin Chuan and Qin Wu both called. However, Qin Wentian was extremely disappointed. If the Qin clan could not be protected, and he was the only one who would leave to escape while the rest of the clan was in danger, what should he do? As he thought about it, Qin Wentian shook his head. Grandmaster Murin, I cannot accept your request. Please reconsider your decision, considering your talent. In the future, you would achieve anything, including the opportunity to avenge your Qin clan. Murin convinced. Wentian! Qin Chuan and the others looked at Qin Wentian, this child. However, Qin Wentian still insisted, if you can guarantee the safety of my Qin clan, I will definitely agree. Murin looked at Qin Wentian as he smiled bitterly and shook his head. My abilities are not enough, however. I still don't want to lose a talent like you. How about temporarily becoming a guest of my Star River Association while you consider my request? Therefore, although I do not have the ability to interfere with the troubles facing the Qin clan at present, I believe that as long as you manage to come to my association as a guest, no one would dare to make any moves with the cruel intent towards you while you are there. Qin Wentian's eyes shone with brilliance as he bowed slightly. Thank you, Grandmaster Murin. I am willing to temporarily become a guest of the Star River Association. Great! I hope you reach the Star River Association safely. I'll be waiting for you. Murin patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder as he left. Francis, who was standing behind Murin, waved his hands and the servant stepped forward. They unpacked their luggage, revealing the many divine weapons that lay on the ground. These are all my creations. 8 Tier 1 top-tier divine weapons, and 37 middle-tier Tier 1 divine weapons. Francis had been frantically creating as many divine weapons as he could over the past 2 days and brought them all here. Thank you very much. Qin Wentian handed over the iron sheet with the Level 2 divine imprint on it to Francis. Francis expressed joy and admiration, akin to madness after the trade, and also flew out of the Qin clan. Divine weapons would be able to increase the strength of our Qin clan to a certain extent, Wentian. Choose what you need, and for the rest, Qin Chuan, you are responsible for their distribution. Qin Wu commanded. Qin Wentian nodded his head, and after some thought he decided to choose a long spear. The spear was like a dragon, cruel and tyrannical, which suited him. "Hey!" screamed a voice filled with horror, causing the short-lived world to collapse. In the 4 directions, a rain of fire arrows could be seen descending from the skies, and a moment later the Qin clan's territory was set on fire. Obviously, the combined army of the 3 forces decided to launch their true offensive. Qin Wu's body flashed as he rushed towards the Qin clan. "Father!" Qin Chuan immediately rushed towards Qin Wu. Meanwhile, chaos in the Qin clan was everywhere. Those who knew how to fight went to strengthen the ranks of the Qin clan, and the defenders remained in their places guarding strategic positions. Soon after Qin Wu appeared, Asura Wu waved his hands, and the troops under their command stopped their attacks. However, at this moment, the fiery glow of the blazing flames that overwhelmed the Qin clan was so strong that it had already reached the heavens, and a large number of enemy troops who used chaos had already infiltrated the Qin clan. They took part in battles with the defenders. "Asura Wu, I will leave with you, but you will have to pardon the entire remaining clan." Qin Wu slowly walked towards Asura Wu and the rest of the enemy troops. "You are so straightforward, naturally I will leave your clan members behind." Asura Wu smiled. "But the prerequisite was that I must be able to guarantee that you have no aces up your sleeves, and that you will come with me." As his voice faded away, the 2 knights who were brandishing spears moved towards Qin Wu. Qin Chuan and the others clenched their hands tightly into fists as streams of sweat flowed from them. They were all extremely nervous. Abruptly, the 2 knights simultaneously readied their spears in a stance as they charged with great force. 2 pop sounds were heard, and it was clear that both spears were directly stabbed into both of Qin Wu's thighs, piercing them neatly. How fresh blood poured out from 2 huge bloody cavities. "Father!" "Patriarch!" Qin Chuan and the rest of the clan members roared in rage and rushed forward, but Qin Wu's thunderous voice stopped them in their directions. "Do not move!" They saw Qin Wu's body lying on the ground, obviously unable to stand up anymore. The Qin clansmen's expressions turned ashen, filled with flames of rage and hatred, while Asura Wu's warhorse slowly strode towards Qin Wu. Looking at Qin Wu, an evil light flashed in his eyes. "Old man Qin Wu is a truly determined person. However, I haven't finished the sentence yet. I will deliver the Qin clan on the condition that they stop resisting, and the members of the younger generation I spoke about before still come with me." Having said this, Asura Wu's cold voice commanded, "Qin Wu's escort, let's go." There were many warriors there who pointed their spears at Qin Wu as they walked forward, as if they were hesitant out of fear of him. However, Qin Wu did not have the strength to resist, and therefore went with them. As he was led away, he gathered his strength and shouted out the last sentence. "Qin Chuan, remember what I said! Big brother, kill them all!" Qin Ye's eyes were filled with rage, almost bordering on madness. "Qin He, Qin Ye, listen to my order. Escort Qin Yao, Qin Wentian, and the others from here." Qin Chuan looked at his father's back when his gaze turned cold and a terrible note appeared in his voice. Qin Ye originally wanted to object, but seeing Qin Chuan's look, his heart trembled violently as he agreed. "Big brother, I will obey your orders. Go." After which, Qin Ye led the younger generation to retreat from the Qin clan. Qin Wentian turned away, seeing Qin Wu's silhouette in the distance, as well as Asura Wu's evil gaze. Flames began to burn in his heart. "As for the rest, kill them," Qin Chuan commanded, and instantly, The Qin clan troops released their astral souls as they advanced, as the sound of the collision formed a dissonance of deafening sounds filled with blood, cold, and tragedy. The war horses galloped forward, and the three forces moved like a furious wind, rising up to meet the onslaught of the Qin clan's troops, and a bloody battle instantly broke out. "We will flee through the western gate. Big Brother has already stationed protectors there who are waiting to escort us." He led the younger generations of the Qin clan as they burst into a mad dash. And in the midst of this chaos, Qin Yao and Qin Wentian respectively walked in the same direction. "Second uncle, I'll go and meet my mother. Guys, go to the first west gate." Qin Yao's eyes welled up with tears. She saw her father embroiled in a bloody battle, and yet she ran alone. In a very fast, mad run, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao arrived in the courtyard. They stopped. Qin Yao went to look for her mother, while Qin Wentian wanted to find Uncle Black. Uncle Black was sitting peacefully, and appeared to be unusually calm as he walked up to Qin Wentian and said, "Wentian, when your life is in absolute danger, use astral energy to activate it. Uncle Black, come with me." Qin Wentian wanted to carry Uncle Black on his back, only to see Uncle Black holding the star-shaped element in his hands as he said, "Relax, even if the Qin clan loses the battle and the enemy troops kill all the loyal troops and descendants of the Qin clan, no one won't bother about the unrelated, an old man like me. After all, the royal clan will still want to save their face." "Never!" Qin Wentian knew that Uncle Black was afraid that he would be a burden to him, and he responded with a fierce tone, "Trust my judgment all these years when I was wrong before?" Uncle Black smiled and he continued, "Remember, use this when your life is in absolute danger. Go quickly, don't burden the rest of the Qin clan." Qin Wentian retreated a few steps as he stood on the ground, bowing 3 times before he left. All these years, Uncle Black was the one who trained him and took care of him. He understood Uncle Black's personality very well. Once Uncle Black has decided on something, nothing can change his mind. As Uncle Black had said, even if the Qin clan were defeated, the enemy troops were from the royal clan, and they would not slaughter ordinary workers and people who were not related to the Qin clan. Uncle Black was not a member of the Qin clan, and it would be safer here than with him. After all, Qin Wentian was wanted. If Uncle Black goes with him, he may be in even greater danger. The Qin residence had a total of 4 gates: the North Gate, the South Gate, the East Gate, and the West Gate. With Qin Wu captured and the Qin clan set on fire, the clan members continuously rushed towards the 4 exits in an attempt to escape. Others, like Qin Chuan, confronted the enemy troops at the East Gate, and there were also troops at the South and North Gates to help break through the enemy's blockade, allowing some Qin clansmen to escape. As for the more important members of the Qin clan, they all gathered at the Western Gate. "Fast!" Qin He called as he saw Qin Wentian and Qin Yao running towards him. With Qin He convincing them, Qin Wentian and Qin Yao stepped onto the ground and jumped in the air, landing on the backs of the war horses that had already been prepared for them. "Go, Qin." He led the war horses forward. As they jumped out, behind them appeared a group of defenders, equipped with ox-horn bows on their backs, spears in their right hands, and swords on the left side of their saddles. They were prepared to engage in combat using a variety of weapons as circumstances dictated. Rumbling sounds thundered, causing the ground to vibrate with the galloping of the war horses. Qin Wentian turned his head, trying to be unshakable. However, he couldn't prevent the tears from rolling down his face as he looked at the place where he had lived for over 10 years. This seems to have been his last tear. Today was the last day of the year. A year later, he would be considered truly 16 years old, and from then on he would become Jiang Hu's person. As Jiang Hu's man, he should only shed blood and not tears. A cold wind blew past his cheek, bringing with it a feeling of melancholy. Qin Wentian and the others madly led their forces to the west, only to see the bodies of many figures suddenly jumping up from both sides of the luxurious street. Seeing the figures' faces, the Qin clan members all showed looks of intense anger. Those who were present included the old man from the Ye clan, Ye Mo, Ye Leng, as well as the Bai clan leader, Bai Qing Song. Obviously, the Bai clan joined the encircling troops surrounding the Qin clan. This wolf in sheep's clothing, the wolf they themselves brought. The defenders had no intention of stopping, holding their spears tightly as they rode on their war horses. They pulled out bullhorn bows from behind their backs in the blink of an eye, drawing 3 arrows ready to be launched. The arrows were fired in quick succession, and with astral light they shot forward, making a terrifying whistling sound that struck fear into the hearts of many, especially from the arrows fired by the defenders at the front. Hit, hit, hit! Like a flash of lightning, the arrows accurately pierced through the throats of their enemies. Moreover, the arrows still retained their strength after piercing and continuing to fly forward. "Kill!" Qin calmly commanded. He knew that the defenders were the absolute elite in terms of strength, and there was even one who was at Yuan Fu's level, capable of directly standing up against Yamo. Riding his warhorse, Qin Wentian pulled out a long spear from behind his back, grabbing it with his right hand. The spear seemed to be an extension of his arm as it circulated astral energy through his body, imbuing the spear with power. Fresh blood sprayed out like from a fountain, and even more brilliant and enchantingly beautiful rays of sunlight appeared in the air in front of him. Qin Ye and Qin He released their astral souls and fought together alongside the defenders against Ye Lang's forces. The rider, filled with a lust for killing, galloped forward on his warhorse towards Qin Wentian. The long spear desperately flew towards Qin Wentian's throat. It was fast, precise, and decisive. The wind caused by the movement of the spear with the purpose of killing rushed towards Qin Wentian's body, but at this moment Qin Wentian did not feel any sense of panic, only an eerie calm. Suddenly his eyes glowed with starlight as he rushed forward with a spear in his hand, using the sharpened tip of his spear to collide with his opponent. Explosion! A terrible surge of energy vibrated strongly in the enemy's hands, forcing him to throw his spear with a roar. But before the spear fell from the opponent's hands, Qin Wentian's long spear, like a hot knife through butter, knocked back the spear of his opponent, who was still halfway there. Using the saddle as additional support, he turned his spear upward and immediately struck his opponent's throat with the tip. Qin Wentian's warhorse continued to ride forward. Using a surge of strength, he directly stabbed his spear straight through his opponent's throat before grabbing him again. The tip glistened with fresh blood and shone with a strange glow. Somewhere in the distance, Ye Leng's sharp claws, deeply impaled on the head of the defender, looked at Qin Wentian. He broke his head with terrible force. The defender fell from his horse with his brains slashed, without hope of salvation. Ye Leng's eyes were filled with a wild and unbridled aura as he looked at Qin Wentian with disdain. His lips curled unpleasantly, as if he was provoking Qin Wentian to a duel. Next year, this day will be celebrated as the anniversary of the extermination of the Qin clan, and Qin Wu and Qin Chuan. They will be labeled as traitors to the motherland and executed in the royal capital with millions of eyes watching them. Ye Lang coldly stated. As he this done, he pointed his finger at Qin Yao, who was struggling with someone nearby. "And this woman, don't kill her. I want to enjoy it slowly today." Qin Yao was distracted for a moment, and due to her rage and humiliation, she almost caught her opponent off guard. Qin Wentian looked at Ye Lang coldly as he turned his horse and galloped away quickly. "Escaped?" The corners of Ye Lang's lips curled with disdain. Today, they left no choice for the Qin clan, and since the junior members of the Qin clan decided to disobey their decision, how could they let them leave alive? Ye Lang sat astride a warhorse, galloping frantically after Qin Wentian. "No one should interfere. His life belongs to me." As countless people on both sides of the street watched the progress of the battle, they felt a stab in their hearts. The person that was just now was Qin Wentian from the Qin clan, right? People had called him trash in the past, but to think that on the day of the exam, his true prowess shocked everyone by revealing his monstrous talent. His combat prowess must be very strong. So what? The man who is chasing him is Ye Lang. In addition, the genius of the Ye clan from the royal capital, he is also Asura Wu's disciple. Qin Wentian has taken the path of death. While the crowd was discussing their thoughts, Qin Wentian and Ye Lang had already galloped towards the other end of the street. The place was spacious and well suited for battle, and as long as one stood on a high point, the whole street would be visible to him. At this moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Wentian stopped his horse. He turned and stood in front of Ye Ling. Sen! A buzzing sound rang out as Qin Wentian's long spear appeared in his hands. Reining his horse with a steely glint in his eyes, he ran forward in the direction of Ye Ling, who was galloping madly towards him. His target was not Ye Ling, but the war horse he was riding on. With the horse's speed and momentum, how could he fail to break through the horse's head? With a wheezing sound akin to the ringing of a bullet, Qin Wentian's long spear directly passed through the horse's head, and the horse on the horse let out a dying cry. Ye Ling's body was spinning in the air as he fell from his horse, his arms becoming like the wings of a bird as he rushed towards Qin Wentian. Although Ye Ling was still in the body refinement realm, he could soar through the skies using explosive power to help him. Moreover, Ye Ling's astral soul was condensed with the demonic constellation of the wolf. The power of the wolves was already strong from the very beginning. Current Ye Ling, like a demonic wolf, attacked Qin Wentian with his sharp claws extended, emitting waves of terrifying pressure and terrifying aura. Using all his strength on his war horse, Qin Wentian kicked the saddle, and it tumbled backwards. Ye Ling's claws descended through the air, piercing the horse's skull and killing him with one blow. Ye Ling quickly landed on the ground, directly facing Qin Wentian. Ye Ling licked the horseblood that was spilled at the corners of his lips. He looked at Qin Wentian as if Qin Wentian was already dead. Generally, those at the 9th level of the body refinement realm will have the strength of 81 ox. Ye Ling, in addition to being at the peak of the body refinement realm, can actually create an astonishing level of strength of over 100 oxen by combining the enhancement effect from his astral soul and the attack methods he used. Despite this, Qin Wentian was incomparably calm. So he had already managed to lure Ye Ling here. There was no way, and he would still find a chance to survive. 9 silver needles appeared in Qin Wentian's hands. Without thinking, he accurately stabbed the needles into the acupuncture points on his own body. Instantly, he felt that his potential had been infinitely increased. The feeling of boundless power that filled his body was so invigorating that he involuntarily let out a low roar. Qin Wentian was already fully proficient in acupuncture techniques, having been taught by Uncle Black, but he had never used this type of acupuncture technique before, as there would inevitably be some side effects after using it. However, he had no choice at this time to kill the person standing in front of him. What a pity. You will not be alive to see the destruction of the Qin clan, as well as the scene of me caressing your sister, Qin Yao. Ye Ling grinned maliciously as he rushed forward, releasing his demonic wolf astral soul with no intention of showing mercy. Ye Ling planned to use the most brutal and violent method at his disposal to kill Qin Wentian. The same applies to Qin Wentian, who was confident in his abilities. He had no intention of going after all his opponents. Seeing Ye Ling rapidly approaching, Qin Wentian released his heavenly hammer astral soul, and the golden halo shone with a blinding light, causing the spectators that were far away on the horizon to scream in shock. This was a battle between Star Martial cultivators. Bliss! A fierce shadow appeared from Ye Ling's body. The spectators seemed to see a terrifying black demon wolf rush towards Qin Wentian with a speed so fast that it could be compared to lightning, causing the entire crowd to hold their breath. Current Qin Wentian was calm, so calm that it was eerie. His keen intuition had already sensed Ye Ling quickly approaching him with a cold, explosive, murderous aura so strong that it seemed almost capable of shredding him into pieces. Qin Wentian slightly moved into a spiral. As soon as his body began to move, his astral soul shimmered, and his weapon, which was similar to the heavenly hammer, burst out explosively, transforming into the image of a terrible dragon. The heavenly hammer's astral soul seemed to resonate with the dragon's movements, suppressing the fist, intertwining itself and emitting terrible pressure. Claws of the heavenly wolf. Ye Ling's strike contained enormous explosive power, and the sharp claws were capable of cutting through huge rocks and even small hills. How can a body of flesh and blood withstand this? 9 Heavens Dragon Roar! This was the second time the two of them clashed with their final moves. A thunderous roar rang out, and Qin Wentian felt his fist being torn apart, as Ye Leng felt a surge of energy containing extremely oppressive energy moving from his claws all the way to his hand. The vibrations caused by the tyrannical energy were so great that he felt as if his hand was ready to fall apart at any moment. Not only that, the energy even managed to enter his body. Boom! The tyrannical energy vibration in Ye Leng's body affected him and lifted him into the air before throwing him heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After his breakthrough, Qin Wentian gained another level of strength. At the 7th level of the body refinement realm, normal cultivators possessed the strength of 49 oxen. As for Qin Wentian, he had condensed the astral soul with the 5th heavenly layer. In addition, his innate technique was the downing dragon fist. Combined with the fact that he was constantly under the influence of his acupuncture method, this blow of his contained an unimaginable amount of energy that was far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. This blow only exhausted half of its total power. Unlike before, he didn't expend all of his power into this strike, so it seriously affected his fighting efficiency. But even so, just one blow containing half of his power was enough to seriously injure Ye Leng. After all, Ye Leng was like the vast majority of martial cultivators. Before he condensed his astral soul, he had already absorbed a huge amount of heaven and earth yuan qi and prepared himself as a martial cultivator. As a result, he simply could not be compared to Qin Wentian, be it in regards to the perfection of his body or the enhancement of the effect of his astral soul. Obviously, Qin Wentian had not finished this exchange. He was forced to retreat several steps before he could recover, but almost immediately after, Qin Wentian leapt forward like a ferocious beast, rushing madly towards Ye Leng. Ye Leng's face froze, his expression becoming even colder. He immediately jumped up. Qin Wentian's very brutal fist emitted pressure like a heavy and huge mountain, and even the lively Ye Leng did not have time to dodge. Instead, Ye Leng had to respond with his own strike, conflicting directly against Qin Wentian. Bang! Suddenly, under the impact of the collision, Ye Leng was sent flying into the air once again. This was the second time he was injured so seriously, to the point that his qi and blood gushed out of his body uncontrollably, causing him to constantly spit out blood. His face turned pale, but when he raised his head, he saw a pair of eyes that were filled with enormous murderous intent looking at him. For the first time in his life, Ye Leng felt the shadow of death looming over him, causing his body to shake in fear. His heart went cold. So cold, so cold. Obviously, Ye Leng did not expect that Qin Wentian's strength would become so terrible in an instant. If he had not made the mistake of attacking Qin Wentian head-on, then this could have been avoided, but it was all useless. Qin Wentian frantically rushed towards him. Buzz! Ye Leng released his astral soul with a crazy glint in his eyes. Ye Lenga himself seemed to transform into the figure of a giant demonic wolf, lurking on the ground with 4 limbs like a wild beast. He exerted all his strength, seeking only to escape. Despite the severe injuries, he is still able to formulate an image, leaving a shiver of shock in the hearts of the audience. Young Master. Far in the distance, individuals from the Yi clan's elite witnessed this incident, their faces pale with fear, especially Ye Leng's guardian, who was running madly with acceleration towards Ye Leng. "Stop them!" Qin Chuan roared in rage as his body violently rushed forward like a hunting leopard, knocking the man off his war horse. At the same time, the arrows of several defenders flew and killed another person. The earth shook from tremors. Qin Wentian continued to attack Ye Leng with a speed akin to a raging wind. The fact that his lean figure was actually capable of producing such speed quickly left onlookers in awe. How fast? Only now do the members of the Qin clan realize that the quiet young man who lived with them for over 10 years spent every day with exhausting effort, working no matter rain or shine. While Qin Wentian was running after Ye Leng, he had already leveled his spear to attack. His sharp eyes are focused on the shadow in front of him. Ye Leng ran on all fours as a roar of rage roared from his mouth. Raising his spear, Qin Wentian transferred all his anger to the shaft of the long spear. The spear was countless times sharper, faster, and more ferocious than an arrow. It easily cut through the air and flew towards Ye Leng to hunt. "Be careful!" Yemo shouted from the front. Yeleng felt a sense of doom as he protected his body and increased its speed even more. "Upstairs, huh?" A bestial roar of pain echoed through the air, as well as the clear sound of flesh being pierced. The spear that was originally aimed at Yeleng's brain missed and pierced his legs instead. He fell from the air, pinning Yeleng to the ground with his foot. A splash of cold air passed through. In this short moment, Qin Wentian had already caught up with Yeleng. Directly raising his foot, Qin Wentian stomped straight on Yeleng's back, causing the latter to violently spit out blood. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, even for those who were embroiled in battles against each other. Everyone turned their heads, fixing their gaze on Qin Wentian and Yeleng. They only saw the ice fire flickering in the young eyes as he pulled out the spear that had stabbed Yeleng on the ground, forcefully turning Yeleng's body. The horror of death was clearly visible in Yeleng's eyes. He never thought that he would die here today. The Ye clan members held their breath. If Yeleng died here today, his protectors would be put to death. "Qin Wentian, if you bring the spear down, the only thing that awaits you will be hell on earth." Ye Mo looked at Qin Wentian as his voice became icy. Raising his head, Qin Wentian looked at Ye Mo with a sinister smile, with a hint of evil. He pursed his lips, his eyes filled with contempt. His head lowered again, and he looked at Yeleng, who was lying on the ground. "I said that I will definitely kill you. If you touch me, a terrible death awaits you." Yeleng's eyes were still filled with a bestial aura as he looked at Qin Wentian menacingly. "Qin Wentian, if Yeleng dies, there is no way your Qin clan can survive against the raging flames of my Yi clan's fury." Ye Mo pressed from the side. Even at this moment, they still had the audacity to say such things. "Remember, Yeleng will certainly not be the first." Qin Wentian's cold voice rang out. Time seemed to stop, and the spear in his hand sank down violently. It pierced directly into Yeleng's skull, pinning him to the ground, and fresh blood and brains flowed out. Despite his death, Yeleng's eyes were still wide open in shock. He did not expect that Qin Wentian would actually dare to spear him. Everyone was breathing heavily. The spectators were stunned. They finally realized that Qin Wentian was not running away, but rather luring Yeleng to the battlefield, which could be used to his advantage. "Well done!" Qin Ye roared. Qin Wentian's spear strike was fast and decisive, which Qin Ye liked. "Come and kill me. If you can't kill me today, I will become the Yi clan's worst nightmare." Qin Wentian pointed the tip of his spear in Ye Mo's direction as he coldly stated. After that, he turned and began to madly rush towards a distant gateway. Ye Mo's body shimmered, but as he began to rise into the air, the protectors of the Yuan Fu realm appeared to obstruct his path. Qin Wentian wanted to lure people out of the Ye clan by forcing them to chase after him so that the rest of the Qin clan would have a chance to escape. The defenders understood this. However, they could not allow Ye Mo the cultivator in the terrible Yuan Bafu area to pursue Qin Wentian. "I want Qin Wentian's head!" Ye Mo commanded angrily. Hearing the command, the rest of the Ye clan desperately chased after Qin Wentian. If they allowed Yeleng's killer to escape, they would anger the clan. The stab in Bai Ching Song's heart does not disappear even after a long time. The once gentle and smiling young man actually showed combat prowess. Even his gaze was enough to strike fear in Bai Ching Song's heart. In the depths of his heart, Bai Ching Song deeply regrets what happened, but this regret was quickly buried by his cunning. The most important thing today was the destruction of the Qin clan and the murder of Qin Wentian, without giving any chance of recovery. Many members of the Ye clan and Bai clan pursued Qin Wentian, reducing the pressure faced by the other Qin clan members. Accepting this chance, Qin He quickly commanded, "Everyone, retreat to the Star River Association." "What about Wen Tian?" Qin Yao asked, concern showing in her voice. "Don't waste the chance that Wen Tian gave us. I will find it. Qin Ye, I'll leave everything here to you," Qin He instructed, as he quickly rushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Ye's eyes turned red as he howled, "Let's go!" When they finally arrived at the place where Qin Wentian was last seen, the people from the Ye clans could not find any trace of him. Considering how well Qin Wentian was familiar with the streets of Harmony Heavenly City, how could they pursue him so easily? When you meet a fork, split into two groups and continue to pursue him. If he is alive, I want to see him. If he is dead, I want to see his corpse. The pursuers divide themselves into two groups and continue the chase. If they unite into one, then it is unlikely that they will be able to find Qin Wentian, considering that Qin Wentian is deliberately hiding. This particular street was one of the most luxurious streets in the city of Harmony. There were many forks that were unsuitable for riding. Thus, many horsemen had to dismount and continue the pursuit on foot. Currently, Qin Wentian was hiding in an abandoned alley at the very end of the street. He took out the Yuan meteor stone and tirelessly absorbed the astral energy inside. He didn't have time to take into account the fact that he had to use the 1,000-time tempering technique to improve the energy, and it contributed to his breakthrough. In his mind, he only wanted to quickly restore all the energy that he had exhausted before when he fought Yeleng. This route! The sound of the voice was carried away by the wind, causing Qin Wentian's body to feel tense. After a moment, the silhouettes of two figures moved past him, but almost immediately they paused their actions, as if they could sense his presence. Bzzz! Qin Wentian shot forward like an arrow. Like a ferocious beast that hunts its prey, he thrust his spear forward like a mad dragon. His spear contained the essence of the dragon-suppressing fist art movement, which made him incomparably powerful. One person managed to turn around just in time to see Qin Wentian's long spear squeezing his throat with lightning speed. The other figure was frozen in shock, but the experienced opponent quickly recovered, and he stepped back, intending to increase the distance between him and Qin Wentian. "Tiger-crushing fist!" the man roared with rage. Waves of terrifying pressure, equivalent to a ferocious tiger tearing apart its prey, gushed out, and a fist filled with a wild, bestial aura frantically rushed towards Qin Wentian. Innate strength. He is an adversary in the field of arterial circulation. Despite this, Qin Wentian was still incomparably calm. In his eyes, there was only his opponent. Although this person was not a star martial cultivator, the might of the arterial circulation realm was not lying around on the road. Cultivators in the field of arterial circulation were able to unlock an innate power that would allow them to channel the energy of an explosion from a distance. They possessed an indomitable advantage that cultivators in the body refinement realm could not match. Howl! The long spear's power was comparable to that of a dragon. As it flew forward and engaged the fist, lacerations appeared on Qin Wentian's opponent's fist. Qin Wentian's strength, coupled with the increased effect of the divine weapon, was already enough to reach the level of a normal cultivator in the arterial circulation domain. After all, he was a star martial cultivator. Moreover, first-level arterial circulatory realm cultivators had limited energy. He had to kill the enemy, and he had to adopt a blitzkrieg strategy, ending the fight as quickly as possible. What a powerful force! The opponent, seeing how Qin Wentian pitted his innate strength against him, felt fear in his heart. No wonder Qin Wentian was able to kill Yeleng. Rapidly retreating, he refused to engage in close combat with Qin Wentian. Both hands exploded, shooting forward with a wave of violent and brutal energy that threatened to overwhelm Qin Wentian. Dazzling rays of astral light appeared, and the heavenly hammer materialized in Qin Wentian's left hand. Qin Wentian slashed furiously at his opponent, releasing waves of killing intent. Boom! The fist's energy blast dissipated, its intensity diminished due to the tyrannical power of the heavenly hammer that his body would not be able to withstand. With an incredibly sharp look in his eyes, Qin Wentian jumped forward. Die! Immediately after Qin, Wentian gathered his strength and he threw his spear forward like an accelerated arrow. His opponent defended furiously, but Qin Wentian's punch contained enormous power. Like a hot knife through butter, the long spear shot forward with irresistible force, directly piercing through the middle of the opponent's eyebrows. Just like that, the expert in the field of arterial circulation fell. Qin Wentian let out a huge sigh as he took out his spear from his opponent's corpse. Soon after, he disappeared into an alley and began running in the other direction. He was afraid that the commotion caused by the battle would attract more attention from the Ye clan members. Current Qin Wentian felt that fatigue was dragging his steps down. After all, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Continuously killing Ye Ling and the other two after the last blow earlier, he suffered from a huge drain on his strength. Not only that, when the effect of the acupuncture technique wears off, it will become even weaker than it was now. He must arrive to a safe place before this happens. Without any hesitation, Qin Wentian threw away the long spear he was armed with. A lone traveler holding a long spear in his hands as his divine weapon, he was too visible and would allow his pursuers to easily track his movements by questioning passers-by. Qin Wentian does not allow his pride to inflate his ego just because he managed to kill an arterial circulatory realm cultivator. After all, his rivals were only martial cultivators and had a limited amount of energy. If the enemy were slightly stronger than those he had killed before, then there would be no way for him to prevail over the enemy. Even if he has a long spear to help him, the end will be the same: death. Throwing away the spear, Qin Wentian bought clothes from a random store on the street and hid his previous clothes underneath. While Qin Wentian was moving through the streets, he saw his pursuers looking for him. Qin Wentian walked straight through the streets, ducking into alleys when needed. But Qin Wentian felt very depressed. He discovered that there were already men from the Ye clan and the Bai clan in this region, and the pursuers were becoming more and more numerous, blocking all the exits. There were many times when he had to turn back halfway before he could be recognized. Breaking out of this area was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Blocking the exits and also sending some men to search the streets. So it will only be a matter of time before they find me. Qin Wentian was leaning against the thick wall, and at that moment the star-shaped object that Uncle Black had given him appeared in his hands. He had no idea what this object did, but he knew that Uncle Black had given him an unnecessary thing. At this moment the sounds of light footsteps were heard walking towards him. From the corner of his eye he noticed a figure slowly walking towards him. Qin Wentian's heart skipped a beat. Because Qin Wentian kept his head down, this aroused the suspicion of the approaching person, causing the person to shout, "Raise your head!" Qin Wentian did not heed the command, and as his opponent approached, his body tensed, like spirals of astral energy gathered in his body. Abruptly, Qin Wentian raised his head and went on the attack. A whistling sound spread through the air. He grabbed his spear horizontally, preparing to cut his opponent's throat. At this moment, the face of his supposed opponent came into view. I have no idea where he got the spear from. The author said that he abandoned the early spear because it was too noticeable. Second Uncle Qin Wentian sucked in his breath in shock. This person was Qin He. He did not expect that Qin He was chasing him by creating a diversion. Move on with your life. Qin. He only said 2 words as he quickly ran out of the alley, wearing the same long robe as Qin Wentian, and a conical bamboo hat lowered on his head. The weapon he used was also a long spear, and his long robe hid the difference in their heights. While no one had noticed his features clearly, there were still too many differences between him and Qin Wentian. "Second uncle," Qin Wentian exclaimed in a low voice as he realized what Qin He was about to do and heard the sounds of a collision outside the alley. It was as if Qin He had deliberately knocked over something to attract the attention of his pursuers. "We found him. Here!" The excited sounds of the chase gradually made Qin Wentian's heart tremble. "Move on with your life." Qin He's voice echoed in his head. Many thoughts appeared in Qin Wentian's mind. One day, Qin He hated him, treated him coldly, and even wanted to kick him out of the Qin clan. But now, when it came to the situation, life and death, Qin. He did not hesitate to go out to save him, leaving behind the heroic appearance of his back and 2 words. Qin Wentian also thought about Bai Ching Song's hypocritical side. He was seemingly pleasant in appearance, elegant and graceful in his demeanor, but deep down in his heart, he contained a completely vile character. But there were other people who looked cold on the surface, but inside were incomparably brave and loyal when the situation called for it. The men of the Qin clan shed blood, not tears. "I must live." Qin Wentian clenched his fist with only one thought in his head: to live. Turning his back, Qin Wentian took the opposite path from Qin He. Qin deliberately put himself in danger, and may not survive, all in order to give Qin Wentian a faint hope of survival. For him, Qin sacrificed himself. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth and swore that he would definitely survive today. Qin Wentian's running became faster and faster. Since Qin went through the difficulties of creating such a huge distraction at this time, all the pursuers were far away. Qin Wentian needed to effectively use this chance to escape before Qin identity was revealed. The anger in his heart, as well as his thirst for survival, turned into motivation. Qin Wentian increased his speed and raced through the streets before finally reaching the exit. There was actually no one guarding the exit. Without any trace of hesitation, Qin Wentian rushed forward. 10 breaths later, he found himself on the other side of the high wall. This high wall separated the inner streets from the main streets. At this moment, in front of Qin Wentian, a graceful silhouette appeared in the air, landing on top of a high wall. The silhouette belonged to a girl about 18 years old. Her clothes wrapped around her body showed her full outline, with large black hair dancing in the wind. Her eyes shone with brilliance when she discovered Qin Wentian, placing her hand over her mouth and whistling, revealing an extremely mesmerizing smile on her face. Qin Wentian did not recognize this beautiful and mesmerizing lady in front of him, but from her gaze, it seemed that she knew about him. Since there was no hostile aura emanating from her, Qin Wentian increased his speed and continued to move forward. However, to his surprise, he soon discovered that the lady was repeating his movements. She walked in the same direction as him, although she was on top of a high wall while he was below her, in the street. "Haha, did you find it?" A clear voice rang out, and almost immediately Qin Wentian saw the silhouette of another person in the air and landed on top of a high wall. The new arrival directed his gaze at him. "I, little miss, personally led the search, so there won't be any problems." The lady laughed. The two seemed to have no intention of conversing with Qin Wentian, and they followed him through the streets, causing Qin Wentian to feel irritated in his heart. On the other side of the wall was the main street. The actions of the two clowns on the wall were undoubtedly attracting the attention of others, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly be exposed. His speed increased once again. Qin Wentian rushed past several other streets and alleys before finally arriving at the main road, preparing to go straight to the Star River Association to seek shelter. The sound of galloping horses was heard, causing dust. Very quickly, Qin Wentian noticed a platoon of soldiers coming his way, and the man in charge was none other than Ye Mo. Ye Mo! Ye Mo's appearance as well as the presence of so many soldiers made Qin Wentian turn pale. He was exposed. This time, even if he had wings, it would still be difficult for him to escape from here. "I need him alive!" Ye Mo ordered in an icy tone, making no attempt to disguise the murderous intent in his eyes. Immediately from the shadows, two figures rushed forward with terrifying speed, causing Qin Wentian's heart to tremble slightly. These two rivals were certainly in the field of arterial circulation. But at the same time, Qin Wentian didn't even have time to react as a fierce gust of wind rushed past him, materializing into a dark silhouette that rushed towards the two cultivators of the arterial circulation region. Purple tremors shook the ground with every step of the dark figure, leaving very deep marks in the ground, causing people's hearts to tremble. Poochie! Time seemed to slow down and a sound was heard. Qin Wentian noticed that the mysterious figure's palms were comparable to sharp sabers and directly pierced the hearts of the two cultivators. With ease, the two cultivators from the Ye clan were easily killed, their bodies slowly collapsing to the ground. How strong! Qin Wentian's face froze as he realized that this mysterious figure was none other than one of the two people who had rushed along the high wall earlier. And at that moment, that lady appeared in front of him. Not only her, but a bunch of people, about 20 in all emitting unusual golden auras, appeared a moment later from all directions. "Student, younger brother seems very handsome." A charming smile appeared on the lady's face and a pleasant aroma emanated from her, which, in addition, her clothes fit her very well, and this made her look like a devil. Her appearance was on the same scale as the 4 great beauties in the heavenly city of harmony, but she had what those lacked. She was incomparably seductive, capable of making any man ignite the fire burning in their loins. Younger brother, disciple? His features were clouded with confusion upon hearing this term that the lady told him. However, he soon understood after he saw Mo Shang. They were all members of the Imperial Star Academy. "Is this really the intention of the Imperial Star Academy?" Ye Mo said calmly. "The Imperial Star Academy should no longer have anything to do with this matter." But Mo Shang and the others were here. "This is my idea. This has nothing to do with the Imperial Star Academy," Mo Shang said just as calmly. The truth was that Ye Mo had guessed. Due to the royal clan, as well as indirect pressure caused by the difficult economy, Mo Shang's request for the Imperial Star Academy for assistance was rejected, and thus, without any other choice, Mo Shang and his companions had to come to the heavenly city of harmony themselves. As for the actual reason for the refusal, Mo Shang had no idea. However, he truly liked Qin Wentian. Whether it was personality or talent, Mo Shang had no complaints. Thus, he wanted to protect Qin Wentian. In a hurry, all his students rushed into the night. After all, they had witnessed what had happened earlier. "So, as I guessed, I don't care about anything anymore." Ye Mo responded coldly and waved his hands. Almost immediately, the soldiers under his control surrounded Qin Wentian and the others. Although the Imperial Star Academy's combat capability was overwhelming, Ye Mo had an absolute advantage in numbers. Since Mo Shang and his disciples wanted to interfere in this matter, they will all be buried today. The sound of galloping war horses filled the air as they rushed forward towards Qin Wentian and the students of the Imperial Star Academy. Ye Mo was motionless, his eyes fixated on Mo Shang. Mo Shang's intervention was his own decision. There is no need to be polite to him. Qin Wentian contemplated his surroundings. Ye Mo's people were becoming more and more numerous. At the same time, there were only a little over 10 students from the Imperial Star Academy. It seemed that this battle would not be easy to win. "Mountain!" The enchanting lady next to Qin Wentian called out, and suddenly the shadow of a tall and robust figure rushed forward, releasing his astral souls. On the forehead, the shadows of 2 astral souls materialized. First, there is a demonic monkey that emits a terrifying and domineering lust for killing, and the second is a stone man. This combination of astral souls granted him extremely strong defense. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank. The demonic monkey's astral soul and the stone man's astral soul obviously condensed based on forming an indestructible defense. Not only did they use the attack power, but it shouldn't be underestimated. Most cultivators carefully consider the cumulative effects of their astral souls. Trembling, the young man, who was called the Mountain, hit the ground with his fists, and suddenly a terrible wave flowed towards the platoon of soldiers, causing explosions to appear in the ground. These explosions created huge potholes that caused the war horses to scream in terror. However, there are still riders who were not caught in the tremors caused by the mini-earthquake. The riders skillfully directed their horses and rushed towards the mountain, only to see that the mountain's feet stomped on the ground. His body was tall and straight, like a real mountain. The long spear flashed and it pierced through the air, aimed at the head of the mountain. However, he showed no signs of panic. Mountain grabbed the spear with both hands and his body collided forcefully with the war horse. This terrible blow was unable to damage his body even a little. "Really scary defense," Qin Wentian exclaimed in his heart when he saw that both spears and swords were broken by the mountain. The frightened horses ran away. This sparked confusion in the ranks of soldiers gathered nearby, giving the impression that he could hold his own against 10,000 men alone. The battle flared up in other directions. Qin Wentian saw that there was a person who had condensed 2 sword-type astral souls, integrating them together. His body emitted terrifying sword chi. Wherever he passed, fresh blood showed up in the sky like rain. They were all cultivators who had opened the second astral gate and belonged to the arterial circulation domain. The Imperial Star Academy really only accepted geniuses among geniuses. At the same time, Ye Mo had an absolute advantage in numbers, and regardless of everything else, there were still some mercenaries. They galloped towards Qin Wentian's direction, only to find a mesmerizing woman next to him. She smiled slightly, and her palm slammed forward fiercely. Qin Wentian only saw the flash of a whip shadow, and the figures were instantly knocked out into the air. They were dead before they hit the ground. The whip was sharp as a sword. Just one blow was enough to kill. "Junior brother disciple, you must leave," The woman's arms wrapped around Qin Wentian's neck. Since the distance between the enchanting appearance of the charming lady and Qin Wentian was only half a step, his heart was pounding wildly. He cursed quietly that this mesmerizing woman was truly demonic. "Move on. With you here, it will only affect us when we are in battle," Luo Huang said. Qin Wentian nodded his head slightly. He knew that with his current strength, he could only be considered a liability. "I'm coming." Qin Wentian decisively chose the direction where there were fewer enemies and walked forward. "Big sister will protect you," Luo Huang said as she swung her whip, instantly killing the soldiers who stood in the way of the direction Qin Wentian had chosen. "Yu Fei, behind you." "Right." The young man holding the sword jumped in the air, landing behind Luo Huang. Several rays of sword light flashed forward, destroying their pursuers. Qin Wentian rushed away madly, not even bothering to turn his head to witness the battle. After inspecting the power that the Imperial Star Academy students possessed, he felt that it was truly insignificant, no matter if he tried to compare himself to the mountain or Yu Fei. When they engaged in battle, they could easily slaughter their opponents, no matter how many cultivators stood against them. Only those in the field of arterial circulation will be qualified to fight them. "Junior brother disciple, where are we going?" Luo Huang looked carefully towards Qin Wentian, as if she was walking in the courtyard. No hint of effort was visible, and she easily walked towards Qin Wentian. "Elder Mo Shang and the rest of the leaders, are they enough to deal with the enemies?" Qin Wentian asked. "No. Among us, besides teacher Mo Shang, who is in the Yuan Fu domain, the strongest are only at the 7th level in the arterial circulation domain. Our opponent, Ye Mo, besides also in the Yuan Fu region, is still full of cultivators of the arterial circulation region, and this is beyond our capabilities. As long as one Yuan Fu domain cultivator pretends, the situation will quickly deteriorate on our side. Once this happens, the members of our Imperial Star Academy will flee." Although Luo Huang had a matching pace set by the frantically running Qin Wentian, her words were still extremely clear. She fully understood how fearsome the Yuan Fu domain cultivators were. She knew that without a doubt, if another one appeared, her disciple brothers would have no choice but to flee no matter how strong they were. They must do this at maximum speed. Qin Wentian nodded his head slightly as he stated, "Thank you." Obviously, these people appeared in the heavenly city of harmony to save it, knowing the huge risk on their part. Luo Huang laughed and she asked, "So where are we going?" "Star River Association." Qin Wentian responded, causing Luo Huang's expression to change. She asks again, "Have you joined the Star River Association?" "No, but I know the Grand Master of the Star River Association, and he promised me that we could find shelter there," Qin Wentian replied. As if she was contemplating something, Luo Huang's expression changed before she replied, "Perhaps we should not go there." Qin Wentian was surprised by her answer and glanced at Luo Huang before saying, "The rest of my family is there, and besides, Heavenly Harmony City will be sealed, the Star River Association promised, and this is the only safe place where we can find refuge." Luo Huang stopped talking and continued running next to Qin Wentian towards the Star River Association without rest. When Qin Wentian reached the Star River Association, the effects of the acupuncture method dissipated. All the fatigue from the previous battles made Qin Wentian want to, and he wanted to just faint and find peace from the darkness. But at this moment, he couldn't do that. At the Star River Association, Qin Ye, Qin Yao, and the others arrived. But compared to the previous one, only half of their number remained. Most of the deaths were caused by defenders who sacrificed themselves, losing their lives in exchange for the safe passage of Qin clansmen. Although they were able to survive, their bodies were riddled with injuries. Wen Tian. Qin Ye and the others immediately rushed to Qin Wentian after leaving the Star Rivers Association. "Do you have news about second uncle?" Qin Ye asked. Qin Wentian froze as he shook his head, causing Qin Ye and Qing Shang's faces to turn paler. "It seems my predictions were accurate. The Qin clan will be destroyed." Gradually, a high-pitched, sarcastic voice sounded from the side. Ling Yue was here today to receive her divine weapon, and seeing the deplorable state of the Qin clan members, she couldn't help but gloat over their injuries. There was the sound of footsteps. Step by step, Qin Wentian slowly walked towards Ling Yue with a cold look in his eyes that glowed like a sharp sword. Ling Yue's face straightened as she asked, "The destruction of your clan was not caused by me, so why are you taking out your anger on me?" "Roll!" Qin Wentian spat out the words, causing Ling Yue to be dumbfounded. Roll? This stray dog from the exterminated clan actually dared to ask her to leave? Despite her irritation, however, the pressure that Qin Wentian was currently exerting was capable of causing her heart to flutter in panic. Grandmaster Francis. The moment Francis arrived, Ling Yue showed a look of joy on his face as she rushed towards him. "Disappear!" Before Ling Yue approached, she heard Francis's cold voice. Ling Yue stopped mid-step, her face pale. Extremely dissatisfied, Francis was in a terrible mood and had no time to bother with Ling Yue. Ignoring her, he immediately walked up to Qin Wentian and expressed his kindness. "Young Master Wentian, you have arrived." Grandmaster Murin entered the closed hall for the manufacture and refinement of weapons. He will be there soon. Please, all of you, follow me to the great recreation hall. Francis was very polite, causing the disciples and Lin Yue to widen their eyes in shock as she stood aside. Qin Wentian and the others politely nodded their heads in agreement. They went to the side to rest, but the atmosphere inside remained very heavy. None of them had any idea what happened to Qin Chuan and the others who were still in the Qin clan. "Why are you still here? Roll. Don't look for me here in the future." Francis ignored the appearance of humiliation in Ling Yue's eyes as he said, "Many in the Star Rivers Association looked at the Qin clan members with worry in their hearts. The once impressive Qin clan, capable of commanding the winds and clouds, is now crumbling. They hung by a thread in their dark hours. Time has passed and Murin has not yet appeared. The thunderous sounds of galloping horses resounded outside as a platoon of soldiers stopped 100 meters away from the Star River Association. Yemo and his soldiers arrived, and after stopping, they reached the entrance of the Star River Association, facing the Qin clan members. When their eyes met, a wave of terrifying pressure penetrated the atmosphere. The relentless sounds of galloping horses filled the air. All of Yemo's soldiers, including Asura Wu himself, arrived. All the members of the Qin clan felt that a heavy feeling of mirth was in their hearts. "Everyone, sorry for the wait." At this moment a voice sounded clearly and clearly. Murin, one of the department heads of the Star River Association, arrived accompanied by an arrogant lady who had always been on his side. "Qin Wentian, have you come to a decision about my last sentence?" Murin smiled and asked with a soft expression, making people feel comfortable and relaxed around him. "Offer," Qin Wentian froze. "The question of joining our Riverstar Association and becoming my student." "Grandmaster Murin, I thought you said that we would be guests of the Star River Association?" A look of confusion appeared on Qin Wentian's face. No. The chairman told us. He decided not to receive guests. Still, it would be better for you to consider my previous proposal." Murin, still smiling, explained to him. Luo Huan's eyes, who was standing next to Qin Wentian, narrowed to a slit. Only now did she roughly understand the situation. Moving her closed mouth to Qin Wentian's ears, she whispered, "Are you what they want in their hands? With guest status, they have no binding power over you. But once you join the Star River Association, you will have to do what they say." Qin Wentian was not stupid, and neither were the members of the Qin clan. At this moment, their hearts turned cold when they saw the gentle smile on Murin's face. This smile was like a poisonous snake, terrifying people. It was very obvious that Murin was deliberately delaying the time of appearance, waiting for Yemo's soldiers to arrive and causing the Qin clansmen to be desperate. Once he came out, they were left with no choice but to submit to his demands. What a cunning man! Francis spoke quietly in his heart, his eyes filled with the flames of anger. He already thought that he was not a good person, but in comparison with Murin, they were still far from each other. He felt that he himself was too naive. Why was he in a terrible mood? Because the second-level divine imprint that Qin Wentian gave him was borrowed by Murin. When he asked Murin to return the divine imprint today, Murin refused, resulting in Francis suffering humiliation. Qin Wentian's eyes were fixated on Murin's gentle smile as he asked, "What will happen if I don't agree?" "Oh, you better agree!" Murin did not answer. The one who answered was the lady, her gaze filled with arrogance and pride as she looked at the Qin clan members as she continued, Grandmaster Murin is a second-level armorer, and he is only a short distance away from the third level. Considering your current Qin clan's position, he shows kindness to you, and it is an honor to accept him. You understand? Qin Wentian, this is your chance, the elder from the Star River Association added. At this moment, Qin Wentian could clearly feel the arrogance radiating from the three of them. Pride seeped deep into their bones, and they didn't even care about the opinions of the Qin clan members. If Qin Wentian didn't have such perfectly drawn Level 2 divine imprint inscriptions, these people would never have bothered to even talk to him. Murin had not yet said a word, but he could immediately sentence the Qin clan members to fall into the abyss. So that's the thing. That's why you asked us to seek refuge in the Star River Association. Qin Ye's tone of voice was cold, and he was immeasurably angry. If it weren't for Murin's promise to Qin Wentian, the Qin clan members would not have placed all their hopes on Star River. Murin glanced indifferently towards Qin Ye as he coolly replied, "Even if Qin Wentian agreed to my proposal, you will not be under the protection of my Star River Association communication." "Nasty! I don't need your protection!" Qin Ye roared in rage, and his fist thundered, displacing air comparable to the roar of a tiger towards Murin. A sharp look, like a sword, flashed in Murin's eyes. Stretching out one finger, a thunderous sound immediately rang out, and Qin Ye felt a terrible pressure. The fiery lion appeared and charged furiously before his body was thrown into the air. "This is the Star River Association. I don't want to kill you, but not next time." Murin's expression remained calm as he spoke. Yuan Fu realm cultivators compared to arterial circulation realm cultivators. The gap was too big. Although Qin Ye was an 8th-level cultivator of the arterial circulation realm, but against Murin, he was not able to withstand even one blow. The Qin clan members were all furious and outraged on their faces. However, the Star River Association was not someone they could afford to provoke. This feeling, this humiliation, was very painful. "What is your decision?" Murin asked as he looked at Qin Wentian. If Qin Wentian agreed, not only would he be able to survive, he would become a member of the Star River Association. By all accounts, only an idiot would refuse this. Qin Wentian turned to Qin Yao and the others. "Wentian, there are no cowards in the Qin clan," Qin Yao stated coldly. "There are no cowards in the Qin clan," the Qin clan members echoed. "Even in death, they will not tolerate such humiliation. Today is a humiliation. If I don't die, I will remember this moment in my heart forever." Qin Wentian glanced at Murin as he turned his body and walked towards the exit of the Star Rivers Association. If it weren't for Murin, the one who poisoned their promise of safety and lured them into the Star Rivers Association, then today the Qin clan would not be in such a desperate situation. The Qin clansmen followed behind Qin Wentian and glared at Murin. "Open the way for them, let them out. Don't fight your personal battles in my association." A chilling halo emitted from Murin as he closed his eyes, and he turned to Ye Mo and the others who were standing near the exit. Ye Mo and the others retreated, opening the way and allowing the Qin clan members to exit. Now the life and fate of the Qin clan members lay in their hands. Qin Wentian and the others walked out of the Star River Association into a vast area. All exits were sealed. There was no way to escape today. "During the trip here, you asked me if it was possible that we should not come. Have you already guessed about the ending?" Qin Wentian asked in a low voice, looking at Luo Huang, who was standing next to him. The Star River Association has always been independent and will not interfere excessively in the affairs of other powers. However, they have a terrifying level of power. The members of the Star River Association all emphasize pragmatism, and I was afraid that what you offered to them could not compare with the Ye clan's offer. However, it appears that I was wrong. They wanted to call you to their side, but you rejected them. Luo Huang's calm voice made Qin Wentian feel like he was about to burst with anger. "If this is the case, then I'm afraid that they have already contacted the Ye clan before." Qin Wentian took a deep breath as he clenched his fist tightly. Murin, he returned only after the Ye clan members arrived and asked if he had agreed to the offer earlier. If he agreed, he would be completely within Murin's control. And if he disagreed, Murin would simply send them to the abyss, like the ruthless ones. Turning his head, he glanced back at Murin. By the way, at that moment, Murin and the lady next to him were standing on the stage. They also looked in his direction. Their looks were full of contempt, as if they were mocking his stupidity. The soldiers in front of him had all already turned around in their formation, while pointing their spears towards Qin Wentian and everyone else as they released a heavy, murderous aura into the air. The people to the left and right of them began to move forward. In the direction of the Star Rivers Association, both Asura Wu and Ye Mo, two Yuanfu realm cultivators, take command of the soldiers. "Heaven wants my Qin clan to die!" Qin Ye howled, filled with reluctance. The Qin clansmen had downcast looks on their faces. There was no way for them to escape this situation, only death awaited them. Far in the distance, countless pairs of eyes looked at them and silently sighed in their hearts. The Qin clan, starting from today, will only become a relic of the past. Luo Huang looked up into the air. In a certain direction, there was a black eagle spiraling in the sky. If the Qin clan were truly to fall today, the Imperial Star Academy would have no choice but to forcefully bring Qin Wentian and retreat. Qin Wentian's hands were tightly wrapped around the star-shaped object that Uncle Black had given him, and the excess astral energy in his body gradually poured into him. At this moment, Ye Mo waved his hands, indicating that a massacre was about to happen, causing looks of determination to appear on the faces of the Qin clan members. Now all they could do was hope against hope as best they could as they fought for their survival. But at the moment, an explosive, dazzling radiance suddenly burst out from Qin Wentian's body. "Ah!" A voice filled with agony screamed, and the spectators saw that the star-shaped object was releasing a wave of terrible power that seemed to be corroding Qin Wentian's hands. How the spectators suddenly discovered to their surprise that the level of corrosion was seemingly complete, and that all of Qin Wentian's arms were completely immersed. Incomparably thick and strong arms appeared, akin to a demonic beast. This strange sight left everyone stunned. Very quickly, Qin Wentian's body was gnawed by corrosion. It was as if the crowd could see the demonic beast materialize, threatening to devour Qin Wentian. "Wentian, quickly release him!" Qin Ye looked at the star object in Qin Wentian's hands and quickly shouted. However, Qin Wentian now felt that his body was filled with boundless power. How could he let him go? In an instant, Qin Wentian's entire body was completely immersed in corrosion, and giant demonic monkeys filled with a bestial and tyrannical aura seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Wentian's body was subtly transforming into that of a summoned being. Heavy but filled with boundless energy, this was how Qin Wentian felt right now. He was clearly able to sense the power in this enormous form, but as of now, it was already too late. Having wasted strength, it was difficult for him to be able to bear this burden. However, Qin Wentian had to grit his teeth tightly and stubbornly continue. Boom! Qin Wentian took a step forward with great difficulty, causing the ground to shake violently. The power in this move shocked the public as well as the Qin clan members. The sudden change took them all by surprise. Boom! Boom! The giant demonic ape suddenly began to rapidly progress, and that incomparably huge palm slammed directly onto the group of soldiers, causing screams of horror everywhere. This palm created a deafening sound as it slammed through the air, splitting the ground as the once living people were crushed to death under the power of the palm. The power of one palm was comparable to the strong pressure emitted by Mount Taishan. Moving forward, the demonic monkey pulled her hand, and the heavenly hammer appeared, abruptly exploding into motion, causing flesh and blood to explode to paint the sky red, as a total of 5 people died instantly, turning into mincemeat. The scene of brutal massacre made the hearts of the Qin clan members beat wildly, only to see that the body of the demonic monkey, at this moment, was armed with a hammer. In an intricate dance, he performed a specific set of hammer attacks, the 1,000-time tempering technique. Qin Wentian did not have much energy in his body, so he was left to endure this heavy burden. He could only squeeze out all the energy using this hammer method to continue breaking his previous limit, destroying all of his enemies. In the places where the demonic monkeys passed, there was no one alive, causing Ye Mo's people to begin to panic. The arterial circulation realm cultivators tried to desperately flee as none of them were able to withstand one blow from the demonic monkey. Far in the distance, Mo Shang and the rest of the Imperial Star Academy rushed after them. They could not help but were stunned at the sight of Qin Wentian's shadow in the body of the demonic monkey. Could it be the war that caused the constellation beast? Mo Shang trembled in his heart. How is this possible? Qin Wentian is only in the body refinement realm and there is only one astral soul. Where did this demonic monkey come from? And according to Mo Shang's knowledge, in the entire Chu country, there was not a single cultivator capable enough to summon an astral soul from a condensed constellation. It was beyond his imagination. Kill! At this moment, Qin Ye rushed forward, causing the sluggish expressions on the Qin clansmen's faces to disappear as they woke up and began to attack the soldiers surrounding them. This load is not something his body can withstand for long. Let's help him. Mo Shang, with the force of a hurricane, rushed forward as the members of the Imperial Star Academy entered the battle. As the demonic monkey mowed down the soldiers on the way, it very quickly arrived at Ye Mo and Asura Wu as they both released their astral souls. The demonic monkey, holding the heavenly hammer with unique strength, slammed the heavenly hammer towards Ye Mo. Ye Mo gathered all the astral energy in his body and, like a goshawk bent over his prey, released his palm, turning into a mountain peak. He made an explosive strike capable of breaking through any defensive fortifications towards the huge hammer. Boom! The mountaintop disintegrated as Ye Mo was launched into the air. As a result of the blow inflicted on his body, Ye Mo was thrown into the Star River Association. Stronger than Ye Mo, the cultivator of the Yuan Fu realm. The crowd's expressions wavered, only to see that the demonic monkey walked forward in Ye Mo's direction. Feathered wings grew on Ye Mo's back as he flew into the air, only to see the demonic monkey stomping furiously on the ground, causing huge tremors as the entire Star River Association building trembled before beginning to lift its body into the air, holding the celestial the hammer, and it struck explosively. Roar! Ye Mo's body slammed straight into the ground, and his face turned pale. The demonic monkey's body sank to the ground soon after. Ye Mo was kneeling as if he no longer had the strength to stand up. Die! A human-sounding voice came from the throat of the demonic monkey. It was Qin Wentian's voice. The audience saw the demonic monkey standing in front of him, its eyes filled with violent rage and murderous intent as he walked towards Ye Mo. His face drained of blood, Ye Mo looked at the giant silhouette in front of him as he said, "Qin Wentian, if you dare to kill me, then Qin Chuan and Qin Wu will be buried with me." Roar! Even before the sound of his voice disappeared, the heavenly hammer had already struck before and back into the astral light and disappeared into oblivion. Ye Mo was smashed beyond recognition, and his body was smashed into a pile of minced meat and blood. The heavy footsteps of the demonic monkey headed towards the exit of the Star River Association, causing the gazes of everyone in the crowd to be focused on him. Roar! The howl, filled with rage, scared Asura Wu so much that he fled, floating in the sky as his expression turned out to be unsightly. The rest, seeing Ye Mo's death and Asura Wu's escape, no longer had the will to fight, broke ranks and fled. Originally, Qin Ye and the others wanted to pursue the soldiers, but Qin Wentian, who had exhausted the last remnants of his strength, collapsed to the ground as he emerged from the body of the demonic monkey. Wentian! Qin Yao cried out in worry as she madly rushed towards Qin Wentian, and at this moment, the demonic monkey turned its head, looking at Qin Wentian's body. Its expression flickered, and under Qin Yao's frightened expression, the giant monkey crouched down, carrying the unconscious Qin Wentian, and a kind smile flashed on his face. The demon monkey's eyes were filled with love and tenderness. Qin Yao's hand going towards Qin Wentian froze in the air as she looked at the demonic monkey carrying Qin Wentian. She had a surreal feeling, as if she was in a dream. This demonic monkey does not seem to be a true demonic beast. If she was like this, then there would be no way for Qin Wentian to merge his body with hers. However, the expression she was currently showing through her eyes was so human, so real. A roar! The demonic monkey howled as she turned away and galloped away. Each step she took shook the ground and caused thunder. Her body jumped into the air and she landed on the ground once more, cracks appearing within 100 meters of her landing. The momentum of this huge body did not linger for a while, and she continued to jump in the air. Quickly her figure blurred into the distance, while the thunderous sounds of landing continued to echo throughout the heavenly harmony city. How is this possible? Survived the beast of war? How is this possible? How did he end up on Qin Wentian's side? If this is not a call, then what was it? Mo Shang had seen a lot and seen unusual things, but he had no idea about the origin of this demonic monkey. Qin Yao's figure rushed after the demonic monkey, but was stopped by Qin Yi. Currently, the Ye clan was in full retreat, but Harmony Heavenly City was still under their control. If Qin Yao chased after Qin Wentian, it would be too dangerous. However, the crisis was averted, although only temporarily. Qin Ye glanced sideways at Murin as he coldly stated, "My Qin clan will clearly remember today's actions in our hearts." Murin glanced at Qin Ye indifferently, with indifference. The arrogant look in his eyes clearly expressed disdain. Looking at Qin Ye, he replied, "Lady Luck seems to be smiling on you today. If you want to find me, go to the Star River Association in the royal capital." After he finished speaking, Murin and the others returned to the Star River Association without waiting for Qin Ye's response. Everyone revered weaponsmiths like himself. The Qin clan was simply a clan that had fallen into ruin and was about to fade away. Qin Ye and the Qin clan members decided to leave along with the members of the Imperial Star Academy. The spectators, who were watching from afar, still had astonishment on their faces. Very quickly, rumors began to spread to all corners of the Heavenly Harmony City. Qin Wentian had transformed into a monstrous, demonic monkey and killed Ye Mo, a cultivator of the Yuan Fu domain. Currently, Qin Wentian was an extremely hot topic among the residents of Harmony Heavenly City, as his exploits were discussed by countless people. On the same day, another shocking event of the same magnitude occurred. In the northwest direction of the Chu country, there was an entire legion of soldiers who arrived and destroyed the encirclement from the Heavenly Harmony City in front of the Qin clan. It was rumored that these troops were border guards stationed in the northwestern region of Chu country. In the past, their general was the battle commander Qin Wu. After hearing the news that the Ye clan was leading its troops to seal the Harmony Heavenly City, they rode throughout the night in order to reach the city on time. The situation and balance of power in the Heavenly City of Harmony had once again undergone radical changes. The Qin clan regained its former authority. Asura Wu fled in defeat, and the Bai clan decided to move, preparing to move to the royal capital. The Bai clan, Bai Qing Song, seemed to have aged dramatically from the time the autumn snow condensed her astral soul, which made him be in high spirits to meet Qin Wentian, who suddenly revealed his strength. Now even his little daughter refused to listen to his words. "I won't go with you." Bai Qing looked at her father calmly as she spoke, but her words were much colder now, missing their previous love. For the past few days she had been held captive by Bai Qing Song. "Impudence! What happened to your respect?" Bai Qing Song was outraged. "Respectfulness? Dad, you still remember that it was you who taught me respect. You were the one who taught me humanity and truth, but look what you did. Hypocrite! To repay gratitude with evil by causing the death of big brother Wen Tian." Bai Qing's eyes were slightly moist. She hated her father immensely, realizing that every thought her father had was an act. Bai Qing Song was truly a hypocrite. The psychological impact of her father's actions, the betrayal of her beliefs, was extremely cruel for a 15-year-old girl who always thought of her father as her idol and firmly believed in his kindness. "Big brother Wen Tian, I am your father. What benevolence and righteousness! This is only possible if there are pluses to pave the way. Everything I do it for the Bai clan, for both of you sisters." Bai Qing Song's gaze became cold. "Why can't you be like your sister?" Be like your sister and be deceitful? She was so good that even I was deceived. I never thought that she would be so evil, even when big brother Wen Tian was so kind to her. Bai Qing laughed coldly. Stop being unreasonable. It seems that after all these years I raised and fed you in vain. No wonder your sister is so talented and you haven't even been raised yet. Bai Ching Song was extremely disappointed. Talent, you mean? Bai Ching still smiled coldly, and a brilliant astral light shone sharply and brightly, illuminating the darkness and causing Bai Ching Song to freeze. A faint shadow of the astral soul appeared on Bai Ching's forehead. It was an astral soul that emitted extreme strong energy and seemed to be a spirit from the underworld, while the areola around it shone with a pure golden color. Pure golden astral soul. His origin should definitely be fourth heavenly layer or higher. Roar! Bai Ching Song felt that his brain was shocked, suffering from shell shock as his mouth gaped. Fourth heavenly layer. Bai Ching's first astral soul condensed with the fourth heavenly layer. This discovery made Bai Ching Song proud. He saw the astral soul slowly being drawn back into Bai Ching's body, and instantly Bai Ching seemed to turn into a void spirit, emitting extremely chilling yin energy, which made Bai Ching Song tremble involuntarily. Great! You are indeed my daughter, but the astral soul that you condensed, why did you choose the yin constellation? Bai Ching Song continued to tremble. I couldn't cultivate. I simply listened to Big Brother Wen Tian, who instructed me not to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth, so that I could increase my proximity to sensing the astral constellations. Not only that, he taught me the art of meditation, so I was able to do what elder sister did and sense the constellations originating from the third celestial layer. Because of my disappointment towards you, I continued, pushing my feelings upward. I had already stopped caring about life and death, and even if I died, I still had to rise above. My intentions were supported by my emotions, and when I finally managed to sense the constellations in the fourth celestial layer, I was no longer conscious of choosing. It was not I who chose this constellation, but the constellation that chose me. Even though Big Brother Wen Tian is not my own, he taught me kindness, how to be happy and maintain a positive attitude. His smile was so pure and kind. But you, my father, taught me hypocrisy, betrayal, emotionlessness, and composure. What qualifications do you have to be a father? You are not worthy. After she said, Bai Ching turned away and left, leaving Bai Ching Song standing silently like an idiot. These words repeatedly played over and over in his mind. You are not worthy. Closing his eyes, Bai Ching Song felt a trace of regret in the innermost corner of his heart. He wondered what would have happened if he had not betrayed the Qin clan by breaking the marriage proposal. Both of his daughters had such shocking talent, especially Bai Ching, who condensed the astral soul with the fourth heavenly layer. It was a miracle even throughout the entire country of Chu. However, she did not want to acknowledge him as her father. After 3 days, there was a patch of forest there, in the west of the heavenly city of Harmony. In this region, a puppy with snow-white fur would chase its tail while running in circles. Next to him, the body of a young man lay on the ground. The white puppy blinked his eyes and he quickly rushed forward. A few moments later he returned, and not only him, there were 2 more young ladies who followed his example. "Baby, why did you bring me here?" One of the girls was wearing a white robe, with a beauty that could be compared to fairies, as if she was not from the human world. She ran after the snow puppy when she suddenly stopped. There was a man lying on the ground. The snow puppy crouched next to the young man's body, his puppy eyes looking sweetly at the young woman in white clothes, his gaze so cute that it could kill. "Ching Chung, we chased this puppy all the way from the royal capital to here, and now, because of the corpse, he voluntarily came to us." Next to the young lady dressed in white, there was another lady dressed in green. She looked at the little snow puppy as if she was extremely unhappy. This puppy seemed to be teasing us. With his speed, he could easily get away from us if he didn't want to be found. What a naughty kid. Mo Ching Chung shook her head as she laughed bitterly. After this, she walked towards the young man and checked his wounds before stating, "He is unconscious because he was seriously injured. Not only that, he used up all his spirit, energy, and qi." After her diagnosis, Mo Ching Chung took the medicinal pills from under her robe and put them in the young man's mouth. Soon after, the medicinal pills melted and mystical healing energies began to flow into the young man's body. You are crazy? These were Tier 2 top-grade medicinal pills. The lady dressed in green was dumbfounded. Medicine pills can be classified in the same way as divine weapons. Top-grade Tier 2 medicinal pills would be enough to make cultivators in the arterial circulation domain go crazy over them. They were extremely precious. It must be fate, and if not, we would not have met him. Nolan, there's a thatched house not far from here. Let's rest there. Mo Ching-chung carried the young man on her back as she spoke to the lady dressed in green. Crazy, you really are crazy. Nolan shook her head. If the people from the capital of Chu found out that Mo Ching-chung was actually carrying a man on her back, no one knew how big a commotion it would cause. And what was even more undignified was that during the ride, the young man's hands were actually resting in front of Mo Ching-chung's chest. Sometimes they come into contact with Mo Ching-chung's breasts, causing her face to turn red, making her even more seductive. What are you looking at? The girl dressed in green stared at the snow puppy who was following them from the side and added in a low tone, "This brat has the fortune of the devil to enjoy such benefits even when he is unconscious. Nolan, he doesn't know anything yet, but this little snow puppy seems to have spiritual intelligence. Now that we have saved him, as I said before, this can be considered a form of fate." Mo Ching-chung smiled bitterly. She never thought that she would be in such close proximity with a person of the opposite sex. If the 10 prodigies of the royal capital knew about this, I think that even if this guy had several lives, they would still not be enough for him. Nolan shook her head. She had a very clear understanding of the status of suitors who wanted to marry a lady in white robes. However, Mo Ching-chung's heart was never touched by their attempts to woo her. The two ladies arrived at a thatched house that was located in an open area in a forested region. It was a picturesque place, and there was even a stream next to them. Nolan was very angry in her heart, but her anger quickly turned into astonishment when she saw the snow puppy holding several stems of medicinal herbs in his mouth, returning with Mo Ching-chung. This puppy was actually able to find spiritual herbs? The snowy puppy increased his speed as he rushed forward, quickly coming towards Nolan and tilting his head. Nolan rolled her eyes at the hint of provocation in his eyes. Arrogant bastard. Nolan cursed under her breath, but she was secretly amazed. Mo Ching-chung walked by and smiled. I told you that he has a spiritual intelligence, but I don't know what type of demonic beast he is. No matter how hard I try to convince him, he refuses to follow me. It even brought us to this place. Let me brew the spiritual herbs. Mo Ching-chung moved towards Nolan, who stepped aside to give her space. The snow puppy pranced around the thatched house before laying down on Qin Wentian's body. He woke up only after the spiritual herbs were completely cooked. Mo Ching-chung fed Qin Wentian a medicinal extract. Nolan looked deeply at Qin Wentian, a feeling of bewilderment in her heart. How can this man be so lucky that the most beautiful woman in Chu country will carry him on her back and feed him medicine? Note: Mo is a surname. Ching-chung means that a woman is so magnificent that she can overthrow kingdoms. Under Mo Ching-chung's careful observation, Qin Wentian's face gradually regained its color. Despite this, he still remained unconscious. The snow dog lay on the ground next to Qin Wentian, but intermittently, it climbed into Mo Ching-chung's arms. A smile constantly appeared on Mo Ching-chung's face. This little guy was just too adorable. Nolan, can you guess what type of demonic beast he is? Mo Ching-chung asked curiously. Who knows? Maybe it's just an ordinary wild animal that cannot be raised, Nolan replied. How can such an intelligent wild beast exist? Still, you're right. This baby is just so small. Mo Ching-chung smiled brilliantly. The radiance of her smile made even Nolan feel a little dazed. Wow, you've been in such a good mood the last few days. Even I have never seen your smile. Well, there's no one around anyway. Mo Ching-chung shrugged. What about him? Nolan noted Qin Wentian. You even hugged him earlier. Mo Ching-chung's cheeks involuntarily flushed as they became a shade of red-pink. She rolled her eyes at Nolan, after which her gaze began to linger on Qin Wentian's features, as she added, But still, he can be considered quite handsome. Ye Wukui looks good too. But why do you always ignore him? Anyway, it was rumored that Ye Wukui had entered into a marriage contract with someone from Harmony Heavenly City, and it would take place today. So he should already know that he doesn't have the slightest hope of winning your heart. Nolan curled her lips slightly as she added, "Ah yes, Heavenly Harmony City is next to us. The destruction of the Ye clan, the Qin clan, should have been almost completed." Mo Ching-chung sighed for the Qin clan. "Someone is coming!" At this moment, Mo Ching-chung suddenly said, "He should wake up soon. It's time for us to leave." After which Mo Ching-chung walked out of the thatched house as she spoke to the snow dog who stayed in her arms. "Baby, are you ready to come with me?" The snow dog looked at her and licked her face several times before he jumped out of her arms, returned to the entrance, and crouched there, looking at her. "Okay, I won't force you. Since you love him, just stay by his side." Mo Ching-chung smiled forcefully as she left with Nolan. The snow dog looked at her back as she left, as if he was somewhat reluctant to part with her. Not long after Mo Ching-chung and Nolan left, there were actually people coming up. 3 young men, 2 boys, and 1 girl. "Oh, what a cute baby." The girl ran to the snowy dog. However, the snow-white dog seemed to have no interest in the girl. Then he turned to her and entered the thatched house. "Brother, someone fainted there." The girl, seeing the unconscious Qin Wentian, took out a flask of water from her things and gave Qin Wentian a drink. "Yonner, the heavenly city of harmony lies ahead of us. Let's not look for unnecessary trouble. We will rest here for the day before continuing." One of the fellow travelers was carrying a young man who was completely covered in dust, said. In order to rush to the royal capital, they were already planning to buy several horses, and now they were preparing to enter the heavenly harmony city in order to purchase the best horses before the trip. "Understood." Despite this, the girl showed her tongue. She was very pretty. "Cough, cough!" At that moment, Qin Wentian coughed twice as he opened his blurry eyes, and beautiful eyes floated into his vision. "Are you awake?" Liu Yan burst into a gentle smile as she discovered that Qin Wentian had woken up. Qin Wentian sat down and realized that he was completely fine, except that he only had a minimal amount of strength in his body. Not only that, he felt that he had even broken through and reached the 8th level of the body refinement realm. True, there was not the slightest astral energy in him at the moment. The burden that was placed on his body was too enormous. Controlling the giant demonic ape body was akin to wanting to give up his own life. Fortunately, he broke through its confines and regained consciousness. "No wonder Uncle Black told me to only use the star-shaped object when my life was in absolute danger," Qin Wentian quietly stated in his heart. It can still be considered that he received a blessing from the disaster to break through to the next level, although he didn't know that the reason he broke through to level 8 was actually because of the pills that Mo Ching-chung fed him. This was also the reason for his quick recovery. If not for this, his body would have needed at least another 2 to 3 months to recover. "Thank you for saving me." Qin Wentian thanked the young girl. It was obvious that this was a case of mistaken identity. "No problem, it wasn't difficult. Is it your dog? He's such a charmer." The young girl smiled. Only now did Qin Wentian realize that there was a small, white and fluffy puppy next to him. Seeing Liu Yan about to hug him, the puppy hurriedly jumped into Qin Wentian's arms. "Liu Yan, it's time to leave." The voice of one of the young men came from outside the thatched house. "Okay." Liu Yan responded as she told Qin Wentian, "This puppy is very smart. It's not for nothing that he was waiting for you. Since you're already awake, it's time for me to go. My name is Liu Yan. If possible, let's meet again in the future." After saying that, a very sweet smile flashed across Liu Yan's face before she turned and left. "My name is Qin Wentian." While standing, Qin Wentian walked out holding the puppy in his arms, only to see Liu Yan waving at him. Not only that, he also noticed the remains of the boiled spiritual grass that still gave off a languid smell. "Thank you very much." Qin Wentian was looking at Liu Yan's back, and far away in the forest, currently 2 pairs of eyes were watching Qin Wentian. They were none other than Mo Ching-chung and Nolan. "Okay, we have confirmed his safety, however. It seems as if he thinks that that girl saved him. Do you want to show yourself and establish the fact?" Nolan laughed as she looked towards Mo Ching-chung. "Let's leave it as it is." Mo Ching-chung smiled as she turned and left. Only Qin Wentian and the snow puppy remained in the thatched house. Qin Wentian curiously looked at the snow puppy in his arms. All the fur on his body was white, and he was very pleasant to hug, just like a bunch of cotton. His beautiful eyes opened, hinting at intelligence, like a puppy bowed his head, and also looked at Qin Wentian with curiosity. Were you waiting for me? Qin Wentian felt that this was a little strange. The puppy's eyes narrowed into slits, as if he was laughing at him, causing Qin Wentian to silently suffocate in his heart. Is this puppy able to understand what he is talking about? Now I will cultivate. You better go back to your home. Qin Wentian spoke to the snow puppy, but the puppy stubbornly jumped back into his arms as he tried to put him down. Okay, since you don't want to stay, you can follow me temporarily. Qin Wentian smiled bitterly and sat cross-legged. Having placed the puppy on the ground, he began his development. He desperately wanted to know the current state of affairs within Heavenly Harmony City, but he still had to restore his strength first in order to ensure his own safety. Astral light fell from top to bottom from the fifth heavenly layer onto Qin Wentian's body. The human body was a vessel that was capable of storing astral energy. The higher the cultivation sphere, the more astral energy the body could contain. The body refinement realm could use astral energy to harden one's four limbs and bone structure to increase strength. Once a cultivator has stepped into the arterial circulation realm, he will be able to fully stimulate its acupuncture points in the body and tap into its potential. He would be able to clear the path of his meridians and energy channels, increasing astral energy at all acupuncture points on his body, and therefore be able to show tremendous strength in battle. Only by nightfall, Qin Wentian felt that his entire body was very comfortable, something he had never felt before. His condition was even more comfortable than when compared to the moment when he was not injured, as if his whole body was filled with power. The reason for this was that, in addition to breaking through to the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the medicinal pills that Mo Qingcheng fed him helped him a lot. Of course, Qin Wentian didn't know that he was consuming the best Tier 2 medicinal pills. Standing, Qin Wentian thought about the surroundings. This place seemed to be in the forest, west of Harmony City. He once went here as a child with Qin Chuan and the others to hunt. Naturally, he would still recognize the surroundings. After he washed himself in the stream nearby, Qin Wentian walked away with the snow puppy closely following him, causing Qin Wentian to exclaim in amazement. Triyam! Although it was the dead of night, the streets of the city of Harmony were lit as brightly as day, with huge lanterns in all directions. Despite the late hour, the streets were still bustling with life. Most common people gathered in taverns, talked about the past, discussed the heroes of their time, and drank to their heart's content. Qin Wentian stopped his steps as he walked past the open door of the liquor store, as he heard voices drifting from the store, discussing some things he wanted to know. The Qin clan is now in a difficult situation. The Qin Wu clan's patriarch, as well as their Qin Chuan clan leader, were captured and sent to the royal capital. There is news that they are currently being held in prison and could be executed at any time. Even if they can escape execution, if they fall into the hands of the Yi clan, I am sure they will be killed. Don't claim too quickly. The northwestern troops have already set up camp outside of Harmony City. I heard that they intend to mobilize their forces and are rushing towards the royal capital today. And according to reliable news, it is not only the northwestern troops. Of the 8 main garrisons of the border troops of our Chu country, 3 of them have moved, causing the squares to become empty and causing panic and anxiety in the hearts of the people. How could they be so impudent? Someone exclaimed in shock. Cheeky? Previously, they all had close ties with King Wu. Now that the royal capital has encroached on the Qin clan, who knows when it will be their turn? However, at least they are smarter than the Qin clan. They have maintained their alliance and do not do what the Qin clan does, which means they will be expelled in peace and harmony. Although the emperor fears their strength, he knows that the 8 Frontier Force Alliance has power that he cannot easily suppress. Otherwise, it may lead to internal strife, and Chu country may suffer severe consequences when faced with attacks from other countries that are close to us. This time, the 3 allied garrisons are approaching the royal capital, deliberately raising the royal emperor's flag while claiming that the emperor was misled by the Yu clan members and that he wrongly executed loyal servants. As long as the 3 allied garrisons continue to exist, Qin Chuan Wu and there is still hope to survive. I don't think that after the last king there will be such a commotion in the country of Chu. However, the defeat of the three garrisons is only a matter of time. I am afraid that they will not be able to hold out for 3 years. The Qin clan produced another genius, Qin Wentian, but within 3 years I am afraid that even Qin Wentian does not have enough power to preserve them. Speaking of Qin Wentian, he is truly a genius that is hard to find. He summoned a demonic beast and killed Ye Mo and the direct descendant of the Ye clan. If not for this, the Qin clan would have scattered there and then, so the Qin clan would not have had enough time to wait for reinforcements from the Northwestern Army. Not only that, the second in the clan, Qin He, despite his broken leg, he still valiantly commanded the Qin troops along with the commanders from the Northwestern Army. And in the end, he even made a firm decision to expel Qin Wentian from the Qin clan. Although on the surface it may look cold and unfeeling, in fact it is, what can be said, a brilliant plan. By abandoning Qin Wentian, they severed the relationship between him and the clan. Qin Wentian will no longer have contact with the rebels. This way, Qin Wentian would be able to boldly enter the Imperial Star Academy and focus on his cultivation. And with the strength of the Imperial Star Academy, Qin Wentian will definitely be protected. This was their last and desperate step. Really, the Qin clan has placed its last hopes on Qin Wentian. Either way, in this world of cultivation, only those with enormous tyrannical power are able to control their own destiny and the destiny of the world. So far, who has enough strength? Only the Emperor. With enough strength, just one can make the world bleed. After all, personal strength is the only thing that matters in this cultivation world. Qin Wentian, who was on the sidelines, heard this information and felt that unknown emotions began to surface in his heart. Accepting the fact that the 3 allied garrisons headed towards the royal capital where Qin Chuan and Qin Wu were detained, Qin Wentian realized that they were indirectly putting pressure on the emperor. Only such actions could temporarily ensure the safety of Qin Wu and Qin Chuan. Regarding the matter of expelling him from the Qin clan, it was also very clear to Qin Wentian that this was all done to protect him. Perhaps at the time of his disappearance, there was some communication between Mo Shang and the Qin clan. In a cultivation-oriented world, the stronger a person is, the more absolute power he will have. If the day comes when I can soar in the skies and reach the pinnacle of my power, I will certainly be in the so-called kingship. Qin Wentian sucked in a deep breath as a flame began to ignite in his heart. From the moment of condensing his first astral soul with the 5th heavenly layer, he will be able to do the same with the 2nd and 3rd astral soul. What he needed now was time. Using the night as cover, Qin Wentian arrived at the Qin clan without drawing attention to himself. In the distance, he discovered several silhouettes riding their horses and carrying their luggage, as if they were ready to set out on a long journey. "Sister Yao!" They got off their horses and rushed. A few short moments later, Qin Yao and the others arrived at Qin Wentian's place, and upon seeing him, Qin Yao froze. "Wentian!" Qin Yao's face broke into a joyful smile as she dismounted from her war horse and walked towards Qin Wentian. "Sister Qin Shang, Qin Ji, where are you going?" Qin Wentian asked. Wentian, grandfather and father were brought to the royal capital. With no other choice, the Qin clan mobilized its troops and decided to launch an attack on the royal capital. If we decide to go, only death awaits us. Second uncle decided that we should go to Snowcloud country for our cultivation, Qin Yao explained. Only now did Qin Wentian understand. Even if battle is inevitable, victory and defeat have already been determined. The decision to leave the Chu country for the junior members of the Qin clan is the best. Fearing prying eyes, we decided to go at night. The junior members of the Qin clan are all leaving in groups. Wentian, when you come to the Imperial Star Academy, you should do your best to cultivate and not bother yourself with questions about combat. Qin Yao's eyes turned red as she tried her best to control herself. "I understand. Same for you all." Qin Wentian nodded his head strongly. Wanting to overthrow the royal capital by seizing a piece of power was impossible. Despite this, the Qin clan still had no choice but to move forward with such a decision. "Yes, Uncle Black has disappeared and we can't find him. The 2nd and 3rd uncles are out of town, so there is no longer any need for you to go to the Qin clan. Instead, you should go to the Imperial Star Academy as soon as possible, Qin Yao continued. Uncle Black has disappeared? Qin Wentian displayed a puzzled expression on his face. He originally wanted to ask Uncle Black about the essence of demonic monkeys, but it seems that this is now impossible. Not only that, Uncle Black was a man of vast knowledge and was undoubtedly a figure of extremely high position in the past. Despite this, Uncle Black refused to tell him about his parents. Having seen the powers, demonic monkeys, and also the mysterious astral entity left for him by his old father, Qin Wentian was eager to find out about his parents. Qin Yao, we must leave now to avoid the scouts from the Ye clan. Qin Shang moved forward as he looked at Qin Wentian and stated, Wentian, in the Qin clan, your talent is the best. In the future, you will have great achievements. You must definitely become an absolute being who will have the ability to overthrow an empire with a single word. Big brother, I understand. As revenge for second uncle, I will definitely force the Yi clan to pay off this debt with blood. Qin Wentian solemnly vowed. Qin Shang's father was Qin He, and it was because of Qin Wentian that he lost one of his legs. And now, despite his condition, he commanded troops to the royal capital for the sake of the Qin clan. After you arrive at the royal capital, remember to remain cautious in all matters. Qin Shang patted Qin Wentian's shoulders heavily. Wentian, we leave first, Qin Yao said with red eyes as if she could not part with Wentian. She spread her arms slightly as she walked towards Qin Wentian. Seeing this, Qin Wentian smiled softly. He hugged Qin Yao and patted her shoulder before laughing. Sister, don't worry. Everything will be fine with father. I will definitely work hard at the Imperial Star Academy. As for you, you must remember to be careful in all matters after you arrive in the land of snow clouds. Fine. Qin Yao remained in his arms, not wanting to leave. It was only after Qin Shang and Qin Zhi mounted their horses that Qin Yao finally loosened her grip. With tears in her eyes, she added, trying to smile, Smelly brat, next time we meet, you should be strong enough to protect me, okay? After finishing speaking, Qin Yao turned her body and she stepped onto the ground, twisting her body before gracefully landing on her horse. Tia! Qin Yao shouted, and the horse galloped madly like the wind. She did not turn her head back to take one last look at Qin Wentian. Qin Shang and Qin Zhi galloped after her, and their backs gradually disappeared into the distance. Qin Wentian clenched his fists tightly, his gaze looking towards the heavens. He was filled with a single, unshakable conviction. He must become stronger. Aren't you supposed to be on your way? At this moment, a voice was heard. Qin Wentian turned around, only to see a shadow of a figure approaching him. I guessed that you would return. I've been waiting for you for the last few days. Francis led 2 horses as he walked towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian snorted coldly, his face becoming cold. Murin's arrogant gaze was deeply etched in his mind. I know that you have nothing but hatred for the Star River Association, but everything that happened has nothing to do with me. Murin had already returned to the royal capital after he realized that there was no way he could control you. I believe that despite Yemo's death, the benefits that the Ye clan promised him should still be incomparably attractive. Not only that, Murin took all the divine imprints you gave him, including the ones you gave me to the royal capital, leaving not a single one. Francis's voice carried an icy tone, he explained. What does this have to do with me? Qin Wentian replied coldly. I would like to welcome you as my teacher. Francis's words made Qin Wentian freeze. Did this arrogant jeweler actually want to be his apprentice? I know you don't like my character. 10 years ago, I became a star martial cultivator. But due to my insufficient talent as well as weak affinity, I did not achieve much. During this time, there was a gunsmith who told me there are many ways to make your mark. Besides being a star martial cultivator, I could dedicate my time to understanding the mysterious divine imprints and becoming a blacksmith. So I decided to follow him. I was a disciple for 10 years before he was ready to dedicate a simple divine imprint to me. Francis was still outraged, despite what had happened so long ago. 10 years I've wasted 10 years of my life, but even with those somewhat simplified divine imprints, I worked very hard and made my way into the Star River Association, tirelessly improving my skills and acquiring new imprints. There I finally got some small achievements. My experience in forging weapons has already reached the stage where I am half a step away from being a level 2 weaponsmith. As long as I could obtain a level 2 divine imprint performance, I could become a level 2 weaponsmith. However, all this was destroyed by the hands of Murin. He originally wanted to use his time to complete the conclusions about the level 2 divine imprints that Qin Wentian had given him. However, Murin shamelessly took them from his possession by force. I, Francis, may not be considered a good person, but once I receive the payment, I would certainly make a divine weapon for the buyer. Even if the quality is a little lacking, I would still make sure that the divine weapon was forged according to the buyer's requirements. Despite everything, I still have a conscience. And Murin is a person without any conscience at all. But so what? I could only look at him from afar because my abilities were not enough. Even if I hate him, what should I do with him? Qin Wentian sensed Francis's despair. Everyone had their own stories. The rocky path that Francis had walked until now, struggling with every step to achieve his personal ambitions. His hopes were stolen, and his dream was easily destroyed by Murin. "So what do you want?" Qin Wentian asked calmly. Naturally, he would not allow pity to cloud his judgment. "Qin Wentian, you have a talent that is contrary to heaven, and can even easily comprehend the secrets of the second-level divine imprint that eludes most of us. If you spend your time forging weapons, you can certainly make an incomparably attractive profit. But I assume that you would use your time for cultivation. For other daily tasks, I could help you with them. I don't need any compensation in return. I will do everything I can to help you along your journey." Hearing Francis's words, Qin Wentian was slightly moved. He naturally knew that the task of making money was extremely simple, but to forge weapons, inscribing divine imprints is not enough. He still needed to spend a large amount of time purchasing the necessary materials, etc. In the future, he certainly didn't want to spend most of his time on such tasks. Even if Francis offered some condition, Qin Wentian would still accept it. In this world, who would be willing to help others for free? "You are a revered weaponsmith, but you want me to be your master? Don't you feel like this somehow makes your situation worse?" Qin Wentian continued to ask. After all, he only had divine imprints to offer in exchange for Francis's services. "You should know that it is as simple as decorations, which is already beautiful, but how difficult it is to light the coals during a snowstorm. I, Francis, am not yet so short-sighted. Although you are in a desperate situation now, as long as you endure this, I'm afraid that I will not even be qualified to wear your shoes in the future. Towards the future, will you still accept me if I wanted you to be my master? It is an honor to be your student, as I sincerely hope. How would that make my situation worse? Not only do I want to personally witness the birth of a genius, I want to see the face of Murin, who will angrily trample underfoot. When you trample him, I want to see his arrogant face." Fury burned in Francis's eyes. Only by borrowing Qin Wentian's powers will he be able to trample Murin into the ground and pacify the hatred in his heart. He decided to put all his hopes on Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian looked at Francis and glanced at the horses behind him. "Is one of the horses ready for me?" "Naturally," Francis stated as he looked at Qin Wentian with traces of nervousness in his eyes. Qin Wentian stepped forward and mounted his horse. In an instant, the snow-white silhouette moved so quickly, leaving behind an afterimage, and landed on the back of the horse. "This guy, what speed he has!" Qin Wentian glanced at the snow puppy before he pulled up his legs and galloped away. "Master, please wait for me!" Watching the scene play out, Francis couldn't help but have a smile on his face. He flew into the air and landed on the horse's back and galloped towards Qin Wentian's silhouette. After he caught up, Francis smiled nervously as he sheepishly added, "Master, do you think it is possible for you to give this humble apprentice some token of gratitude to formally enter into apprenticeship to your esteemed person? Just any random level 2 or level 3 divine imprint will be enough. How about this?" Looking at the wretched smile on Francis's face, Qin Wentian rolled his eyes as he said, "Get away from me, your father!" Chuckling, Qin Wentian lightly spurred his horse, causing it to increase its speed. He continued to gallop forward, preparing to rush through the night straight towards the royal capital. "Ha ha, Murin, you bastard, just wait!" Francis laughed, and he too increased his speed. In a few short moments, the two of them had already left Harmony Heavenly City, galloping along the main road under the beautiful starlight. Qin Wentian turned his head and looked at the imposing city walls. A determined look flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he went on such a long journey, amidst the swirling wind, burying the latest events under the flying clods of earth, and looking ahead to the horizon, he added, "The world of cultivation be prepared for my arrival, filled with kindness, thirsting for revenge, emotions, and enmity. Here I am." The royal capital of the Chu country has an area of more than 10 million li asterisk and was the largest city in the entire Chu country, with a population 10 times that of the Heavenly Harmony City. It was extremely ridiculous. Asterisk, approximately 3,106,060 miles or 5 million kilometers. At this moment, at the entrance to the royal capital, Qin Wentian was sitting on a horse. He couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart as he bowed his head and looked at the majestic city walls. The city walls were 16 m high and made of special materials. Even someone with a cultivation level that was at the peak of the body refinement realm could not hope to damage these walls. "Teacher, we have arrived. Let's enter the city," Francis said in a low voice. Qin Wentian nodded his head slightly as the two of them dismounted their horses and walked towards the city gates, joining the queue to enter the city. The city streets were paved with bluestone and more than 10 meters wide. The roar of the beasts can be clearly heard, despite the fact that they have not even entered the city. There are so many strong cultivators around. I didn't think so many of them were riding demonic beasts. Qin Wentian took a deep breath as he excitedly watched from a distance. A short distance away, there was a demonic beast of enormous size that looked like a viridian green monkey. But what was truly impressive was that the young cultivator was actually standing on the shoulders of the beast. The viridian green monkey was a level 4 demonic beast and had a cultivation level equivalent to the arterial circulation domain, but it was simply used as transport. Demonic beasts can be divided into 9 levels. Level 1, demonic beasts had an equivalent roughly equal to level 3 body refinement realm. The second-level demonic beasts had an equivalent that would be approximately equal to the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Level 3 demonic beasts would be roughly equivalent to level 9 body refinement realm. Based on this analogy, level 9 demonic beasts were the most terrifying creatures that had an equivalent in cultivation at the peak of the Yuan Fu realm. Demonic animals that had strength beyond the 9th level transformed into human form, shedding the appearance of a demonic body. "Younger brother." At this moment, a voice came, after which Qin Wentian turned his head in the direction of the voice. There were 2 silhouettes that were walking towards him, and they were none other than Luo Huang and Mountain from the Imperial Star Academy. The smile on Qin Wentian's face disappeared, and he stated, "What are you doing here? Isn't it because of the younger brother?" Luo Huang walked over and placed her hand on Qin Wentian's shoulder as her seductive figure deliberately brushed against Qin Wentian's body. This made him smile bitterly. She really is a devil. The Yi clan usually has several spies in this place. Naturally, the teacher should have been more careful, and thanks to you, I, your elder sister, suffered a lot these few days. Luo Huang flirtatiously fluttered her eyelashes as she pouted. "Thank you very much, senior student sister," Qin Wentian exclaimed. He felt gratitude in his heart. Master Mo Shang had thought of everything. He thoughtfully sent his elders behind Qin Wentian to protect him, fearing that the Ye clan might send people to ambush him here. "Little brother is too shy. I won't tease you anymore." Luo Huang saw the shyness and awkwardness on Qin Wentian's face and retreated a few steps as she lowered her gaze to the snow puppy in his arms. "What a beautiful baby. Come here to your sister." The snow puppy blinked his eyes, after which he jumped straight into Luo Huang's chest. Making his eyes pop out of his sockets, the snow puppy began to rub his paws all over Luo Huang's chest as Qin Wentian's jaw dropped. Qin Wentian had wrinkles on his Lu. Why was this puppy just such a horny dog? Luo Huang froze before she burst out laughing, her beautiful eyes looking at Qin Wentian, causing him to blush in shame. You do understand your master's intentions, but you are much braver than him. Luo Huang hugged the snow dog as she stated, causing the number of wrinkles on Qin Wentian's head to increase. At this moment, Luo Huang blew the whistle, causing a piercing cry of an eagle, the sound going far into the sky. A few minutes later, a huge black eagle could be seen descending and landed behind Luo Huang. Little brother Qin, my name is Mountain. Sorry about that, Luo Huan. She always acts like this. You will get used to her. Now let's board the Black Eagle. The mountain turned out to be much more simple and honest as he smiled. Qin Wentian nodded his head while silently thinking in his heart that it would truly strengthen his will if he hung out with Luo Huang. The temptation was too great. The royal capital is too big. If we don't use flying transport, it will take too long to arrive at our destination. Let me give you a brief introduction to the royal city for now. The mountain laughed, appearing friendly. However, Qin Wentian had personally witnessed the mountain's ability to change when he showed his demonic monkey and stone man astral souls. He possessed tyrannical power, as well as terrible defensive power. Qin Wentian and Francis let their horses go free, and the four of them jumped onto the huge Black Eagle. Black Eagle screamed shrilly as he flew into the sky, causing a gust of wind to make their clothes flutter. Little brother Qin, although the royal capital is huge, each sector has its own laws. The current sector we are in is called slums, which means that this part of the city is inhabited by temporary visitors, as well as people without money or power. The area of this sector is also the largest and most densely populated, consisting of about half of the entire population of the royal capital. The mountain's words shocked Qin Wentian immensely. Looking down from a great height, he saw the illusion of prosperity. Tall, majestic buildings, crowded streets, demonic beasts. Heavenly Harmony City couldn't even compare to this, and yet it was just a slum sector. The royal capital consists of 7 sectors. The first sector is slums. The second sector is a place where chaos flourishes, a region of thieves and swindlers. The third sector is where 9 academies and countless small clans are located. The fourth sector is where the Star River Association, divine weapon stores, as well as all the major clans are located. The fifth sector is the aristocratic sector, a place where nobles live as well as extremely powerful clans. The sixth sector is the royal palace. Finally, the seventh sector is the dark forest. Gora first described the layout of the royal capital before entering the outfit. The dark forest was on the outskirts of the royal capital. The outer border of the royal capital was surrounded by dark forest. It was teeming with countless demonic beasts, which meant that the 6th sector, 5th sector, 4th sector, 3rd and peripheral sectors were incomparably less dangerous than the dark forest. They used the dangerous dark forest as a training ground. The royal capital was incomparably huge, filled with countless small and large forces, while 9 academies were located in the heart of the city. The Black Eagle's speed was very fast, and after about 4 hours it stopped as if floating in the air. Yoo-hoo! Roar! The sounds of the demonic beasts created a continuous resonance of noise. Qin Wentian's pupils shrank as he looked at the flying demonic horses soaring in the skies, as well as the various demonic beast mounts that appeared on the streets of the city. He couldn't help but think to himself, so many strong cultivators, so many demonic beasts. Where is that place? Qin Wentian felt a stab in his heart. Below it, there were several main roads that converged together and led simultaneously to one place, through an arch, a huge gate. The other side of the gate arch was incredibly spacious, and although there were many people, the flying horses hovered in the air. Ha! We have already passed through the first and second sectors, and having passed through the arch of the gate, we can consider that we have reached the very heart of the capital, the 3rd sector, where 9 academies are located. In the 3rd sector, ordinary people cannot fly. This special privilege is only given to cultivators in the Yuan Fu realm, and our goal to pass through the gate arch is the examination of the 9 academies. Let's go down. As Luo Huan's voice sounded, she jumped off the back of the Black Eagle before gracefully landing on the ground and entered the endless stream of people who were walking towards the gate arch. The beginning of spring is also the day when academies begin recruiting. Most of the young people in the royal capital choose to come here, as there may not be many people. Qin Wentian silently exclaimed in his heart, There were even people originally from Harmony City who came to the royal capital to take part in the exams. Younger brother disciple does not need to take the exam. You can go straight to the teacher who is in charge of the exams and receive your Imperial Star Academy Jade Locket. The Imperial Star Academy Jade Medallion is something that only our Imperial Star Academy possesses, and it is critically important. The Academy only allows the duty of the teacher to hand over the medallion to future students at this time of year, which is why Teacher Mo Shang didn't hand it over earlier, the mountain explained as they walked down the road. Fine. Qin Wentian nodded his head slightly, but at this moment a crowd of people suddenly grew in front. So what happened? The mountain furrowed his brows. In the distance, they saw that the endless stream of people dispersed to the sides, and there was a dragon horse with a body mounted on it, trotting forward. Many people stood on their tiptoes, their necks craned as they looked in that direction. Oh, it's that same girl. It's not for nothing that they created such a huge commotion. Luo Huang laughed lightly. The carriage gradually moved forward, and through the gauze material with which the carriage was covered, graceful and beautiful silhouettes could be seen inside. Woof! The snow puppy in Luo Huang's arms jumped out as he skipped into the carriage, causing Qin Wentian's expressions to freeze. Inside the carriage, Mo Ching-chung didn't even have time to exclaim in surprise before she saw a snow-white shadow jump into her arms. "Baby, why are you here?" Nolan, who was next to her, rolled her eyes. "This little rascal, it is truly comparable to the persistent spirit that haunts us." Mo Ching-chung glanced at Nolan as she laughed. The sound of melodious laughter could even take away people's souls. The way she reached out and pulled the curtains covering the carriage away caused the eyes of most of those in the crowd to fixate on her. How beautiful! This is the #1 Crucian carp in the country of Chu. She is simply too beautiful. If I could sleep with her for the night, I wouldn't mind dying the next day. What a beautiful woman! Qin Wentian had seen enough of the beautiful lady. Qin Yao, Qiu Shui, they were all top beauties in the heavenly city of Harmony. But compared to the lady in the carriage, even the best beauties of heavenly Harmony City had lost some of their attractiveness. Mo Ching-chung smiled when she saw Qin Wentian closing the curtains again. "She smiled at me?" Someone next to Qin Wentian asked in amazement. "I was daydreaming. She smiled at me." Hearing conversations flaring up around him, Qin Wentian narrowed his eyes. Maybe he, like those people in the crowd, is mistaken. Only now, he felt that the lady in the carriage smiled at him. "Isn't she beautiful?" The sound of the voice was carried away by the wind. "Extremely," Qin Wentian replied quite naturally before his face tensed as he hurriedly turned his head back, smiling wryly. "Senior sister is also beautiful." However, Luo Huang was not the one to fall for such antics. She just stood to the side and looked at Qin Wentian teasingly. Based on Big Sister's charm, if you were to compete in the number of men, you would definitely win." Qin Wentian continued to speak as sweat rolled down his back. "You sound really nice." Luo Huang laughed softly. "And this girl? She's probably in the class where she could overthrow kingdoms. No wonder even you got distracted. If I were a man, I would also fall in love with the #1 beauty of Chu country." Ha! Gora, who was on the sidelines, laughed in agreement, but after thinking about it, the 10 prodigies of the royal capital all wanted to achieve it. However, none of them managed to get her approval. For the ordinary people who still want to pursue her, I am afraid that they will all fail. "It seems like you can still know your worth." Luo Huang laughed loudly, although at the same moment a snow-white spot jumped up on her chest again. "What a perverted puppy!" Luo Huang glanced at the puppy, but the puppy burrowed into her chest, refusing to budge an inch as it looked at her with sad puppy eyes. It was so adorable that it made people's hearts melt. In the carriage, Nolan looked at Mo Ching-chung and asked, "Is it really him?" "Yes. I didn't expect him to come to the royal capital, and I think the little one also got involved with it." Mo Ching-chung smiled slightly. "I wonder why he came here." "What? Our beauty Miss Mo is preoccupied with some random guy she met?" Nolan teased. "Who said so?" Mo Ching-chung looked at Nolan. "You're right. After all, our great beauty Miss Mo saved him. Not only that, but there was also close physical contact, so it's completely normal to be concerned. But it's a pity that the guy doesn't know that you're the one who saved him." Nolan continued to tease. Mo Ching-chung was just very curious, so she could only shake her head bitterly and endure Nolan's teasing. After Mo Ching-chung and Qin, Wentian and the others continued on their way, passing by the gate arch and arriving on the other side. It was very lively here. Most of the crowd were around 15, 16 years old, and the youthful energy completely permeated the atmosphere. Today is registration day for all the academies, which is why there are so many people here. Gora explained. Qin Wentian also discovered that in this spacious hall, people were gathered in 9 rows, and they were queuing to register and take the necessary tests. Look at this corner in the center. This area is assigned to our Imperial Star Academy. Wow, there are so many people in line to register. Gora pointed to a spacious square ahead where there were many people with nervous expressions on their faces. In addition, some people left with downcast faces. Apparently, they failed to complete the goal. Why was he appointed today? The mountain's eyebrows arched slightly as he looked towards the senior appointed by the Imperial Star Academy. Qin Wentian looked towards the mountain with a questioning look in his eyes. And Gora explained, "Senior reviewer named Janus in the Imperial Star Academy. There are 2 schools of thought. I, Teacher Mo Shang, belong to one of the factions that disdain interaction with aristocratic clans and the royal family, while Janus belongs to the second faction, having a point of view directly opposite to ours. He advocates closer ties with those in power and strength. And earlier, in the matter of your family, the Imperial Star Academy rejected the request for help precisely because of the second faction." Realizing, Qin Wentian's complexion returned to normal. If the Imperial Star Academy had agreed to the request for help, Mo Shang and the others would not have taken matters into their own hands. "Let's go too. Since you are already here, what else can he do?" Luo Huang's eyes narrowed slightly and she felt a trembling feeling in her heart. The senior under consideration should not have been Janus. The few of them headed forward and soon arrived at the place reserved for the Imperial Star Academy. As the most famous academy in Chu country, there were countless people who would like to try to get into it. There were not only citizens of the Chu country there were even people from neighboring countries. Because for the Imperial Star Academy, talent was the only criterion. As long as you were talented enough, you would be accepted, regardless of nationality. However, the failure rate for the Imperial Star Academy was also the highest. There were so many young people in line that the line resembled the length of a long dragon. Seeing the figure of Luo Huang walking nearby, the ardent youths all began to get lost in their fantasies. As Luo Huang led Qin Wentian forward, a figure dressed in white clothes appeared and blocked their path. Giving off a razor-sharp aura, this man had a pair of sword-shaped eyebrows and was about 18 years old. "Junior brother Qin, this person's name is Orkan. His cultivation level is at the 8th level of the arterial circulation domain, and he has been studying at the Imperial Star Academy for 2 years. He is very strong, so you have to be careful with him," Gora whispered lightly. "Senior Orkan," Luo Huang smiled as she walked up to Orkan. "I'm here to pick up the jade locket from Elder Janus." Orkan calmly glanced at Luo Huang, and he turned his gaze to Qin Wentian, his gaze becoming sharp as the tip of a long spear. He coldly stated, "Go to the line." "Orkan, he has already passed the exam for Teacher Mo Shang in the Heavenly City of Harmony." Luo Huang's face turned cold. Orkan stared at Luo Huang indifferently as he indifferently replied, "So what?" Luo Huang snorted coldly as she turned to Janus, who was in front of her. She stated, "Elder Janus, under the orders of my master, I am here to receive the Imperial Star Academy Jade Medallion." It was as if Janus didn't hear her words. Without even looking at her, he answered directly, "Sign up in line." Senior Janus, Qin Wentian's younger brother, has already passed Master Mo Shang's exam. Luo Huang, noticing that Janus didn't even glance in her direction, had a somewhat unsightly expression on his face. It seemed that Janus was using his official powers to achieve personal revenge. At the academy, this was the first time Luo Huang directly contradicted Orkan. Their confrontation is repelled by Mo Shang and Janus. Only now did Janus shift his gaze to Luo Huang and Qin Wentian. Looking at them with a cold gaze, he answered, "Mo Shang's expertise, not mine. In any case, we have already come to an agreement with the other academies. Today will be the last day of the exam, and those who pass the initial examination will have to join the coalition of 9 academies and enter the dark forest to participate in the hunt for demonic beasts as a training exercises. This exercise is considered the second examination for those who can enter one of the 9 combat academies. Therefore, it is the same for him. Even if he passed Mo Shang's exam, if he wants to obtain the Imperial Star Academy Jade Locket, he must first survive the teachings. How long will the preparation take? Luo Huang asked coldly. Month, Janus replied. If you don't want to participate, you can refuse and sneak back to the heavenly city of harmony. At this moment, another youth appeared next to Orkan and looked at Qin Wentian coldly. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt multiple eyes focused on his body. His sensory abilities had always been strong, and he then looked over and found that in the area around the Royal Academy site, there were many pairs of eyes staring at him. One of them, wearing a green robe and emitting frosty air, was none other than Bai Qiu Shui. The Bai clan has already moved to the royal capital. Qiu Shui is apparently also planning to join the coalition of 9 academies in training. Little brother Qin, they want to deal with you, Gora explained. I warned you to be careful with Orkan because he has close ties with Ye Wukui. Qin Wentian's heart was as calm as a mirror. He didn't expect that as soon as he entered the royal capital there was already a trap set for him by others, preparing to devour him in one gulp. Naturally, most of the applicants had no idea that this expedition, in addition to teaching, contained a goal to fight Qin Wentian. Most of the participants had no idea who Qin Wentian was. They only knew that this exercise was extremely dangerous. Not long ago, the 9 combat academies informed everyone that they could retreat if they feared for their safety. Luo Huang looked at Janus as she asked, "How can we determine the objectivity of this examination?" According to a coalition of 9 academies, all candidates will have to enter the Dark Forest without exception. In addition, each of the 9 combat academies will provide 2 seniors and 4 seniors to oversee the operation and prevent accidents. What do you want to ask? Janus countered coldly. Then who are the representatives of our Imperial Star Academy? Luo Huang continued to ask. As for the elders, they are Mo Shang and I. They will also be like mine and his students. Mustang knows about this, which he has already agreed to. Janus laughed coldly. After listening to the answer, Luo Huang turned her gaze to Qin Wentian, only to see Qin Wentian smiling slightly as he replied, I am willing to participate in the exercise. According to his agreement, Qin Wentian noticed that the young man next to Orkan had his lips curled into a cold and anxious smile. Let's go away and take a break. Luo Huang led Qin Wentian further to the side. Little brother Qin, this time, there seems to be a lot of forces out there actively working against you. You must be careful in everything you do. Not only was it already dangerous enough to work in the dark forest, but you have to concentrate on protecting yourself from these treacherous people. The mountain reminded Qin Wentian gloomily, I respect Teacher Mo Sheng's decision. As for the other members who are planning to go against me, as well as the demonic beasts, I will definitely be careful, Qin Wentian replied. And just remember, don't underestimate any of the participants, especially the applicants from the aristocratic clans who enter the Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy. Some of them may be young, but no doubt their talents may be considered monstrous. Very good. Let's wait for the training to start. Qin Wentian bowed his head and his gaze casually glanced at Qiu Shui's directions. There, Qiu Shui was surrounded by many young men and women, like stars clustered around the cold and beautiful moon. The reason for such attention, besides her own innate talent, was also the marriage between her and Ye Wukui. Master, why not let me scout out the good recreational spots available in the royal capital? Francis respectfully suggested to Qin Wentian. Okay, please. Qin Wentian had no objections. I will wait for the master to get away with it. Francis smiled and left. He believed that with his abilities, Qin Wentian would be able to turn this real danger into good fortune. He was still waiting for Qin Wentian to become a master armorer in order to look down on Murin. The first stage of the exam approved by the coalition of 9 combat academies has begun. He assessed long lines of applicants like wildfire. However, this has nothing to do with Qin Wentian, who was leisurely communicating with Luo Huang and the mountain. Above the sky, far out of sight, There was a huge demonic monster floating in the air, a beast similar to a lion, but with wings growing from its back. It emitted the pressure of a level 8 demonic beast, Griffin. Standing on top of the griffin were two silhouettes, Mo Shang and the old man. "Master, when Janus agreed to the Royal Academy's proposal, why didn't you object?" Mo Shang asked, his face showing a lack of understanding. "Mo Shang, do you respect this young man?" Smiling, the old man countered with another question. "I do. Not to hide anything from my esteemed teacher, I really like the character of this young man very much. If not, then I would not ask the respected teacher to help me stop this expedition into the dark forest. Since you keep him on such good terms, why don't you stop him from joining the expedition?" The old man smiled as he looked at the huge, spacious area where the candidates were currently taking their exams. "There are some really good seedlings among this group of candidates. I look forward to preparing the expedition." Mo Shang smiled bitterly as he repeated in his heart, "Baby, I tried. I can only wish you good luck." "Grandpa, were you looking for me?" At this moment, a white demonic crane soared into the skies, and standing on the demonic beast was actually the #1 beauty in Chu country, Mo Ching Chung. "Right. This time I want you to follow Mo Shang and go for a walk in the dark forest. VPM won't do any good if you stay at home." The old man smiled affectionately, then turned his gaze towards Mo Shang. "Mo Shang, I will temporarily borrow this level 8 griffin. Help me take care of Ching Chung." Mo Shang froze. He did not fully understand the meaning of his respected teacher's action. After a while, he nodded his head slightly towards Mo Ching Chung, but he was somewhat taken aback. Even someone at that level would still react to beauties like Mo Ching Chung. Regarding the granddaughter of his revered teacher, he did not communicate with her often. But despite this, Mo Shang knew well enough that 10 geniuses in the royal capital were fighting for her. But now, his respected teacher wanted him as a bodyguard for his precious granddaughter, walking in a dark forest. He couldn't know, but it was interesting. Was there some other special purpose for this action? The shadow of the sun slanted to the west as the people in the spacious area began to disperse. The entrance exams have come to an end, and 9 combat academies have stopped recruiting. There were many who left with their heads down, while the rest who remained began to move towards the Imperial Star Academy and the Royal Academy, which were located in the center of the region. At this moment, a white-robed young man, who was carrying long swords on his back, began to approach Qin Wentian and the others. Qin Wentian had met this young man before. In the heavenly city of Harmony, he was a swordsman who had condensed 2 sword-type astral souls. "Luo Huang, Mountain Master told you all to come back." Yu Fei spoke the instructions and walked up to them. "Very good. Did the teacher say any instructions as to which of us elders would be chosen to enter the dark forest?" Luo Huang asked. According to the information she received from Janus, both Mo Shang and Janus would be able to bring the 2 senior students of the academy with them. "You and one other person, but the teacher didn't say who it will be," Yu Fei replied. "Well, anyway, we'll find out when we get there." "Okay, let's go." Liu Huang bowed her head in agreement as she led the others to the gathering place, the 9 Academies' Martial Palace. There were 5,000 participants in total who were admitted to the second exam, the Dark Forest Expedition. But if we count the total number of participants who applied to join the 9 combat academies, then the number of 5,000 participants was actually 1% of the total number of participants who applied. The royal capital and the 9 Academies' Martial Palace were the gathering points for all the young elites of Chu country. If you want to be strong, you must be ready to face all types of danger. Let this be your first lesson. Go and enjoy it completely. Tempered yourself through baptism in blood. The seniors from the Royal Academy shouted. All participants had solemn expressions on their faces. Of course, they understood that without blood, without being exposed to real life or death battles, they would never be able to become true martial cultivators. Hum! Raging gusts of wind shot up nearby as 2 demonic beasts flew overhead. On top of one of the flying beasts stood an elegant and beautiful figure that made everyone's eyes widen. How beautiful! This is Mo Ching Chung. She has come after all. In this area, according to the established rules, cultivators who were not in the Yuan Fu realm were not allowed to fly. However, Mo Ching Chung could, simply because there was no one who could prohibit her. Janice and Orkan felt very surprised when they saw that Mo Ching Chung had actually come along with Mo Shang. However, they hid their surprise and said, "Since everyone has arrived, let's move out. Everyone, start moving. We must arrive at the dark forest before nightfall." "Little brother, take care of yourself." Luo Huang smiled as she glanced at Qin Wentian. She continued to move away from him as she parted the crowd, and the perverted puppy remained in her arms, seemingly not intending to retreat an inch. "Oh, little brother Qin, I will be waiting for your arrival at the Imperial Star Academy." The mountain patted Qin Wentian on the shoulder, while the candidates from all the martial academies continued to line up in ranks. The various teachers who were at the head of each group were floating in the air on flying beasts, while all the applicants were on the ground in the opposite direction. A dark forest surrounded half of the royal capital. Obviously, it was impossible for applicants to come there from the front. Doesn't this mean they will have to enter through the royal palace? There were a total of 5,000 people grouped into 9 main camps. The Imperial Star Academy camp consisted of the smallest number of applicants, only 500, while the Royal Academy had 800. Tremors shook the ground as the 5,000 applicants advanced, akin to the might of 10,000 galloping horses. Their powerful movements caused strong winds that did not exist in the spring, wherever they passed. Smiles flashed on the faces of the spectators. This group of people will be the future pillars of Chu country. "Hello?" The young, fat man who belonged to the Imperial Star Academy camp smiled and greeted Qin Wentian. Despite the speed at which they were walking, which could be considered extremely fast, this speed was not yet sufficient to exhaust them, and thus they still managed to communicate slowly. "What is your name?" the young fat guy asked. "Qin Wentian, what about you?" "Fen Li. Fen from the word simple, Li from the word happiness." Fat smiled. Qin Wentian looked at him for a moment. Feng Li was dressed very poorly, with dirty hair on his head and a smile on his face. "This name suits you very well." Qin Wentian laughed. Feng Li curled his lips into a good-natured smile as his gaze shifted to the young lady who was flying on top of the demonic beast into the air, before he said in a low voice, "This is the #1 beauty in Chu country. The word beautiful can't even describe her. Just seeing her makes my heart skip a beat." Qin Wentian looked at Feng Li's discouraged expression and couldn't help but roll his eyes. But he must agree with Feng Li. Mo Ching Chung's beauty was truly out of this world, comparable to the legendary fairy. But still, elder sister Luo Huang suits my taste more. What a figure, what a chest, Feng Li had a pitiful expression on his face and was almost drooling as he said this. "Have you met senior sister Luo Huang?" Qin Wentian asked. "How could I ever know such a hot babe? All I know about her is that she is rumored to be the most beautiful and most charming demoness in our Imperial Star Academy. Who doesn't know her? But still, my thoughts earlier are just my imagination, Feng Li smiled as he turned his head towards Qin Wentian. "But seeing your calm appearance, maybe you are already familiar with her." Seeing the perverted train of thought and humor in Feng Li's gaze, Qin Wentian rolled his eyes as he said in a low voice, "Fuck off. This man is definitely a genius. Stop acting like that, Feng Li said, "Know that I know everything." The expression in his eyes made Qin Wentian speechless. But still, in the royal capital of the Chu country, geniuses and beauties are everywhere. Let's see what's there. Qiu Shui from the Royal Academy. Beautiful and talented. I heard she condensed the astral soul with the 3rd heavenly layer on the first try. Feng Li pointed his finger at the crowd of candidates from the Royal Academy as he explained to Qin Wentian. "And there is also our Imperial Star Academy. There are as many geniuses here as there are clouds in the sky. In front of us, this handsome guy named Orphan is very strong. He is a level 2 cultivator of the arterial circulation domain and has 2 astral souls." Feng Li pointed towards the young guy who was in front next to Orchan. It seemed that the two were brothers. "And there's that beautiful lady dressed in black. She is at the 1st level of the arterial circulation region, possessing 2 astral souls. And not only that, she also doesn't have a bad figure. It's just that compared to Luo Huang, she's faded." Feng Li speaks in the tone of an experienced expert. "But in our team, do you know who is #1 among the geniuses of our Imperial Star Academy?" "Who?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "Well, this man is right in front of you." The muscles on Feng Li's face twitched as his smile became more and more miserable. "Feng Li, are you boasting again?" Another person ran up to him, smiling as he looked at Feng Li. Apparently, this was not the first time that Feng Li shamelessly showed off in front of people. Qin Wentian laughed. This Feng Li was an extremely interesting person. Although he liked to brag, his sense of humor was very good. As the sun rose, 9 huge teams consisting of 5,000 people walked out of the eastern heavenly gate of the royal capital. The royal capital was surrounded by a dark forest. Since the country of Chu was formed 3,000 years ago, it has experienced countless fierce battles against the demonic beasts living in the dark forest. Consequently, the gates and walls separating the dark forest from the royal capital were built very strong and high. They were an extraordinary majestic sight, like a heavenly moat surrounding the city. Coming out of the eastern heavenly gate, there was another small city that acted as a border zone connecting the royal capital with the dark forest. In this city, there were many cultivators who came here for training, as well as many extreme sports enthusiasts who came here for the thrill. When they saw 5,000 people from 9 combat academy camps approaching, they were all stunned. Wow, are these the participants to join the 9 combat academies? There are a lot of beautiful boys and beautiful girls there, ha ha. The nearby extreme sports enthusiasts were discussing with smiles on their faces. "Continue forward and create your own camp in the dark forest," a clear voice instructed from the sky, causing the participants to be wary. They will have to spend many nights in this dangerous dark forest and take care of their survival needs by hunting dangerous creatures in the dark forest for food. As night fell, the coalition of 9 academies finally arrived at the edge of the dark forest. Looking ahead, all that was visible was an endless sea of ancient trees, as if there was no end. A thick and strong pressure of demonic qi permeated the air. As everyone stopped, an unusual silence filled the air. All applicants knew that in the following days they would be in great danger. The elders of the 9 martial academies, who stood on top of the flying demonic beasts hovering in the air, instructed the applicants, "Now you all can enter the dark forest. Tomorrow at dawn, you should all be at least 10 li from the forest boundary. The area at a distance of 10 li from the border is designated a security zone. Next month, if one of you enters the safety zone, the training ends and you automatically lose. You can now enter. The safe zone, consisting of a distance of 10 li, could be considered the outer perimeter of the dark forest, and therefore it was filled with human activity. High-level demonic beasts rarely appeared here, so it was much less dangerous here. "Qin Wentian, let's stick together," Feng Li asked. "Fine." Qin Wentian nodded, and 9 rows of people belonging to the various camps of the academy entered the dark forest. More than 5,000 candidates dispersed in all 4 directions. Breaking up into small groups of 2 or 3 people, they walked forward. Qin Wentian and Feng Li wandered into a dark forest. There were some cultivators who condensed flame-type astral souls, causing lights to appear and illuminate the area. There were also some people who used valuable items such as night pearls to light the way. "Let's take a chance and walk a little further before we find a spacious place to rest and spend the night. We must leave the safe zone before dawn, so this will not be considered a violation of the rules," Feng Li said in a low voice. Still stumbling around in the dark as they tried to figure out their path, Feng Li and Qin Wentian had no choice but to use the burning branch to light their path as they walked forward. "Wait, it looks like someone is looking at us!" Feng Li suddenly exclaimed in a whisper as they walked. With his strong sensory abilities, Qin Wentian had also sensed this earlier. In Heavenly Harmony City, he killed Ye Leng and Ye Mo and showed his extraordinary talent. How could the Ye clan spare him so easily? It is very likely that Qin Wentian was one of the reasons why the expedition was proposed. But at the same time, such exercises could allow the surviving students to gain real-life experience, so the 9 combat academies had absolutely no reason to refuse. Before Qin Wentian stepped into the dark forest, he already knew that there was a possibility that his enemies would be waiting for him. However, since Mo Shang did not object, it follows that he wanted to use this expedition to harden him. Currently, my cultivation is at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, and I have the strength of 100 oxen. I should be able to deal with ordinary level 1 cultivators of the arterial circulation domain. However, with the Star Martial cultivators in the arterial circulation realm who possess terrifying astral souls, I don't have the confidence in my abilities to defeat them. Qin Wentian spoke silently. He then whispered, "Feng Li, let's go our separate ways. I have enemies who are planning to lure me into this dark forest." Under the soft glow of the torch, the fat man's gaze switched to Qin Wentian. His eyes glowed with a strange light as he smiled. "I am Feng Li, the supreme genius among this batch of candidates. How can I refuse my comrades?" "Don't worry. Although we are already in the dark forest, I doubt that your enemies will dare to make a move while we are still in the safe zone," Feng Li assured him. "Come on, there's light ahead. There seems to be an empty space there." "Okay," Qin Wentian agreed. Although Feng Li seemed a little vulgar, he is a good person at heart. There was an open space ahead, the landscape slightly inclined, like the gentle slope of a mountain. There were already several people there who had pitched tents and were preparing to rest. "Qin Wentian!" exclaimed a voice full of surprise. Qin Wentian looked in the direction of the voice before his face broke into a smile. "I didn't think that he would meet familiar faces here." "Liu Yan, what are you doing here?" Qin Wentian strode forward. He still thought that Liu Yan was the one who saved his life earlier. "I am participating in the trial to join the Divine Wind Academy. In any case, quickly turn off the light and go to the tent. The light may attract the attention of demonic beasts," Liu Yan lightly admonished. In addition to Liu Yan, there were 2 other young people in the tent. One was her brother, Liu Yue. Her other friend, Zhu Fan. "Liu Yan, why did you invite strangers?" Liu Yue's eyebrows rose and an unsightly expression of displeasure appeared on Zhu Fang's face. "Brother, this is the person we met in the forest areas outside of the Heavenly Harmony City. His name is Qin Wentian," Liu Yan replied. She looked at Qin Wentian and asked, "Why did you enter the dark forest? Are you also participating in the expedition?" "Oh, we are applicants to the Imperial Star Academy." Feng Li straightened his clothes as he walked forward, his hand stretched out. "Lovely lady, I hope you are well. My name is Feng Li, and I am from the Imperial Star Academy." Imperial Star Academy. Liu Yan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she too extended her hand to shake hands with Feng Li. "Liu Yan, you are both beautiful and talented. What a rarity," Feng Li said. Liu Yan smiled. She wanted to remove her hand, but Feng Li seemed to have no intention of letting go. "Is this tent yours? You guys are so experienced about wildlife." "Qin Wentian is my best friend, so you are my friend too." Qin Wentian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shocked, he witnessed how Feng Li continued to babble nonsense while holding Liu Yan's hand. This guy, he was just a specimen. Liu Yan blushed. When she finally managed to remove her hand with difficulty, she glanced at Qin Wentian. "I do not know him," Qin Wentian replied as cold sweat ran down his back. This guy was just too awkward. "You two, since we met by chance, we can also be considered friends. Although it is just a simple tent, we can share it with you and stay here for the night." Liu Yue walked over and she smiled at Qin Wentian and Feng Li. That's right. We will do as you ask. We will accept your offer," Feng Li said, while Qin Wentian stood aside silently. "Feng Li, Liu Yan, I'll go for a walk. You can communicate." Qin Wentian smiled and walked out of the tent. "This guy." Feng Li looked at Qin Wentian and then said to Liu Yan, "See you later, Liu Yan." When he caught up with Qin Wentian, he asked, "What happened? Don't you like Liu Yan?" "No. Although her character is not bad, her 2 companions do not seem to like our presence. Why stay there any longer than necessary?" Qin Wentian commented. Feng Li could also tell from their past interactions that Liu Yan's 2 comrades clearly didn't like them. It was when he said that Qin Wentian and he were from the Imperial Star Academy that Liu Yue and Zhu Fang's attitude changed. And in any case, I can still feel the murderous auras hidden looking at me. And now I need to quickly increase my strength. How can I disappoint them? Qin Wentian's lips curled into a cold smile, causing Feng Li's body to freeze. The grin on Qin Wentian's face was cold and piercing, as if he was baring his fangs. Okay, then the top genius of the Imperial Star Academy will play with them too." Feng Li's lips curled into a smile. Qin Wentian ignored Feng Li's boasting and walked towards the ancient-looking tree before sitting down cross-legged. He closed his eyes, preparing to cultivate. A moment later, crackling sounds came from his body, similar to the roar of fierce waves in a stormy ocean. Feng Li narrowed his eyes. What a tyrannical technique. Well, no matter, it was time for him to show his worth. His body shimmered, and Feng Li rushed forward deeper into the dark forest. Bathed in the starlight, Qin Wentian looked at his world. But inside his body, the astral energy grew and mixed with the starlight, running down towards him. Tyrannical power surged into him, refining his internal organs, as well as his star meridians, continuously refining his body. Dawn approached. All participants were already up. Qin Wentian opened his eyes only to see the fat Feng Li lying next to him, with a new bow and several arrows clutched in his hand. "Fat, we have to go!" Qin Wentian stabbed him. Feng Li rubbed his tired eyes and yawned widely before smiling at Qin Wentian. "Where did you get the bow and arrows?" Qin Wentian asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Although the equipment looked new, they exuded a feeling of incomparable sharpness. "I cut down several ancient trees and killed several demonic monsters," Feng Li replied nonchalantly. "Let's go to—" "Is it true?" The two young men exchanged glances and quickly sped off into the dark forest. Their speed was like a raging wind, and in the blink of an eye their silhouettes disappeared. Soon after this, a group of young people rushed over. What was shocking was that among them was Orphan from the Imperial Star Academy, along with youth from other martial academies. "After them! We can finally take action after they leave the safe zone!" Orphan shouted coldly, while Feng Li and Qin Wentian ran madly, looking like a leopard stalking its prey, retracing their steps. "Fat, wow, you really run fast." As the first rays of light appeared, Qin Wentian saw Feng Li running next to him, like a lithe panther in the jungle. His excess fat didn't seem to bother him at all. Feng Li's movements were deft and superbly coordinated, involuntarily causing Qin Wentian to look at him in amazement. "Well, I'm a genius," boasting Feng Li. Qin Wentian laughed. He looked at Feng Li and stated, "There are a total of 6 people chasing us from behind. There is Orphan, who is at the 2nd level of the arterial circulation region. Besides this, there is another guy in the 1st level of the arterial circulation realm and 4 others in the body refinement realm. It will be quite difficult for them to fight. Let's make them expend their energy," Feng Li stated, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to shine with a strange glow. This fatty was able to find out their cultivation level so easily. Maybe he really is a real genius. "There's someone up ahead," Qin Wentian stated as his gaze was directed at a spacious area, far in the distance in front of them. "People from the Royal Academy. Ye Zhan leads them. I've seen him take exams at the Royal Academy before. Its cultivation should be at the 2nd level of the arterial circulation area. I can even feel his murderous aura from afar. Just who are you really that provoked them? Quickly, let's change direction." As Feng Li said, he immediately rushed to the left. Qin Wentian followed quickly without hesitation. In order to kill him, the Ye clan had actually closed all the routes, spending a lot of effort. The strength and power they wielded in the royal capital was unparalleled. If he had not joined the Imperial Star Academy, he would probably have died suddenly due to unknown reasons. Teacher Mo Shang gave him a very difficult test indeed. But for what? Didn't he check on me earlier? "Finally, thank you." Qin Wentian expressed his gratitude as they fled. "Oh, don't be jealous. This fat me, whose talent is so great that it even outshines the clouds. In the future, if there are beautiful girls that you have no interest in, please remember to recommend them to your fat brother." Feng Li chuckled. The pursuers continued to follow them relentlessly. An hour later, they were already in the depths of the dark forest, where traces of the activities of demonic beasts were everywhere. "There are 4 more people chasing us. Fatty, what is their cultivation level?" Qin Wentian asked. "There is Orphan, and another person at the 1st level of the arterial circulation realm, as well as 2 others in the body purification realm. Do you really want to fight them?" Feng Li asked. "Let's do it." Qin Wentian responded decisively as he stopped, only to see Feng Li channeling astral energy into his legs. Fat stomped on the green and jumped and landed on top of a giant tree. He smiled and said to Qin Wentian, Let me fight before you die. My goal is 2 in the body purification realm. Okay, we'll do as you say. For unknown reasons, Qin Wentian felt as if he could trust him with his life. His steps paused as he turned, facing his pursuers. Orphan and his lackeys, seeing that Qin Wentian had stopped, slowed down their steps. Akin to poisonous snakes, their eyes looked directly at Qin Wentian without masking their murderous aura. They fanned out as they approached Qin Wentian. How many forces has the Ye clan mobilized to kill me this time? Qin Wentian asked his question to Orphan. Ye clan? There are many people who want to kill you. And your crippled second uncle, how dare he rebel? It's only a matter of time before his head ends up on the cutting board. For Qin Wu and Qin Chuan, they have already been detained and locked in the Black Castle prison, and are waiting to die. Orphan laughed coldly as he waved his hand, signaling his henchmen to rush towards Qin Wentian in 3 different directions, showing his desire to kill. Whistling. Suddenly, from Qin Wentian's back, an incomparably sharp arrow flew past with terrifying speed. Fast as lightning, he flew straight towards Orphan. To the left! Feng Li's voice sounded as Qin Wentian immediately rushed to the left, towards the cultivator in the body refinement realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The arrows continuously flew towards the 3 cultivators, leaving only the one to the left of Qin Wentian. We're going our separate ways. Orphan summoned his spear-type astral soul. Brilliant astral light gathered on the long spear he wielded, striking forward in the direction where the arrow was flying. However, the arrows that Fen Li shot seemed to have a life of their own. Their flight path was extremely unstable, and even shifted sideways several times, rushing past Orphan's long spear and flying straight into the center of his forehead. What? Orphan's expression underwent a drastic change as his left palm suddenly exploded with great force and his body quickly retreated, barely dodging the arrow. Despite the precautions, the arrow still pierced his palm, causing fresh blood to flow out, turning it red. An arrow that can change direction? Orphan was not the only one who faced this situation. His 2 other lackeys were dealing with this as well. Not only did one of the cultivators in the body refinement realm die on the spot, but an arrow pierced the space between his eyebrows. As the arrows came into contact with the 3 of them, Qin Wentian rushed, like the roar of a raging dragon, towards another cultivator in the body refinement realm. The other cultivator refused to retreat and returned the blow with his own hand. But when the cultivator's fist flew, he immediately regretted it. The strength in his strike was not comparable to how Qin Wentian struck. The sound of broken bones echoed as Qin Wentian's downing dragon fist cut through the cultivator like a hot knife cuts through butter. His opponent didn't even have time to open his astral soul before his body was pushed away by the pressure of the fist. And just like that, in an instant, Qin Wentian and Feng Li had already killed 2 of their pursuers. Qin Wentian turned his head back to watch as Feng Li moved deftly on the tree, as easily as if he was moving on the ground. Grozny. Qin Wentian smiled and looked at Fen Li. Feng Li calmed down and he bent the bow in his hands so that it took a shape resembling a full moon, placing 3 arrows. I'm the fat genius. Feng Li chuckled, however Qin Wentian couldn't help but agree. This vulgar fat man was truly a genius. You better not interfere with something that has nothing to do with you or I will make you die a terrible death. Orphan mercilessly glanced at Fen Li, who was on the tree, emitting deadly intent. From the beginning, the one who was on the sidelines, Feng Li was still grinning as if he had not heard what Orphan said. Qin Wentian nodded his head as he rushed towards the youth standing next to Orphan with a cold look in his eyes. As Feng Li's voice fell silent at this moment, 3 arrows shot into the air, turning into 3 incomparably sharp swords aimed at Orphan. And as 3 arrows shot, Feng Li prepared 3 more arrows to fire, without unnecessary movements, as if he was one with the bow. This time one could see the flickering of the astral soul behind him. Quite brilliant. In the 9 celestial layers, there were billions and trillions of constellations. This was possible for all kinds of star marshal cultivators. As for Fen Li, and his astral soul is condensed with a crescent-shaped bow. At this moment, the arrows on the string glowed with an astral light as they were released into the sky. Qin Wentian had already encountered Orphan. The two of them released their astral souls. The heavenly hammer shone with a peerless radiance, while Qin Wentian's opponent's astral soul was an ice mountain, imbuing his every strike with a cold and icy effect. Peng! As their palms met, Qin Wentian felt a surge of icy energy enter his body, attempting to freeze his stellar meridians. While his opponent's palms trembled, his hand went numb. Although Qin Wentian was at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the strength he was capable of was far beyond his level. What's happened? Suddenly Qin Wentian furrowed his brows in worry, as if there was a huge surge of demonic qi. There is a herd of demonic beasts coming towards us. Qin Wentian, kill him quickly! Feng Li's face grew heavy. This time he changed the direction of the arrows, and with all the power of his astral soul, Feng Li quickly shot straight, making it difficult for Qin Wentian's opponent to escape. Roar! The tyrannical astral energy in Qin Wentian's body was constantly growing and flowing like an ocean tide along his star meridians. His entire being resembled a raging dragon as he began his attack with a mighty roar. His opponent's face turned pale as another arrow descended towards him with terrifying speed from above. The ambient temperature dropped sharply as both of his hands were transformed into ice spears, which were used simultaneously to block the arrows and attack Qin Wentian. Die! Qin Wentian roared. His boundless strength shattered the ice into shards, slamming forward with tyrannical energy that violently struck his opponent's body. Although his opponent tried to retreat, arrows imbued with astral energy pierced his brain, pinning him to the ground. Orphan could do nothing and watched as his comrade died in vain. He was prevented from helping by the rapid succession of Feng Li's bow shots. Although there was nothing exceptional about the power of Feng Li's arrows, Feng Li's control was godlike. His arrows can even change direction mid-flight, catching unnoticed opponents. At this moment, the demonic qi became stronger and stronger. Qin Wentian looked over and saw a pack of demonic wolves madly jumping on. Run! Feng Li fired 3 more arrows, jumped from the huge tree, and turned to run in the other direction. Qin Wentian also came to his senses and joined the fleeing Feng Li. Kill them all! Far behind them, Orphan was cursing. This time he had to lose his face and gather a group of 4 against Qin Wentian. But besides him, the others all died. What was even more infuriating was that although he possessed power far greater than any of his rivals, he was unable to fully utilize it due to Feng Li's overwhelming volley of arrows. Qin Wentian froze. He tried to understand the meaning of Orphan's words before looking at Feng Li, who was next to him. From the top of the tree I saw many people running towards this area behind the demonic wolves. They may be controlling the demonic wolf king. There must be a person among them who condensed his beast-taming type astral soul. Feng Li's face was full of worry, but he continued. Fortunately, you have condensed the extremely oppressive astral soul. To think that you are capable of using such power, even though you are only at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. This fat guy, is he a genius or an idiot? In such a dangerous situation, he still had time to analyze my astral soul? Qin Wentian looked at Feng Li silently before saying, Let's think about how to save our lives first. The demon wolves in this forest are clearly faster than us, and they can easily tear tree trunks apart, so climbing a tree is not an option. I think there is no way for us to escape from them, Fat said with a gloomy tone. Quickly, the shadows of demonic wolf figures appeared one after another, ran in front of them, and constantly ran forward. This group of demonic wolves are clearly hurting them and treating them as prey. Qin Wentian and Feng Li found themselves surrounded, and the demonic wolves in front stopped their steps and turned around, baring their fangs. Their cruel gaze was filled with traces of terrifying madness. Thump, thump! Qin Wentian and Feng Li also stopped. Qin Wentian saw Feng Li throw his previous bow away. In turn, a radiant astral light surrounded the crown, which appeared and merged into the form of an astral bow. Let the power of youth explode! As the sound of Feng Li's voice disappeared, his entire body burned like a fire. A wave of terrifying astral pressure was expelled from his body, and a dazzling astral light burned brightly like the sun, causing the surrounding wolves to doubt and even retreat a little. Traces of fear can be seen in the wolf's eyes as the pressure emitted by Fen Li activated and began to rise, increasing sharply. "Brother, cover me. We must kill the Wolf King." Feng Li's sharp gaze landed on the wolf with enormous authority. Buzz! A beam of dazzling astral light expanded like a shooting star towards the huge Wolf King. The Wolf King roared and struck hard with his paw that shone with cold light, but his strength was not enough to block the astral arrow. The arrow continued to fly towards the head of the Wolf King. Howl! The huge wolf jumped back, trying to avoid the arrow. The astral arrow moved as if it had a pair of eyes. She flew into the air, following the Wolf King's movements. The huge wolf's expression flashed in the throes of terror. Knowing that he would not be able to dodge the arrow, the huge wolf put his paws in front of him, hoping to at least soften the impact of the astral arrow. However, the astral arrow suddenly changed its flight path and pierced right through one of the Wolf King's hind legs, causing the Wolf King's huge body to be pinned to the ground by the enormous force of astral energy. Qin Wentian and Fen Li immediately dashed towards the Wolf King. Several wolves appeared, blocking the path of Qin Wentian and Fen Li. Roll! Qin Wentian released his astral soul, and the heavenly hammer materialized in his hands. Leaping into the air and attacking with the hammer in a graceful arc, the hammer was bathed in astral light and slammed into the wolf's body, causing flesh and blood to fly. Qin Wentian constantly moved without stopping as he used the 1,000-time tempering technique. Demonic wolves rushed from the left and right sides. He carved a path through the blood and flesh of the demonic wolves. Feng Li's gaze fixed on the Wolf King's body. After running a long distance forward, he swung his astral bow at Wolf and fired 3 explosive-type arrows in quick succession. The Wolf King still wanted to use his paws to soften the impact of the arrows, but how could this be done when Fen Li was shooting at him with his arrows in such close proximity? The power contained within the explosive-type arrows was extremely brutal and overbearing. 2 arrows shot straight into the Wolf King's paws, while the last arrow slammed into his head. Handsome. A wide smile appeared on Qin Wentian's face. The Wolf King was at least a level 4 demonic beast, whom Feng Li killed so easily despite his strength equivalent to a 2nd-level arterial circulation realm cultivator. At this moment, Fen Li's perception seemed to be higher than before, giving Qin Wentian the feeling that Feng Li was extremely reliable. Oh! At this moment, the cold sound of a wolf howl echoed throughout the dark forest. Behind the demonic wolves, 2 figures appeared. One was a young man, dressed in skin. With a cold expression on his face, he sat on top of a huge wolf. Next to him, Orphan appeared, smiling and coldly looking at Qin Wentian and Fen Li. In his eyes, they were already dead. I never would have thought that among this batch of candidates from the Imperial Star Academy, there would be one who possesses the ultimate bloodline. Orphan looked towards Feng Li in shock. Feng Li actually possessed the ultimate bloodline, allowing her to use her power to help him in battle. Ultimate pedigree, Qin Wentian silently exclaimed in his heart. According to Uncle Black's teaching, of course, he knew about the ultimate bloodline. Depending on their affinity, sensory abilities, talent, willpower, cultivators condense their astral souls through innate connections with certain constellations. There were those who had enormous energy in their blood, energy that could be inherited by descendants from his family. However, not every descendant will be able to awaken the hidden power from their bloodline. Some could, but others couldn't. After a few generations, the descendants will almost inevitably dilute the blood. However, there are still some exceptions that could somehow ignite their potential, causing the blood within them to awaken. Thus, they possess the power granted to them by the bloodline of their ancestors. Additionally, there were different types of ultimate bloodlines that granted different abilities and enhancements to cultivators. As for Fen Li, his blood gave him the ability to ignite the energy in his blood, greatly increasing his fighting abilities. What a shame! To think that we met this man! Feng Li cursed under his breath while glaring at Qin Wentian. My bloodline is called the Heavenly Flame Bloodline, and it can greatly improve my combat abilities. I can transfer the energy from my blood to cause the blood in your body to temporarily have the same effect as my heavenly flame bloodline, thereby greatly enhancing your combat abilities. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded his head in agreement. Feng Li didn't waste any more time. The energy level around his palm began to fluctuate, eventually turning into a palm of blood and imprinting its imprint on Qin Wentian's back. The heavenly flame bloodline energy surged into Qin Wentian's body through the blood imprint. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt the blood in his body change and the power within him began to grow. Growl! At that moment, Qin Wentian trembled violently. Currently, the pressure released from his body was capable of making the hearts of the tallest cultivators tremble in fear. What? Feng Li was speechless, the way he looked at Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's face was red, although his body seemed to radiate a terrifying surge of strength that seemed to be at the level of a primordial beast. He trembled violently, as if the energy was devouring Qin Wentian himself. What's happened? Feng Li asked. I have no idea. In my blood there seems to be a strange energy that absorbs the energy from your heavenly flame bloodline and flows into me. I can't control her anymore. Qin Wentian's body began to convulse, even more violently than before. Your grandfather, denial of kinship? Is it even possible? The muscles on Fen Li's face trembled. Qin Wentian also possessed the ultimate bloodline, and from what he saw, it turned out that his bloodline was even higher grade compared to the heavenly flame bloodline that Fen Li possessed. Feng Li clearly understood that, as a rule, the powers of the bloodline would remain hidden and would only be awakened under special circumstances. And Qin Wentian was precisely the one who possessed the latent blood that slowly began to awaken as a result of coming into contact with his heavenly flame bloodline. I wonder if it is possible for Qin Wentian's bloodline to fully awaken. If he succeeded, Qin Wentian would be able to use his bloodline's power to help him in battle. But if he failed, Qin Wentian's bloodline would be lost forever. Orphan's gaze became colder, as the murderous intent in his eyes became denser and denser. He witnessed Qin Wentian and Feng Li being surrounded by a pack of demonic wolves. The chance of having the ultimate bloodline was extremely small, maybe not even 1 in 10,000. But these two comrades in front of him actually possessed it? They must be killed before they have a chance to do anything. Makino, do it! Orphan talked with a young man dressed in animal skin. The one called Makino sat on top of the demonic wolf king. Of course, Orphan, but remember that I helped you today. A cold smile appeared on Makino's face, making those who saw him feel that the smile was of an extremely demonic nature. Makino howled, and at the same moment, the demonic wolves began to move, moving towards Qin Wentian and Fen Li. These demonic wolves were all 2nd and 3rd level demonic beasts, and the wolf king he was sitting on was 4th level. Are you okay? Feng Li asked worriedly as he shot the arrows in quick succession. All the level 2 wolves he hit exploded under the terrifying power of his astral arrows, but the level 3 wolves were not so easy to deal with. Level 3 demonic beasts were equivalent to cultivators at the 7th, 8th, and even 9th level of the body refinement realm. I'm losing control. Qin Wentian had a very unsightly expression on his face. He had no way to control the power in his blood. Jealous. Fatty grinned. If a person could not control his bloodline, it only meant that the clan was very powerful. With Qin Wentian's current cultivation level, he did not have the ability to control her. Since you cannot control her, she will rush forward unhindered. Fatty's arrow pierced the head of the demonic wolf who wanted to attack Qin Wentian. Right. As the wolf's blood splashed onto Qin Wentian's face, a glint of madness appeared in his eyes. In that moment, he gave up any semblance of control he might have, unleashing his full power. The terrifying power of his ultimate bloodline began to surge and looked like a boiling ocean, causing Qin Wentian to emit an aura akin to a monarch who was above the world. Kill! Qin Wentian roared in rage, and in an instant, traces of respect appeared in the eyes of the demonic wolves towards the blood-red crown of light that enveloped Qin Wentian's body. After he used the dragon's descending fist, the heads of 3 level 3 demonic wolves exploded with one hit, turning the sky red. Howl! The demonic wolf pounced on him, launching an attack from behind. These wolves were superior in speed and agility, and were endowed with enormous strength. Although Qin Wentian and Feng Li's combat capability was sufficient to deal with the level 4 demonic beasts, in front of such a huge pack of demonic wolves, they could only be cautious and could not take the initiative to attack. "Back off!" Feng Li rushed towards Qin Wentian's back and roared furiously as he attacked the demonic wolf. For the first time, he released his second astral soul, this devilish demonic face. His eyes expressed the ability to subjugate hearts and souls, and the demonic wolf that originally clung to Qin Wentian's back froze, lying limply on the ground and looking at Feng Li's gaze in a daze. Meanwhile, Feng Li wasted no time in using arrows as his weapon to pierce the demonic wolf's head. At this moment, Qin Wentian had already rushed forward and practiced the dragon's descending fist. The storm scattered flesh and blood. It destroyed a bunch of wolves. "Brother, kill the Wolf King!" Feng Li shouted as he helped Qin Wentian cover his rear. Boom! Using great force, Qin Wentian stomped on the ground, leaving deep cracks and lines on the ground. His body flew into the skies with his surging strength, wiping out the ranks of wolves who rushed at him with wild energy. As he landed, a huge and formidable force formed in his body, and his posture resembled a curved bow. Qin Wentian leaned forward, rushing madly for a long distance. "Ah!" The Wolf King howled in anger. All the demonic wolves left Feng Li. Instead, they focused on Qin Wentian. "That fat guy won't let you leave!" An expression of hatred flashed across his face, and Feng Li released both of his astral souls at the same time. Emitting an incomparably brilliant astral light, the astral bow in his hands released 9 arrows at once. Boom! Bang! The sounds of arrows met their target as the demonic wolves to Qin Wentian's left and right were shot to death. 1 shot, 1 kill. At this moment, Feng Li and Qin Wentian showed all their abilities. Countless arrows rained down from the sky, killing the demonic wolves with impeccable precision. Orphan and the guy dressed in animal skin, Makino, had their pupils constricted when they saw what was happening. Qin Wentian was madly furious with a crazy look in his eyes. His bloodline ability burned, filling him with a fierce and domineering power that greatly increased his combat capabilities. "Orphan, you are at the 2nd level of the arterial circulation region and have 2 astral souls." Makino told Orphan to obviously block Qin Wentian's blow. Orphan froze slightly as he clenched his teeth. Sharply releasing his astral souls, he summoned the astral soul of the spear and shield. This time he did not dare to underestimate his enemies. Unlike their earlier encounter where he did not use his shield and ended up hurting his arms because the arrow fired by Feng Li pierced his arm. 2 astral souls, one for attack and the other for defense. A distraught Qin Wentian had already rushed over. Orphan roared as his astral long spear wavered in the air, using the Poison Dragon Art spear technique. This enhanced his strength, while the astral spear projected an image of a black dragon that flew towards Qin Wentian, aiming to devour him. Orphan was at the 2nd level of the arterial circulation domain, which meant that he had opened 2 of the 9 major meridians within his body. Consequently, he was able to harness his innate powers and create formidable power. With a crazy look in his eyes, Qin Wentian used his technique, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar, with absolute strength to tear his opponent to shreds. A terrifying roar, like that of a real dragon, sounded and created a projection. What a tyrannical force! Orphan's heart sank. From Qin Wentian's recent blow, Orphan calculated that Qin Wentian's strength had already far surpassed the strength level of 200 oxen, emitting pressure akin to Mount Taishan. "Kill!" Orphan wielded his spear and poison dragon technique, piercing the empty space. He aimed straight at Qin Wentian's eyes. However, Qin Wentian simply extended his left hand and easily caught the spear. Although the blow caused damage to his left arm, causing it to bleed, his right arm formed a fist of formidable power, and he slammed it towards Orphan. "This guy is crazy!" Orphan's expression underwent a dramatic change. The astral energies around him coalesced into an illusory shield, sparkling with dazzling astral light. He intended to block his fist in front of him. Boom! The illusory shield instantly disintegrated, and a terrifying impact impacted Orphan, causing his body to be thrown back into the air. At this moment, the silhouettes of many other participants approached them. Due to the collision, according to the screams of many demonic wolves and the remnant of a huge amount of astral energy, it forced them to come to this point. At the same time, the sounds of galloping horses could be heard, causing the ground to tremble. But at this moment, Qin Wentian and Feng Li could not afford to care about such an inconsequential thing as their eyes began to fill with murderous intent. A huge number of wolf carcasses lay under a shower of arrows. Feng Li and Qin Wentian, they both rushed towards Orphan madly. "Let us go!" Sitting on the Wolf King, Makino instantly gave in. Orphan showed a look filled with fear as he looked at Qin Wentian as he hurriedly rose from the ground and chased towards Makino's silhouette. "Fuck his grandmother! The astral energy in my body is almost completely depleted." Feng Li cursed under his breath as the astral bow disappeared from his hands. However, Qin Wentian chased towards Orphan's figure, aiming to kill him. Orphan coughed up a few sips of blood. With pale skin and eyes that showed traces of despair, he continued to run forward. Suddenly, several figures appeared on dragon horses. These were the leaders of the exercises, as well as strong high school students from various academies. "Stop!" Sitting on the dragon horse, Orkan charged forward as he roared in rage, causing Qin Wentian and Fen Li's pupils to constrict. Feng Li stopped his steps, and the remaining astral energy in his body turned into 3 astral arrows and sent them towards Orphan. "How dare you!" A cold light flashed into Orkan's eyes as he rode a dragon horse rushing forward. The long spear in his hand glowed with astral light, which exploded the astral arrows. "I'm tired of living." The long spear in Orkan's hand flew towards Fen Li. Feng Li turned pale and rushed back. A long spear pierced the ground, causing cracks on a large scale. Although they hit Fen Li in the hair with the end of the spear, nothing happened. "Fatty." Qin Wentian's expression froze as he stopped his actions. In front of him was none other than Orkan, who was also looking at him, as he stated with a cold voice, "The purpose of the expedition was to hunt demonic beasts. How dare you try to kill people?" As the sound of his voice disappeared, Orkan pointed his fist towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian raised his hand to block, but this enormous force is not something he can withstand. Qin Wentian flew back, spitting out his blood and qi. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. The rage in his eyes was accompanied by an unprecedented aura of murder. This time, Orkan planned to kill them while turning lies into truth, changing black into white. "You both aren't too cocky." The cold and clear voice was carried away by the current. Mo Ching-chung flew over on the back of the demonic beast and looked at Qin Wentian and Fen Li. Mo Ching-chung naturally recognized Qin Wentian, but she never thought that Qin Wentian would actually try to kill a participant during the exam. If she had known this would happen, she would not have saved him sooner. "Miss Mo, these two are really being too impudent. Should we kill them right here and now?" Orkan asked. "I don't want people killing each other. Free them, but it's better not to happen again." Mo Ching-chung sighed. "Right." Orkan nodded respectfully and turned to Qin Wentian. "I will spare your pitiful lives today. Roll." Qin Wentian's bloodline limit gradually calmed down. His icy gaze swept over Orkan and Mo Ching-chung. Surprisingly, he laughed coldly. "You are all very good." The content of Qin Wentian's laughter was mockery. He walked up to Feng Li and asked, "Are you okay?" "Heaven bless this fat one. I would never die so easily." Feng Li chuckled. "Brother, it seems that beauty does not make a woman a goddess. Let's go to—" Qin Wentian carried Fen Li on his back as they left. Only Qin Wentian could be heard muttering, "Fat, you are really heavy." As she looked at the 2 lonely-looking silhouettes, Mo Ching-chung's intuition told her something was wrong. Suddenly, a misty white shadow flashed. This spot turned out to be a snow puppy. "Why are you here?" Mo Ching-chung smiled, only to see the snow puppy looking at her solemnly as it galloped off in the direction of Qin Wentian. The puppy's actions made Mo Ching-chung freeze. The expression on the puppy's face seemed to be filled with a hint of coldness. Soon, the cry of an eagle sounded in the sky, and Luo Huang appeared. Looking at the lonely silhouettes of Feng Li and Qin Wentian, she said, "Mo Ching-chung, you overdid it this time." Mo Ching-chung looked at Luo Huang with a lack of understanding reflected in her eyes. His name is Qin Wentian. He is from the Qin clan, from the heavenly city of harmony. He didn't even know Orphan, so why would he kill him? On the contrary, there are many people who want my younger brother Qin dead. Luo Huan looked coldly towards Orchan. Mo Qingcheng trembled as she remembered Qin Wentian's lonely silhouette and the puppy's cold gaze. Her heart suddenly felt a twinge of unknown pain. I was wrong. As Mo Qingcheng looked at the departing silhouettes, unbearable emotions appeared in her heart. In the dark forest, Qin Wentian carried Fen Li and walked quickly. Although he was exhausted, he had no choice as they had to quickly leave the area before their enemies attacked them again. Feng Li and Qin Wentian no longer had the strength to fight. How unlucky. Feng Li grumbled dejectedly. If I had known it would be so dangerous, I would not have signed up for it. I'm still a virgin, you know? Shut up. Qin Wentian cursed under his breath. This fat man was very talkative. Hey, how do you feel now that your ultimate bloodline has stopped bubbling? Feng Li continued to ask. What's wrong with this puppy? Why is she running after us? If you keep talking, I swear I'll leave you here. Qin Wentian was extremely tired. Previously, how he and Fen Li were in a state of semi-madness when their ultimate bloodline was seething. After this period of increased combat ability, their bodies entered a recovery state, causing them to enter a period of weakness. Additionally, they had both completely depleted their astral energy in their bodies, resulting in this extremely weakened state. This especially affected Fen Li. Even after expending all his strength, he still hit part of Orchan's spear, causing his head to continue to bleed. Fortunately, Qin Wentian was an expert in the art of acupuncture and managed to stop the bleeding. Even so, Feng Li was completely drained of strength. Thinking about this, Feng Li muttered to himself, "If there is a debt of hatred, it must be repaid as soon as possible. Although I am a genius, I am still young. I still need several years of cultivation. Then it wouldn't be too late for me to take revenge." Qin Wentian, why is your cultivation level so low? If you were in the arterial circulation area, you would have easily defeated him earlier. Feng Li continued to grumble. There is a cave ahead. Qin Wentian directly ignored the muttering Fen Li and walked towards the cave. In their current state, if they met a demonic beast now, it would mean their death. When they entered, Qin Wentian gently placed Fen Li down, and he immediately collapsed to the ground with a huge breath. Fat, let's restore our energy first. If we don't, this place will become our grave when we meet the demonic beast, Qin Wentian stated. He then sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Soon after, Feng Li agreed with Qin Wentian's actions. Of course we won't do that. After he closed his eyes, Feng Li's eyes suddenly opened, only to see a demonic leopard nearby looking at him. Qin Wentian stared at the demonic leopard in front of him as he tried to rise to his feet. Buzz! The demonic leopard's movements were fast and brutal. Like an explosion of electricity, it appeared before him in an instant. However, at the same moment, the snow puppy's body appeared in front of Qin Wentian, leaving behind an afterimage at a speed even faster than the demonic leopard.
Grrr. A low roar came from the snow puppy, causing Qin Wentian to be startled. The snow puppy's body had actually expanded several times in size until it was the size of a level 3 demon wolf. The snow puppy showed its fangs and rushed forward, biting into the throat of the demonic leopard.
At this moment, the body of the demonic leopard flew across the ground. With his throat torn out, he died soon after. Transformation? Can he do this? Feng Li and Qin Wentian both looked at the snow puppy, dumbfounded, which made them even more silent, after which the snow puppy ran back towards the cave with a sycophantic expression on his face. With a cute expression, they felt their hearts beating. The puppy's body gradually shrank back to its original size, making his cute expression even more adorable. This guy was actually pretending to be a sheep so he could eat the tiger. Let's call him the prankster. Feng Li laughed. Wretched! Qin Wentian glanced at Feng Li with disgust. But then again, this title is quite appropriate. After which, Qin Wentian grinned. The poor unfortunate dog was called Prankster. Leaving the prankster standing guard at the entrance of the cave, Qin Wentian and Fen Li felt more confident in their hearts. As night fell, their astral energy completely recovered. Feng Li opened his eyes, only to hear the crackling sound coming from Qin Wentian's body. Feng Li clicked his tongue in frustration. Even he, the fat genius, did not cause such an effect when he cultivated. But still, he had to admit that Qin Wentian was truly dedicated to cultivation. Qin Wentian immediately used the technique to refine his body as soon as he finished recovering. Naturally, Feng Li knew very clearly that after today's events, Qin Wentian could only hope that he could improve his cultivation as soon as possible. He still had many enemies waiting for him. Orphan, just wait. Feng Li laughed with a pitiful smile that was filled with a hint of coldness. Standing up and stroking his stomach, he walked over to the carcass of the demonic leopard. Now that they've recovered, it's time to eat. As Qin Wentian opened his eyes, he saw Feng Li using his bare hands to eat demonic leopard meat in a barbaric style. Feng Li stuffed the fried meat into his mouth, and soon his entire face was covered in oil. "You clumsy idiot! Why are you attracting so much attention after you regained your strength? Don't you know that the smell of roasting meat and fire can attract other demonic beasts?" Qin Wentian said to Feng Li in a lowered voice. Despite their overexertion earlier in the morning, their strength was fully restored within half a day. "We should hurry up and eat before moving on." Feng Li ate with gusto, so Qin Wentian also began to eat. As they ate, Prankster walked over to his side and whined, directing his eyes at Qin Wentian. "How much can someone your size eat?" Qin Wentian threw a piece of roasted demonic leopard meat at the prankster, who happily began to chew. Demon beasts usually absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to help their growth. This leopard meat is an excellent source of nutrition, Feng Li explained while he ate. Qin Wentian also agreed. He felt that there was an energy source in the demon meat that he ate. "We can really enjoy all this delicious food in the coming month." Soon after, Feng Li stood up and said, "There are still demonic beasts that are approaching here. Let's move forward." "Okay." Qin Wentian bowed his head in agreement as he beckoned to the prankster before swiftly leaving the cave. Upon discovering another resting place, Feng Li immediately fell asleep. Qin Wentian cultivated, leaving the prankster to stand guard. During the day, the three of them decided to go deeper into the dark forest, where they hunted demonic beasts and enjoyed the taste of their flesh. In the blink of an eye, he passed the 10th day after the start of the test. So they were all in the depths of the dark forest, where they had to be very careful. In a forested area, there was a group of people walking slowly. A strong wind swept past as the expressions on people's faces underwent drastic changes. At that moment, they saw a huge iron-armored rhinoceros, which was dashing through the ancient trees that were in its path. This is a peak level 3 demonic beast. A demonic beast that possessed tyrannical power, an iron-armored rhinoceros. A group of people became afraid in their hearts. Although they wanted to run away, it was no use as the rhino charged towards them. What was even more surprising was that behind the iron-armored rhinoceros, there were actually two youthful figures who were madly chasing after it at an alarming speed. "Fat, make your move!" a voice was heard. The spectators only saw the flash of an astral arrow which walked in a beautiful arc and flew towards the rhinoceros, as if the arrow had eyes attached to it. 9 arrows flew in quick succession, blocking the rhinoceros's path and causing him to stop his steps. The second youth rushed away, and with indistinguishable movements, he punched with great power, accompanied by a dragon's roar. Boom! The guy's fist landed on the rhino's head, the shockwaves created destroying the trees around him. The rhinoceros's body fell violently to the ground, releasing its final dying cry. What a powerful force! Armored rhinoceroses are renowned for their defense, but he was killed in one blow. The hearts of the spectators were shaken, and soon they saw the snow-white puppy rushing onto the shoulders of the killed rhinoceros, showing obscene expressions on its face. The young men were none other than Qin Wentian and Feng Li. Feng Li came out and said to Qin Wentian, "How strong? Your strength became even more tyrannical when you broke through the 9th level of the body refinement realm." During the last 10 days of cultivation, Qin Wentian had successfully broken through to the 9th level, which was also the last level for the body refinement realm. Currently, the clothes he was wearing were worn and tattered. He smiled as he looked at Feng Li. "Fat, are you jealous?" Qin Wentian used tyrannical astral energy with the 1,000-fold tempering technique to temper his body. With the increased influence granted to him by the Heavenly Hammer constellation, with the fifth heavenly layer, how could his strength not be frightening? I'm jealous of you. Are you able to control your ultimate bloodline with your will? Fatty Feng Li put his hands on his hips and laughed with Qin Wentian. Currently, Qin Wentian had no way to control or manipulate the energy provided to him by his ultimate bloodline. Thus, his full power could not be used, and it was only in his body. Besides, other than the descending dragon fist, you don't know any other method? Feng Li continued to laugh. After I break through into the arterial circulation area, I will cultivate innate techniques. For me, the only thing that matters now is to break through. Qin Wentian replied. He will choose an innate technique that suits him after successfully condensing his second astral soul. That's right, quickly break through. That day, Orkan made us lose our face. I'm afraid if we don't use our ultimate bloodline, even dealing with Orphan will be difficult. Feng Li blinked his eyes as they continued to walk. Qin Wentian nodded his head. Previously, he was able to defeat Orphan, whose cultivation was an area larger than his, because he had ignited his ultimate bloodline, enhancing his combat abilities immensely. If not for this, even if he was at the 9th level of the body refinement realm as he was currently, it would still be difficult for him to defeat Orphan, who was at the 2nd level of the arterial circulation realm. In another forest region, in a dark forest, a group of beasts were floating in the air. Below them were Orphan, Makino, and 2 other figures. Orphan, this guy is from the Qin clan of the Heavenly Harmony City of everything in the realm of body refinement. Why do you really want me to deal with him? One of the unknown people looked at Orphan with a heavy feeling of contempt in his eyes. After all, this person was a second-year graduate of the Imperial Star Academy and had opened 4 of the 9 major meridians within his body. Not only was he at the 4th level of the arterial circulation domain, he was also a member of an aristocratic clan. In the Dark Forest, although the 9 martial academies held their examinations here, it was impossible for them to prevent others from entering here. Haku met Orphan by chance while he was training in the Dark Forest. As for the other figure, he was Ye Zhan of the Yi clan, a level 2 cultivator of the arterial circulation domain, and also a member of the Royal Academy. This guy and another one who has the ultimate pedigree. They are very difficult to deal with. Orphan narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Wentian also possessed the ultimate bloodline, but he didn't want others to know about it. He had to ensure that Qin Wentian died in the Dark Forest. Only then can he escape the humiliation of defeat. "Makino, your move!" Orphan commanded. Makino's gaze fell on the flying creatures hovering in the air, and soon after, each of the beasts flew off in 8 directions before disappearing without a trace. Feng Li's cultivation was at the 1st level of the arterial circulation realm, while Qin Wentian was only at the 9th level of the body refinement realm. As long as they did not dare to go deeper into the Dark Forest and were careful, it was easy for them to avoid dangerous situations. Therefore, this period of time was extremely long for Qin Wentian and Feng Li. Qin Wentian, very soon you will be able to enter the arterial circulation realm. Which astral soul do you want to condense for 2 astral gates? Feng Li was asked as he walked next to Qin Wentian. Feng Li hopes that Qin Wentian's astral soul will be condensed, since his first astral soul already belongs to a layer higher than the 3rd heavenly layer. There was no doubt that his second astral soul would also be of a similar level. The tyrannical power of Qin Wentian's heavenly hammer astral soul was something he had personally witnessed. I'm still thinking. There are countless constellations in the 9 heavenly layers. This time I will have to choose carefully. Qin Wentian smiled. He also expected the condensation of his second astral soul. You are crazy. Feng Li cursed in a low voice. Many people cannot last even a moment in just the 1st heavenly layer, and they hastily choose the innate connection with the constellations. But you, even in the 3rd heavenly layer, still want to take time to choose. However, even if you are abnormal, you are still far from me, Feng Li says with a straight face. Qin Wentian looked at Feng Li for a long time. His only reaction was a disdainful smile, as if he was deliberately trying to deceive Feng Li. Someone is in a fight there, both said at the same time as they rushed in the same direction, running as fast as if they were flying with a small white patch of fur following them. Not far from Qin Wentian, Liu Yan began to despair. She didn't think that she would actually meet a level 4 demonic beast. Python. He towered over her, turning himself towards Zufan's friend before swallowing him in one gulp. The cruel scene frightened her so much that her legs trembled with fear. "Liu Yan, run!" Liu Yue, who was not far from her, roared madly. After all, Liu Yan was only 16 years old, and seeing such a cruel situation, she couldn't help but broke down in fear. Staring blankly at the green python as it approached, she trembled madly. The python's body stopped in front of Liu Yan, and she looked at it. At the moment, Liu Yan only felt crushing despair. She did not hear the whistling sound that arose from the side. "Evil creature!" Qin Wentian flew out like an arrow and rushed towards the python's head, using the third strike of his downward dragon fist technique, Nine Heavens Dragon Roar, and brutally punched the python's eyes. The angry python hissed and immediately crawled away as it attempted to bite at an angle towards Qin Wentian's body. Peng! Qin Wentian's enormous strength caused the python to be thrown back, and at this time Qin Wentian rushed into a swift attack. "Run!" Qin Wentian shouted to Liu Yan, who was still standing, only to see his palms caught on the python's tail. Losing control of his movements, the python began to swing its tail. Liu Yan finally came to her senses as she turned her body towards him, running away madly, while Qin Wentian's body brutally crashed into the trunk of a huge tree, causing his entire body to tremble in pain. However, his body's strength was currently at a very high level. The previous blow, although capable of causing him to feel pain, could not damage his internal organs. A terrible eardrum-bursting hiss echoed as Fen Li's arrow pierced his eye before he decided to sneak away without showing mindless rage, meaning that it is capable of logic and reasoning. How painful. Qin Wentian did not chase after her but was distracted by Fen Li. "Fat, not bad." "Hey." Feng Li chuckled and walked over. His second astral soul gave him the ability to control. He can impose his will on an arrow and force it to change direction mid-flight, and can also see other people's cultivation levels just by looking at them. Although this type of astral soul would not be able to stimulate the user with a large increase in attack or defense, it belonged to a control-type astral soul that had a terrifying potential for growth. Currently, Fen Li can only use his mind power on arrows, causing them to change direction at a critical moment, allowing him to catch his opponent off guard. After his powers grow, he can even turn it into telekinesis, allowing him to control other objects using the power of his mind. "Are you okay?" Qin Wentian walked towards Liu Yan as he extended his hand to her. Seeing that the python had escaped, Liu Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell to the ground. Her horrified expression soon broke into a smile as she saw the grinning guy in front of her. She accepted Qin Wentian's outstretched hand, allowing him to help her up. "Thank you," Liu Yan whispered softly. She had been on the verge of despair before the appearance of Qin Wentian, who saved her from certain death. "It's okay now, just be careful in the future." Qin Wentian smiled. "Fine." Liu Yan nodded her head and smiled, but soon her face contorted in pain as she remembered that Zhu Feng was dead. Above the trees sat a black raven, attracted by the commotion of the battle earlier. He flew. He let out a scream. "Black raven?" Feng Li cursed before saying in a low voice, "They are very persistent." Qin Wentian furrowed his brows as he instantly realized what was happening. In previous battles with Orphan, he had not forgotten that the guy on Orphan's side was capable of controlling demonic beasts. "Liu Yan, don't show that you know me," Qin Wentian said to Liu Yan before looking at Fen Li. They both immediately retreated deeper into the dark forest. This situation made Liu Yan stunned. As she tried to catch up with Qin Wentian, suddenly the sounds of flapping wings of numerous flying beasts were heard as they began to move towards Qin Wentian. Not only that, she could see a row of cultivators standing on top of the flying beasts. Seeing this, Liu Yue grabbed Liu Yan as he stated, "Don't chase him, they are facing very strong opponents." "Brother." Liu Yan looked at Liu Yue only to hear Liu Yue say, "Qin Wentian attacked the python in order to save you, which means that he feels sympathy for you. However, these pursuers from above flying on beasts, they are all very strong. Remember Qin Wentian's words, he is a stranger to us." As the sound of his voice disappeared, the cultivator who was riding the level 3 demonic beast turned around and revealed himself. This person was none other than Ye Zhan. Ye Zhan was full of smiles as he jumped off his steed, heading towards Liu Yan and Liu Yue. "I am Ye Zhan from the Royal Academy, and you guys?" "My name is Liu Yue, and this is my sister, Liu Yan," Liu Yue replied cautiously. Although Ye Zhan was polite when he spoke, Liu Yue did not dare to be careless. "This guy formerly named Qin Wentian is one of the applicants to the Imperial Star Academy. I'm afraid he won't be able to leave this dark forest alive. How long have you known him?" Ye Zhan asked nonchalantly. "Not long at all." Liu Yue smiled and answered him. He did not dare to lie in front of Ye Ran. "No need to be nervous, we are only against him and have no ill intention towards both of you," Ye Zhan reassured them. Only then did Liu Yue breathe a sigh of relief while Liu Yan began to worry about Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian and Feng Li fled madly, however. How could they hope to outrun the flying beasts? The distance between prey and predators is becoming shorter and shorter. "Prankster, transform yourself!" Qin Wentian yelled, and suddenly the snow puppy's body shimmered as she increased in size, while Qin Wentian and Fen Li jumped on his back, albeit a little cramped. "Sit still. How many are following us, and what is their cultivation level?" Qin Wentian asked. "3 persons. Orphan and the guy dressed in animal skin aren't a problem, but the latter seems a bit problematic. My mental power is unable to see through his cultivation level, so I'm afraid that his cultivation level is at least at the 3rd level of the arterial circulation domain, or even higher." Feng Li turned back in front of Qin Wentian, and with his legs tucked around the prankster's body, he wielded the bow in his hands, firing 3 arrows into the air. The evasion speed of the flying beasts was very fast. In addition to their rapid acceleration, Fen Li's arrows were unable to hit them despite being enhanced by his willpower. "How troublesome," Feng Li sighed. "Fortunately, this prankster's speed is quite fast, on par with flying beasts. If there were no 2 of us, this snow puppy would not use his transformation ability and could easily escape from being chased by the flying beasts. This is not a solution. Let's get ready to fight them. If we can kill the beast tamer, we will have more methods to deal with the flying beasts," Qin Wentian stated. "Okay, we'll wait for a chance." The 2 of them began their discussion. Feng Li, in order to conserve his astral energy, stopped firing his arrows as they ran deeper and deeper into the dark forest. Haku was clearly annoyed. He didn't think he would use that much energy just on them. Not only did the white dog run chaotically, as if it had no clear idea of direction. Now even he himself did not know where he was, and there was a high probability of dangerous demonic beasts arising in this part of the dark forest. Suddenly, the presence of sunlight could be noticed. There were no large canopies of trees, just huge, spacious acres of land and the ability to move forward. There was also an entrance to a valley filled with fog. "Mirage City," Haku exclaimed as his pupils constricted. They actually arrived at the border of Mirage City in the dark forest. Qin Wentian also stopped his steps. Inside the misty valley was a city that shimmered. It was partially visible 1 second and disappeared the next. "It's like they're really afraid of this place." The fat man narrowed his eyes as he looked at his 3 pursuers, who had stopped and were slowly pushing their way forward. They felt that now Qin Wentian would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. They dismounted from the prankster's back as the snow puppy transformed back to its original size. Qin Wentian looked at Fen Li, and as if they intuitively understood each other's intentions. As soon as Feng Li took out his bow, he shot 9 astral arrows into the sky, straight towards Makino. "Prankster!" Qin Wentian shouted, only to see Prankster jump into Qin Wentian's arms, and Qin Wentian threw him into the sky towards Makino, who was still slowly moving forward in the air. Makino's face underwent a drastic change after he saw 9 astral arrows aimed at him. Suddenly, the space in which he could dodge was all sealed. Makino gathered his strength and rushed towards the astral arrow in front of him, trying to use brute force to free himself. But at the same moment, a snow-white puppy appeared in front of him, turning several times larger, and its sharp claws whizzed towards his head. Makino's expression became unsightly as he controlled the black eagle to fly higher. His actions caused the sharp claws, the prankster, that were originally aimed at him, to cut into the brains of Black Eagle, in turn causing him to fall from the skies. Makino also lost his balance and fell down after the Black Eagle. All this happened in an instant. The 9 astral arrows that had been fired earlier were simply meant to be bait to keep Makino in this position. The real attack is the prankster's claws. And the moment he paused to tear apart the arrows, Makino had already fallen into the trap. Makino's heart sank when she saw the smile of contempt on Fenli's face. Although he was in the arterial circulation realm, he was unable to exert any force while falling in the air, and could only watch helplessly at the arrows in the sky. Thump, thump! Makino did his best to block the arrows, but was unable to block the third one, which stuck right in the middle of his forehead. This time, the price of the chase was his death. At the same moment that Makino was struck, Haku jumped down from his black eagle and rushed towards Fenli. Qin Wentian came out displaying the might of his descending dragon fist and directly confronted Haku. "I'll kill you!" A wave of intense killing intent flashed through Haku's eyes as he used his own technique, Fist of the Waning Star. As Haku's fist rushed headlong towards him, Qin Wentian felt a tyrannical, enormous energy surge into him, and his face underwent a drastic change. Using his strength to retreat, Qin Wentian abandoned any thought of confronting Haku, and with an explosive impact, his body was thrown back and he collided with Fenli. Fengli took a few steps back from the blow and accidentally stepped into the boundary of the Misty Valley. "We can't defeat him, what should we do?" Fengli helped Qin Wentian as he stated with depression. "Since we can't defeat him, let's run." Qin Wentian's entire arm was very painful. If not for his quick reaction, and if he had not removed his fist at that moment, his entire arm would have been torn off. The prankster understood the intentions in Qin Wentian's heart and increased in size, and 2 of them sat on him, and the prankster rushed off towards the Misty Valley. This scenario made Haku stunned. Could it be that they had no idea that the Mirage City in the Misty Valley was forbidden? Nobodies who do not know that death is courting them. They decided to kill Makino in order to stop the demonic beasts that were following them. Orphan came up. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, because their actions between each other were too flawless, not counting the beast that was capable of transformation. If they hadn't decided that Makino was the bigger threat and marked him as the first target, he wouldn't have made it. But what a pity that they will undoubtedly die now. The forest was dark, although very vast and spacious, and there were some areas that were closed off. The city of Mirage inside the Misty Valley was one of these forbidden places. Once they enter there, they cannot even hope to leave that place. It is done. As for Makino's death, handle it yourself. Haku turned away and walked away, causing Orphan to grind his teeth in excitement. This question will be a little troublesome. Inside the Misty Valley, the prankster was still dashing forward at top speed. "Is no one chasing us?" Fengli's voice rang out. "Yeah," Qin Wentian replied. "Something seems wrong. Could it be that this place is very dangerous?" Fenli's body trembled uncontrollably. Is that why they stopped pursuing them? Maybe. "Are we going to die here?" Fengli's voice was filled with a sobbing tone. Inside the Misty Valley, they could not be sure in which direction they had come. They actually got lost. "Fat, I'm still a virgin. Even if I have to die, I will die with a beautiful baby in my arms." Fatty hugged Qin Wentian as he sobbed until Qin Wentian raised his leg and kicked straight at Fengli's buttock. After another hour, they finally emerged from the fog-filled area. When they came out, a shocking sight awaited them. Before their eyes, there was a castle. Mirage City in the Misty Valley was not a city, but a real castle. Not only that, they saw many armored warriors in the castle. The warriors were equipped with black armor and were filled with solemnity and a deadly aura. Seeing the 2 intruders, a squad of black armored warriors began to advance towards them, pointing their spears towards them as their murderous aura was released, which caused Fat to stumble and he crawled back. "Fat, I'm really not that lucky." This time Fengli truly cried. These warriors were all in the field of arterial circulation, and they all had its highest cultivation. There was no salvation. Qin Wentian never thought that there would be a hidden castle in the dark forest, and there would be such a terrifying army within it. The killing intent became stronger and stronger as Qin Wentian and Fengli released their astral souls, preparing to escape even if there was no way to escape. "Qin Wentian!" At this moment, from a far distance, a fully armored figure approached, shouting Qin Wentian's name. His voice was a little hoarse, and his face was covered with a helmet revealing only a pair of his eyes. Yes? Qin Wentian's eyes were confused. In this remote place, was there actually someone who knew him? That's it. Leave it alone. This figure commanded indifferently, and only after the troops of black armored warriors retreated did Feng Li breathe a sigh of relief. You! Qin Wentian stared at the man with curiosity. Mirage City is a forbidden zone. Those who come never return. However, you are an exception. Come with me. Having said this, the mysterious stranger turned and walked towards the castle as Qin Wentian and Fen Li followed him in confusion. A mysterious figure led them to an extremely comfortable-looking abode. There were even pretty girls who served as maids. Take care of them, the mysterious figure instructed, and he said, Qin Wentian, if you want to leave, just inform the maids, and I will arrange for an escort to quietly send you away from here. But remember, you must not reveal the location of Mirage City. If you do this, I guarantee that you will not be able to survive the next 3 days. Definitely. Fatty grinned. The mysterious man glanced at Qin Wentian and continued, with your cultivation level at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, this is the time for you to spend to break through to the arterial circulatory realm. After he finished speaking, the mysterious figure left, leaving behind an extremely puzzled Qin Wentian. Who is he? Feng Li asked as the mysterious figure and the maid left. How should I know? Qin Wentian shrugged. Even after searching all of his memories, he still didn't know the identity of the mysterious figure. Do you want to sneak away? Fen Li whispered, but the moment these words came out of his mouth, he immediately regretted it. Several maids brought dishes from the kitchen, after which Fen Li's eyes turned into saucers. How could he want to leave such a heavenly place? After the maids had placed all the food on the table, they stepped aside. Feng Li smiled and invited them. Beautiful sisters, let's eat together. The beautiful girls all shook their heads, indicating that they did not dare to do this. Feng Li felt pity before looking at the food again as his stomach rumbled with hunger. Leopard meat, bear heart, raspberry snake fruit. The food here is just too amazing. Feng Li was shocked. However, this castle was located in a dark forest, and with the power they possessed, they truly had a natural advantage when it came to hunting. What made Feng Li even more amazed was that shortly after this, people appeared delivering Yuan meteor stones to Qin Wentian, stating that it was for the purpose of breaking through into the arterial circulation region. Feng Li began to suspect that Qin Wentian was actually the young master of this castle. Between friends, the most important thing is the code of brotherhood. Feng Li righteously began dividing the Yuan meteor stones evenly among them, under the pretext that Qin Wentian would not be able to use them all. Seeing the Yuan meteor stones that were prepared for him, Qin Wentian knew that they had no bad intentions, after which he began to quietly cultivate, in an attempt to break into the area of arterial circulation. As for Fen Li, he was in 7th heaven, eating free food, talking to beautiful ladies. The days passed at a leisurely pace. The food provided here was certainly comparable to the royal palace. Not only that, in his estimation, not many of the noble clans would be able to afford such good conditions. Eating high-level demonic beast meat daily will bring great help to cultivation. Other than the doctors, there was no one who came to bother them. As the night darkened, Qin Wentian sat cross-legged on the ground. The fog permeating the valley was unable to block the starlight. At this moment, thunderous sounds of cracking and grinding could be heard from Qin Wentian's body as a crown of shining astral light seemed to revolve around him. The physical body glows with its own light, while the astral light nourishes the body. This is an indicator of the peak level of the realm of body purification. Feng Li lazily lay down as he looked at Qin Wentian's cultivation. This man had been working very hard. Over the past few days, the only thing Qin Wentian had done was immerse himself in cultivation. Poof! A crunching sound sounded, causing Feng Li to widen his eyes in surprise and stare at Qin Wentian before curling his lips into a slight smile. He began to prepare himself to break into the arterial circulation region and opened all of his acupuncture points. This guy's cultivation speed is too scary. Didn't he break through a few days ago? Feng Li whispered in his heart. Although there was external help such as eating demonic meat, so did the Yuan meteor stones. The most important reason for the speed of his cultivation was the fact that his cultivation technique was very domineering, and that the tyrannical energy coming from the fifth heavenly constellation layer was perfect for improving and hardening the body. The purpose of the body refinement realm was to develop your flesh until you reached an ideal body state. Those who have weak cultivation methods and rely on absorbing astral energy from low-level constellations will have little effect in enhancing their physical body. In contrast, if the development method was of a high level and the astral energy in the body was powerful enough, it would be possible to achieve an ideal body in a much shorter period of time. Qin Wentian belonged to the latter group, possessing not only an excellent cultivation method, but also a tyrannical astral soul. The tyrannical astral energy from the heavenly hammer constellation with the fifth heavenly layer constantly came and fell on Qin Wentian's body. An irrepressible astral energy was spreading throughout his body, and it was gathering at his various acupuncture points, constantly contracting. There were many energy channels and acupuncture points in the human body. For the area of arterial circulation, it is necessary to completely open the acupuncture points, so that you can store even more astral energy. Then the collected astral energy had to be used to cleanse the acupuncture points of debris and dirt before connecting the energy channels to the acupuncture points, forming basically a circular path through one of the 9 main meridians of the body, causing the astral energy can flow freely. And after the path is completely completed, astral energy will flow unhindered on all 4 limbs, bone structure, and energy channels, immeasurably improving attacking and defensive capabilities. Not only that, but the astral energy would drown the cultivator's eyes and ears, enhancing the senses immensely. Regardless of whether it was a martial cultivator or a star martial cultivator, both types would be able to enter the arterial circulation realm. As each of his acupuncture points were opened, the expression on Qin Wentian's face became increasingly painful. Qin Wentian gritted his teeth resolutely and stubbornly as the sounds of his ragged breathing could be heard. Feng Li on his side muttered nonsense. This guy next to him really put his life on the line, but even so he was not worried, and a trace of a smile could be seen on the tips of his lips. Orkhan's expression of contempt and Orphan's mad desire were deeply etched in his mind. Qin Wentian had to make his breakthrough as soon as possible and condense his second astral soul in the shortest possible time. And now the exam deadline has come. In the morning, the participants who had gone into the dark forest all came out. The experts and seniors from the 9 combat academies were on the outskirts. Anyone who survived could officially become one of their members. Janus and Mo Shang stood together, and next to them was Orchan, Luo Huang, and also Mo Qingcheng. Orphan is out. Janus let out a chuckle as he saw Orphan's figure. In the future, Orphan will be one of his students. Luo Huang's beautiful eyes flashed with a worried expression. It was Orphan who once made a move against Qin Wentian when they were in the dark forest. In the future, although she and Mo Qingcheng kept a close eye on Orchan, there was no guarantee that Orkhan had not done something behind his back and turned to others for help to do something to Qin Wentian. After all, applicants came from all over the country, and those from the royal capital, especially from the aristocratic families, were familiar with each other. Mo Qingcheng looked at Orphan coldly, causing his face to freeze as he lowered his head, not daring to meet her gaze. In front of this woman, even though he wanted to look at her more, he did not dare to raise his head. Mo Qingcheng turned her attention to the candidates who came out of the dark forest. Regarding the events of that day, she was riddled with guilt. The day she saw Qin Wentian chasing after Orphan to kill him, she made abrupt decisions and deeply regretted that she did not take the time to figure it out. Soon the sun set, and the beautiful red rays of the sun shone on the trees of the dark forest. Qin Wentian had not yet come out, but 300+ applicants from the Imperial Star Academy had already arrived safely. Compared to other martial academies, the Imperial Star Academy's passing rate was high despite having the smallest number of applicants. Orphan, what did you do to Qin Wentian? Mo Qingcheng turned her gaze towards Orphan as she asked coldly. I don't know, the dark forest is too huge. Maybe he died at the hands of demonic beasts. Orphan responded in panic. There was an extremely oppressive pressure emanating from Mo Ching-chung's body as Orphan hid behind Orchan, only to see Mo Ching-chung coldly declare, "If anything happens, it will be your fault. Just wait." Suddenly, Mo Ching-chung flew away on her demonic crane. Luo Huang, seeing Mo Ching-chung's blank look, knew that she was sincerely sorry, that it was her mistake. Her gaze, filled with icy intent, was reflected in Mo Ching-chung's eyes as she swept past Orchan and Orphan. "I will not leave you behind on this issue." Mo Shang felt regretful agreeing with his respected teacher's intention. After all, the current Qin Wentian was still a weak body refinement realm cultivator. If something really happened to Qin Wentian, he would not be able to calm the anxiety in his heart. Whoa.